I'm good. Chilling.
Yeah, buddy. That's about what I'm doing right now. Laying back, relaxing. And I had just got parked, so I said, let me get on live. Yeah, I'll be trying to make my time. Oh,
Oh, I hear that.
Nelly be sounding like Unc. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock. Think about to come on around the corner here in a minute. Let me park my truck.
yeah, I'll be having your ass on a timer and shit. And when you go past the time, I'll be like, okay, what is Thinker doing? Okay, it's Bash having a concert. I go check all kind of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, if it go past 12:30, just know that my ass is knocked and I'm not getting up.
I hear
What?
that.
Yeah. What's up to the YouTube fam? How are y'all? What's up, Cindy Prim? Everything KN. What's up? Go ahead. Say something in the chat if you're over there. Before we get started, want to say hey to everybody. Welcome back from the weekend. Make sure that you hit the like button. We're at 4,600 subs on the YouTube. Thank y'all. Also to the new mods over there, YouTube Lynn. I appreciate y'all so much for helping us out over there. Don't forget that you can send a super chat if you got something that you want to say during the show. If I'm not reading your comment, you can definitely send a super chat so that we can read it out. I did get some great feedback from the nerds and about how to include the nerds in the conversation without bringing you on stage and getting the believers when they are on stage some help so that they are not feeling alone when they're on stage during the week. So I am looking at that and working all of that in. Also, we added a channel to the Discord, y'all. It's called Ask and Receive. And somebody did put something in there this weekend. They had to ask and it was met immediately. But it's a place where if you are a nerd, one of the benefits of this community, right, is that sometimes you just don't fucking know who to call in your cell phone, right? You got a lot of numbers in your phone, but there be times where you don't know what the fuck to do, and you know damn well that none of them numbers in your phone is gonna come through. The ask and receive section on the Discord is a place to go where you can ask help from the community without judgment, and there's no obligation to meet a need. If you can't, you just fucking can't, right? Like we get that. But if you can, $5 here, $10 there. If somebody has a need for food or need to help paying a bill, and this isn't so you could go out on vacation, y'all. Please don't put anything in that ask and receive because you want to go shopping or go on vacation. This is for tough times, right? Where the community can come together and support one another. So you don't have to be afraid. You don't have to feel bad. You don't have to be embarrassed. This is what the community is for. That's why we are here. It's mutual aid, right? And this is that's what the community is for. So that is one thing that we did add to the community. So we got some good things going. Um, Doctor, this and that. What's up with you? All right, y'all. Let's see. We are at 170 shares. Ooh, I love it. All right, we ready to open it up. Nelly, you got something to say to everybody before we open up, or we good to go?
Well, we good to go, but I do need somebody to send me the link to the Discord again because I got a new tablet, a new phone, and for some reason I can't never get my shit right. So,
I'll send it, Nelly. Thinker, did you see my message?
Where was
Well,
it?
it,
Where you
it
send
was
it to?
a couple days ago. It was some screenshots about one of our community members.
Yeah, I talked to them
Okay,
and told
good.
them don't hesitate if they need anything.
All right, good.
Yeah, yeah. But like they said, like they know that they could come to me. Like they like that person knows definitely if they needed that they could come
Mhm.
to me. But they haven't said anything. But I messaged them personally and told them if they need anything to let me know.
Okay.
But yeah, so All right, y'all. We are ready. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, of course, if you are a nerd, the guest box is open. The topic is still the same, but I do want to include the black community in this because what the fuck, y'all? Like y'all been in my comments for a week, in my comments telling me that we are the chosen, that I'm stupid, that I don't know how to read, um, like that. I mean, y'all just been in my comments saying a lot, okay? And honestly, Rhea and I have decided that we are going to hear y'all out, okay? We're going to hear y'all out. Rhea has what she wants to know, and she's going to do a bring your research day, okay, on her live. I want to know why the fuck it matters. I want to know what's next and what. That's my question for y'all. Okay, y'all are so gung ho in my comments telling me that I need to believe that black people are the chosen, and I like y'all are asking me to ignore what this religion has done, right? What it has not done for the black community. And then you're like, one guy said to me, this motherfucker said to me, you the reason why we got baby mamas.
What?
And yeah, girl, I swear I heard his voice in my head with all that fucking loud ass typing in, like coming in my chat, typing in all caps. You the reason we got baby mamas and people having sex just for entertainment. If
Oh, wow.
he said your objective is just for you. That's how you know that you don't know what you commenting on. And then he said, th- uh, it's for the most high, it's for our righteousness and getting our men, I mean getting our women and our children and our houses in order. I said, oh, okay. So basically what I hear is you don't know how to be a good husband, a good father, or a good human without identifying as an Israelite, without a supernatural entity making you. I said, and the fucked up thing about it is that your peace resides on the fact of whether or not I'm a baby mama or if I'm fucking for fun. I said, you fucked. Like
Hmm.
that's your whole message. Like I said, how much peace can you have if you worried about whether or not my ass is out here fucking for fun? And it ain't got
Part.
nothing to do with you.
That part.
Like I need to understand. What do y'all plan on doing? Like literally, I'm finna be 40 motherfucking 5. My kids are grown. I'm already somebody's well, I'm an ex-wife, but I'm a baby mama. Like I'm already somebody's baby mama. You gonna change that shit? I'm somebody's baby grandmama now. You gonna change that shit? Is the most high gonna change that shit? Like what's gonna happen? I literally need to understand. And I'm asking genuinely, I need to understand. Like, why is the Most High worried about what my
What you
45
doing?
too high is doing?
Exactly. Man, listen. We
I
need
hope
different
y'all gonna come up because
conversations.
I hope so because y'all been in my comments all weekend. You been in my
But that's
inbox
how it
all
is.
weekend.
They always in the comments. But when it's time to rock and roll, they roll on out.
What else said? The Most High gave me a vision. I said, well, I said, do me a favor. I said, can the Most High uh, t- tell you how to read and interpret the Hebrew without you studying it? He said, yeah, he said even if he could, that tells me that no. He said even if he could, what that got to do with what we discussing right now? You're telling me that the Most High gave you a vision that black people are the chosen, right? He said something about some downloads. Like the Most High is giving you downloads that black people are the chosen, but he can't tell you what the fucking Hebrew scriptures say. And then the fact that you are asking me, what does that have to do with what we're discussing? That tells me everything I need to know. Like, why is it that the Most High only gives you stupid like shit like that? Like, how if He is talking to you and giving you revelation, why the fuck does it stop like at imaginations and shit? Like, I don't understand. And why like
Unfortunately, y'all, it's a glitch. There's nothing she can do about the echo.
oh, the echo is back?
Yes, it just pierced my ear.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. I have no idea. I apologize. I really hoped that the update fixed it. I don't know. It's not my mic, it's TikTok Studio. It's happening to several people who have TikTok Studio.
Mm.
Yeah.
Aw. Well, hopefully.
Maxie, I don't know if are you are a nerd, right? Uh are you in the box on purpose? All right. All right, y'all. We've been live now for 21 minutes. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, no worries, Maxie. If you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, of course, if you are a nerd and you have something that you want to talk about, your deconstruction journey, you want to talk about the topic, the guest box is open. TikTok is doing too much.
Mhm.
So a church was almost shot up today.
What?
Hmm
What?
Yeah, in Michigan, a man went into the church. He shot he uh shot it up like he shot inside the church. Nobody got hurt in the church. The security guard ran him over with his truck. Um and that killed him. That killed the man. So
Oh,
the only person
God.
that got hurt was the guy that went into I don't know
Mhm.
what I don't know why he went in the church. They haven't, released a motive or anything. But the security guard ran him over with his truck.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yep. The world is going nuts.
Yes, it is. Yes, indeed. I mean, y'all know what happened this past weekend.
Hello?
It's a
You said
bit,
what?
because y'all know what happened this past weekend.
What?
It's
Oh
a
yeah, I
lot.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello?
Is it Vivi?
Yeah.
Are you a kid?
No.
Why you sound like that?
Like what?
You sound like a kid. How old are you?
Bro, I'm 22.
You're a kid.
Yeah, it's a
Um
bit.
I'm
yeah.
22. What are you talking about?
You still a kid and you definitely don't sound like you're 22 years old. You sound like a kid playing around on TikTok.
Bro, I got a deeper voice than you. What are you talking about?
You have a deeper voice than me. Ooh, that's smart. You're very intelligent. Do you know that?
I don't need your sarcasm, but
Yeah,
thank
you
you.
don't get it. Yeah. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
To be honest, I'm not really Christian, but I was just intrigued by the
I
prompt, so I
didn't
want to
ask
hear
if you
why.
were Christian. I did not ask if you were Christian. I asked if you were a believer in the God. Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist? If
Of
neither of
a
those,
God.
then you can hop down.
I believe in a God, yes.
Okay, so you don't believe in the God that we're discussing. So I'm gonna take you down, okay? Have a good one, okay?
Man, shut your bitch ass up, man.
Yeah, go back to sleep.
Yeah, there we go.
I was just waiting for it.
Oh, they
Mhm.
don't know how to take rejection. Like this this generation is fucked because the last generation didn't know how to take rejection. Or stylos.
Yeah, that was it.
Can you talk up for me?
I'm sorry. How do I sound?
You
Hello?
sound far away.
Okay, that might be because my headphones are going. Give me 1 second. Let me switch off my headphones. All right. How do I sound now?
That's much better.
Sweet.
Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes?
32.
All right. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm gonna say believer, but I'm curious. What's deconstructing?
Deconstructing is the process of analyzing your current belief system, um, questioning it, researching, um, doing away with the things that are not helpful, not harmful, not beneficial, and then either, you know, doing away with the belief altogether or reconstructing it to a more healthier belief.
I guess I would say I'm a deconstructing believer then.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the topic? Oh, thank you. That is so cool. Thank you. Who said that? Thank you. I'm baptized and unbothered. I appreciate that. What are your thoughts on the topic?
I think I disagree um, with the second part more than the first. Like from a historical standpoint, just looking at most of the organizations that supported the figures we deem as groundbreaking in liberation and like civil or human rights, those were primarily backed and funded by people of that ilk, people who were centered in that. And that was a really that was a really big pillar in those movements. So just from that standpoint, I would say if that was the center of that and these groups of people, these families, these communities backed financially and structurally some of our greatest movements, then I would say that's probably why I disagree.
What people? The church? The black people that formed churches
Yeah,
and
so
did
like
it? Yeah,
yeah, so
that's
like
that. That's people, right? That's not Jesus. Jesus didn't do that. That was black people who had been oppressed by followers of this Jesus, who had been enslaved, who was fighting for their humanity, fighting for equality, fighting for freedom, and still do to this day. And then that same elk, right? That same elk has turned around and become the oppressor of the same community.
okie dokie.
That's all you want to say in response?
I mean,
that
I
was cute.
mean, like, I mean, that's not fully how I see it. I think one of the things that I make sure to do when I come on these dialogues is to not force my opinion, but really
It's
hear.
okay. That's what this place is for. Okay, challenge it, push it to the max. I'm not gonna. I'm not going to candy code. I've never done that, and it's not about you, right? It's about the belief. So anything that I say, I'm not attacking you as an individual. So don't think that. But that's what these conversations are. So if you pussyfoot around it, right, then whatever you call deconstructing, you won't get the benefit out of the conversation. Okay, so don't be afraid to push it to the max. Like I want you to challenge me, right, and that helps me think, helps me come outside of the confines of what I think I already know.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay. All right.
What do you think about the song "Kumbaya" that slaves used to sing?
So I don't think a lot about it. It was a really cool song growing up. I've seen some people on the continent say don't sing that, who are Galagichi, I believe. Not on the
Hmm.
continent, I take that back. Who are Galagichi, who say don't sing it. It's offensive. I can't remember why, so I haven't really, uh, sung it since one of my mentors, who is Galagichi, said that it's offensive. But what are
Okay.
your thoughts on that?
So when you so the word "kumbaya" means "come here, Lord," and it's a Hebrew word, right? So
Which word is it? What Hebrew
kum,
word is it? Kumbaya.
"kumbaya" itself is a Hebrew
What
word.
what word is it? Like kumbaya. Like
It
what
means
word
come.
is
It means come nigh, Lord. So Yah, like Yahweh, like come
and
kumbai.
and kum means come.
Yeah, right. So it would be kumbai, Yah. So that would be
Uh,
come here, Lord. Right. So Like that is one of the main, not main, but that's one of the things I think about often when we look at the people who were enslaved, right? Because we oftentimes have a misconception that these people were stripped of their God when they got here. They were, told about this white dude in the sky, a YT dude, TikTok, dude in the sky
No,
who.
and here you can say white, you can say
Okay,
dead, you
sweet.
can say kill. You just cannot say grape
Okay,
or
yeah, I don't need
and
it.
then say
Yeah.
self unaliving, right? But no, we're not going to um, candy coat. We're not going to talk like little kids in here.
Fair deal. I'm with you. I'm with
Okay.
you.
All right.
So yeah, so this white dude in the sky, is really who you need to, follow, and it's okay to be a slave because of this. But what changes the argument when you think about it is these people who came off the boat were singing in Hebrew, meaning they had a language, they had a belief system from somewhere that wasn't in the Americas. So that always sparked my interest. Like, okay, well, if Jesus wasn't real and Yahweh wasn't real, why were slaves singing "Come Here, Lord" in Hebrew when they were owned by white people? So that's always something that I think about, where it's like, okay, well then that suggests that African slaves knew who Yah was before they got here.
Can
Okay, so
can
that,
I
yeah, good.
can I can I ask you a question? Where did you get the Hebrew connection to that? Uh, what did you say? Kum means come. What did you? Who told you that that was come in Hebrew? Kum. Who told you that?
Well, this is the first.
If you're on like when you're on Teacup, we can't hear you. I don't know if you're looking on Google or if you got a phone call or.
Yeah, I was. No, yeah, I was looking it up, but I don't remember how I heard it. Me personally, like I grew up with some of the heavy hitters of like our time. Like for example, like Joy DeGruy, who wrote about post traumatic slave syndrome. Like I grew up seeing her. I'm from Southside Jamaica, so I grew up seeing her like every weekend. Dick Gregory, Gil Noble, all of these black conscious thought people that like would bring all of these people to a seminar called CMOTEP like every weekend, and you would hear all of their information. They have books in the back, all type of stuff. So I grew up like that. So I don't really remember where I heard that, but like I know I looked it up when I did hear it, and it's like, oh, okay, wow, that's an old Negro. They knew Yah's name. Okay, okay, bet.
I mean, I think because so the in Hebrew, right? When you are asking for someone to approach or to draw near, right? There's two words. There's four different ways that you can say come in Hebrew. One of them is bo, right? Which means you're saying to come, like he's going to come. That's bo. That means he's going to come or he's coming. Another one is nagash, right? And when you are speaking, this is what you would say to someone who is like you have a lot of reverence for or respect for. You would say negash, and if you are talking to him, you would say negash, negasho, right? Not kumma. There is no kumma or krav. Krav is another way of worship to say, "Come, Lord, draw near, Lord," um, but not kum. So I'm not sure what they were teaching you, because that's not. I think what they're doing is connecting the Yah
Maybe
part
so.
of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe so.
but that none of the rest of that is Hebrew.
Okay.
And as I was saying, like the my mutual who is Galagichi. I can't remember what she was saying about it, but it doesn't even mean come by here, dear Lord. It means something else. And so she was saying, like, because it has been changed to be like a she was saying like the part that was really offensive is that it was like a everybody, like a everybody get along type thing. Like
Mm,
she was saying that's the offensive part because they were saying that as a warning, right? They were warning the people. And so when I learned that from her, I stopped saying it.
I got you.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, it's not something I got concrete proof on. But my original point of interest was the families that we were talking about that supported the movements that we esteem valuable to us. Right? These people rooted themselves in teachings of Jesus Christ. So that's why I say it's not necessarily the worst thing to happen to humanity. Humanity in it itself has good and has bad. I think if we look for a target, we can always point and say, hey, this is it right here. This is the worst thing that's ever happened. But I think when we look back, when we see how those societies were upheld and how important those churches were to those communities, whether it was just encouraging marriage or encouraging, donation or charity, encouraging men having jobs and just not making excuses and stuff. Like that was that generation that established that. And I think the further we get away from, hey, here are some guidelines and principles that go beyond laws and precepts and just like the heart of the matter, like, yeah, don't cheat on your wife. But even further, if you catch yourself looking at a woman wrong, you're already off. So work on that. Like that kind of stuff, those little principles that go beyond the 10 commandments and go deeper into, yo, where's your heart at, dude? Are you thinking about your family? Are you thinking about your fellow man? Are you treating them right? Would you give to your enemy so that have a different posture in society and in community? So then you hear turn the other cheek and stuff. That's where you get that kind of stuff. Because, for example, I remember Dick Gregory was talking about how they was marching with King and how, these people did not have weapons and they were singing Negro spirituals, which are rooted in Christianity, right? They're singing these spirituals. And they said, I forget which town he was talking about, but he said that when they were singing with no weapons, nothing, they just were marching forward. And those white people saw them and had their picket forks and their flames and all of that. How he said they saw the spirit of God in us and they dropped their stuff and there was fear in their eyes and they left. So those type of things where like, we didn't really witness it, like what these people were doing and the effects that they probably had on people who really had hatred in their hearts, and how those people were seeing a spiritual move and really afraid of it. So that's the type of stuff that makes me think, okay, now this Jesus dude might be on to something.
It's kind of interesting when they're the ones who brought Jesus to West Africa. But let me ask you a question. Um, do you know that 97% of the black community believe in the Abrahamic God or a God in general?
Yeah, that
That's
sounds like
pretty
it.
high, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. And you mentioned how, Jesus, because of this Jesus, it taught, get married, right? Um, don't have children out of wedlock and all that. Do you know what the divorce rate is amongst the black community?
it's pretty high now. It's higher than
It's
it once was.
it's
75.
yeah, it's so interesting, right? That the black community is more religious than the American public altogether. And the black community has the highest divorce rate out of any ethnic group. So we have the highest religiosity and the highest divorce rate. Now, if Jesus is responsible for marriage, right? For, black people getting married, Is he also responsible for them not staying married? Because there's something wrong there, right? 97% of the black community is religious. Out of that, about 70% of them believe in Jesus.
Okay, so I'm hearing the stats that you're saying, and I'm trying to figure out how you're associating responsibility.
You said Jesus is responsible for teaching black people, right, to get married, right? You said that is what Jesus did for our community. One of the things that he did for our community, right?
Well, I was speaking to the fact that he spoke on those principles, but I'm with you so far.
Right, no, right. No, not the fact that he just did it, right? We're talking about like the black community, right? You said that that's one of the things that Jesus did for the black community.
Yeah, and I also gave you a timeline, a point of reference, right? Where once like we're talking like 40s, 50s, even this early 60s, where the divorce rates weren't that low. I mean, high. Excuse me, they were
Well, and
much lower.
neither was the religiosity,
Well,
right?
that's
Neither
that's a
was
good
like the
point.
religiosity wasn't 97% high either. So
That's a
like
good
when
point.
we had lower religiosity, we had lower divorce rates. Higher religiosity, higher divorce rates.
So okay, so stay with me now. Wouldn't it be that religion is the worst thing to happen to humanity?
Is religion, is Jesus in the religion?
Well, see, that's where I don't agree because I don't think that those two things are the same
I
thing.
didn't say they're the same. I said, is Jesus in the religion? Is Jesus preached in the religion? Is Jesus pushed in the religion?
Sure, yeah,
Okay, so
but I
Jesus
don't.
is in the religion, right?
Right, but I mean, like, I get what you're saying. I think what I'm trying to direct it to is like, there's sugar in candy, but too much of the candy is gonna give you
Too
diabetes.
much of the candy, right? Too much of Jesus,
No, no,
right?
no. I said sugar
How,
is in
sugar
sugar
is
is
in
in
the
candy,
candy,
but
right?
too much of
Jesus is in the religion,
but
right?
but the point that I'm making is sugar is in too much candy. Sugar is in candy. Too much candy will make you sick. But sugar from an orange, sugar from a strawberry, sugar from a pineapple might be different. So the system and the structure is what makes the sugar bad. It's not necessarily, oh, look, religion has increased and look at the damage of it. Okay, then it's the source of the religion. But
So you know what? I would agree with you there. I would agree with you there. Let's look at marriage,
sure.
right? So in religion, religion teaches that sex before marriage is a sin, correct?
Yes.
Does Jesus in this Bible say that sex before marriage is a sin?
I've never heard him say that. I never read him say that.
Is he God?
Yeah.
Okay. In the Bible, period, does the Bible say sex before marriage is a sin?
It says fornication, and yes, that would be constituting as, yeah. So yeah.
Except it doesn't say that. Fornication in the Bible is porneia, and that is prostitution, that's incest, that's porn, but not premarital sex. Premarital sex as a sin came from early church fathers and early Christian theologians around the 12th, 11th century CE. So they added that and the idea of homosexuality to porneia or sexual immorality. But it didn't originally mean that during the late Bronze Age or the Greco Roman period. So when we talk about religion, right, and the concept of marriage as we know it today, I would say that the concept of marriage as we know it today came from religion and not necessarily the Jesus in this book.
Sure. Okay. I'm with you so far.
The subjugation of women, right? The subjugation of women, where the Jesus in this book quotes Genesis 2:24. For this cause a man and a woman a man shall leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife,
Mm-hmm.
right? Jesus quotes that, and religion says this is why God only created a man and a woman to get married, right?
Mm-hmm.
Except in Genesis 2:24, it's not a God saying that. That's the narrator. That's the author saying this is why a man leaves his wife. Right? That's a human saying. A human using their um, uh, critical thinking or their comprehension and coming up with a conclusion and saying, therefore, or this is why, because of the story that I just told you, this is why a man leaves his mother and father and cleaves to his wife. It's not a declaration from a God. It's not a stated law, although Jesus in the Bible recites it as it is, like he
Mm-hmm.
recalls back to it, which if he is actually God, then he should have known that that was a narrator talking or a human talking. But again, that's religion. Religion teaches that, right?
Sure.
That's religion. Okay. So we have the purity culture that causes people to rush into marriage, right? Out
Mm-hmm.
of the guilt of feeling like, oh, I'm having sex before marriage, or I'm having these feelings like I want to have sex before marriage, so let me get married, right? So that I don't sin. Or parents pressuring their children to not live in sin and marry people that they shouldn't marry. Then you have pastors and Jesus preaching man's word as if it was the word of a God, saying that this is what the God ordained, when there's absolutely nothing in Genesis 2 or Genesis 3 that says anything about a God requiring a woman to get married, or that he even created the woman for that purpose. Nothing. Not in the Hebrew, not even in the English, right? But religion teaches that, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the curse, right, in Genesis 3, where it says, the God says to uh, Eve, your desire shall be to your husband, right, because of what you did. And then he says to Adam, from this day on, you will rule over the woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is God. The God, Jesus did say that. So he created this uh, avenue or this door opening for women to be subjugated by men with that curse,
Okay.
right? And then so we have that, and then we have the misinterpretations of the Genesis 2:4, and then we have the reinterpretation of sexual immorality to create the purity culture. That would be Jesus plus religion, right? That
Mm-hmm.
created the atmosphere for a lot of failed marriages, a lot of domestic violence, right?
I mean, I hear you. I get the points that you're making, right? As far as how we have ruined the things that have created society. I think I just disagree that we can then go, yeah, it's God's fault, as if we have nothing to do with it, right? So like in the
I
part that
didn't say it was his fault. I think he's an idea. I don't think
right, but
he's real.
no, I gathered that, but I'm what I'm saying is like even when you read the story, like see the thing about it is Jesus, all right, let me tell you how this happened for me, right? So I was always a truth seeker growing up. Like I said, I grew up in that black school of thought, you know what I'm saying? Like my dad was like the lighting and show guy for like X Clan. So I always was on this black consciousness tip my whole life. And I was like into like Egypt at first, right? So naturally you just start seeking truth and stuff like that. So I watched the Zeitgeist, like I want to say over a decade ago, maybe like 15, 20 years ago. Watched the Zeitgeist, and the part that got me was every culture, even the Imhoteps and the Mahavishnu, all of the different cultures have this Christ thing. Like everybody's agreed that there's this anointing, anointed one, virgin birth, or some variant or variation of it is in every culture. So that was my first kind of like concrete that like throughout the concept of time, we haven't been able to escape this Christ virgin birth anointing, savior kind of thought process when it comes to spirituality. Yes, there are different beliefs outside of that as well. But like I said, the zeitgeist kind of pointed to and circulated around this Christ thing. So that's what made me curious about investigating the Jesus Christ. Now, I grew up Baptist. Like I said, I'm black. I'm from South Jamaica, Queens. So I grew up Baptist, whatever, right? Left the church because nobody could answer Job for me. It pissed me off. So I was like, all right, I'm out. And then when I got back on my truth seeking search, what came up for me was, all right, well, let me see what Jesus is saying in the book versus what people are saying he's telling me. Because I don't like that. I don't like for you to tell me what's there when I could read it for myself. And one of the things that seems to be recurring is that Jesus is challenging the religious institutions. And then the things that he's saying are not like predicated on law, it's predicated on being a regular human being. So like I said, if people were asking him about marriage, he's going to say, yeah. It says don't commit adultery. But I'm saying don't even look at the girl. Don't do that. Don't even look. You tripping already. You already cheating. So I'm listening to that as I'm reading, and I'm thinking, okay, he's pulling up to the religious leaders and he's telling them, yes, bro, I know what it says in the book, but here's the real regular facts. Grown man talk. Y'all bugging. Do it this way. So as you keep reading alone without a religious leader, you start to notice he's challenging the same thing that we're saying is enslaving us, right? So like structures on marriage, structures on, how to treat the next person, structures on money.
Wait, what did he challenge on marriage? What did he
So,
challenge?
so for example, I think the example you brought up where they were asking him about marriage and he quoted Genesis, he also was saying like, because they were asking like, yo, what happens if you divorce? What happens if a woman's husband passes and then she gets married again to his brother and then the next brother passes all the way down to 7 brothers? And he was like, why y'all worried about that? Like, there's none of that is even happening when you're not here no more. Like, when life is gone, that won't even be a thing. So, like,
Because they were
what?
trying to trip him up. But what did he
Right,
challenge? What did he challenge on it?
right. So, for example, when I mentioned adultery, he was looking at people saying, you guys are following the law to the letter, but your spirit is wicked. You guys are still perverse in your being. Just because you guys are dressed up looking like religious folk don't mean y'all got the real God. Y'all don't. Because if you did have the real
No,
God.
because when he said, like, if you look at a woman, you lust in her heart, he was quoting Exodus 20:17. Like, not quoting, but he was referring to that because women in those days were property of men. So you could only commit adultery, right, with a woman that belonged to another man, whether she was his wife or his concubine, right?
Hmm.
Or she was his property in any way. If she belonged to another man, then that was committing adultery, right? And so Exodus 20:17 says, do not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife,
Hmm.
male or female slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. So when you covet something, you desire it, you lust after it, right? Somebody else's property. She's listed there with the property that belongs to the man,
Okay.
right? So he's saying to them, like, you don't even have to have sex with her. If you lust after her, if you covet her, you are committing adultery, right? This is Exodus 20:17. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. Women were property in this book. Marriage was not a loving thing, right? It was a transaction. It was sex slavery, just to be real. The women were sold into slavery. They were taken as captives and made wives against their will. They were made concubines, right? They didn't get to decide who they wanted to marry. There was no courting and proposals and um, you know uh, that back and forth nervousness, giddiness. Like the women didn't have rights to their body. They had no autonomy. Their father owned their bodies.
Hmm.
So he wasn't challenging anything. He was just quoting law. And Jesus was a stickler for the Torah. He
I mean,
was he was he,
that's all
he
they
was
really had.
really going after the ones that were reinterpreting the law, right? They were changing things according to the time, right? This law was created for a Bronze Age, Iron Age audience during the Mosaic time, right? And by the time Jesus comes, we are in first century Rome, right? Roman provinces under Roman rule, Roman law. And so the Pharisees at that time were reinterpreting the law and the scriptures and the prophecies to fit the audience of the time. And Jesus didn't like that. Jesus wanted them to stick to the law and not change anything. Even the laws that were barbaric, he didn't want them to change it.
I I'm not sure that I got that when I read it, because what he's directly saying when he's saying like it was written this, but I'm saying is more so he was trying to say, I know what you think God said, but I'm God and I'm telling you, just listen to me, right? So for example, it says swear your oaths, to the Lord. But I say don't even swear, not even by heaven, for that's God's. Like, right? So don't do that. Just say yes or no, bro. Like just don't swear nothing. Just say yes or no. Stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he was coming to really say, you guys are stuck on the law and you guys don't have a relationship with God, which is like essentially existence in itself. And because of that, you guys are manipulating the people, right? So
So in Matthew 23, when he says, the scribes and the Pharisees sit on Moses' seat. Therefore, do whatever they teach you and follow it. But do not do as they do, for they do not practice what they teach. So I don't know if you understand what verse 2 means when he says the scribes and the Pharisees sit on Moses' seat. Do you know what that means when he says that?
you said 23 and 3?
23 and 2.
23 and 2. Meaning they are holding the position of the keepers of the law.
They now have the authority. The scribes and the Pharisees now have the authority to teach and keep the law, right? So he says, do whatever they teach you and follow it, right? But don't do what they do, because they do not practice what they teach. They were teaching the Mosaic law, but they were doing something else. They were creating their own traditions outside of what was written in the law. And we see this in Matthew 15, where he gets on to them, right, for creating their own tradition for children who who dishonor their parents, right? When the Pharisees and scribes came to Jesus from Jerusalem and said, why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders? Right? They're asking him, like, why aren't your disciples following the elder tradition of washing your hands before you eat? Because that didn't used to be a tradition in the late Bronze Age, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yahweh had to tell them not to shit where they slept. He's like,
Mm-hmm.
if I gotta smell it or walk it, I'm gonna let your enemies come in and fuck y'all up. Like, 'cause I'm tired of smelling y'all. Right? Literally, he
Right.
says this to them.
Right.
Right? So they didn't even know that they were supposed to be washing their hands. So as time goes on, they learn, right?
Mm-hmm.
More knowledge. Hey, if we wash our hands before we eat, less of us will get sick.
Sure.
Right? Okay. That was a tradition created by the elders. And Jesus, the Pharisees noticed that Jesus was not making his disciples follow that tradition. So they ask him, why aren't you following that tradition? Jesus answers them and goes, why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition? Right? So he calls them out on not following the Mosaic law. Then he quotes the law that they're not following. He says, for God said, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father and mother must surely die. Right? So he quotes the law and then he quotes the punishment, which is execution for dishonoring your mother and father. And then Jesus says, but you say that whoever tells father or mother, like you, but to the Pharisees, you say, you let the kids say to their father and mother, whatever support you might have had from me is given to God. Like you letting them say to their parents, like whatever financial support you used to get from me, I'm giving it to God now. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he says, then that person doesn't need to honor the father or mother. And he says to the Pharisees, so for the sake of your tradition, you nullify the word of God. So you come to me about a tradition of the elders of washing their hands, but you're not even following my father's law. You're supposed to be making sure kids honor their mother and father, and if they don't, you're supposed to purge the evil from amongst us. You're supposed to execute them, but you're allowing them to live by giving their financial support that they would be giving to their mother and father to the temple, to the synagogue, right? Um, or was it a temple at that time? I think it turned into synagogues, or synagogues turned into temple. I can't remember. It's one of the
I think it was
um
temple synagogue.
temp- temples at that time. Yeah. Um, and then he said you're nullifying the word of God. You're making the Mosaic law, the word of God, to no effect because you've created your own tradition. Right? He was a stickler for the Mosaic law. There was some things, right, that he changed, which are the things that I think fuck the black community up. A lot of people, but especially the black community. The turn the other cheek. Don't resist evil. Right? The give to Caesar what is Caesar's. Right? Those things that pacify you, right? That make you not fight back when motherfuckers are beating you down. That make you fall in love with your oppressor. That make you not see what your oppressor is doing to you. Right? Those are, things that he did change. Like don't fight back. Turn the other cheek.
You think withholding force in the face of oppression is docilic?
Uh, has it helped the black community?
I think so.
You do. What land or power or wealth position, right? Does the black community hold today? Like you see the state of the world today,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Hmm.
And so one of the questions that I ask black believers that assert that, black people are the chosen of this God, right? That this is our God, is when reading this book, did you notice that the people in this book had to fight back with this God? They had to go into lands and pillage, plunder, take in order to get the blessings of this God. Have you noticed that?
Hmm.
And then when the Europeans became the chosen of Jesus, right, from the old covenant, from the Israelites to the new covenant, which were the Christians in Rome. And I think a lot of black people don't realize that Rome is Europe. Like that's European, right? So the Europeans in Rome became the chosen, right? When Christianity became the Christian, uh, the religion of the state. Um, and what did they do with this God in this text? They went into lands, they pillaged, they plundered, they robbed, they killed, they took. And so now you have the Israelites in the text who got blessings and wealth and power and status and influence from robbing, killing, and destroying. And you have the Europeans who have grown their empire from robbing, killing, and destroying. And the black community said, come in with open arms. Let me turn the other cheek. Let me not resist evil. What do we have? If there was like a some shit to hit the fan, what do we have?
I think if you look at it from that perspective, the answer is nothing, right? Hold on one second. I think if you look at it from that perspective, you ever rock the baby, and then as soon as you stop rocking, they wake up and they're like, "I'm not gonna let you stop rocking." Anyway, um,
Yeah, yeah. I have
I think
grandkids. Yeah,
I think if I think if you look at it from that perspective, then we have nothing, right? But I think, and that's why I say I am a deconstructor, because I don't necessarily believe that everything that we get in the book is for our empowerment. I think some of the insertions are to confuse while the truth is hidden. And what I mean by that is, like when I look at our history and I see, I'm sounding clear, right?
yeah. But before you
Okay.
go on to the history, you say the truth is hidden. What is that truth that you feel is hidden?
God's chosen people will always have the pulse of the world we dwell in. You're talking about black
We'll always
people,
have what?
the
Can you get
pulse,
closer? The
the pulse.
pulse,
hmm
and that does what?
that separates us from the pillaging, the plundering, and it connects us to the heart.
But
I think
has that separated us from the pillaging? Like we're the ones being pillaged.
not yet. I think we're still in the space of long suffering. Um,
Okay. And so what I want to know though is what's going to happen that's going to all of a sudden give black people this power over those with all of the land, the wealth, the military.
yeah.
Like
Well,
I'm
first off,
asking this
history
because
teaches us
one
that
second, one
some.
second, one second. I'm
Mhm.
asking this because with this God, these
Yeah.
people have acquired nukes and entire militaries. We,
Mhm.
as a community, we have what? Hope that a supernatural entity is going to fight for us?
No, no. I'm saying that the nothing that you think is important for us to acquire, you just said is in jeopardy of all being destroyed. You just said it yourself. You just said that the things that we could pillage, plunder, and take and fight back had we not been brainwashed. Now the superpowers of the world are at a point where they're ready to get rid of it all.
And that's going to do
So
and that includes us. We are a part of that. I don't understand.
I think what I'm saying is that we're not. We never
And
have been.
what I'm asking you is how are we not? What's going to stop us, right, from being affected by that is what I'm asking.
Us. And I'll explain it. I'll explain it.
Yeah, explain it please.
If you allow this conversation to table Jesus for 1 second, let's just talk as black people real quick.
Nope, this includes Jesus.
No,
Because
that's no.
what I'm asking, hold on, because you're saying that black people are the chosen of this Jesus, right? And what I'm saying to you is what I've seen those who have claimed this God, the chosen of this God, right?
Mhm.
As the Israelites, what they did in this book, right, or had to do in this book, what the Europeans did, right, with this God and with this book. And the only thing I'm hearing from the black community is some like hope of supernatural, right? What? and that's what I'm asking you to help me understand.
Mhm.
What's going to stop us? Because we've only been pillaged, and we continue to get pillaged. Congo is in an active genocide at this moment,
Mhm.
reaching 12 million body count.
Mhm.
Nothing. Jesus hadn't stopped that, and
Okay.
Jesus is all on the continent. The poverty rates on the continent are some of the highest in all of the world. And what I'm asking, like, I keep getting these answers from black believers, is that this supernatural entity who we've somehow acquired 97% ownership of across the world, 90, for black people to be the highest in religiosity in America, more than the American public, and then for the stats to say it's even higher on the continent of Africa. So we damn near own the religiosity of this God.
But that's what I'm telling you. The religiosity is not the God. That's those are two different things.
It doesn't matter. It with 97%. There's a good portion in there that believe in the God and not the religion.
Yeah, I hear you, and I feel you, and I think that the point that I'm trying to make to you is the 97% you're referring to. 90% of them have it wrong. I'm just be real.
So your God is allowing black people to get pillaged and plundered because 90% um, are worshiping him wrong. They believe in him, but they're worshiping him wrong. They believe in him wrong.
I
And
don't.
there's 10% that believe in him correctly. And he's just allowing everybody, the black community to just get fucked because they
I
got
don't.
it wrong. And
I don't
and then
think
on
he's
top of
allowing
that, he introduced himself
it.
to black people on the continent through white people, through
Okay.
Europeans. So how, like, if they got it wrong, right? Then they got it wrong through the ones that he allowed himself to be used to bless.
Why do you keep saying allowed?
What do you mean? Is this not his word? Do you not believe that this is his word?
No, I just want you to answer me
Do you
directly. Why
not
do you keep
believe
saying
that? I'm telling you why. Do you
it?
not believe that the Bible is the word of your God?
That's a good question. I don't know.
You were just talking as if you did earlier when you were saying Jesus said this and Jesus did that. Like, is
Right. I
Jesus
told you.
not talking in this Bible? Is this not his word?
Well, listen. I told you. I prefaced everything first with me being a deconstructioner, right? So I question things too. I don't profess to know it all and try to push. That's what I meant by push
No, I
arguments.
asked, what do you believe?
I believe that the words that Jesus spoke were truth and spirit. That's what I believe. I don't believe. I
So
don't
did
believe.
he inspire this text?
No, we did, and that's
So
what I'm
this is
trying to get you.
humans. So why would you, right? So what I'm hearing from you is that you just believe the stories that humans told you. That there is no God involved in this. You believe that a human engaged with a God, a human is telling you a story about them engaging with a God, and that's why you believe in a God.
No, I believe that God is in me. Right? That's like before we jump to all the other stuff. I believe that God is in me, and that has to do with any spiritual belief that I decided to choose. That would ultimately point to I'm a God or God is in me.
Wait,
That's
so
just
no, we're talking about Jesus.
no.
Like,
I know. I know.
you're
I know.
no,
Fine.
hold on.
I
You're
got you.
switching now. I'm not talking about you as a God. I'm not, right. I'm talking about Jesus. I'm talking about Yahweh.
I
Okay.
know. I am too.
All right.
I'm trying to.
Okay.
I'm trying
So
to
this
maintain it for you.
Jesus, hold on, because you're switching. You're switching. Okay. So I need you to be honest with me. Okay.
I got you. Go ahead.
Okay. The Jesus in this book, is he the Savior or the God that you believe in?
Yes.
Okay. And the Jesus in this book, is it, do you just believe that a human wrote this on their own, right? And they're recounting their experience with this deity, And therefore, they have convinced you that this human was a god? Or do you believe that the God inspired the text?
It's a little bit of both. That's why I said I don't know.
Oh man, I feel like you're not being honest with me. How do you say your name? Or Stylos?
Or Stylos.
Or Stylos? Why do I feel like there's some slipping going on?
Because, like I said, we're in a space. I'll talk personally. I'm in a space where I'm recognizing most of the people who profess Christian or Christianity or whatever, they're not, number one, they don't have the Spirit of God in them. So they're easily manipulated. They're not actively seeking the truth on their own. So they just go at face value. So when they have, conversations like these, they're not able to be honest. You're gonna hear me say multiple times, I don't know, not because I'm trying to duck a question, but because I don't know.
But you know what you believe. I haven't asked you for historical data,
But
right? I'm
believe
asking, what do you believe? Do you believe that this is the word of your God? And you
yeah.
saying that you don't know, right? You know what you believe.
So what I'm saying is I don't know what level of man's interpretation is accurate. I know
I'm
what,
not asking about interpretation though.
but God didn't
Y'all, I
physically.
can't do anything about
But look, but
the
look,
sound. It's TikTok, it's not me. It's
but look,
TikTok Studio.
but look. I didn't. I don't think that the God of the world grabbed a pen and wrote the Bible. I think man did that. That's what I'm saying. I don't think God grabbed a pen. I
I
think
didn't
man did
ask
that.
you that. I asked and I said, do you believe that your God inspired this word, that he
Yeah.
was talking to the humans
Yes.
through his spirit? Yeah, so like why like this is the thing, right? It gets real shady when a very direct question it gets word salad, right? It feels dishonest because you know what you believe, and you knew all this time. You knew that you believed that a God inspired man to write this, and I asked that question very directly, and you kept saying you didn't know, and now the answer is yes.
Okay. I see where the miscommunication happened. I see where I could have sounded like I'm jumping sides. I can see what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is before man knew how to write, this is what I believe. Let me talk about what I believe. It still has to do with Jesus, right? Before man knew how to write, we knew how to communicate with God, right? Remember, remember, we're like, that's why for me, a historical viewpoint is important to have, right? Because what
What
I've,
historical viewpoint are you talking about?
okay,
What is
okay,
communicating?
okay,
What is communicating with this guy? And what
okay,
historical evidence do you have that before man knew how to write, that man was communicating with this God?
okay. So you know that, like in ancient Egypt, in other older Hebrew languages, it wasn't letters, it was pictures, right? The language that we wrote was pictures. You know that, right?
What other first off, Egyptian religion
Like
and
hieroglyphs.
Hebrew religion are not the same.
That's not the point I'm making. What I'm trying to
That's
say
not
is,
but we're talking about this God.
right.
You are trying you bringing in Egypt has nothing to do with this God.
Yes, it does. He destroyed Egypt.
Babylon had their own set of gods. And Babylon didn't have a concept of a Christ. You earlier you said that every culture had a concept of a Christ. Babylon did not.
I literally told you that some did not. I said
No,
most of
you
them did.
said every culture.
No, I said I watched the
You said
zeitgeist.
every culture.
I said I watched the zeitgeist, and I said most of the world religions were centered around Christ, except for I literally mentioned some of them may have not. But what I got from this movie was all the major world religions centered around Christ. If you didn't hear me say that, that's okay.
What made you're talking about the Abrahamic religions, right? First off, Buddhism doesn't center around Christ. That's not true, right? Neither does Hinduism. Neither does Zoroastrianism, right? You're talking about the three imperialistic religions that are fucking causing a freaking world war right now. All of them are Abrahamic.
Okay, so listen, when we talk about religions, and I say that they all talk about Christ, I'm talking
No, you
about.
said centered around Christ, and you said they all have a Christ concept. Those were the words you said. Now
I
you're
got.
changing what you say, and
Hold on. I
that
got you.
makes the
I
point
got you.
different.
I got you. I got you. I'll stick with centered around Christ. That's fine. They're centered around Christ because the word Christ means anointed.
Except they're not centered around Christ. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Babylon had no Christ concept, no concept of their religion being centered around anointed one.
I never talked about Babylon. I talked about.
You said all religions at first. You said all cultures at first. Now you're
Okay.
saying some, right? And then now you're saying the biggest religions, and they're all Abrahamic.
Okie dokie. They are the main powerhouses. I'll give you that. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
because they went into lands and pillaged, plundered, conquered, colonized, indoctrinated.
Those people
All
did that,
three
right?
of them, they're imperialists.
Those people did that, right?
No, your God did it. Of course, those people did it in the
Ex-
name of your God. Like,
that's
why
what I'm
do
trying
y'all do that? Why do y'all do that?
to.
Right?
Because
Like, this is the hold on. This is the thing. This is the thing, right? When we talk about when people like myself, right? When we say that we have no belief in a God,
hmm
that because we see humans doing shit. We see humans doing the bad shit. We see humans doing the good shit. But believers like yourself, right, want to say, no, God is real. God is doing this and God is doing that. But then when we talk about the bad shit that's done in the name of this God, y'all want to say humans did that.
Okay. You want me to address that, or you just wanted to say it?
Yeah.
Okay. So remember, you're talking to me, but I get that a lot of Christians do the same thing.
Well,
Now,
you just did it.
that's fine, and I'm okay with that. What I'm saying is, like I said, for myself, I am a truth seeker, right? So one of the ways we describe God in older language is El. You've heard Elohim, you've heard El Shaddai, whatever, right? El. That not all, but most, but some refer to God as El, right? In the old Hebrew, not the one that the colonizers used to take over the world, the older one that was all pictographic,
There was
mathematical.
no pictographic Hebrew.
Okay, okie
There
dokie.
was none. You're talking about paleo script, and it wasn't pictures.
I'm
And
not talking about
hieroglyphics.
manuscript.
Hieroglyphics are not Hebrew.
I'm not talking about hieroglyphic or paleoscript. Maybe you said that you wanted to have a conversation to
I
maybe
am. I am.
hold on.
There was no picture. There was no Hebrews. There was no Hebraic language. That was pictures.
You know that for a fact, or you just
Yes.
never saw it?
No. Yes, I do. I'm
Okay.
literally in my third semester of biblical Hebrew.
Okay. So the word L, right? When it's broken
It's from
down,
Canaan.
what's the two words that are in L? E and L. The Aleph and
It's
what?
Aleph Lamed.
Okay. Do you know what those two words mean?
They don't. What do you mean? Do I know what they mean?
Okay. Now we're talking. Now we're getting somewhere.
You're talking about
You just said it.
how they break them down,
Yes,
how,
yes,
the
yes,
categories.
yes. So you said Aleph Lamed, right? Say it again.
Aleph Lam Aleph
Okay,
Lamed.
okay. Those are two sounds, right? That equal something, right? Aleph Lamed are two sounds that come up. They create L, which we use as God. Aleph Lamed means relative direction. Those two words translate to relative direction.
Who told you that?
I have a graph. I could show it to you. I don't have it at this moment,
Yeah,
but
can you show me that?
that's what I'm
Can you,
saying. I was
yeah,
recently,
I'm
and listen.
ask. Hold on. Can you show me the graph?
Yeah, can
Okay.
I send it to you? How do I?
No, you can. Can you turn your camera on and put it on? Like, do you have a computer where you can put it up on the computer?
Maybe I can. Hang on a second. Maybe I think I can. So, so I was working with somebody who used to be a Hebrew Israelite. Let me open my computer up. And he started to investigate this older language, this like older Hebrew. And the Aleph Lamed, what he found in this chart was indicating that they were sounds of images. Like, for example, you know how like a word could be eyeball, like a sound could be the eyeball. This sound represents the eye in a language, or this sound represents foot, things like that. Hold on, let me pull up my camera. Hold on. Photos. Where's that photo? Okay. Can I crop this? Okay, perfect. I got the photo. Let me just pull this up. Edit this. All right. Hang on a second. Let me
The only
turn my
thing
camera.
about the new TikTok Studio thing is that I can't figure out. Like, they move things, and
Okay, can you see this here?
yeah. Hold on, let me make it big. Give me just a second. Let's see what it is.
Does
Uh,
any of this look familiar to you? These symbols?
uh, let's see. Yeah, these are the alphabets. These are
Okay,
not pictures. These are the alphabets.
okay.
But where do you see where it says that it means? What did it say? You crack the code? Oh my gosh. Where? Yahushai? Yahushai? What?
These letters are the actual alphabet from what you understand?
These are the alphabet, and these are the first uh uh script, right? The paleo, what they believe to be,
Sure.
and aleph, right? So in Hebrew, okay, let me take you off the screen.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
that's not a. I still am not seeing where you got that it means relative direction, right? In Hebrew, each letter, right, has a meaning, a symbolic association with it. This is how they decide what their words mean, right? They have root words for each category, right? Um, of that represent different meanings, right? And so the aleph
Mm-hmm.
is has a the symbol is like an ox head, right? And it symbolizes strength, leadership, right? The God, right? Lamed is the shepherd's staff, right? And that's teaching, guidance, and authority, right? So like each letter has like a symbol. Bet
Almost like an
would be the
image.
tent, a house, buy it, like um for family and homes, right?
Okay, so we're
creation.
talking the same. So we're talking the same thing now. So now what I'm
We're not,
saying
because you said that El, right, means relative direction
is
for Aleph and Lamed. And
right
I still
because
don't know where you got that.
so that's something that I'm working on. So I'm not going to profess to be an expert in it, right? But I wanted to. But for the most part, the image that I showed you was an alphabet. You can confirm that I was looking at an actual alphabet, and you
Yeah,
can
but you
confirm.
said pictures. You said you said that it was pictures. That's those
Right?
aren't pictures.
So you just kind of specified what it was because you have a little more expertise. The symbolic imagery of it, right? So you said like an ox head, right? And then you said like a shepherd's staff, like those things. That's what I meant by pictures. Like the alphabet is pictorial or symbolic in nature, meaning it's not something that is like A is B. It means A could be staff, right? So that first letter could be staff, or for example. And I'm not
No,
trying to.
their alphabet wasn't the ox head. The symbol, right? Like the alphabet, the the olive looks like an X, right? That's how it was drawn. The ox head is just a symbolic meaning attached to it. The
Okay, so
olive looks like an X.
when I asked you what does Aleph Lamed mean, you said it means nothing together. So what? So what would
It
those two?
doesn't mean anything. When you put it together as a word, right? It can mean ale, it can mean L, right?
Mhm.
You have ale and L, right? But it depends. If you're making a word, but when you use ale, it means to or unto.
Okay, so direction, relative direction. Unto can mean okay. So we're not too far off here. It could be unto. Relative direction is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about direction, meaning this L word that is what all the older ancient civilizations, all the Afro-Asiatic ones, they all say like Allah, El, Elohim. They all use L. And now we're in a space where you just confirmed it can mean to, like a direction, like unto, directional. That's what I meant when I said relative direction,
Like
right?
talking to.
Sure, sure. Like how somebody would talk to their God, right? Internal, or talk to themselves, or talk to their loved ones, or talk to the things that matter to them, right? So I'm talking about relative direction in the sense that
No.
and I mean, okie dokie. I mean, hey,
I think what you're doing right now is like word association. And El was the supreme deity in the Canaanite pantheon. El Elyon was a Canaanite god.
who was Elohim?
Elohim just literally means gods in plural. That's all it means.
Okay, right. So the point that I was making with bringing that up, right, and what I was understanding is, like I said, man plays with language, and we change it, like Babylon, Tower of Babel, all that kind of stuff, right? Back to my belief. What I believe is that God, the word we use for God today, is that Aleph Lamed, right, which is the direction, your relative direction. The Most High
No,
God.
we don't.
Okay, that's fine. But I'm gonna just finish what I'm saying. It could be right or wrong. I'm not, like I said, I'm not professing to know everything. I know what I believe, and we've been having a pretty good one so far. But
But you're not backing up what you're saying though, right? Because
which
I'm asking you, right? Like you're now saying that the word that we use for this God is El or relative direction, right? Except the word that the name that this God has is Yeshua or Jesus or Jehovah or Yahweh or Adonai.
so we were walking together in the space that I showed you the alphabet I was talking about. You confirmed that that was a real alphabet, that wasn't like a crock of heap. That was an actual alphabet. Okay. Then I said L means relative direction. You had mentioned that L could be interpreted as unto or to, which is a
It means
directional
two when
reference.
there's vowels added to it.
I
Like
understand. The
Yes.
point,
So,
the point that we're at, where we're not agreeing on, is what I'm trying to insert, which is there was an older understanding of what God was, this L, and what that meant before we had these newer languages, the new Hebrew that you're studying right now, English, all of these languages that have now come not from Africans, not from our people, right? So, what I'm saying about that is the concept of God wasn't this floating man in the sky doing these weird things. It was directional. It was your relation to, it was unto in that regard. That was the older understanding of God.
where are you getting this from is what I'm asking.
Now, again, I'm still studying it out. I'm studying this older language and studying I'm looking this stuff
But
up.
I'm saying I
It's not going
get
to be a
that you're looking
scholastic
at, hold on,
source.
hold on. I get that you're looking at the Hebrew language, right? And you're like, oh, uh, Aleph Lamed means relational direction. And now that you know that L with the vowel sere can mean two, right? Now you're like, uh, you have something else to add to this idea that the ancient people prior to any script, right, language being developed, saw this God unto them, right? And I'm asking, what evidence of that do you have to even back up this claim that you're making? Is what I'm asking.
None.
So you're just making this up as you go.
I'm investigating it, is what I'm saying. But I was making a point of how it relates to what I believe. That's all. Like I said, I could get down the rabbit hole and find out this is not legit. But I'm saying that I'm looking and listening to that in that regard of like, okay, maybe we have a misconception of what God is, which is why when we have a debate or a conversation, there's discrepancy between people picking sides between, oh, first you said it's man doing it, but then you say it's your God doing it, or vice versa. That's why I was even bringing that up, because our idea of what God is skewed, right? Which is why we then go, well, if he's real, he's to blame for all this stuff.
No, if he is real, then it wouldn't be based on what your idea of him being,
I
right?
agree.
If he is, then he is.
Right. Okay.
So, like if someone asked me, right, who Lala is, I could give my impression of who I think Lala is, but Lala is. And Lala can show up and say, nope, I'm this. I would prefer this over that. I didn't say that. I said this.
Right. So that's the Jesus part.
Jesus doesn't do that today. Jesus still depends on humans. There is a human who wrote about Jesus, therefore, you believe Jesus.
Hmm.
Today, you believe that you talk to Jesus, right? So, whatever you tell us Jesus said to you, then we have to either accept or reject that. Jesus isn't talking outside of a human today. He didn't talk outside of a human in this book. Humans spoke for him in this book.
Okay. So again, this is where it's bringing me back to the original prompt. Those who are seeking the real Jesus Christ, these are not the same people that we're charging for all the Abrahamic catastrophes. And that's the point that I'm trying to like illuminate. These people that are doing and committing these atrocities would be doing it regardless of a faith system. That stuff is in them. It don't matter if they was Buddhist or whatever. Like your belief system is, there's people who I'll give you a better example. There's people who believe in Jesus, but they're not going to stop sinning. But I thought
So
Jesus, you know what I'm saying? But I thought Jesus was going to make you do all these things. No, people have
sure.
the, you know
So
what I'm
what
saying?
Buddhists are going around the world colonizing?
I don't know. It was just an example.
No, you said that they would do it whether they were Buddhist or not. Like I'm trying to figure out what African ancestors, like those that believe in African ancestry, like what countries have they colonized?
I don't know. I don't know what African civilizations was doing before they was enslaved over there. Like what gods they believed in. I don't know Shaba ranks. I don't know who they believed in. I don't
Do
I
you
don't
see how you talk about the history of who you say are your people, who you believe to be the chosen? You talk about their history, their gods, your ancestors as if they're nothing. Do you
I
see
talk
how your tone changed when I asked you that?
well
They are
again,
nothing to you. They're nothing to you, right? Like
okay.
you talk about this God with so much reverence, right? Because you believe that this shepherd, with the sheep, died on the cross for your sins, right?
Mhm.
But you have so many ancestors who died for you, right? Who were
Mhm.
hung up and lynched,
Mhm.
who were beaten with 100 stripes, who migrated in the face of Europeans not even wanting them there, right? Who fought for you to even be on this land. And you talk about them and their home and their history and their ancestors like they're nothing.
I said I didn't know who they were.
No,
That's what
do
I
you
said.
see how you said it? Do you recognize your tone when you said that?
Sure. What's sure. Okay.
As
What's your
if they
point?
are nothing.
Aren't we doing that about the Abrahamic gods? Why are we
The
picking and
Abrahamic
choosing?
God, the Abrahamic God to me is the problem. Are you saying that African ancestry is the problem for you?
No, I'm saying that there will always be
So then you
problems.
can't come. So then you can't bring it back, right? The reason that I'm telling you, the reason that I think the Abrahamic God is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, especially the black community. But you can't give me a reason why your tone changed to
But
dismissiveness when we
but I'm
started
gonna
when I asked you about the African ancestors.
I'm gonna challenge you like you asked a little earlier. I'm gonna challenge you. I think you believe the Abrahamic God is the cause of all of this simply because you choose to believe it. I'm gonna challenge you. I think it's not, I don't think it's any illustrious, backed historical evidence at all. I think it's just because you choose to. At its core, you just choose
Uh,
to.
uh,
You know? That's what I
yeah.
believe.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And that's
As
why I'm saying
for
it
the
like this.
male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. Nahakla. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. But there's more. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property, for they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. So your God established slave systems based on ethnicity in ancient Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Israelites were indentured servants.
Okay.
Non Israelites were lifetime chattel slaves
Okay.
forever and passed down as property. Those are the same two slave systems that the Europeans, as the chosen of Jesus, in, executed in North America. European Christians were indentured servants. West Africans were lifetime chattel slaves.
Mm-hmm.
In ancient Israel, discrimination on ethnicity. In America, discrimination based on race. But I'm not done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not done.
Mm-hmm.
You challenged me, so I'm not done. Deuteronomy 20. When you draw not near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. Go in like your friends.
That's what
If
you.
it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you at forced labor.
Mm-hmm.
If they accept your peaceful advances and agree to become your slaves, good. But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, like if they don't just bow down, if they don't volunteer, if they don't give in peacefully, then go to war.
Mm-hmm.
You shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it to you in your hand, that's what I asked you about earlier. What your God did for his blessed in this book, and what the Europeans did as the chosen of Jesus. You shall put all its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the town. All is spoil. You may enjoy the spoil of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you. Thus you shall treat all the towns that are very far from you, which are not towns of these nations here. But as for the towns of these people that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, the land that I have given you, don't let none of them motherfuckers live. You must not let anything that breathes remain alive. What did the Europeans, first off, the Canaanites, the Israelites were told to go into the land of Canaan, the promised land, and annihilate them. The Europeans came to North America and annihilated over 12 million Native Americans, then enslaved them, then went to West Africa, towns very far from their so called New Jerusalem, very far from their promised land, and came in peacefully and pillaged and plundered to the point to where they own 94% of the continent. These are your God's words. These are your God's plans.
Okay. That was the plane. That was the plane landing. That was the final.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. What What's your point?
What the?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. What's your point?
It's like it has rotted his brain. Like after all of that,
What did you get out of what she just read?
God commissioned slavery and inhumanity and annihilation across the land, so he's evil and wicked.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard it. Like, let's tie it all back to the prompt. That's all. I mean, like, I think, again, when we talk about scripture in this context, yes, to the comments, I am going to bring up context. When we do talk about scripture in this context, again, we're not considering that these people that the Lord gave the law to had a chance to not have to do all of that.
Okay. Well, first of all, the shit didn't happen. That's number one.
Okay, that's a better one. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to hold this conversation like this shit really happened. I'm
Hmm.
saying what we're basically trying to say, or what I'm going to try to say to you is that the white man used that particular scriptures, all those scriptures on slavery, as a guide to do what they did to our ancestors.
Hmm.
Do you agree with that?
I do, absolutely.
Okay. Well, then that's all I need to say. As long as you agree with that part of it, at least we have a good understanding.
Absolutely. I don't disagree that people use this book to commit atrocities. I don't disagree with that.
Would they have been able to use your God's words to commit atrocities had your God not spoke atrocious words?
The I don't think they needed it to do that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Could I
So
asked
so
you a
so
question?
yes,
I
yes
asked you
they
a
could have.
question.
Yes they could
I
have.
asked you, could they have used this book to commit atrocities had your God not spoken atrocious words?
The way you're asking it, the answer is no.
No. Your God spoke the words. So when they go into a land and say, God said to a people who are being introduced to the God as the chosen, and being told that the gods they believe in, the spirituality they believe in, is demonic, and their God gave them authority to downgrade them to savages, take what they have, and enslave them to save their savage souls. If your God is real, then your God is at fault because your God spoke atrocious things and your God put the taste of blood, the taste of power, the taste of control in the mouths of humans.
Okay. And I hear you. And I think that that's where we disagree. That's where we disagree because if we're gonna go based off, right? So I like how the brother jumped in, and I don't. That was you, Mr. Nelson. I like how he jumped in and said he doesn't believe that it happened at all. I like that. I like that insertion because that's an important part, and that's kind of where I walk the line, right?
No,
Where
because you believe in this book. You believe that this God existed. You believe these people existed.
okay, so what I'm trying to say is where I walk the line with that is I do believe that that happened, right? I do believe that it happened. I also believe that before he gave any instructions, he had already flooded the earth because we was on that type of time. Just going off the story, right?
It
Let's
doesn't
just stay
say
in the
that.
story.
It doesn't say any of that.
This is you're reading from Deuteronomy. He had
No,
already.
it does not say why. It says that they were wicked. It doesn't say what they were doing.
It doesn't. No,
They
no, no,
were
no.
drinking
That's
and
not.
being merry. They were
That's not.
drinking and being merry, and it says that they were wicked. It doesn't say they
No,
were
it said
doing any of this.
he said that man's heart was continually conceivably wicked and always evil, always thinking evil.
Exactly, but it didn't say what they were doing. And
So
if your God knew that man's heart was evil from birth, yet your God flooded the earth and continued to make humans who had evil hearts from birth, then your God is at fault. He literally just had a bad fucking day and decided to kill everybody and kept the same program running. He didn't change shit. He just killed everybody because he was in a bad mood.
okay,
What did he change? What did he fix?
Then or after?
What did he fix by flooding the earth, by killing everybody? Did he get rid of the evil hearts from birth?
No, he just reset it.
And fixed what?
I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that the God of Israel is out here on some. And I'm gonna explain what I mean thoroughly. I don't
No,
think.
what
Okay,
did
hold on,
he
hold on.
what did he fix?
He didn't fix a thing.
Okay,
I
so
guess.
he had a
I
bad
guess.
day. He had a temper tantrum and killed everybody.
Let's get to that. Let's get to that. He had a bad fucking day, and he just was like, "I'm not with this shit. Y'all breaking my laws. Y'all not doing what I want. I told
What
y'all to do it
laws
this way."
what laws existed at that time?
The first one was don't eat from the fruit. I told you, Adam. You wilding already. So I'm gonna get rid of y'all because
That wasn't a law. And he
your
didn't
son,
he had two people to get hold on. He had two people to get rid of when they disobeyed him. He had two people to get rid of, but he didn't.
by the time he did it, it wasn't two. It was a
Hold
couple
on,
people.
hold on, hold on. I asked you what laws existed at that time. You said first off eating from the fruit. If he was that mad about them eating from that fruit, he had two people that he could have gotten rid of and fixed the shit and rewrote it and started back over, but he didn't. And he
Okay.
still didn't give them laws even after that. There were no laws.
So from your perspective, it's a you didn't fix it, so it's your fault. You allowed it. It's
Hell
you
yeah, if
provided
he's
for it.
God,
I got it. I totally get how
who,
you
if
feel.
he hold on. Who's creating the humans?
God,
Did he know that he's creating humans with evil hearts from birth?
I don't know.
You literally just said it. You are the one who quoted that scripture. Now you don't know. This is why I get upset with y'all because y'all start to be dishonest.
I said that
You
he saw
quoted that
that they were
scripture.
continuing. He observed in that specific quote. I'm saying he observed
So
that these guys.
did he know that he's creating humans with evil hearts from birth?
I don't know, and the reason why I
Oh
say
my
I don't
fucking god, I
the
can't.
reason why the reason why I say I don't know is because did he
Y'all
know
are
that this was going to
dishonest
be?
as hell.
I
You are
guess,
dishonest.
or maybe we don't know it
No,
all.
you are the one who quoted that scripture.
And okay, I don't know if I need to preface this, but because I believe in the God that created the world and the universe, doesn't mean I'm a Bible scholar. So you
Then
might know
you quoted the scripture.
right. I quoted to the extent of my knowledge. I could be wrong. That's okay. Like I'm not
No,
tripping on that.
you are dishonest. You're manipulative.
I think you're ascribing that to me when I'm sitting here confessing to you. I don't know it all, and I'm still trying to figure
You're
it out myself.
manipulative. You
Okay,
are very manipulative.
I guess I guess
No, you
so.
are.
I guess
You
so.
are.
You gotta think though. People are trying to figure this out. You know, you
Not
have
you. Not you.
okay.
You're trying to figure out how to escape it.
Escape what?
How to escape the logic, how to escape from admitting that your God,
I
if
disagree
he
with you.
knew that your God made the statement that he knows that humans are evil from have evil hearts from birth, and that if he knows that, and if he's continuing to pump out humans who have evil hearts, then he's at fault for that.
So what
And
about all the
you are
wait a minute.
trying to escape
Wait a minute.
to escape past that, so
Wait
you
a minute.
gone to manipulation and gaslighting and dishonesty.
Okie dokie. But what I'm trying to say is if you're ascribing all evilness of mankind to him, where do you give any space for any good?
I
That's
say
fine.
all evil of mankind was his? I said if he knows that humans have evil hearts from birth, yet he continues to make humans who have evil hearts from birth, then he's at fault because he is the creator,
Okay,
according to
well,
you. If if
I'm
if
hearing you.
if
I'm
a
thank you.
vacuum cleaner company, what's the vacuum cleaner company? I can't think of one. Hoover. If Hoover manufactures a vacuum cleaner that they know has a faulty part, but they continue to create that vacuum cleaner with that faulty part, and it blows up houses. Who's at fault? The people that buy the vacuum cleaner, or the creator of the vacuum cleaner that
I
continues
would
to
say
manufacture it?
I would say just like a company needs to do a recall and review their product and figure out
That
a
is
way to
not what I asked you.
I'm answering it
Who's at
thoroughly.
fault? No, stop. I'm gonna get upset because I don't fucking like to be played with in this manner. Okay,
Mm,
I
all right.
asked you to be honest from the very beginning. That's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you what should they do. Who is at fault?
The company.
I don't even know if I want to talk to him anymore. Like, I shouldn't have to do all of this. Like and it feels like a um I don't know, like an abusive. Like, it just feels like abuse.
It's interesting, and this is the part that I'm curious about. You have made up in your mind that this is the worst thing in humanity, right? You've made up in your mind that this is no good. It's either all lies, or if it's true, it's all horrible. Yet you spend a lot of time investigating this, and you have interest. You mentioned that you are studying this scholastically, right? You mentioned that you debate and converse with people on a day to
Why
day
do
on
y'all
TikTok,
all say the same dumb shit?
because the thing that we do
Because
push.
they don't they because the reason why they say it is because they're so used to being able to manipulate people, right? With the very limited scholarship that they have. They don't expect people to actually know what the fuck they're talking about so that they're not gaslit, so that they can recognize when they're gaslit. And the only thing they can do is to try to attack that. Their manipulation is their power. Their gaslighting is their power.
I think you believe that because you've picked one subject matter to point at. But
Hmm.
if we say American culture and society is the worst thing to happen to the world, right? And I gave you examples of how
American
American.
culture society is Christianity.
Okay, 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 okay. I mean,
I like, and if you don't know that, then you're fucking blind.
okay.
Like, literally, your house speaker says that he is modern day Moses. And the reason why he was chosen was because God wants him to get New Jerusalem ready for the second coming. And they are actively working to make America a Christian nation.
Again, like I told you, organized religion is a atrocity that you and I agree on.
No,
I don't agree.
no,
I
we
don't
don't.
agree. Okay. So I do. Okay. So what I will say is organized religion is an atrocity. I don't agree that Jesus Christ is the worst thing that happened to humanity. I just don't. That's what I'm saying. And I say that not from the standpoint of organized religion or even Abrahamic structured religion. I say that from my understanding of Jesus Christ. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I barely read the Old Testament. I'm just being honest. You talking about being honest? I don't, right or wrong. I barely read the Old Testament. I don't care about none of that. I really don't. Me personally, I don't care.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know, like, in you know about American history, Black history, and American
To an
history,
extent,
right?
yeah. To an extent, yes. So,
White supremacy
yeah.
to an extent. You don't know about white supremacy in America,
No, I don't know it
and what
all.
they
That's what I'm
did
saying. I'm just prefacing.
during Jim Crow, during slavery, during Reconstruction. Like, you don't know any of that.
I said I just prefaced it, so I didn't profess to know it all. I was, yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware. I told you my history. Like, yeah, I'm
You're
aware of it.
aware that white people used to separate black people, where we couldn't eat the same ice cream that they ate. We couldn't go to the same bathrooms, use the same
One of them,
banks,
yes. I'm with
right?
you.
And we were niggers to them.
Sure.
Hmm. And so, if you were walking, let's say your mom, right, had no food for you, and this Christian nation, these people who brought Jesus to you, to your mom. Your mom goes to a white man and says, "Please, sir, can you give me some bread so I can feed my son? We haven't eaten in 3 days." And he says, I only feed, my food is only for white folks,
Yeah.
right?" And he says, I don't give my food to niggers, my bread to niggers. And she
Hmm.
says, "Yeah, I know I'm a nigger, but the niggers eat the crumbs from uh, our white master's table." And he says, "You know your place. Here's a piece of bread. Go feed your son." Should you thank the white supremacists for that? Should you be grateful for that?
I don't, you've made a lot of statements about like trap statements and gaslighting and manipulation, and then you
Should
use a
you
statement like that.
should you thank the white man for that after calling you a nigger and giving you a piece of bread?
No, you should just take the bread and go home.
You shouldn't be grateful. You shouldn't see him as your master.
All I said was I said no. You should take the bread and go home. That's what I said. No, you should take the bread and go home.
So why are you worshiping Jesus? Jesus literally did the same thing.
Okay, because I understand what Christ means. That's why.
What does Christ mean? What does he mean when he
Anointed,
calls
anointed,
when he hold on? What
anointed
does he mean? What did he mean when he called a non-Israelite woman a dog when she begged him to heal her child?
one. He
And
was
he said that
racist, bro.
what he had was only for the Israelites.
He was racist in that moment.
And that's okay with you. And you don't see that white supremacy literally came from the structure of your Jesus, that your Jesus was a Jewish supremacist, and that the
Not,
structure that white supremacy mimics came from your God.
no, I don't. I don't.
I
Wow.
swear I don't like
No, I don't. It's okay.
My goodness.
And just
Let me wake my
lying
child up
to
real quick to endear myself to people. Hold on.
That is wild. Let me ask you this.
Hmm.
You do understand that, I mean, I just want to make sure you do understand, and I'm keeping reality, okay? Do you understand that the Jesus that you serve, that you love so much, was given to you by the same people who oppressed your people? Do you
no,
understand?
he don't he knows that, but he don't care.
Yeah, I just like again, when you look at it from a historical context and you see that it existed in other places before Europe
It
ever got it.
didn't.
It
No, it
did.
didn't.
Okay,
That's
okay,
It
the
didn't.
point.
okay.
He thinks because Egypt had a concept of
What about
an
Ethiopia?
anointed one. He thinks that because Egypt had a concept of an anointed one, that equals the Meshach in Hebrew, and that therefore it also equals Christ or Christus in Rome. That's what he thinks. He thinks they're all the same. Not
I
that
didn't say
motherfuckers stole from other cultures as they lived amongst other cultures. He thinks they're one and the same.
Do
I
you
think you could go
do
ahead, bro.
you understand? Hold on, man. Do you understand that the Jesus that you have in your mind is put together by many different cultures? That, I mean, literally, this Jesus is hand built. Do you realize that?
No.
That's the problem. You need to
Okay.
research this, man,
Okay.
because you one of the type of Christians that I run across all the time. It doesn't matter what evidence you may find, you just can't let go. You just can't let go. And I understand that. Some of us just can't let go, you know.
Hmm.
But the thing I want you to understand is, just like I said before, The God that you serve was given to you by the same people who oppressed you. Now you got to go back and look at the people who oppressed you and ask yourself, have they ever gave you anything that did not benefit them? You got to ask yourself these questions. And then you got to ask yourself, if this God is all powerful and all of these things about this God, and he could do all these things for you and uplift you and make your life great and no weapon shall form against me, all this bullshit. If
Mm-hmm.
he could do all of that, do you really think the white man would have gave you that God? Because that's like a conflict of interest. Wouldn't you think so?
Yeah, sure.
So I think you just need to do a little research, bro.
Okay. Okie dokie.
Who prayers is that God answering? Theirs or yours?
Whose prayers is he answering?
Yeah, they trying to usher in the end times. They going over there just yeeting shit.
Yeah.
Is
I
God
mean,
answering your prayers or is he answering theirs?
I think he answers the prayers of the righteous. I don't think it's, listen, I hear what y'all saying, and
They
trust me.
getting all the shit they asked for. Are they righteous?
I think that the devil grants prayers too, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
So
so they
again,
getting what they pray for, but it's not from God.
that's what I've been trying to say. I'm trying to say that although people have utilized this knowledge, this history,
They're
this
quite literally
God, this
doing what the book
deity,
says. They're going by what
sure,
God's word says. And you think
sure.
the devil's blessing them for it?
I think that the devil of this world has blinded their eyes.
They're
You know,
following the
the
book
crazy thing is
and the devil
is that
of this world.
the book says the only God in this book or entity in this book that blinded eyes is your God. Your
I
God
I
told
hear you.
Isaiah to intentionally blind people's eyes and teach them incorrect doctrine.
Yep, he did. Even Jesus did that. He said, you know what? Don't tell them lest they be freed and they be saved. Like, don't give them the secrets. He did do that too. I understand.
He was
I think,
quoting his daddy when he said that.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that.
What scripture is he quoting? What scripture is Jesus quoting?
Like I told you, I don't know the.
Why if you're aware that are you aware when Yahweh said it, why did Yahweh tell Isaiah to do that?
I'm not aware. All I know is that like I said, I believe that Jesus spoke the words from his father. You get what I'm saying? So if he's saying it, it came from the Father. So I don't need to read it in the Old Testament.
hmm
Brother, let me ask you another question and
Hmm.
answer me honestly.
Okay.
I gotta stop laughing first. Um, um,
I'll be back if I make me some coffee.
okay.
Hmm.
When something awful happens in your life, do you thank the God for that awful thing that just happened in your life?
Wait, ask it again.
When something bad happens in your life, say something evil happens in your life,
Yeah,
do you turn around and thank the God for that evil thing happening in your life? Do you thank God for that?
I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I curse God out, but sometimes I don't. Sometimes I do be like, "Thank you," because I know this is building my character. But sometimes I get real with him, like a South Jamaica Queens nigga, and I curse him out.
Okay.
That's the honest answer. You
So,
feel me?
so that's your honest answer. So you turn around and curse this guy. My point in saying that is that you must understand that everything that is good in your life that you want to say God is responsible for, God is also responsible for all the bad things in this world and in your life too.
How does
Hmm.
evil things happen until you build your character?
When you triumph through adversity, you're stronger for it. That's as simple as I can say it.
Having evil things happen to you
Well,
makes
he
you
didn't.
better at taking, hold on, having evil things happen to you makes you better at having evil things happen to you?
Well, he didn't constitute what evil was. He just said evil. So I'm saying, yeah, sometimes evil things happen. Sometimes you could resist. All right, for example, say you in the street, you doing something. Somebody robs you. You in the street. Is that evil?
No, I would say something like SA is evil.
Oh, that never happened to me, so I can't speak on that.
What evil happened to you that builds your character?
I don't, not much. I don't know. Like, you got to give me an example because I just gave you one and you
I
said
got to
that
give
wasn't.
you an. You said that he asked you when evil happens in your life, what do you do? You said sometimes I say thank you because it's building my character. I'm asking what evil happened to you that builds your character.
Right. So it could be a situation of myself
Now it could be
where,
what actual evil happened to you that builds your character.
based on the definition, I don't really know that evil happened to me. I gave an example of what I thought evil was. You said that wasn't. So I don't really have, you gave an example and I said nothing like that has happened to me. So I gave an example where I said somebody, robbed me one time. I don't know if you count that as evil.
Okay, I mean, sure, you can count that then. How did that build your character?
Whether it was resistance of retaliation and recognizing like, okay, I could have crashed out and did something stupid, but I allowed that to happen. Whether it was, finding out
Well, hold
somebody
on,
that
be specific because you talking a lot of generalities.
I'll give you,
Specifically, how did it build your character? What happened to make the character building moment, and what character did it build?
so me resisting something allowed me to know that I can allow like situations to pass without making a brass decision.
Let me
Was
ask
there a
you.
pew pew involved or something here?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so having that pointed at you, I've been in a similar position, actually multiple at the same time.
Hmm.
Shit's crazy. How did the evil of that? How did you allow the resisting? What'd you say it was? You resisted action, and that built your character.
Yeah, resist retaliation.
How did that build your character?
Self denial, when you hold yourself back and you see that, yeah, all right, I'll give you a better example, same scenario, right? Because it's happened to me a few times, right? So somebody took something off me, right? I was in another state, somebody took something off me, thought I could trust the dude, he ended up taking it off me. Okay, cool, he takes that. I had the opportunity to retaliate and do something. Like somebody had to drop on him, yo, it cost this much. You could retaliate, right? I did not. I chose not to. I'm gonna keep it G. I was like scared. I'm like, if I cross this line, I don't know what type of person I'm gonna be after this, or what's gonna happen to me after this. So I retaliated. I
Are you
resisted.
gonna
I'm like,
escalate it, or are you gonna get your lick back?
no, that's what I'm saying. I had the opportunity to have something done to him for a certain amount of money. So I wrestled with, should I do this or should I just let it go? Right?
So
I
hold
let
on.
that.
So the action of them holding you at
No, no,
gunpoint.
they didn't even hold this scenario I'm giving you. They didn't even hold me at no point. At no point, they just took something. I fronted them something. They took it. They didn't come back. It was worth a lot of money. Right,
Okay.
right.
So the
Somebody,
act of them taking this gave you the self-control not to unalive them?
no, no. They took this, and somebody else in that area who I had a connection to said this much for me to take them out off the chessboard.
Okay. So
Right.
the fact that they ran off with your stuff gave you the self-control not to hire a hitman?
No, the fact that I didn't want to engage in that activity, the fact that, yo, this bad thing happened to me, I'm angry about it. I could go one direction or I could go another direction. It allowed me to realize, like, get out the game. You're not built for that. That's what I'm saying. That bad situation that I thought was evil to me helped me realize you're not built for this. Go a different direction. Like, go be
So
somebody
because
better.
somebody ran off on you, you had the self-control not to hire a hitman and the state of mind to leave the game entirely because you got robbed.
Yeah. I
And
don't
that's the
understand.
character building.
Okay. So it allowed me to look at my situation and say, you're playing a game that if you're going to play this game, you're going to have to do other things to stay in it. So allow this loss to
So
show
hold
you,
on. So there was no way you could continue in the game without getting a hitman, and that's why you got out?
no, you're not listening. What I'm
I very
saying,
much am.
what I'm saying is, It
Not
taught me.
that biblical saying this was a law and order episode.
It taught me that in order to stay in this, there may be circumstances where I have to enforce to not allow these kind of things to happen to me.
Let me ask you a question,
This
and
is so dumb.
I'm gonna ask this one last question. And I ask when I have one-on-ones with Christians face to face, I ask this question, and I want to hear what your response would be, because you're a believer in this God, and you believe, that He's all powerful and all these things. I am correct, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you this: in a scenario, if a child comes to you and says, basically, they're telling you that they have been SA
Mm-hmm.
and they're in tears and
Mm-hmm.
they're crying, and they told you that I called out to God and God never came. No one came. God didn't call. Jesus didn't come. No one came to help me. How would you explain that to that child?
I don't know, man. That's a real question. I don't know. I don't know how I would formulate it in that moment. I really don't.
So the reason why I ask that question when I do the one-on-ones with Christians, I ask that question because if that was your child, would it take that something that devastating for you to realize that your God ain't real? Because I heard a comedian say this, and he said even organized, you know, I don't know if you could say crime on here, but I'm saying it. People, they have rules. No women, no children. At what point does your God say enough is enough? Nope, I gotta draw the line there. At what point? Now, I'm not gonna give you time to even answer that question because I'm gonna tell you the answer. The answer to it is that your God has no point. There is no drawing the line because something that does not exist can't draw no lines. Do you get what I'm saying to you, man?
No, 100%. And to be honest with you, where I am in my discovery of all these things, mind you, I'm 32, right? So I'm, figuring things out myself. And my understanding of these things, I'm starting to realize that the God that we've constructed as a religion isn't the same thing of what it really is. And that's
No,
why I think it's such a no,
and
no, no.
that's what we call apologetics.
I guess.
That's no different than the Jesus being white. And once black people found out Jesus wasn't white, they made him black. They
Give me
instead
just a
of letting
second.
go of Jesus.
Caps are for mods only. Do not use caps in the comments, y'all. Caps are for mods and for people who have a vision impairment. If you have a vision impairment, please let a mod know so we can add you to the approved list so that you do not get muted. If you use caps without being approved by myself or a mod, you will be muted. Okay? We want to read your comments. We like you here in the chat. Don't get muted. Thank you.
So what I'm trying to say to you is, I need you as a young brother. I need you to really dig deep and try and use critical thinking on this. You really need to think about that, man. You are praying to a deity that you can't even prove exists. And everything that you say God has done for you It's just something that you point and say, God did this for me, but you can't prove God did it because I guarantee you it was a human involved in it. I mean, it's a mind thing, brother.
This is my question to you,
Go ahead.
because I hear this argument a lot, and I get it, right? I know where I stand, and I know what it stands on the side. What's the alternative that you propose to people?
There's only one alternative. The alternative is to use your mind. Think for yourself. Stay in reality and get out of the land of Narnia because it does not exist.
I guess, like, with you saying what's the alternative, right?
Hmm.
As a believer in this God, you prioritize the God and the God's commandments over compassion to humanity, right? If the God says,
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by
if the God commands you to do a thing, right, you're going to prioritize that commandment over compassion to humanity. For example, there are people who right now believe that what they're doing in the name of the God, because as we've pointed out, the things that they are doing is in the book,
that? Hmm.
right? So they prioritize the commandments of the God over compassion to humanity. When this God says to the Israelites, go into nations far away from you, offer them terms of peace, um, and if they accept your terms of peace, then they shall be your for slavery. They shall be your slaves, right? If they don't, then go to war and kill all the men and take the women and children, right? When they do those things, as Europeans, and they go into other nations and enslave, as Muslims, they go into other nations and conquer and enslave. They're prioritizing the commandment of their God, right? To build his kingdom on earth, to acquire land, to acquire power. These were the blessings of the God of the Old Testament. And it took humanity, it took humans to say, this is immoral. This is not humane. We should be showing compassion to other humans. We should not be owning other humans as property. When your God says to a group of humans, I chose you out of all the humans on earth, you are set apart. You eat the good meat. The dirty meat that dies on the road, you can package it and sell it to the foreigners because they are not my children. Only the best for you. You can sell the other and make a profit and sell it to the dogs. And when Europeans did that, right, it took humans to say that's immoral. There's nothing in this book where your God says don't do that anymore. Humans use their brains. Humans use critical thought. Humans use compassion, humanity. That's the alternative.
Okay, that that would bring it back to the conversation that I was having about the definition of God. Um, if compassion therein is your moral source, or your moral, um, not moral, excuse me, your center of focus, like compassion and humanity, my definition would be that's your God. It would be compassion or love or humanity. It would just be that, right? I read the book contextually for specific wisdom on certain matters as it applies to my life. I don't agree with any genocide or any side in that regard, and I don't agree with the slaying of children. Like I don't agree with it. Period. I don't care if God said it or not. There's a lot of things I don't agree with God and whatnot. There's certain things that if the mystical man God in the cloud came down and said, do, and I wasn't with it, I wouldn't just be like, oh,
Then
I'm
you might
so.
as well not serve this God, because Jesus, when he comes back, that's what he expects you to do.
Well, listen, the only thing I really do is preach Christ crucified. I don't get into
And
anything else.
Christ said when he comes back, he will command his anointed ones, his exalted ones, to execute his anger. And you will fight a war on his behalf, and it will be bloody. And he will get human juice on his robe. You will dash babies' heads against the stone. You will stab men in front of him, the men that would not bow down to him. And you will grape women and plunder houses.
Jesus
So
said
if
that?
you don't want to, yes. So
Where
if
did he
you
say
don't
that?
want to do any of that, and Matthew 24 and in Revelation, like, if you don't want to do any of that, you might as well not be following Jesus, because that's when he comes back, you're going to fight a war with him.
Where does he say that in Matthew 24? I happen to have my Bible
Oh my goodness. Let me, I'm going to pull it up, but while I'm pulling this up, when Jesus talks to y'all, is he not telling y'all his plan? Like, is he, because like he says in this book that he, hold on, let me finish asking the question and then you can respond, okay?
open.
You're already talking low and it's already hard to hear you. I don't know if you put your headphones back in, something has changed. Yeah, that it's hard to hear you. It was better without the headphones.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can switch.
But the question that I have, right, is in this book, it's Jesus says that he talks in parables because he's giving information that only those the chosen should know. Like, only those that are supposed to know will know. And you all claim to be talking to Jesus a lot, but when it's like y'all don't know what he's saying to y'all in this book. And I just wonder, like, it's, if he's hiding it from you, so that you get to the day and it's already too late. Like, you already have the loyalty. Like, I don't know. Those of you that are asking to join, I don't know if you're new here, but it's one person on stage at a time. So please be patient in the guest request. So Matthew 24, when he's giving the signs of his coming, right?
Hmm.
We can start at let's start at verse 21, actually. He says, "For at that time there will be great suffering, such as has not been from the beginning of the world until now, not, no, and never will be. And if those days had not been cut short, no one would be saved. But for the sake of the elect, those days will be cut short. Then if anyone says to you, 'Look, here is the Messiah,' or 'There he is,' don't believe it. For false messiahs and false prophets will appear and produce great signs and wonders to lead astray, if possible, even the elect. Take note, I have told you beforehand. So if they say to you, 'Look, he is in the wilderness,' do not go out. If they say, 'Look, he is in the inner rooms,' do not believe it. For as the lightning comes from the east and flashes as far as the west, so will be the coming of the Son of Man." So he's starting to give them signs on how to recognize his coming. Then he says, "Wherever the corpse is, there the eagles will gather." This, he's talking about the valley of Ben Hinnom, where in ancient Israel they would send those that they were um, executing, or executing judgment, right? The valley of the shadow of death, right, where there's weeping and gnashing of teeth. It's a literal valley in Jerusalem. And then he says, immediately after the suffering of those days, he's quoting Isaiah here, right, as a sign. Here are the signs of my coming, right? The signs of the day of the Lord. The sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the cloud of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. He's quoting Isaiah 13. And Isaiah 13 is the prophecy of the coming of God in his execution of his anger to lay the world desolate and to punish the sinners. It says the oracle concerning Babylon that Isaiah son of Amos saw. On a bare hill raise a signal, cry aloud to them, wave the hand for them to enter the gates of the nobles. I myself have commanded my consecrated ones, have summoned my warriors, my proudly exalting ones to execute my anger. So he's saying, I've commanded my consecrated ones, I've summoned my warriors, my proudly exalted ones to execute my anger. So these are humans executing the anger of God. Listen, a tumult on the mountains as of a great multitude. Listen, an uproar of kingdoms, of nations gathering together. The Lord of hosts is mustering an army for battle. They come from a distant land, from the end of the heavens, the Lord and the weapons of his indignation to destroy the whole earth. Wail, for the day of the Lord is near. It will come like destruction from the Almighty. Therefore, all hands will be feeble, and every human heart will melt, and they will be terrified. Pains and agony will seize them. They will be in anguish like a woman in labor. They will look aghast at one another. Their faces will be aflame. See, the day of the Lord is coming, cruel with wrath and fierce anger, to make the earth a desolation and to destroy its sinners from it. For the stars of the heavens and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark at its rising, and the moon will not shed its light. I will punish the world for its evil, and the wicked for their iniquity. I will put an end to the pride of the arrogant and lay low the insolence of tyrants. I will make mortals more rare than fine gold, and humans than the gold of Ophir. This means he's finna fuck some humans up. Therefore, I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will be shaken out of its place at the wrath of the Lord of hosts in the day of his fierce anger. Like a gazelle on the run, or like sheep with no one to gather them, all will turn back to their own people, and all will flee to their own lands. Whoever is found will be thrust through, and whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered, and their wives raped. See, I am stirring up the Medes against them, who have no regard for silver and who do not delight in gold. Their bows will slaughter the young men. They will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes will not pity children. And Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, the splendor and pride of the Chaldeans, will be like Sodom and Gomorrah when God overthrew them.
Pause right there. What chapter and verse of Revelations is that?
This is Isaiah. Your Jesus quoted Isaiah 10 as the signs of his coming. Isaiah 13 is a prophecy regarding the day of the Lord. The day of the Lord is the Israelite apocalyptic prophecy where the God comes back to earth right before he sets up New Jerusalem. The God comes back and he executes anger. He destroys the sinners from the earth, takes the sinners off of it. But he says on that day, the stars of the heavens and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark at its rising, and the moon will not shed its light. This is what Jesus quotes in Matthew 24 as a sign of his coming. He's saying, when this happens, you will know that my coming is here, right? And the day of the Lord is at hand. In Acts 2, when on the day of Pentecost, Peter stands up and he quotes Joel chapter 2 because he saw that as the day of the Lord.
As you go in there, you said that was Isaiah 10, just so I can have
Isaiah 13.
13. Okay.
Isaiah 13, Jesus quoted verse 10.
Got you. Okay.
Peter, after the day of Pentecost, Peter says, but Peter, standing with the 11, raised his voice and addressed them, fellow Jews and all who live in Jerusalem, let this be known to you and listen to what I say. Indeed, these are not drunk as you suppose, for it is only 9 o'clock in the morning. No, this is what was spoken through the prophet Joel. In the last days it will be, God declares, that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, and your young men shall see visions, and your old men shall dream dreams. Even upon my slaves, both men and women, in those days I will pour out my spirit, and they shall prophesy. And I will show portents in the heavens above, and signs on the earth below, blood and fire and smoky mist. The sun shall be turned to darkness, and the moon to blood, before the coming of the Lord's great and glorious day. Then everyone who calls on the name of the Lord shall be saved. There, Peter is referring to Joel's prophecy in Joel 2, which refers to Isaiah's prophecy of the day of the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Jewish people were waiting on this apocalyptic end time prophecy where their God came back, punished all the nations that oppressed them, right? Put them back in power, right? Restored their land in New Jerusalem, right? That's their prophecy. That's what Jesus is referring to. He is the Messiah, the Messiah, the Jewish Messiah. He's claiming to be that Messiah to initiate that.
Okay.
You don't have anything else to say?
I mean, what I interpret from that, what I get from that, it might not be what you agree with. So I don't think,
What then share what it is that you interpret from it. What do you get from that?
I think it's a twofold. I think there is allegory in the text and in the scriptures in
What
one
was
sense.
which part is allegory?
I think allegorical is the return of Christ in some sense. In some sense, like we're already in a return, meaning that there are people, a remnant who believe in him and they're, in the fruits of the spirit.
So your Jesus isn't really coming back. That's only an allegory. What is it? What is Jesus coming back in allegory for?
No, I think, like I said, I think it's twofold, right? So the first part would be the allegory. And then the second
Wait,
part,
I'm trying to understand the allegory. You said the allegory is Jesus coming back, so that would mean that he's not really coming back. That his coming back is allegorical for something else. When you
yes,
say that,
yes, on the front,
what is the allegory for?
man's returning to the way we were created, the way we were supposed to be operating on earth.
So Jesus isn't really coming back. His return is allegorical for man returning back to laborers.
Or just returning from a fallen state. And then the other
Right. Well,
side.
hold on. So
Mhm.
the state before this supposed fall was that they were laborers. They were groundskeepers. They were created to till the ground.
Right, creators, tillers,
Not creators. They weren't created. They were not created to be creators. They were created to till. to labor.
We also were commissioned to name animals, classify, categorize things.
That's not creating.
If I
You
create
were
a name
you
for something,
That's
you
not creating. You were
okay.
not created to create. You were created to work.
I don't
So that's what it says. That's what
okay.
the Bible says. You were
Okay, okay.
created to work. He looked down. He did not see a man that could work the grounds, so he created one,
Okay.
right? So you're saying, right, that Jesus is allegorical for man returning back to the worker bees that they were originally created to be.
Um, Not worker bees, but sure.
What type? Well, that's what they were created to work. That's what
Okay.
humans were created for, to till the ground.
Okay.
And that's what Jesus is symbolic for. Man returning back to the workers they were created to be.
Sure.
I don't like you. I'm just going to tell you that. I don't like you because like you're so dishonest, right? Like, and then you just saying
I
sure.
told you my interpretation. You said
That's what, and
no.
I'm trying to. I didn't say no. I'm clarifying. You didn't hear me say no about anything.
You said worker bees. I said created. You said that is not what they are.
Where in this book does it say that man was created to be creators?
This is this
I'm,
is
I'm quoting the book.
this is okay. Okay. I got you. I think you think that I'm a Christian who's locked in a book.
If listen, I don't have anything to do with your imagination. I can only go by what's in the book.
Right. And I'm
That's the
telling you,
issue. Hold on. That's the issue with one of the reasons why there's like 45,000 different denominations, right? None
sure.
of you really stick to the book. Y'all create your own story, and then you expect people to accept it as if it's fact or as if it's truth.
So there's some people who get more mature in the understanding and the things of God through the Spirit, which guides them into.
That's literally
And there's some people who could.
hold on.
Okay.
That's your claim, right?
Okay. Yes.
Again, it goes back to me saying you believe you're talking to a God, right? But no one can prove that. Just like the people who wrote this claim that a God inspired them to write it, but nobody can prove that. But the odd thing is that you have a belief in the God in this book because of what people wrote, yet you reject what they wrote in the book. You create your own version of the God that people wrote about in this book, and then you expect people to accept that as truth, and then you claim it as some higher intelligence.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't worship the book. I worship the God that they're talking about. Is there a possibility that man could have gotten something wrong? Is there a possibility we're using a language that is rooted in witchcraft to confuse us all about the God we serve?
What?
You get what I'm saying? Yes. These yes. So again,
You want to
when
go to the Hebrew and see what it says in Hebrew?
listen, I don't you gotta get you talk about I'm not being honest, but if I'm being honest with you, I don't really care.
You just said that it's possible that the English, right, is witchcraft,
That's a
right?
fact. No, it is. It's not
Okay,
possible.
so then test that. Like, see if it says the same thing in Hebrew?
Right, but if I tell you that the spirit leads me to Aleph Lamed means relative direction and not, whatever you want it to mean, can't do
Well,
that
then the
neither.
spirit,
That's so
if the
crazy.
spirit led you to that, then the spirit can lead you to read this Hebrew, right?
Yeah, I just don't know
Okay,
how yet.
okay, let's do
So,
it. Well,
yeah.
no, the spirit should do it. If the spirit is all intelligence, it's higher intelligence, right? The spirit told you Aleph Lamed means relative direction, then the spirit can read this Hebrew for you.
What I'm saying is the spirit helps me interpret. That's all.
Yeah, the spirit should be able to do that. That's what I'm saying. It should be able to do that for you now.
Okay, go ahead, read.
Oh, you read. I don't need the spirit to read Hebrew. I study. You're
Okay.
the one who's claiming that the spirit is giving you understanding of Hebrew. So then, if the spirit is giving you understanding of Hebrew, it should be able to do it right now.
I didn't say that.
You literally just said it.
Wow.
I said that if the spirit was leading me to an understanding, right, that L meant relative direction I wasn't saying it taught me how to read Hebrew. I was saying it leads me to truth and
If it
understanding.
if it
Of
can
the
if
Hebrew
it
language. What?
Yeah.
oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Okay. So all right. So what I said was, as people mature, they understand more, right? Like
You said you have Bluetooth knowledge of the Hebrew language because the Spirit is leading you to an understanding of a language that you don't know.
I'm
So
saying,
use that understanding to read the language that you don't know.
no, you want me to do some type of sign and wonder. I'm not saying that. I'm saying to you that me as an individual who has the spirit of the living God living within me, as I learn information, I'm not going to be blinded by what man wants me to think God means. That's all I'm saying.
That means nothing because
That's fine.
again,
You don't think
you've
God is
established
anything,
that's
so that's
fine. You're not going to
fine.
talk past me.
I'm
You've
not trying
established
to.
that you are. You've established that you say things based on what you feel. You have nothing to back what you say. Meanwhile, you are being drugged through this book, through this language that this book was written in, and you refuse to engage with it because you know that it has nothing to do with it. You keep trying to distance yourself from this book, but the book is the foundation of your belief. And whether or not you like what's said in the book, it's in there. God says to do these things. God says when he's returning these are the things that he's expecting of you. And for you to sit here and be like, oh, well, if that happens, then I'll just say no. Why the
Okay,
fuck would
so
you serve a God that would ask you that in the first place?
hold on, right? If you saying to me, I believe in a make believe God who's not real, and man is manipulating us using this book so that
Who
they
the
can.
fuck just said that to you? Who just said
No,
that to you?
I'm saying in conceptual
Oh,
terms.
okay.
That's what
So
we've been
not
talking about the whole
engaging with
time.
what I just said, right? Making up
What?
something else to talk about.
No, what I'm saying to you is, if I tell you that Jesus Christ also taught that some men will read or will hear these words and not even understand them, that it's not going to be a person that doesn't believe in him that's able to interpret what's going on. If you reading it from a this dude don't even exist standpoint, how would you ever interpret it? But if you're reading it from a I have that
You
Yeah, I
can't
same,
used to
even
be a Christian,
interpret
so
it.
now what? I used to be a Christian, so now what?
you fell away from the faith. I don't know. Like, you
So
stop
now
believing. That's a
what?
choice.
The book hasn't changed from the time I was and the time I'm not.
But also you aren't interpreting the words in this book. You're making your own shit up.
Like, okay. Okay.
You are. You literally admitted to it.
Okie dokie.
This guy.
Just say okie dokie one
Oh
more
my
damn
goodness,
time.
bro. This shit is horrible.
You got to understand, right? As people are in this chat right now watching and engaging, you have some people who don't believe in God. You have some people who do believe in God. You have some people who understand what I'm saying. You have some people who are led by
No,
the
you
Spirit.
have people who are okay
No,
being lied to.
That's
For example,
fine.
the people that are
we
gifting it
know you
right now.
think that's fine.
Like
Yeah,
you
we
literally
believe
have
y'all are being
lied
lied to.
multiple.
We
You have
believe y'all are being
literally
lied to.
lied. No, you have literally lied multiple times in this
I
conversation.
believe that you're being led by lies, but I
No,
can't say that without
you
sounding
are
rude.
the only liar in this conversation. You have
You've
lied
admitted
multiple
to it.
times.
Okay. Listen, there's people who have listened to the words that I just spoke and they know it's spirit and truth. There's nothing
No, they
contradicting.
don't. If it's spirit and truth, then tell the spirit to read
The,
the
the,
Hebrew.
the truth doesn't need to be validated.
The
Wow.
only liars say that.
Okay.
That,
I
I
didn't
mean,
say I didn't give you
this
the
shit is
dokie. I said
laughable,
okay.
bro. This shit is absolutely laughable because that's the fucking truth. Only a
Okay.
liar would say you don't have to validate the truth.
You
What?
don't. You
What?
don't. You don't.
Yeah, that's why you don't trust
A
motherfuckers that
atheist,
just
a
say shit,
atheist said
bro.
that.
That's
Your man Dick
exactly why you
Gregory
don't
said
just
that.
trust motherfuckers that just say shit. What do you mean you don't have to validate the truth?
It is whether you validate it or
Just
not.
believe what I say. That's all.
I didn't say that.
That's exactly what you don't have to validate the truth means. Just
You
believe
heard
what I say.
listen. You heard me say the truth doesn't need validation. That is a fact. It doesn't require it to be truth. That's something you need.
Dumbest shit ever. And then that means that people can go to court and just fucking lie. And
People
there is no
do.
need for lawyers.
People do all the time. That doesn't mean that they're telling the truth.
The reason there are lawyers there is so the lawyers can validate or invalidate. The reason why your God has a freaking commandment that says don't perjure don't slander people, don't bear false witness, is because the truth fucking matters.
I could use evidence, which is the big need always when we have this conversation. I could use evidence to
Then
prove
show
some.
the
Hold on.
evidence
No,
of this spirit. Nope.
listen to my
Then show
listen
the
to my
evidence
statement.
of this spirit. Then
Listen to
show
my
the
statement.
evidence. No.
Listen to
Then
my
show
statement.
the evidence of the spirit.
Listen to
Show
my
the
statement.
evidence. Show the evidence of this spirit. That's all we're asking you. Anytime we ask y'all to show evidence of this Holy Spirit that's giving y'all these downloads, that's giving y'all this interpretation, right? Y'all always say, we can't do that. It doesn't do that. It doesn't work like that. Just show the evidence. That's it.
Yeah, you can come off mute and show the evidence. We're not going to listen to the statement.
Sorry, I got muted. I don't know what happened. I could use evidence to prove someone innocent or guilty in a
So you're
court.
just going to do the statement and not do the thing that we asked.
You're asking for something that I'm not talking about.
But we are talking about it. And I
I'm
don't know
not.
if you know this, but we're not on Orkos' stage. We're on Thinker's stage. So when you say something like the spirit is leading me to this truth, disconnected from anything we can read, right? Oh, because English
You
is
don't
a
even
witch
believe
tongue,
the
is a
words
witch
you
tongue.
reading.
Because
Hold on.
English
Oh,
is a
so
witch
what'd you
tongue.
call him?
Oikos.
I thought you called that man an orca.
Oracle. I thought you said Oracle. I was about to be like, that's not my name.
A
Anyhow,
yogurt.
I'm.
Exactly.
I
Thank
was
you,
making.
sweetie pie.
I was
I
making
was
the
about
point. I was making the point that evidence can be used to prove someone innocent or guilty, and it can still not be the truth. And the reason
I
why
don't care about your
Thank you,
statement again.
Mr.
you
I
don't,
don't
Evolving.
care about your
you don't,
statement again.
you
I
don't have
don't
to. You
care
don't
about
have
your
to
statement.
care.
No, no,
You
no.
don't have
The
to
thing
care.
about it is you're not going to give it. We want evidence. That's what we want. You're
I'm not
saying
giving
that
it
you're
to you.
coming to the,
I'm not giving it to
you're
you.
saying, okay, well, then you're done. That's it.
I'm done. What?
Goodbye.
I don't
You're
have
done.
nothing to give. That's why.
Okay, that's fine.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Why?
He is so
Disingenuous little
shady.
fuck.
Ugh.
I'm telling you, he woke his child up to try to give him, like, to try to, like, ingratiate himself to the, that motherfucker right there gonna lie to his fucking dying breath. He is a liar.
And then the motherfuckers that was gifting him while he was lying.
They think that I'm telling the truth. That doesn't mean you are.
Golly, like y'all have no motherfucking self-respect. You'll let a motherfucker tell you they're lying to your fucking face. You have, and then the thing is, y'all would get up here and y'all would say, atheists have no grounds for morality. Literally, the fact that you would gift a liar to your fucking face, you have no grounds. Your foundation is fucking rocky.
That's a Bible reference because y'all know y'all don't read the motherfucker.
God, that is crazy. To the nerds, if you're in the guest request box, please remember that unless I know if you're in there on purpose, that I won't just bring you up. I have to see a comment from you, letting me know that you're in there on purpose. I
Nigga, do you
have no
see this
idea.
person?
Huh?
My fault. I'm saying, do you see this person that keeps tagging your backup?
What they say?
They having a whole conversation with your backup like it's talking or typing.
They talking to themselves. Well,
That's
they should be used to talking to themselves. Shit. Hold on, let me read some super chats right quick. Uh why is Orca back in the guest request?
because you have to control the narrative, you know.
Thank you so much for the $10 super chat, mostly gizzards. I appreciate you so much. Praise Doug. Jem and Jay with the $1.99 super chat. Thank you. Your courage and candor are contagious. Also, I love that. Thank you. Design Song, $5 super chat. Here for the words don't mean words. White flags of religious defense. We need that emote, words don't mean words. With the $40 super chat. Well, that's Aryan supremacy, the Varna Ashran. Yep, I agree. Thank you, Sword Lightning. Ooh, does that say okay, hold on. What is that? Oh, wait. I don't know what I don't know what I don't okay, hold on. I don't know what currency that is. That's Aryan supremacy, Varna, Asherin, and Sumerian mythology and Hindu mythology. Thank you. I appreciate that. Dakota Cody, $5 super chat. This guy is like those new age people who pretend to speak indigenous languages, but then
Ah,
won't dialogue with a native speaker. Shaking. Yes, exactly. I agree. Appreciate y'all. Don't forget, and if you have something that you want to add to the conversation, and I might miss it on the TikTok, you can send a super chat on YouTube. Ravanti.
Yes, they said that they're gonna debunk everything that you said.
yeah.
Okay. Uh, Ravanti, how old are you?
I'm 25.
You're 25. And you are a believer in
Yeah.
Jesus or Yahweh.
Yeah.
All right. So the way this works, we do not refer to the previous conversation. You are a new person, okay? A new conversation with you from your perspective. Uh, Go ahead and begin.
Begin on what? Exactly. What are we
Topic.
talking
The
about here?
topic. The topic.
Jesus
Is it
Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. Can I have your views on why you believe that?
Yeah. One, because the God, well, let me state that Jesus to me and the God of this book to me is an idea, right? A concept that is used by men in many different ways. But because of the belief in this God or the loyalty to this God, the believers of this God tend to prioritize the commandments of the God over compassion to humanity. They prioritize their faith in the God over factual information, over knowledge, over data, over reality. They prioritize their hope for eternity, like afterlife, or their fear of punishment in the afterlife over the life that we live now, our present existence. Um, they prioritize their free will or believe that their God prioritizes their free will over suffering and pain. Um, as if they're, the humans having free will is the most important thing. And the God expects the same thing, right? Commandments over compassion, um, loyalty, like put the God first, right? Before your mom, your sister, your brother, things like that. And because of that, it has caused this belief that lives inside of humans has caused humans to do a lot of heinous, egregious, inhumane shit in society. It has created some very harmful beliefs and stereotypes and ideologies in society. And so, uh, for that,
Do you mind giving
I
me?
believe, I'm sorry, I'm
Uh,
almost done.
yeah,
For
sorry.
that, in my opinion, Jesus and this God is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity.
Okay, so someone said I don't think he's 25. He's dating a girl in high school. Where do you get that from?
Do not read the comments while you're on stage, okay?
Okay, so you said that. Can you give me some examples? Like just one example. I don't need multiple. Just give me some examples on why you think that you said compassion over what did you say? Hello?
Like literally, you had me go through all of that, and then you come back with a question.
No, I'm asking you, can you give me an example so I can talk about that
Can you at
example.
least share what you think about my stance first?
I think that God is real,
I
first and
didn't say
foremost.
anything about whether I believe your God is real or not. Like, I don't care if you,
Okay, okay,
your
okay. You're
God
being a
being
little
real
bit
is not
rude. Have a
important
good
to
day.
me.
God bless.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That was so incredibly funny. Holy shit. Immediately out the gate, he was lost.
Yeah. The hell?
Okay, I see I
I
can't do anything here.
I think he got scared. Somebody said that he's dating a 17-year-old. If he's 25 dating a 17-year-old, that's probably what scared the shit out of him.
Is he?
Was whatever. That's what
Uh,
somebody said. Somebody said in the comments that they said they don't think he's 25. He's dating a 17-year-old. Oh, he's 18. I think he was scared of getting caught.
uh, yeah, he definitely.
He said, okay, you being rude. Bye.
He couldn't even focus on. He's like, yeah. So, could you repeat everything you just said? I don't know that I wasn't listening to it.
Yeah, something spooked his ass. He's back in the guest request because I think he wanted to defend himself. I'm not
Uh-oh.
bringing you back up though, because like you just let me know that was going to be a waste of time. Theo, I,
Has it been a week?
I, but Theo, you've already talked about this. Like, what are you coming up to talk about, Theo? Like, you've already talked about Jesus being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. What are you coming up to talk about? I'm gonna bring you up really quick, Theo. I'm giving you 5 minutes. No, not some other. No, this isn't the time to do that, Theo. Nope, we're not gonna talk about war, Theo. That's not what this is. Hey, pressure.
I need to go to sleep. Trying to play
That's
on the
not what this
computer.
is, Theo. Hold on, Theo. Let me bring up another guest. I'm gonna bring you up when it gets slow. Hold on. I don't want to.
Travis funny.
Hold on, because you're gonna come up here
Travis
and
funny.
you're gonna change the subject, Theo. Like, hold on. Dang, what happened to the person that was in the guest request? Oh, there you go. Terrence? Are they connected?
Come on, please, Terrence. Come on, Terrence.
The box
Terrence.
is black.
Come on, Terrence.
Terrence, are you there? Yeah, Theo need his own segment. Like, goodness gracious.
Dear Satanic Father, we come to you today, humbly gathered in your presence. Please bring Terrence on stage.
Terrence is not connected.
Damn, the
Okay.
devil ain't real neither. Ah.
The devil belongs to the Christians. That's their devil. Okay. Uh hold on. PGF. Mr. Seven. I can hear you moving. You don't want to say this is an accident? Are you scared? I'm gonna take you down.
Hashtag pass gas frequently, am I right?
All right, y'all. This is on y'all for not requesting up. Theo.
Yeah. Hello.
What's
Let
up,
me
Theo?
turn off my electric fan. Um. I'm good. And how are you, Miss Tinker?
I'm doing good.
Yeah. Well. Today I wanna talk about why Revelations and Isaiah are the horrible things that Jesus as well. I haven't touched on this yet, but Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, and one of the reasons why is after all that from Old Testament, now we have New Testament, which is Jesus is coming back to destroy the earth, as in revelations, and I don't want that to happen since we're all humans and we don't deserve our home to be destroyed by some
Wait,
ruthless.
Theo, let me ask you a question real quick. What do you think about
Yeah.
Jesus having a tattoo on his thigh?
Hmm?
What do you think about Jesus having a tattoo on his thigh?
A tattoo? No. Old Testament states that
No,
in
no, no, no.
Deuteronomy you don't. Huh?
No, Jesus has a tattoo on his thigh.
Yes.
Yeah. In Revelation 19, verse 16, Jesus is tatted. He has a tattoo on his thigh.
Okay, but to me, if we are to follow the logic of the Old Testament, Jesus shouldn't have a tattoo because of Deuteronomy, and that's what he disrespect his daddy now. What? I thought that was banned in the Old Testament. I thought what
He
he
does. He has his name on his thigh.
I thought tattoos were banned.
No, he has actually he put King of Kings, Lord of Lords on his thigh. Hold on. Jesus is tatted up when he come back. Hold on. We're gonna see it.
I think I found it.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Hold on. He is. He tatted up. In verse on his robe and on his thigh, he has a name inscribed, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. So Jesus is tatted. He got a thigh tat.
What?
The clock is for the
I thought
time because
I
he's
thought
going to
I thought
return.
his daddy banned that. I thought his daddy banned that in the Old Testament. Deuteronomy, excuse me, rules for thee, not for me. What the heck? You're disobeying your own rule.
Yeah.
And what?
Hmm.
So you're telling me you're free to do God is free to do whatever he wants, and the exception is that his son is literally destroying the earth, while we see his leg is like juicy tech. I don't know if it's juicy tech, but we gonna see that, and I'll be the first to say that if ever Jesus came down right now and I hear all the bells, I'm going full defense mode. I'm going full defense mode against all these angels. Even though if I die painfully, I will painfully serve my life in hell. Yes, if ever hell is real, but I don't know. I don't have all the answers.
Yeah. Well, that was pretty interesting, Theo.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that, but in Revelations I don't want to see the world. I don't want to see the world be destroyed. Every memory that I have is with my family, my friends, and of course you guys, and I don't ever want to see I don't ever want to see you guys be obliterated into oblivion by some all-loving God that is not all very all loving, but I am scared that one day the earth will just all go poof and we're all gone. Everything's a distant memory.
It's okay. If your God could kill me, he would have done it already.
Yeah. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think, wars have always happened, right? But I don't think that's gonna happen. Humans have been doing some heinous shit to humans for centuries, for millennia. And even with, you know, this God around, we've had to fight really, really hard, right, to not destroy one another. But there is people who, you know, believe in a God and use this God for their own greed and their own power. It's like they're playing a game to see who can conquer the majority of land. Like it almost feels like they're playing the game of Monopoly, but the war version.
Yeah, sadly, the in today's world though, when um some people might say that the Babylon in Isaiah is referring to America, since Trump now is basically bombed Iran bombed Iran now, and I don't know what will happen to you guys in America, since that might mean World War III. And we don't want another war. We want peace. We don't want conquest. We don't want conquest. We want peace. And of course, even in the Old Testament, they made wars so that the God guided them in wars in order to usurp the kings and enslave all the people there. But now, since in the 2000s, early 2000s, or the after World War II, there was peace and stability. But now some presidents, they only want the money, the greed, and destruction. But of course, they don't see the peace. They don't see the peaceful options, and that's sad. But of course, it all because of that darn religion, darn Christianity, darn, yeah, whatever evil there is. And I know, revelations, scary thoughts. I want to smash my Bible and burn it, incinerate it, and say, you shall not
Theo,
harm, you shall not harm
you
anyone
got one
anymore.
minute left.
Yes.
Ivory Santana. If believers or Christians would have kept their belief in their God to themselves and not try to make disciples of all nations by going into foreign lands, conquering them, by trying to force people to believe in this God, then we wouldn't be having these discussions. If they were not always in our fucking TikTok comments or in our YouTube comments, we wouldn't be having these discussions. And whining about Christians being demonized while Christians have been demonizing other people for fucking millennia is hypocrisy.
Yeah, they're scared of Jesus. They're scared of God. And to think that God isn't coming in those cars or guns just to kill, no, just to unalive it's not so 2025. And the fact that he is going in a chariot, and the we people are tasked to logically think, is that CGI, is that green screen, is that a new video from the Christians, or is it fake, is it true, are the bells only, or the yeah, I don't know. We actually don't know. And to be honest, that is what I came to say. And yeah, add revelations to the list of worst thing to ever happen to humanity, and I'll take my leave. And thank you for having me up. It's fun blowing off some steam. And of course, as well, guys in the comments, in the panel, stay hydrated. You need the water. Yes, stay hydrated. Thank you.
Thank you, Theo. Have a good night,
Right,
okay?
Theo.
Have a good day to you all. Love you
You
All
too,
guys.
right. Love you too.
Theo. Love you too.
Yay!
Oh my God.
I've decided that anybody who says that that boy act like me hates me. That's what I've decided.
No, I didn't say he acts like you. His persistency.
Oh
Y'all have to,
wow.
yes. Y'all don't act alike.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
He's
that makes me feel better.
persistent like you. Yeah. Theo is something else. All right. If you are a deconstructing believer, meaning you are questioning your beliefs, you are researching, analyzing, the guest box is open. If you may still be a believer and not quite sure if you are deconstructing, but you're in the process of questioning, the guest box is open. If you are a atheist, and you have some cool information, a different perspective, you want to be like Ivory and tell us that we have no right to discuss this stuff, the guest box is opened. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, and you are comfortable with uncomfortable conversations about the text, about the history, about the God, the guest box is open. And of course, if you are a nerd, you know what you can come on stage and do. You have questions. If you want to talk about your deconstruction journey, depending on the level of nerd that you are, the guest box is open. Don't forget, if you are a dragon, we want to see you on stage. We want to hear you join the conversation. If you make sure that if you submit a request, you do comment to let me know that you're in there on purpose, because TikTok will throw you in there on accident. Mahmoud,
Yes,
how are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
I just turned 21 yesterday.
Okay. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Uh, um, I'm a believer in the Quran. However,
Okay, this is
after
not. We're
getting,
not talking about Islam. Okay, this
yeah,
is
I know
for
we're not
believers
talking.
in the God of the Christian God. Okay.
Yeah, I know we're not talking about Islam. I still have something.
No,
That
you
means
don't.
no.
Why do people say, "Yeah, I heard your boundaries, but I still got something to say."
Because they genuinely don't care.
My goodness. Uh, I hate this new. Like, I gotta. Like, I like the new setup but I don't like the. Where is the fucking? There it is. Okay. Truth. Truest of Gemini's is a nerd, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, they're in the box on. They must be there on accident. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. There is 567 people on TikTok with another 130 on YouTube. So we have 700 people watching the live right now with an empty guest box. Don't let it get quiet on
Yeah,
like it's
let's
too
get these
early.
likes. Let's get these likes to 350K, please. And don't forget, Thinker has a gift goal of the number sign.
Yo, my grandson called his mama a
What?
nigga. He said,
What?
yes. He said, stop, nigga. And he was 17 months old. I said, don't you say that no more. Say that no more.
Oh my
That sound
goodness.
like Stink Meaner. You ever seen that episode of the Boondocks?
Huh?
You ever seen that episode of the Boondocks with the old man Stink Meaner?
Mm-mm. I never watched the Boondocks.
You should watch it. It's funny.
Oh my gosh. Um, Under the spell? Did you join on accident?
I did, sorry.
No worries. Have a good night.
Thank you. You
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, these kids are something else.
That's hilarious. I'm sorry.
But y'all, he is so fucking smart. Like he picked up my hairbrush and he had his sippy cup. He like sippy cup in one hand, just drinking the sippy cup, and then he'll take the sippy cup out of his mouth and go brush, brush, and then drink the sippy cup and then look back down and go brush, brush. I'm like, what the
He said, "I'm getting
Oh.
ready."
fuck? It's 17 months, man, and talking like goodness gracious. Philip Jewell.
Like they joining in.
He's still connecting on TikTok Studio. Um, I don't know. I'm gonna have to move on because it's not connecting. Oh, there we go. I'm sorry. Did I just hit disconnect? Philip.
Oh wow.
Hello,
Well, hello,
Philip.
hello. How you doing?
Good.
Yes, I'm
How are
here.
you?
I'm doing pretty good in yourself. I have one question.
I don't answer
Do you
questions from the
believe what you
chat.
said?
I
Hold
don't
on.
answer questions from the chat. If you come on stage, first off, I need to get your age for TikTok purposes, and then let me know if you identify as a deconstructing believer, as an atheist, or a current believer in the Christian God.
Well, I do believe I am a current believer. Yes,
All
and
right. So
I
when you come on stage, one second, I don't need a like a biography or anything like that. When you come on stage, if you do have a question, you can address the topic and then possibly work that question into the topic. Okay.
okay, no problem.
Okay. Go ahead and address the topic, please.
Okay, my I was strolling through TikTok and I saw it says Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. The thing that I saw here is that I believe that a lot of reasons why a lot of people put stuff like this up is because for the simple fact that
Can you address
stuff.
the topic, not what you think about my intentions, right? What
No,
do you
no,
think of
this
the
is not your
topic?
attention. This is not your attention.
What do
This
you
is what
think
I
of the topic, sir? The topic, like
this
address the
I
topic.
I am addressing the topic.
You're not.
Um,
You're addressing why people say these things, right? Why people put these things up. That's not the topic. The topic
well,
is whether or not you agree or disagree that Jesus is the worst thing that ever
I
happened to humanity.
I disagree wholeheartedly
Okay, then
with
state
this.
why.
Because I think it's a false narrative. Um, I do believe that Jesus is not the worst thing. I believe that Jesus is the best thing that ever happened. I believe that sometimes, and sometimes we cause things on ourselves, but I believe that Jesus is the best thing that ever happened to this world.
Did you say
Why?
why?
Why? Um, I'll put it like this here. The reason why is because without him, there would be no us. There would be no me. There would be no you. Um, there would be none of us here at all. Well, I put it like this. He keeps me every day. So this is the reason why I believe that he's the best thing to ever happen.
To humanity? Because of you?
Yeah. Yes.
So the entire population of humanity, past and present, Jesus was the best thing that happened because you happy?
Because of what?
Because of you?
Not because of, not not because. Well, Jesus. I put it like this. Jesus is. A lot of people don't believe in God, and I understand that they
We
have their
talking. Hold
own.
on, hold on. I don't think you understand. We're talking about the scope here. We're talking about
Yes.
humanity, all people,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
All people. Yes.
You think
Yes.
Jesus is the best thing that happened for all people?
Yes. I do. Yes.
Okay. So why is Jesus the best thing that happened for all people, not just you?
Well, for all people was because I put it like this here. He was the savior for all people. And without him, we would have all been lost a long time ago.
Okay. And what did he save people from?
I'll put it like this: He saved people. He saved people from a burning hell.
So
That's
people
what he
don't go to
saved
hell
people from,
anymore?
huh?
So people don't go to hell anymore?
They do, but
Oh,
it's because of
hold on.
their
Hold on.
okay.
I thought we were talking about something that he was good for all people.
He is good for all people, but it's also
You said he
because of
saved all people, but all people
he
aren't
did.
saved though,
He
right?
did. He did, but it's also because of
Oh, hold on.
your
So he
yes, sir.
did save everybody?
What when Jesus first came down here, we have to understand that it it was because of his death on the cross. And his death on the cross actually saved people from a death that they didn't have to pay. So that was
So people don't
go
have to
ahead.
die?
Lala, can you bring Bash up? I can't get the box to open. Never mind, it just opened.
Yeah. That was that death that people didn't have to die. But because of people's choices that they're making today, this is the other reason why, it's because of people's choices.
So people do or don't die? I'm confused. So you're saying he saved them
No,
from
no,
death?
no. No, people do die. We're looking at people that die every day. Every
Okay,
day
so
you
he
look on
doesn't
the
save you
news.
from death. What does he save you from?
Well,
Yeah,
if
he
you
doesn't save you from death because you end up dying, right?
what he does save you from death, and I explain why. Once you accept Jesus as your personal savior, he does save you from death. So you don't actually die as other people die. You just rest in Jesus. And some people have a
So
time.
hold on. So you continue to live,
So, well, you continue to live in Christ, yes.
but you're not. So you're not dead though, right? Like everybody else dies.
Well, some people are dead to some people are dead in their sins, and some people are basically still resting until Christ comes back, because not everybody's going to go back with Christ.
So they're not dead. Dead. They're taking a nap.
There you go. If you read basically Second Corinthians, I believe it is. What is that? Second Corinthians. I can give you the scripture where Jesus talks about those that when he comes back, he says, the dead in Christ shall rise first, and then them that are alive and remain should be able to be able to cut up with him in the air. So we notice that what's going to happen is when he comes back, he's coming back for his elect.
Phil, how you doing,
So
bro?
that's what he's coming back for. He's coming back for his elect. He's coming back for his bride.
Phil, Mr. Philip,
Hello?
can you hear
Yes,
me?
sir.
Real quick question. I got
Yes,
two
sir.
questions.
Yes,
One of
sir.
which is, did you say that if you believe on him, then he saves you from death? Is that how you said that?
Yes, you can actually go to John 3:16. Yes.
Okay. All right. When did that start happening?
When did what start happening?
Like, when did it take, like, what day did it kick in that if you believed in him, he saved you from death? Like, when did that period start?
Well, if you look at if you look in the Bible in John 3:16, he
Mm-hmm.
said, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son,
Mm-hmm.
that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life."
So did it start when that verse got written?
It starts when you believe in it.
You know what I'm saying? When did it start that worked? Like, for example, no, Philip, are you black?
I've been black my whole life. I
Okay.
ain't changed.
Okay, beautiful. Okay. That means you're probably a descendant of West Africa, right? Somewhere in Africa, right?
I never been to Africa. I've
But
always been here.
a descendant of, like, that means your family's from there, right?
No, my family's not from there, sir.
Where they from?
My family is from Alabama.
Oh, I'm from Alabama. Okay. All right. So, assuming that, like, you're Native American? You're a Native
Mm,
American?
no, I'm just. Well, you could say Native American just to cut down the
Okay,
time.
okay,
Yes.
okay. So for example, um, let's just for giggles, let's just say Jesus died in April of the year 33, right? That year in April, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and then he rose up that Sunday after that, okay. Your family didn't hear about that day, right? Because they were in America, nobody heard that, right? And they
Mm-hmm.
didn't
Mm-hmm.
hear about it in 34 or
Mm-hmm.
35 or 36. You with me? And so your parents, your forefathers were passing away.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to them? Those people right there, because they didn't believe on Jesus.
So you're talking about the ones that did not know about Christ,
They had
that
no
did
idea
not get a
about it.
chance to.
They had no idea. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what happened to them?
Well, those that did not get a chance to know Christ, that at that in particular time, if you do not know Christ, then what happens is that your decision has been made for you, and so therefore, what happens is that you end up in hell because now your decision has been made for you.
Okay. So of no fault of their own. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So of
Yes,
no
sir.
fault of your own, of their own,
Yes.
God decided for them that because they just happened to be born in a place where it was going to take a long time for them to hear it, they just go to hell.
Well, my thing is this: that sooner or later, everybody has an opportunity
No,
to
no, no,
hear
no,
about
no. That's
Christ.
not true. Because in April of 33, the word hadn't made it there. There was no sooner or later. They did not get that chance. That's
Mm-hmm.
plain old not true. Okay. So
Okay.
okay. So back to those parents in AD 33.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that just because they happen to be born there,
Mm-hmm.
God just said, okay, they're going to hell.
All I can tell you is that
Don't no, don't all you can tell me, Mr. Philip. I need a yes or no answer to that. You're saying that
yeah,
because okay. So then my question is, why does God hate your family so much? And he
God
must
does
hate
not.
them. Yes, he must. But he must hate
No.
them. He must. Let me explain why. So okay. He must hate them because up until the 1500s, he let your family die for free and go to hell for free. Of no fault of
Mm-hmm.
their own. They didn't do anything any different than anybody else. They just happened to live in the wrong neighborhood. Why
Mm-hmm.
does God hate your family that much?
God does not hate
He
my family that
must. He
much.
must. He let extra of your family go to hell for free. Why did he let so many of your family members go to hell for free?
The thing about it is, even back then, and I'm going to tell you this: Jesus probably did not come on the scene right then and there. But you have to understand something. Everybody back then had a time to
No, they did
hear.
not, Mr. Phillip. No,
Oh,
they did
wait,
not.
wait, 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 wait.
Jesus,
Wait,
wait, no. Phil, you're about to say something that's plain old not true. Okay?
no, no,
Okay.
no, no,
You're about
no,
to say
no, no,
something
no.
not true, Mr. Phillip. And let's
Go
be
ahead, sir.
careful here, okay? All right.
Uh huh.
Christianity came to the Americas when the Europeans came to the Americas.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact, okay? That means that nobody over here had ever heard of Isaac, Jacob, David, Jesus, Matthew, John, Luke, none of them. So your family was over here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Had never heard of any of this. They had never heard any of these stories, not one day of their lives. They didn't get a chance to accept or reject it. We can't just start making up history. Okay, so why did God let so much of your
I'm
family
not.
die?
I'm not making up history.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But we also have to understand that the world was also created before all this was going on. So we have to understand too that God created all this before all this even started.
I know it was created, but that's not the point. Does the Bible not say, how can they believe on whom they have not heard? And how can they hear
Mhm.
without a preacher? And how can he preach lest he be sent? Don't the book say that?
Yes, but
Okay, so
now,
wait, Mr. Phillip. Wait, Mr. Phillip.
yeah,
They had not heard because there had not been a preacher sent. Okay, so
mhm.
back to my initial question. Why did God let so much of your family die and go to hell for free?
Now a lot of times the reason why that happens is because a lot of people end up rejecting Christ.
Handsome. You cannot, how can they reject what they have not heard? They did not
No, no,
reject it.
no,
Listen to
no,
the
no,
question I'm
no, no,
asking,
no.
Mr. Phillip. Mr. Phillip, you keep not
Yeah,
answering my question, and this
yeah.
isn't fair to me. I don't have a
No,
lot of
no.
time. I don't have a lot of time. I need you to answer my
Me
question.
neither.
Not, I don't want you to answer the question you want to answer. I want you to answer my question. I'm not talking about anybody that rejected Jesus. I'm not talking about
Mm-hmm.
anybody that rejected
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. I'm asking you specifically about those of your family who never heard this message at all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why
Mm-hmm.
did God let so much of your family go to hell for free?
Mm-hmm. If you never heard of God, then is nothing that nobody else can do. And
I
this
didn't
is,
ask you what anybody else could do. Think about the question I'm
it's
asking you. Think about
yeah,
the
it's
question I'm
not your
asking you.
fault.
I'm
It's
not talking
not your
about
fault.
fault. I didn't say it was their fault. Answer the question I'm asking you. Why did God allow so much of your family to go to hell for free?
I can say this. Nobody knows the mind of God.
Mm-mm,
And
mm-mm,
nobody
mm-mm.
knows.
You must know
No,
the
no,
mind
no,
of
no,
God.
no.
But you must know the mind of God because you know God sent him to hell. You know that,
Hmm.
right? You didn't see him in hell. Did you see him in hell? Have you seen him?
Nobody has went to heaven yet because wait, wait, I'm
Listen, Mr.
wait,
Phillip,
you
you're asking
keep
a
you,
question.
you
I asked you, did you see
no,
them
no, no,
in
no,
hell?
no,
You refused to
no,
answer
no,
a single question I'm asking you, Mr. Phillip. Have you seen them in hell?
I'm trying to answer your
No, no, no.
question, but
You can't be trying because
I,
my question is a yes or no question.
I'm about to answer your question, but you're not
Okay.
allowing me to.
No, no. But the answer to my question was yes or no, Mr. Phillip. That was it's a very simple question.
I know, but if this is the problem here, sir. If you never allow me to answer your
I
question,
did
how
allow
can I
you to
answer
answer
your
it. What
question?
you said was nobody know. I asked you, have you seen your family in hell? It should have took you 1 second to say yes, I have, or no, I haven't. Have you seen your
But
family in hell, Mr. Phillip?
I'm trying to answer your
You
question,
could
but
have answered it by now. Have you seen your family in hell, Mr. Phillip?
all I'm trying to answer. No,
Okay, that means you believe at least to know the mind of God. You know what God did with him, or what God is going to do with him, so that you are purporting to know the mind of God. So, because you are claiming to know the mind of God, let me go back. Why did God let so much of your family go to hell for free?
I can say this, and I'm going to give you my answer, not your answer. This is my thing here. I can say this.
Don't laugh, also. He's trying to give me an answer.
No, now my thing is this. We God God did not let my family go to hell. Now, you're saying that God did not show up, and I'm going to say that God did show up. And this is the thing. God showed up through prophecy.
Through
God
what
showed up.
prophecy, Mr. Phillip? What prophecy
Yes,
did they hear? Did they hear?
they heard prophecy through other people.
Through what
Now,
people, Mr. Phillip?
uh,
Through what people, Mr. Phillip?
uh, because back then you have to understand that um, because back then
They didn't want you. Now you hot. They all on you.
who all on me?
Never mind. What back then? What now, Mr. Phillip?
Hey,
Yeah,
No, no. You can't just say yeah, Mr. Phillip. Back then, what happened now?
back then you have to understand that God's word was still going forth.
Where was God's word going forward in the Americas in the 1300s, Mr. Phillip? Who was preaching Jesus in America in the 1300s?
You had a lot of people
There
that
was
was.
no. You did not name one, Mr. Phillip.
Now I don't know because I didn't read up on it back then.
Mr. Phillip, it didn't happen. That's just not true.
Okay,
No.
okay. Like
Okay.
I said, I didn't read up on it, so I'm
Okay.
not
So
quite.
then you were just making it up. Okay. So what I'm asking is, think about what I'm asking, Mr. Phillip. The Bible says, how can they believe on whom they have not heard?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The reason that you have to go and make disciples is because there's people out there who have not heard. Ain't that correct? Ain't that right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't believe on what they have not heard. And you supposed to tell them. Somebody's supposed to tell them. Okay. It's people dying every second that haven't heard, handsome. Okay. Back in the 1300s, no one in America had heard. You said that your family are native to America. Okay. So that means that no one in your family had heard about that. For 13, 14, 1500 years since Jesus died, nobody over here heard about that.
Well, in this day and time, it's a
I'm not
lot of
asking about
people.
this day and time, Mr. Phillip. I'm
Well,
asking
it's
about your family. Listen to the question I'm asking. Stop doing that, please. I'm not asking about today and time. I'm talking about the family members that died in between AD 33 and at least 1565. Okay,
well, I
so
wasn't
I'm
back
talking
then, so
about
I can't
1500
speak.
years of
I
Mr.
can't
Phillip.
speak
Yes, you
on back
can
then.
speak on it. Yes, you can. I need you to speak on it
No, I
because that,
can't speak. I cannot speak
Mr.
on
Phillip,
that.
Mr. Phillip. Yes, I need to know why God did not tell your family about this.
I
Why He
wasn't
let
born
them
back
die
then,
for
so I
free.
cannot speak on that.
You just said you couldn't speak on it.
I wasn't back then, so I can't speak on that.
You weren't back in the day that Jesus died either, but you spoke on that.
Well, because I read the Word of
Okay.
God, and I'm
Okay.
knowledgeable
So
about the
now
Word
I'm
of God.
asking about, based on what you read, based on what you know about God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why would God, and don't tell me you don't know the mind of God because you've been talking about the mind of God all night. So why would God let your family die? And I'm not even mentioning those that died before Jesus died because I don't even know if that would be fair. But just from the day Jesus died until the day the Europeans showed up wearing their crosses. Why would God let your family die for those 1500 years for free?
Well, if you do not know Christ
Hmm.
and you did not have a relationship with God,
Uh-huh.
then right then and there, okay, you would end up dying because you did not have a relationship with God.
Mr. Phillip, what's the question I asked you?
I answered your question.
I
Now,
didn't, what question did I just ask you, though? What was the question?
what was the question?
Okay. Why would God allow your family to die and go to hell for free?
And what I answered was, if you did not have a relationship, then you would end up
Do,
going to hell.
do you think that that's the question that I asked you? Because I'm asking, why is that the case?
Because first of all, you have to have a relationship.
Okay, but if I did not get a chance to have that relationship, Mr. Phillip.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
And see,
That means that God intended. Think about what I'm getting at here, Mr.
uh
Phillip.
huh.
Okay, God knew that for 1500 years your
Mm-hmm.
family would not have the opportunity to have that relationship.
Mm-hmm.
He knew that. Okay, but
Mm-hmm.
he set a series of events
Mm-hmm.
that your family could not control, right? Because your family couldn't control when the Europeans showed up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so for 1500 years, God said, "Oh man, fuck Philip's family. They could just die and go to hell." Okay, and because they don't have a relationship with me, and I don't care that they don't have a relationship with me. To hell with them, literally. Okay, why did
But
God do your family that way, Mr. Phillip?
but God wouldn't
He
see the thing
did, though.
about it.
He did.
Wait. See, this is the thing that we're leaving out. God is a loving God,
I
so
didn't ask
God
you if he
wouldn't
was
do
love.
that.
I didn't ask you if he was loving. Think about the question I'm
I
asking,
know
Mr.
you did.
Phillip.
I
Okay,
know you
okay.
did.
Then why would a loving God do your family that way?
A loving God will not do that. A
He
loving
did,
God
though. He
will give you
did.
an
You just,
opportunity.
Mr. Phillip, if you don't have a relationship with God, you're going to hell, right?
There you go.
Okay. Did your family have a relationship with God?
Back then, no,
No. Okay. So
because
that
you
means they're
didn't know.
going to hell. Okay.
There you
Did
go.
they have the opportunity to have a relationship with God, Mr. Phillip? They never heard of it.
No.
Okay. So back to the question I'm asking you. Why would God do your family that way?
Once again, like I say,
No, you don't say once again because the answer is wrong. So give me another answer. Don't give me that one again. That one doesn't speak to the problem.
it
Why
does.
would God?
It
No, it
does
doesn't,
speak to
Mr.
the
Phillip. If
problem
it had
because the
spoke to the
problem
problem, I would have accepted it.
because
Mr. Phillip,
because
stop.
the problem is
Mr.
this.
Phillip, Mr.
You
Phillip,
have to
stop.
understand
I
this.
do understand. Stop.
No,
Why?
no, you
No, you're
stop.
not. Mr. Phillip, stop.
No, the
You're not
problem.
answering, Mr. Phillip.
Wait,
Please, please,
wait, wait,
please,
wait, wait.
please,
Calm down,
please,
sir.
please, Mr. Phillip. Hear me out.
Sir,
Mr. Phillip,
sir.
please. Mr. Phillip,
Yes.
please. Okay. Think about what I'm asking you. Think about what I'm asking you. Based on the pieces that you laid out for me, I'm gonna lay out what you
Mm-hmm.
said to me, okay? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to repeat any of the things that I'm about to say to you right now, okay? What you told me is that if you do not have a relationship with God, you are going to hell. I know that you
Mm-hmm.
told me that. I know that you believe that God is loving. I know that you told me that. I know that your family that was here did not have a relationship with God. I know that they had no opportunity to have that relationship with God. So just based on those four pieces of information, what
Mm-hmm.
you put together for me is that a loving God allowed your family to go to hell for not having a relationship that they could not possibly have. They are being
Now,
punished for what they could not possibly do.
now that's the way you summed it up,
Okay, then put it
and
together for me again,
that
Mr. Phillip. I'm
that
gonna listen.
that's the way
Okay, put it together for me
it's
again.
not summed up right.
Okay, put it together for me
Now,
again. Then.
okay. Thank you for letting me put it the
Yes,
right
sir.
way. First of all, a loving God is not going to send you to hell for that. Um, the thing about it is, like I was saying before, if if you don't know God and the pardoning of your sins, that's the way that you end up in hell because of the things that you're doing. And if you don't
Did
have a
they know
relation,
God and the pardoning of their sins, Mr. Phillip?
well, you can. But see,
I'm not
this is the
asking
thing.
about me, Mr.
You
Phillip. Did your family know God?
wait. Let me answer your question.
Please do.
You keep you keep cutting me off. You can know God and the pardoning of your sins.
I didn't
But the
ask about me.
question
That
is,
wasn't my question.
I'm not talking about you.
Then why'd you say
You
you?
keep
You
you
said
keep
you
putting
can know
yourself in
God.
this equation. So let me answer the question if you don't mind. Now let me finish.
Mr. Phillip, I don't
Now,
think you understand what answering questions are. Like you keep saying that, and then you keep not answering the question. I specifically asked you, did they know God and the pardoning of their sins? You said
okay,
you can know God. I'm not them.
I know, but
Then
why
why
you
did you
keep putting
answer that
yourself?
way? If my question was
But
about
why you
them,
keep
why did
putting
you answer
yourself in the
about
equation?
me?
But why you keep putting yourself in the equation?
You put me in the equation, handsome.
I didn't
I
put
said,
yourself in the
did
equation.
they know
I didn't
God?
put yourself. You put yourself in there. I
Wait, wait,
never put
wait,
you
wait,
in
wait,
there.
wait. Am I them?
I never put you in there. You
Wait,
put yourself in there.
wait, Mr. Phillip.
Stop putting
I'm
yourself in
gonna,
the
I'm gonna
equation.
assume, I'm gonna assume that this is
I
a
the,
joke. I'm
don't
assuming this
don't
is a joke. Okay,
assume.
okay, 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 okay,
Do not
okay, okay,
assume.
okay, okay. Mr. Phillip,
Do
did they know
you
God?
know what the word
Mr.
assume
Phillip, did
means?
they know God?
Do you know what the word
M-
assume
m-
means?
that when I ask it about me, did they know God in the pardoning of their
Okay.
sins?
Let's go back. Let's go back and let me finish out this question because you're jumping all over the place.
I did not move a single place, Mr. Phillip. Stop lying on
I
me.
did. You did. You've been moving 4 or 5 times all night,
Also,
and I
also,
have
also, hold
yet.
on, wait. Also, what question
You
have
have
I
not.
asked tonight?
You've been asking the same question over and over.
But see, the question is, you can if you John 3:16.
I've been asking one question all night, Mr. Phillip. Why did God let your family die and go to
I
hell for
understand.
free? That's my only
Philip,
What
question.
you
I
do
something's
have
up
is,
with
not
your
jumped from that.
microphone.
hold on, wait. You've been asking one question, but with this same question, you cut me off 4 or 5 or 6
Because you
different
keep
times.
jumping from
Now
place to
I'm not
place.
mad.
I asked a very simple question. Let's start over. Let's start
I'm
over.
not mad at you
One more time.
cutting me off.
Now you're jumping around again.
No, no,
Let's start over. One more time.
no,
One
I'm
more
not
time.
mad at
One
you
more
cutting
time,
me
Mr.
off,
Phillip.
but
One
that's
more
what you
time,
do.
Mr. Phillip. Why did God let your family die and go to hell for free?
Okay. My question is this: will you let me answer? Or are you going to cut me
Yes,
off?
I'm going to let you answer.
Are you sure?
I guarantee, unless you answer anything other than what I asked you.
I tell you what. To save me and you time, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here because I don't think you're going to let me
I
answer.
promise I'm going to let you answer, Mr. Phillip,
No,
as long
I
as you
don't think that's
answer
going
the
to happen.
question that I'm
So
asking you.
I think what's going to happen is that we're going to go over.
I'm not going to go around.
Eh.
Philip, I really wanted to answer to that. And instead of just answering the question, he said I wasn't going to let him answer. And I was going to let him answer. He just didn't answer the question I asked. And that's not fair to me. Damn.
It's been a night of runners.
I'll answer your question, Bash.
If you're really a prince, I'll marry you.
I wanted to ask him, like, how do you even know that you have the relationship with the right God? Like, on top of them not knowing the God and going to hell for not knowing the God, what if you are in a relationship with the wrong God?
I'm going to assume that he got that part right. That wouldn't even fix it. You know, like, you can't know that. Phil. But Phil didn't know what he thought he knew. So Phil didn't even know that I'm not them. Phil blamed me because he put me in the shit that I didn't.
Well, you've been jumping around the whole time, so what can he do?
I repeated the same question at least 50 times in their conversation, but I moved the goalpost. Okay.
Well, check this out. You moved the
But in
goalpost
his
because
head,
every time I
interrupting
answer,
him, yeah,
right.
there you go. Yeah. That's moving the goalpost. Interrupting him is moving the goalpost.
I'm just trying to put it back from where he's taking it from.
As he's actively moving the motherfucker away. He was so funny, bro.
But it's so crazy
Oh,
because he's like, I'm not from, I'm not, my people aren't from Africa.
That's
I've
fair.
never been to Africa.
Okay, that's cool. I don't want to chase that rabbit
But
either.
you said,
Okay.
you said, are you a descendant of, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, words don't mean words.
Mm-mm, mm-mm,
He, he's
mm-mm.
a descendant of Alabama.
That's where he's from, and that's fine. Right? I don't even want to chase that because that would have been allowing him to take that goalpost and put that bitch in Alabama. And you know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't about Alabama. This is about them dead family members. This is not about none of that. I just want to know why God let that man family member go to hell like that.
Yeah, but I'm talking about how the religion, like, this is the second person tonight who talked about Africa as like very dismissive. Like the second
Mhm.
black believer that got on the stage, and you mentioned Africa, and it's like, like I ain't got nothing to do with them.
Well, that's because West Africa ain't in the Bible, and you don't know what to do with it. That's the reason I asked that question. That's the specific reason that I asked that question because it's a lot of different lands in the Bible. Two things that ain't in the Bible is a cat. There are no cats in the Bible, and there are no West Africans in there, and so you don't know what to do with that. You just don't know what to do with it. It don't. West Africa doesn't fit this theology at all. It doesn't fit in there. It's too much, and neither does like China, but it's easy to speak to, or Aborigines. Aborigines don't fit that either, right? So that's why I asked that specific question because there's nothing you can do with West Africa in Christianity.
Yep. But somehow they are making it work. If you are deconstructing, if you are a believer, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. There is no wait. There's over 800 people watching the live right now, y'all. It's 3 a.m. Central Standard Time, 4 a.m. Eastern. People finna start waking up, getting ready for work. The guest box is open. Bash, did you know Jesus had a tattoo on his thigh?
Yes.
I keep trying to picture it.
Did you see it?
Did I see it?
Mhm.
I read. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's back when Jesus was dancing at the pyramid. He's working at the pyramid tonight.
Yeah, you get it. You keep the vision. You keep it.
Nah, I read about it. I read about it.
But here's my thing, like when he comes back, right, and he has that bloodstained robe on, right, and the robe has the inscription King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Like what, how they see in his thigh? Like,
It's got
is the
a
robe a mini robe?
no. It's a long robe. It's got a slit. You know what I'm saying? Like you
Oh,
said,
I
robe.
thought it
You
was
can
like a
put you.
Marilyn Monroe type
Yeah, yeah,
deal.
yeah. It's like a Marilyn Monroe kind of robe. We could put
Oh,
your
oh,
leg.
and it's blowing in the
Yeah.
wind.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
When you ride a horse, you got a robe on it.
Oh,
Yeah. There's a slit. Yeah, Kamara get it. The Kamara see how it go. You know.
Man, I wonder what I wonder if it's like gonna be in like Sanskrit or something, like or Roman. If it's gonna be written with Roman letters or
Okay,
Hebrew,
guys. Okay, guys. Okay.
maybe it'll be written in West Africa.
Maybe Native American.
In Igbo, it'll be written in Igbo or I don't know. What's the? What's, I don't know. Maybe you know what? Maybe Jesus is about as cool as me and got a tattoo in Chinese. Maybe it might be
Japanese garlic Jesus.
yeah,
Okay, I'm with it. I'm with it.
or one letter from every country. That way, everybody is included and everybody can read it.
Oh, now it's a
Like
leg sleeve. That's
yeah, like I mean, who like if it ain't in a language that everybody can understand. Not tie thigh Jesus. I'm
that's
done with you, die biblical. Like somebody should
So
have been took your phone from you.
that's crazy.
I'm
Tie
thinking something like
dye.
this.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's how I was envisioning it right there with the long.
Little slit action.
Yeah.
Don't my don't.
Who is that on it?
I just had to put it there to cover up the. Oh damn! I didn't cover the other one. Fuck.
Oh my gosh.
You failed
Oh my
miserably.
gosh.
I
Oh my gosh.
know.
Oh my gosh.
But you get
Lord.
the vision.
I don't. See, what you got to know is, see, this is my thing. See, this is my thing right here. See, and it don't never be that thing
um,
right there. It don't never, like, whatever somebody say, this the thing, is never the thing. Like,
not once.
it has never in the history of things been the thing where somebody says,
Oh
see,
my
this the thing.
goodness.
Yeah, it's never the thing.
Here it is.
It's not
But
there.
that moment he got stuck, he was like,
See, this the thing right here. Wait.
Hold on now, cause you trying to throw it off the rails by stopping me from making it up. I mean, telling it like it is.
See this. This is what you need to know. See, the thing is, cause what I'm trying to, cause this the thing. What the fuck is the thing? Where
What you
is it?
fail to understand is that you gotta understand. You know
Oh,
what I'm
oh. Okay, okay.
saying? You understand?
I do not. I'm sorry, sir, but I don't. And he never did answer that question. He tried to jump on me. See, you can know Jesus in the pardon of your. I'm not. I didn't ask nothing about you.
Don't worry about all that, sweetheart. Don't
This that
worry
split.
about
This that split. This that split. That's what this is.
it.
Okay. Okay, I understand it now. Okay, I get it.
I think like I literally I could hear the moment that his in his brain he said, I ain't never thought about it like that.
Yeah.
I ain't never thought that damn far.
And I don't think I'll continue to. Goodbye.
And I don't want to think about it. So good night. I can go to the comments and tell you you are wrong.
John 3:16 now. Bye.
Wow. Okay.
All right, y'all. We're gonna give it to 3:30 and see if we can get some conversations going. If not, then we'll call it a night. But it's 800 people. Well, now 746 watching the live. If you are someone that's deconstructing and you have questions, if you are a believer and you are comfortable having uncomfortable conversations, or if you are an atheist, and of course, if you are a nerd, we're here for a conversation.
Holy shit. You're right, Medulla.
Lord.
He got a dick tattoo.
Oh, what?
He got a dick tattoo.
What verse are you talking about?
Don't thigh mean not thigh?
No,
Why? Because it's in the Greek.
Yeah, it's talking about his thigh right there.
But I mean, if everybody's gonna give revisionist history, might as well rock it. Get that too for Jesus. They don't believe you when you say hardest kidney anyway. Might as well make shit up too.
That would be hilarious, though. Yeah, that would have to hurt like a bug.
Shit, people get
Like, who
piercings, so
gave Jesus the tattoo? Did he tat himself? Like, did he just like point and like who tatted him up?
Paul, it's a prison tattoo.
they was locked down for some time together.
One of the angels. Like, So does that mean that everybody with a tattoo is like Jesus then, and the ones that without a tattoo is less like him?
Also, wouldn't that be a breaking of the commandment, though?
Yeah, that's what Theo brought up. Yeah, that's what I don't understand. But is it, and that's very Roman, ain't it? Isn't that like
Quite
very
Roman.
Roman? Yeah,
What can I say? We
yeah.
serve a radical God.
A radical Roman god?
I mean, even he said buck the system that he created, so he's
Yeah.
just really revolutionary like that. Totally.
You sound like low life or Q-tip.
Yikes.
You did just now. Oh man.
Jesus would have voted for Hillary twice.
uh Kay? I think she up here on accident. Her TV too loud. Yeah, she was in a dream. Y'all, let me tell y'all about. So, Saturday morning, I was dreaming. I don't remember the dream, okay? The only thing I remember is two numbers. The the first number was 313 and the second number was 310, okay? My daughter wakes me up as soon as the number 313 changes to 310, and she's like, "Mama, can I talk to you?" She had something going on and she needed to talk. So I ain't think anything of the dream. Well, last night I go to sleep, I dream again. This time the number was 213 and it decreased to 210. And as soon as the number decreased to 210, my son wakes me up and asks me to help him get my grandson to sleep. What the fuck? What the fuck are these numbers? And it's driving me crazy because nothing like that has ever happened.
Uh-oh,
The
Pharaoh.
first set of numbers mean that the Detroit Lions gonna play the LA Rams in the Super Bowl, and the Rams gonna win.
The Detroit. So should I play it? Should I play
No,
it?
that's not gonna win.
You
Yeah,
think that's not gonna win?
yeah, because 310, 310 is LA, 313 is Detroit. You get what I'm saying? So that's where I got that from. Now, and
Oh.
also, then the other one you had was like, what was the other one? It was two one three.
213, two one
That
three to 210.
yeah, okay. So that means that again, that's low. That's
That's LA
LBC.
too.
That's LA too. So 213. That's where Snoop Dogg from. That's where the regular is from. 213 will regulate. Okay, so that's them. And I think 210 is in Iowa. So I put my money on college football on that one if I was you.
See, and this is what I'm saying, Pharaoh. Your magicians are clearly getting it wrong. Is there possibly a man of God out there that can interpret dreams?
Yeah, where all
To
them motherfuckers with the dreamers that be coming up here talking about y'all be having dreams? Where y'all at?
Pharaoh got a dream, y'all. We trying to make it make sense. That's exactly right, Mr. Evolving. 213, 313 Lakers and five. Don't even fly matter.
Hadassah would never ever grace this stage.
Odessa, come up here and tell us
Oh,
about the dream.
hell no, no. Mm-mm.
She might actually pay attention long enough to talk about it. I ain't even gonna lie. Oh yeah, spiritual stuff only. Yes.
Come on, y'all. It's too quiet in here for nobody to be in the guest box with all these people in here. Both dreams equal 9/11. Mm,
Is that true?
that's what somebody said in the comments. I don't know.
They can't possibly both equal 9/11.
Yeah,
They
they
can't
can't.
possibly.
Uh, oh man.
Somebody said, "Okay." I was literally mad at myself because I wanted to find out what the fuck the numbers were, like why they were decreasing. He's
See,
like,
they have to decrease that. He might increase, Shondo.
Mm.
it's got to be something in my subconscious though, something um that I'm thinking about that I'm not paying attention to.
It's probably my album release date. If you think about it, probably
When's your
count.
album release date?
I don't know yet, but let's just go with next year in March, on the 10th of March.
Oh, really?
Mm.
Nice.
Thank you, Madula.
Mm.
Well, okay, since ain't nobody up here, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
And it's about original sin. Okay. If by chance it is just to pay for the sins of your original fathers, right? Okay. Should people who are proponents of that idea be proponents of reparations? If you can live in the sins of your father and have to pay for them eternally, shouldn't people who are proponents of that idea be totally fine with paying reparations?
What do you mean proponents of the idea? Like
Like they represent,
like
they are pro that idea. So they go, yeah, you know, Adam fell into sin, and so we pay for it, right? So they propose that idea. They are proponents of it, right?
should
But
they
now,
pay reparations?
yes, shouldn't they be okay with paying reparations? So, like, if you are a Caucasian believer in America, shouldn't you be okay with paying reparations because you are currently paying for your father's sins anyway?
Yeah, but they would say that that's
Interesting.
God and this is man.
No, no,
Uh-huh.
no, but these are men. You're paying for your father's sin. You're actual. That's a man.
Yeah, but they would say God is the one who's making them pay. Like they would like man is making man pay for what man did, not
I'm saying,
God.
wouldn't it seem that God would want them to pay this?
Yeah,
Where?
Because you're paying for sins of your father.
To God.
No, I mean, yeah, to God.
y'all got this one. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay,
Good.
go ahead, also.
Hi, Jay. How are you doing tonight?
Good. How about you?
I'm doing well. Can I get your age for TikTok, please?
29.
Cool. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible?
Yes, sir.
Amazing. Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Tell me why you agree with that.
The only thing I can tell you is that all debts that were supposed to be paid to God have been paid through Christ, and there's nothing we can do about it. Amen.
So that's why you think Jesus Christ is the worst thing that happened to humanity?
perspective is important.
And because of that, he's the worst thing that happens to humanity.
For those that choose to victimize themselves, yes.
You have like an actual point in saying that? Or?
Yeah. So anybody that chooses to use themselves as a point of contingence or suffering has otherwise been overruled.
What are you even saying?
I mean, the
Jay, Jay,
gospel,
Jay, are you referring to my comment about reparations?
all of the above.
But including my comment about
Can't be.
reparations?
Can't be all of the
So,
above.
so all has been paid for through Christ.
Okay, so people don't go to hell anymore?
He descended into hell to
Jay, I'm asking
liberate
you a very
all.
Jay. So
He did this.
Jay. Listen to the question. Listen to the question. Do people still go to hell?
That's between you and God.
No, it's not between me and God. It's between me and you. I'm asking you the question.
Jesus says, I am you and you are me.
Jay. I'm not asking about what Jesus said. I'm asking you a question.
Jesus
I didn't
descended
ask
into
what Jesus
hell.
did. I didn't ask what Jesus did, Jay. I'm asking you a question.
There is no longer suffering in hell besides for
I
the
didn't ask if
fallen.
there was suffering in hell. I asked, do people still go?
For the fallen, yes, sir,
Okay.
potentially.
So what sins are they paying for? Why do they go to hell?
Because they cause chaos in order.
What chaos did they cause?
The fallen have inspired all that you know.
When did they inspire
Did
him?
we get an age?
Yeah, he's
He said
29.
29.
Okay,
The
thank you.
forbidden fruit,
Okay. Who
the
ate the
Garden
forbidden
of
fruit?
Eden,
Who ate the forbidden
the
fruit?
separate, the
Who ate the forbidden fruit?
separation, the separation is a result.
Jay. Who ate the forbidden fruit?
The chosen.
So that, and then they became the fallen, right?
No, they are the chosen.
The people who ate the forbidden fruit are the
Are
chosen.
the chosen. You're a product of.
So why are they going to hell? Why are they separate? If they,
You're saying we are going.
I didn't say you were going. I asked, do
No,
anybody go?
you said. I said the fallen will.
Right. And how did they become fallen, Jay?
They rebelled against God.
No, they didn't. They were just born.
No, they were
How did?
created by God and they rebelled.
Okay. And people who are born after that are what?
None of your business.
Jay, you the one who talked about them. You said,
What then? What the
Bash, I don't
fuck
know
did
why
you
you
come
feel this
up here
even.
for?
Yeah,
What
bro.
Are
are
you
you here
God?
for?
Jay,
He's here to
you
Are
be
go
you
to hell.
obstinate.
God?
He's
Are
here
you
to
What?
be
God?
obstinate.
Do you claim to be?
Yes, I do. I do.
What are you up here for? If you're gonna say none of your business, like what the fuck do you want?
All of you.
Jay, I do claim to
What?
be God. But
Your
now what?
souls are redeemed.
He's trolling.
Jay is off the sauce.
Or on the rock, one of the two.
Yeah.
The
The fuck off my stage.
Tinker, I wanted to ask you, I guess, and Bash, about Acts 16. Um, the beginning part of the whole Prison Break series, the woman that follows him around, the slave, is she supposed to be having like an evil spirit or no? Like did he just randomly cast that spirit out for
You talking about the one that the spirit of Delphi? Oh no,
um
the one that was like, "This is
no
Paul." Like,
These are the
yeah,
yeah
men of the Most High
these are the
God.
men of God. Yeah.
mm-hmm
It's supposed to be like a Greek spirit, like she's like a sage for the Greek gods.
um a sage or just like it says she has like a spirit of
Is it divination?
yeah a
Yeah, like
spirit of
a
divination but she was like
yeah,
a slave or oracle slaves
yeah. That's how they were. The oracles were like slaves. They kept them. The Greek and Roman pantheons at the shrines, they kept them there. Yeah. So, but it was like a she was speaking for the Greek and Roman gods.
Well, I guess I wonder because if like I don't know was that proclamation? Oh, I guess that proclamation was gonna get him in trouble, huh? That's why he did it.
No, I don't think so. I forgot why they what
It
she was
says that
saying,
she
but
annoyed him, but I just feel like that's such a horrible excuse for fucking your life over for no reason.
well, it's just to show. Really, I think the story is to show that even they recognized that they had the power of Jesus. So, you know what I'm
Mm.
saying? Yeah, like that's all it was doing. Uh,
Morning,
uh,
everybody.
good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Can I get
Um,
your age, please, for TikTok purposes, and let me know if you are a deconstructing believer, a atheist, or a current believer in the Christian God.
I am 46 years old. Bash and I have had a few conversations between this and Facebook. Um, I was raised in a religious household, but I'm
I'm
not
sorry. I
really
just need to
religious.
know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing or an atheist. Like,
I
really
guess you
quickly,
consider
can
me an
can you tell?
atheist. Yeah, no,
An
I think you
atheist.
consider me an atheist. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you
Um,
very much.
what I wanted to
Uh,
say
uh,
is, oh,
one
go ahead.
second.
I'm sorry.
One
My
second.
apologies.
My platform is a little bit different than Bash's. When you come up, you do have to address the topic that
hmm
we're discussing, and
hmm
so we don't answer questions from the topic, and we don't like. It's not a free form, right? So I just ask that you stay on topic. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
So what I wanted to say is, uh, given the logic behind what Bash was saying about reparations. Um,
That's not the topic. So that was a topic between the co-host. So the topic is Jesus Christ being the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. So like this isn't a free
religion in
form.
general.
Yeah, this isn't a. So my platform isn't set up like Bash's, right? So
Okay.
like the conversation that we were having is not like a open topic. If you come on stage, you start a new conversation about the post.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and reparations isn't a part of that.
Okay. Well, I was more referring to the original sin, but okay.
That's not a part of the topic. That's what I'm trying to
Yes, ma'am.
say.
Yes, ma'am.
Um, yeah, that was a side conversation while we waited for a guest to come up and address the topic. So, as an atheist, what I ask that you do is you address the topic with yes or no. I agree that Jesus Christ is the worst thing that happened to humanity. Here's why.
I believe that that religion itself is kind of a bane for humanity. Um, in that every religion I've ever looked into or read up on has always been about control, nothing to actually
Hey,
do with your
what does the topic say?
Roger that. Y'all have a good evening.
Anchor, check the
Yo, so when I say Jesus Christ, I'm not talking about religion, right? Um, and I tried to get him on topic several times. I don't think that he was getting it.
Not at all. He just wanted to pontificate, bloviate, elucidate, conciliate. Oh, I need another word. Start making them up for me, thinker. Extrafluviate.
That don't make no fucking sense. How the fuck I'm gonna feel like my kids are stopping me from social claim when my fucking kids are adults? They have their own fucking lives. I'm a fucking grandmother and I had fucking social claim before I started doing these damn conversations. Like you motherfuckers think like this is how I know that y'all are just making up shit based off of how you feel. And the shit that you sent to them is how you feel about me. I don't fucking need your social claim. I've already had that shit. Like literally, there are motherfuckers that I don't even respond to right now because I don't want to be fucking bothered. I don't need it. And my kids are grown.
Did I miss something? What happened?
This motherfucker in the comments sent a message talking about the numbers in your dream represents your want for social acclaim, but you feel that your kids are stopping you. You dumb motherfucker! My kids are grown. And then on top of that, I spent the majority of my life putting them first.
That's why I think it's just Lakers in five.
Mm, you probably safe with that one.
I can't stand when people do shit like that. Like, you don't know shit about me, and you don't know shit about my life.
Hello,
Laura, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
What are
my
your
connection is
thoughts on the
bad.
topic?
Uh, I've been here before. I just wanted to address something real quick because I heard something that
Lorna,
is.
I don't allow that. If you come on stage, you have to address the topic. Okay.
Oh, it was about the dream you asked earlier. I was
Yeah.
in on
No, I
YouTube,
was
but I heard
joking.
this.
No,
Yeah,
I was.
okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
no, I was joking. I'm not asking for anybody to interpret that dream.
All right, I'm
Uh,
sorry. I will keep
okay.
listening.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries.
All right. Yeah. No. That I was talking to Bash and also um and I texted to Lala and Dudette. And all I was saying was, it's driving me crazy. I'm not
Hmm.
asking for anybody to interpret that dream for me. Um, Ashraf, this is a kid, I
Hello.
think. Oh, you sound like a kid. I thought it was a kid. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes? Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist? Are you there? Ashraf?
Hello. Hello, sister.
Yes. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
How are you, sister?
Oh no, he up here to do the thing.
To do what then? Oh, okay.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hmm.
Hello, everyone.
Everyone, hello.
How are you all doing?
Decent man.
It's me. It's Ashraf Ado from Uganda, Africa. Greetings from Uganda.
My man just chilling.
I don't know.
What was he doing?
I have no idea.
He's just
I
doing the
don't know.
thing. You just kind of hang out and practice English.
That's what they do? Is that
Yeah.
oh. I thought he was somebody trying to get coins.
I've never seen it from Uganda, but I guess it could have
No,
been a
I didn't
possibility.
know he was from Uganda until I had already hit disconnect.
Oh, word,
He was
yeah.
saying the Uganda thing on his way down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know. Troy Barzala?
Yeah, that's me.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm actually
Age age for TikTok purposes, and are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist, please?
I'm 47 years old. I'm a non-believer, especially of the projected image of the white Jesus Christ, and this topic hits home for me. I'm a melanated individual of the community, and in my opinion, I mean, it's actually not just my opinion; it's proof. The Christian narrative and the actual idea of Christianity was forced upon our oppressors, of course, passed down through our great grandparents,
and so on through the lineage. And we were a part of understanding or trying to understand that. You know, as a young kid, I was wondering why there's a white Jesus on the mantle of both my grandparents' house. So I would ask those questions. I did research, started doing a little research out there and understanding that Christianity is not the way to go at all. The world doesn't revolve around Christianity. It's just the ideology and idea that they teach here in the U.S. So I'll pause there to see if you guys have any questions, but I do have more to speak on about it.
I don't have any questions. Oh, so do you have any questions for him, or like I?
Yeah, you keep going.
Okay.
Uh, he said that the world doesn't revolve around Christianity. I got. What do you mean by that? When you say that?
Well, if you're in the U.S., and this is my experience, I guess I can't speak for everybody. Let's just say for the melanated community, for me, I was brought up in what I deem as spookism, right? I was told that there's a devil somewhere. You can't dance. You can't go outside when it's raining. When it's raining and the sun's out, the devil's beating his wife. You can't ask questions in church. When you go to Bible study, you can't ask these certain things. And every picture in that book was of a Caucasian person, Caucasian image, whether it was Jewish or not. Didn't look like me. And the other thing is the logic behind that is those names in that book, especially the King James volume, which is another story I got on him because he wrote a book on demonology, first of all, but he's the author of this known book that's passed around in hotels and places like that. But anyway, inside that book, all those names are European: John, Paul, Mary, David. But this event happened in Africa. Those names should be native to the region. So that's an obvious elephant in the room nobody speaks about.
What event happened in Africa?
Well, the story itself of Christianity and Jesus, all that took place in Africa.
What part of Africa did it take place in?
Well, it's in that region.
But what part of Africa did it take place in?
Well, I'll take that back. I mean, was it Jerusalem? You guys correct me if I'm wrong there.
Jerusalem is not Africa.
Well, those
Not,
names, in my opinion, those names should be. I don't think there should be a Paul or David. Those names should be native to that region.
well, think about it. During that time, who occupied the land? Who were they under occupation?
Are you saying that they were under Caucasian rule?
They were under Roman occupation.
Okay.
And when they came back from Babylon, right, and they came back into the Levant area, who were they under occupation of?
I don't know. I don't have the answer for that one.
The Greeks.
Okay.
Right? They were Hellenized during after the Babylonian exile. They had started mingling with Greeks. They had started speaking Greek, right? Aramaic. They were speaking Greek. They were some of them were adopting Greek customs, Greek spirituality, and then Rome took over, right? And so some of them started adopting Roman customs, Roman spirituality, Roman names. So it's not, unheard of for, um, you know, some people in those areas to have Roman names, especially like the not all of the writers of the New Testament were disciples of Jesus. Some of them were Greek speakers, right? Some of them were aristocrats. Well, all of them were aristocrats. They were not, you know, illiterate shepherd boys. This stuff was written by aristocrats.
I see. That's good knowledge. I appreciate that. Not to switch the subject real quick, but I don't want to hog up all the time. I just want to make two more points that relate to the topic and makes me a believer the Jesus Christ thing was not good for melanated people, especially. When you look at the logic in terms of how old the Earth is, it's supposedly that scientists say the Earth is 4.7 billion years old, and this whole Christianity thing is a mere speck in the vision of the timeline of the Earth's being here. So it's like 2,500, give or take some years. What happened the other 3 billion years? What was happening? Did anybody record that? No one thinks about the logic behind all the things that have happened up until now. They're just focusing on a certain period of time. I think, in my opinion, I think that's almost like a smoke and screen kind of thing. They have to give us, let's go back to Santa Claus, right? They had to give us some kind of story of how those presents got under the tree if you participated in that. But it was your family members, right? And we later found that out. And we were very naive. We were young. We didn't know how the world operated. We were just forming our thoughts and our ideas. That's similar to the way this is in terms of religion, man-made religion. That is, I think we're all spiritual because we have spirits in our physical bodies. But in terms of the creator and God and all that kind of stuff, that's a tough topic for anybody to wrap their minds around because it deals with science. It deals with a lot of different areas. And it's tough for the average brain to think. So they give us this smoke and screen or this idea and bring our brains over here. And all the things that are complex in terms of like the complexity of religion and science and spirituality, they personify and they make it easy. They give it a fairy tale, similar to the way Santa Claus
What's a
was
spirit?
personified. Hmm?
What's a
Hold on.
spirit?
Idon, you are not fooling anybody in them fucking comments. An atheist wouldn't say we believe in atheism. Dumb fuck. Sorry, go ahead, Oso.
Yeah, I was just curious. What is a spirit? Since we're all
He left.
spiritual.
He left. I hope he don't think I was talking to him. What was his name? What was his
Mm,
name? Truck or something? I hope you don't think I was talking to you. I was talking to Idon in
Troy,
the
that's what it
comments.
was.
What was his name? Troy Aster?
Troy Brazil,
Troy Oh, okay.
Barzilla. Joshua said truck.
The
I thought
drop.
he had truck in his name.
My name's
I was
Troy.
Troy. Yeah, you didn't think I was talking to you, did you?
No, I'm new to TikTok and I think I swiped something that dropped me, but I'm back, of course.
Oh, okay, okay.
I got
Yeah,
you.
go ahead, Oso.
Yeah, what's a spirit?
Is that question directed to me? I love to answer if so.
Yeah.
Um, and when I speak, I don't speak in terms of this is the way everyone should think. It's just my experience and my views on how my life has gone and my experience. So when I think about a spirit, I think of it in this way. I relate it to an energetic force, energetic power, so to speak. And I think without knowing all the ins and outs and the scientific pieces to it, I can only relate it to something that I can verbalize. And I think the spirit is a part of a person and it's in us. It's the part of us that travels out in dreams. It's the part of us that has astral travels. I think the spirit is connected to a different dimension than we're on now. We communicate that with that when we're dreaming, when we're in need. It talks to us. When we say we're talking to ourselves, it's a physical talking to our spirit, our higher being. And
Your
I think
spirit dreams
what was
for you?
that?
Like your spirit brings dreams to you, or
No,
how did you say that?
it's my belief that our spirit travels and our spirit is what is encountering, experiencing our dreams because our physical is laying down, but our part of us is experiencing, um, an experience in the dream, right? And I think that's part of our spiritual being. In addition to that, I think that once we move on or pass on, our physical, all it's made up of our physical, meaning all the periodic table elements is really what we are. It goes back into the ground, but energy in spirit form, which is what spirit is, it's never created or destroyed. So it travels. It travels back to wherever it goes. Some people could call it heaven. Some people could call it hell, which is only, in my opinion, a lower and a higher dimension. Heaven is up higher, vibrating
What
higher. Hell is vibrating lower. So our
what
energy and our spirit
wow.
travels. Go ahead.
What form of energy is the spirit?
Um, Again, you're asking the form of like power, from a from the power company at
Can you
all.
repeat what you said?
It,
Your phone cut out.
I'm sorry. I would say the spirit is closer to what's deemed as ethereal energy. I don't think spirit is like when you say what form of energy. I don't believe it's like a power that powers your light bulb necessarily, but I think it's a form of ether. Um, and if that answers, and I could be wrong, I could be totally wrong. It's just my thought, my guess, my best guess at that.
What does ethereal mean?
Well, um, I don't know if you all, like I said, I think I mentioned I'm 47 years old, and in the 90s, I don't know if you all experienced a lot of what was going on in the 90s with the Muslims and the a particular leader called Malachi Z. York. He was part of what was 5% of Nation of Islam, and he was also in another sector. I'm getting somewhere with this, just bear with me. But a lot of the rappers that were just getting started, like your Nas and even your Jay-Z's and a couple of others, were reading a lot of his teachings, and they came out in scrolls, and you can still get them on eBay and some of the Nation of Islam stores or shops. But anyway, it talks about melanated people having what's called 9 ether hair, and basically our hair curls up, and what it acts as antennae, just like a spider or a cat or whatever. When it detects vibration, it sticks up and it analyzes that vibration. Where we are the only beings with melanin and that have 9 ether hair, right? So our 9 ether hair acts as antennae and receptors. So we're feeling the vibration. If we don't vibrate with anybody, we don't vibe with them. I don't vibe with her. I don't vibe with him, because your hair and the ether in your hair, which is the 9 version of ether, is detecting and sensing out your surroundings.
Yeah, but what is ether though?
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm glad you said that. It's an etheric energy. It's in the universe. It's actually what you guys know what an Ethernet cable is. It connects your computer to the router. It's actually transmitting the energy and giving you the ability to get on the internet through ether connection. So it's almost like a cosmic kind of energy, if that answers. But
So
we
ether
are
is
able
a
to detect it.
cosmic ton of energy?
A cosmic type of energy, and it is something you might want to. It might be
Hold
good
on.
to just research
We
to get
use
others' opinion.
cosmic energy to connect to the internet?
No, no. What I said, well, first of all, I said it might be a topic to look into, both of us, just to kind of study a little bit more and get other opinions. But the etheric energy that exists out there in the cosmos is is similar to what I'm saying. We are tapped into that etherical energy through our
Oh,
abilities to have not.
I'm actually Googling this as we talk because I'm
Okay.
curious. Because when I Google ether, it doesn't say literally any of that. So that's why I was curious by what you meant by ether, because you started talking about uh ether being a type of hair and also an energy and also other stuff. But this says it's a pleasant smelling, colorless, volatile liquid that's highly flammable.
Oh no, that's
Um,
like alcohol. That's that form of ether.
and the
Ether is
clear
ETH.
sky, upper regions of air beyond the clouds.
Ether is spelled ETHER. The ether
Uh-huh.
that it just gave you was like alcohol, isopropyl alcohol. But I mean, there could be several different definitions. You can also look up 9 ether, but that ties back to the
What does that
fact
say?
that. Hmm?
What does that say? That's the word you're talking about?
Oh, you put it in the chat.
It's
Yes,
on
that's
the
it right
screen.
there. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it. I
that's
see it.
that's I'm reading this.
Yeah, and there may be several definitions. You could look up
I mean, this
Dr.
is coming from
Malachi.
Oxford.
Mm-hmm.
This is from Oxford. Where is what you talking about?
You can look up Dr. Malachi Z. York, and you can just reference ether on the side of that comment, and just
But what
you know.
what scientific experiments did York do to prove that black people's hair is 9 ether?
Is this what you talking about?
Yes, that's him. Yeah.
Like I've heard of York's concepts before,
Hmm.
but never understood how he came to the conclusion that the coils in our hair is due to etheric energy. Like where did he get this this
Mhm.
information? Like what scientific experiments did he do to prove that?
Well, without proclaiming that I'm an advocate of his or completely knowledgeable. I'm just an average person reading the books, so I can't say how he developed or gathered that information, other than the fact that he proclaims to um, be able to tap in and receive transmissions from out of this world in terms of being a savant or maybe a channeler, and that's how he claimed to get a lot of his information. Like I said, those scrolls. I mean, putting it that well, yeah, he did go to jail. They did put him in jail, and there's a whole conspiracy behind that. Um, that's
Wait, what
interesting.
did
If
he
you
go?
go,
What did he go to jail for? Why is he in jail?
Why all these
kind of
celebrities
research.
end up in
Um,
jail?
Oh
Y'all
my
see that?
gosh!
Y'all see that?
What?
Also known
What
as
yeah, they
is
said.
it?
Malachi Z. York, is an American cult leader, black supremacist, and convicted chomo, best known as the founder of Nubian Nation, a
Mm.
black supremacist new religious movement that has existed in some form or under various different names since the 1960s.
You know, with
Huh.
with with any leader, with any black leader,
Oh
you
no.
still there?
They do.
Are you about
Oh
to
no.
like excuse his action of child molestation? Are you about to like excuse them?
Who, me? No. Well, no, what I'm just going to say, because I don't know. I wasn't there and I have no clue. I really hadn't even studied his case like that. I just heard that that's where he is now. But, in my opinion, every black leader that we have that comes up, something goes wrong. Something gets put in the media. Something went wrong there.
Oh
And I don't know what it
whoa.
is. Because they even said that his son was in it. But then later on, his son said that he made it up. I don't know. I really can't speak on that, guys. Like I'm saying, like I'm on his team representing him. I think it's sad if that did happen. Most of the time that does happen when people have a cult following. It happens in the black church. It happens in the white church. Once people get
My
power,
my
they abuse it.
father was a pastor. Not once did he, as a child, have an affair, steal money. None of that. Like
Right. And it's not
it
everybody.
does
It's not.
not happen with every black leader, right?
Well, the leaders that has happened to, I'm just going to say these, and people can agree or not. But I think it happened to Michael Jackson. I think it happened to Bill Cosby. Whether they did something wrong or not, the media has the ability to put anything in.
No, no, no.
Wow.
What Bill Cosby did was wrong. Bill Cosby
Agreed.
did what he did. Like it's not the media blew it up. The fact that the media talked about it, we knew what he did. Other than that, Bill Cosby was seen as the black dad that everybody wanted. Right? He
Agreed.
could continue to cosplay as if he was a respectable man.
I totally agree with that. Again, I think, and it's just my opinion. I don't want to get off topic. I think these particular people in position, they're always doing something that's borderline, a little shady. I mean, Martin Luther King supposedly, I don't know this, supposedly had affairs outside his marriage and things like that. But I think, um,
And
God
It's
these
a
men
long
damn.
way
that
off from what we're talking.
exactly like somebody having an affair, like that's their fucking business. But molesting a
correct,
child or drugging women to grape them,
correct. I'm
like
totally
people
agreeing with you.
like
I don't
it's
have
not
any.
the same thing. Bringing up Martin Luther King, whether he had an extramarital affair or not, like that, right? That's not the same thing.
So if I may, I was just going to get back to the topic of what you were asking me about. I don't know whether any of those folks did anything. I don't. I'm not in a position to make that kind of proclaim. I don't know. I don't even have an opinion on it, to be honest with you. I was just saying that the leaders that we have had in positions that they've been in, they're
Nope.
Yeah, you need to stop following weirdos, bro. This nigga is not cool. Like, and you came up here spitting this like quasi Hebrew Israelite. Like this man just stuck like combined Hebrew Israelite ideologies and fucking pseudo Islamic themes into like this weird ideology that you are pandering to. Like, this is weird, man. The motherfucker was a racketeer. They built a theme park in the 90s, an Egyptian themed theme park in Georgia. And like, the motherfucker was money laundering his ass off and touching children. He's serving 135 fucking years. You think he didn't do it? 135 fucking years? You think they didn't have that motherfucker pinned to the wall?
Being willing to ignore that shit just so you can think that you are special is the same shit that believers of this God do. You might as well just be a believer of the God. Like, uh, you're willing to overlook harmful shit to feel special. Echo, Echo,
Hey,
how are
sister,
you?
how are you?
Good.
Yeah, yeah,
Can I get
fine,
your
thank you.
age, please? And let me know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please.
Oh, okay, okay. My age, I'm 50 years old. Yeah, and then from the land, but
Are
currently
you a
here.
believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Honestly, I'm not an atheist, and none
Are
of
you a
the.
believer or are you deconstructing?
Uh, yeah, I'm in the knowing because I
Do
don't
you
get the
believe in the
belief.
God that we're talking about? We're talking about the God of the Bible. Do you believe in that God or know that God?
Yeah, I know. That's why I
Okay.
said I
All
don't. I
right.
don't
Okay.
believe.
Okay.
I'm in the
Okay.
knowing.
Okay. Cool. 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 Can you talk about the topic?
Yeah, like I heard the because I've been listening to you guys and sounds interesting. The guy was talking about our hair
Oh my
being
goodness.
like I turn out
No, that's not the
connection.
topic. That's not the
Okay.
topic. The topic is
Oh,
Jesus is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. That's the topic.
yeah, yeah. I've seen that on the stuff as well. Okay.
That's the topic, not what that
Yes, ma'am.
last guest was talking
Yes,
about.
ma'am.
Are you going to
Yes, ma'am.
address the topic?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Jesus is not the worst thing. Is the truth, but is the way the manual is being taught to us. We've been taught in the Bible in the wrong way, because how can devil speak about God? There are two things in the world. We have good and bad, which is good is God, bad is devil. So we need to put our eyes down correctly and see what is happening. You know what I mean? And then Christ was killed by the same people. How can the same person who slavery black man tell the black man the truth? So whatever the black people will be hearing this time are all jives. There is no truth in it. You know what I mean? And the only way we can go back to the truth is listening to each other with a
How
warm
do
heart.
you how do you believe in Jesus, right? How do you say that the man that enslaved the black man
Yeah,
cannot give them truth, but that
true.
same man is who brought Jesus to the black man?
No, he never brought Jesus. He stole a concept.
No, he didn't. Like literally Jesus, right? Lived in
Mm,
first century Rome, right? In a Roman province. He lived in Judea, which was a Roman province. He was under Roman occupation. The first followers of Jesus were Jewish um, Israelites under Roman occupation, and then Romans, Christians in Rome, Romans who became Christian. They were Jewish and European, not West African, right? Not African. Even Philip baptized an Ethiopian eunuch in this book. The Ethiopian eunuch had no idea who Jesus was until Philip told him who Jesus was. So it didn't start in Ethiopia. It didn't start in Egypt. It didn't start in West Africa. Jesus isn't black. The Romans, the Europeans, brought this Jesus to the continent. So the same people who enslaved your people brought you this God. But this is the God that you believe in.
No, I don't. I don't believe in. I know what I'm
Or
talking about.
no,
When
or no. But you just said out of your own mouth that the people who enslaved you can't give you truth. But the people
yeah,
who enslaved you brought you this Jesus.
yeah. That's why I'm saying that. You see, if you go by the scriptures, if you talk about someone with a woolly hair, a wool hair,
Mm-hmm.
okay,
Mm-hmm.
a European don't have a woolly hair,
It doesn't
okay. You
say that.
have
It doesn't say anything about him having woolly hair.
1 minute. It says that in the Bible
No,
when
it
you
doesn't.
read
It doesn't.
when maybe if you read Revelations, if you read Revelations chapter
114,
1,
chapter 1, verses 14, 15.
yeah, if you
Uh
read,
huh.
it tells you that his eyes is, it describes
Yeah, it
the
does.
image of the creator, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That his hair is wool, the
Mm.
wool hair, no
It
white
does
man
not
can
say
bear
that.
woolly hair.
It
No,
it doesn't say that.
Revelations
It doesn't
chapter
say that
1
at
verse
all.
9. You want to read from the 9?
Yeah,
Revelations
I
chapter
can.
1.
Yeah, I'll read. I'll read it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Give me just a second. I'll pull it
Yes,
up
ma'am.
on the screen.
I've been reading into this dude. It don't take but 5 minutes for you to see this dude is horribly, just a horrible human being.
Hold on. Revelation 1:14 through 15. His head and his hair were white as wool,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Okay.
White as, that's comparing the color, not the texture. White as wool. It says his head and his hair were white as wool, white as snow. That's copy paper white, right?
You
There's
see,
nothing about, hold on, there's nothing about the texture of his hair. It's comparing the color of wool to the color of his hair and the color of his head. And then it says, his eyes were like a flame of fire.
okay.
His feet were like burnished bronze,
Yeah.
like refined in a furnace. That's brass. This
Yeah,
would
which is the
be,
same as
hold on,
brown
hold
or
on, hold
chocolate.
on, hold on. No, look at the screen. Like literally, burnished bronze gives off a brass color. It's like a, this is a image of a transfigured entity, not a human. His head and his hair was white like snow, right? This is what the image would look like on the screen. That's
His
not a
eyes
black
were like
man.
flame of fire, right?
Yeah, but this is not a black man. This is not describing a black man. It's not even describing a European. It's not even describing a Middle Eastern man. It's describing an entity that is transformed with fiery eyes, a white head, and brass feet.
You see, you see that the whole thing is, it's like you've made up your mind that this are not agreed. It's just like you're calling yourself
You
black,
you
but
told me
we are
to
not
go. You
blacks.
hold on. I didn't say anything about calling myself black. You told me to go to Revelation 1:14 through 15, and I just read it to you, right? I even
Yeah.
asked an AI to create the image based off the scripture.
No, mom. You see, the problem is how ashamed should I have to be with myself by asking something called AI? Then we've been driven
I
by
don't
the
care. How
same.
ashamed are you
What?
are?
No,
How
no, no.
ashamed
I'm
are you
coming.
of yourself that you literally have to make up, right, your image in this book? You ignore the word and. It says his head
Yeah.
and his
As
hair.
wool. It is true.
No, it
His
doesn't
hair.
say it doesn't that does not
Take your
say
time.
his head and his
Sister.
hair were wool. It says
Sister, I'm
his
coming.
head stop. It does not say his hair was wool. It says his
You
head
see,
and his hair was white like
no,
wool.
no, no,
White
but I'm
like
coming.
wool.
But when you say white, what is that? Is it not gray hair? We call it gray hair. If
It
you see
doesn't mean
someone with
it
a,
was woolly.
no, no, I'm
White
coming.
people have gray
I'm
hair.
coming.
It doesn't mean
Take
it
your
was
time.
woolly. It does
But
not
it's
mean
not a
stop.
wool. I'm
Stop.
coming. But
Stop
some
making
people
me
have a
yell.
woolly
Stop
hair.
making me yell. Don't talk
You
while I'm talking. God damn. You freaking the fuck out. Saying that his hair was white just means it's showing that he was ancient. It does not mean that he had woolly hair. It says it was white, like wool, white, like snow. That is copy paper white. But it says both his head and his hair. There was two things that was copy paper white. That's what that scripture is saying. You are reading it as he had woolly hair. You would be the one reading that wrong.
in the human race, you have some people who have a woolly hair, right? And some people have a silky hair, right?
You are still stuck. That's crazy.
Now I'm coming. The black man have a woolly hair. The European have a silky hair. Is that right or wrong?
Why are
Do
we
people
talking
not have?
about woolly hair? This doesn't talk about woolly hair.
It bears on some, and I'm coming. Do you know that the original image of the African, I mean, it's in the
Bro?
Bible. As you hear dreadlocks in the Bible, it's only the person with the woolly hair who can
Hey,
have that
what does
image.
white as wool mean? What do you think that means?
White,
So when it
white.
says that his hair and face were white as wool, what
No,
do you think that
no,
means?
it didn't say face.
It doesn't
It's
say that?
hair.
It
No, it
says
didn't say face.
head, his head
And
and
hair.
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 His
Hair.
head includes his fucking face. His head and his hair was white like wool, white like
No,
snow.
yeah, but you don't have a white person. You
It's
have a
not a
pink.
white, it's
I
not a
could say a
European.
pink
It's not
or whatever.
describing, it's
It's not
not
describing.
describe. Stop.
It's
It's not, stop. It's not describing a European. A
listen,
European is not white like copy paper.
listen.
Nixon.
Europeans are not the color, are not this color. They're not like copy paper. It's not describing a human. And it doesn't say burnt bronze. It says burnished, not burnt bronze. Y'all are reading yourselves into that scripture.
Hello.
Yeah, he left. I told you they don't like this. Out of all of the videos on my page, this is the one. This is the comments they're not in. They're not in the comments on this. because they don't want to know the truth. They want to
Hmm.
believe the lie that they've told themselves.
Oh, I should text Rita and tell her to do a thing on that guy, actually.
Oh, what guy?
Uh, the non-ether guy, they said that he had like practices that like made it so that like the women and children were um open and available to him almost exclusively.
Mm.
Yeah, he was, yeah,
I, Echo, literally, you are the one who left because you just want to hear what you want to hear. You told me to go to Revelations 1:14 through 15. And because I do not ignore the fact that it says both his head and his hair were white as snow, you left. Jay Pure, how are you?
Oh, my apologies. I didn't request that. It was by mistake. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. Have a good one, okay?
You too.
Nobody wants to build with people who excuse child molesters.
absolutely.
No, thank you. Your Jesus said that he came with a sword. Your Jesus said when he comes back, he wants you to bring the people in front of him that would not let him rule over them and stab them in front of him. Yes, your Jesus did want that. He literally said that he came to divide. If we got it wrong, prove it. You literally excused it, Troy.
My question is, as a alleged atheist, why are you caping for this man so hard? Y'all not in the same corner,
I'm not
but
bringing you back up on my stage, Troy. I'm not bringing you back up. That was
York.
disgusting.
It just says York had established strict sexual practices within the community, reserving himself for sexual access to many women and girls, including wives and children of followers. Husbands and wives were separated from each other and from their children, with York only allowing them to live together once every 3 months, only through prior
What the
appointment in
fuck?
the green room. The community was intensively investigated after numerous reports that York had molested numerous children of his followers. Anonymous letters were sent to Putnam County officials alleging child molestation at the Nuwaubian community. The FBI, which had started investigating the group in '93, assigned a major task force to it. In May of 2002, York and his wife Kathy Johnson were arrested. York was charged with more than 100 counts of sexually molesting dozens of children, some as young as 4 years old.
Oh my god.
But we wildin'? Fuck out of here. That motherfucker took a plea bargain and he's still serving 135 years, my nigga. Like, are you serious? He
He
took
took
a
a
plea
plea
bargain
bargain?
and got 135 years, dude. Like, are you dumb? Talking about we should probably both do our research. Yeah, I sure as fuck will.
All to feel special. All to believe you got nine ether hair that helps you talk to the cosmos, but you don't You running around here thinking that that book is talking about a black man. Like literally, as if you were not taught what a damn metaphor was, what a comparative construct was, reading comprehension. But you got non-ether hair.
Yeah, they got him in fucking solitary for 23 hours a day in Colorado. His projected release date is July 12th, 2120. God damn.
2120. Wow.
2120. It's all right. He only got 95 left. He'll be out.
In hell. Motherfuckers still gonna be locked up in death. Gonna be locked up in eternity. This person is not connected. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. There are 700 lovely, beautiful people in here with another 120 on TikTok. There's 820 of you listening to the sounds of our voice right now at 4:10 a.m. Central, 5:10 Eastern, 2:10 Pacific. Welcome to Monday morning, y'all. Next week, I just want to tell y'all, okay, next week, I will not be live on Thursday. Next Thursday. Mezzo is going to go live Thursday at my place. And then I'll do Friday night, Freeform Friday. I'm going to do Friday night leading into my birthday that Saturday. And then also you're going to go live that evening,
Mhm.
Saturday evening.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's gonna be next week's schedule. So I won't be live next Thursday. It'll be Mezzo at my place, and then I'll be live Friday. We're gonna bring in my birthday together, Saturday morning, and then hop over to Oso next week. Yeah, turning 21 is so lovely. Thank y'all for the early happy birthdays. I appreciate y'all. Shaka, what? Shakathan? Shakathan? Shakathan?
Shaka Khan?
Are you there? You begged to come up. I'm about to take you down. All right, I'm moving on.
Shaka ranks.
Shaba, wait, Shaba. Hey, Haynes,
Damn.
how are you?
Hey, good morning. Listen, I've been listening. I just heard. I didn't get the date. When is your birthday? Because I wanted to see if it was the same time. When is your birthday?
Saturday, next Saturday.
Is that the 30th? Because my son's birthday is on the 30th.
No, the 5th, next Saturday.
Oh, I'm bugging. Okay, I was getting my day. But happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy early birthday, dear thinker.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. That's it. I listen a lot. I really appreciate you and your team as always. And I just wanted to tell you that was it. I get
Thank
so
you,
much
Haynes.
information by listening. I don't, you've helped me personally in my own, you know, journey. I'm at work, and if you hear me breathing, I'm walking to the end of the hallway because I work overnight. So I try to find a quieter spot so I can talk to you. But yeah, I thank you and your team for helping me on my journey to, work out this deconstruction thing. I'm still working with people in church playing, because I'm a musician and stuff.
one of the things I do. So, so it's kind of, I'm still in that kind of like don't ask, don't tell kind of thing. Like if you ain't asking me no questions, you ain't got to know. I'm just playing, but I'm not joining in the reverie. But you know, just hanging out with people who are friends and stuff like that that play. But the information you've given has been invaluable. So I hope you have many, many years. And I probably should call you on your birthday. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure because I thought it would have been
Well,
real
I'll
cool.
be
This is
live. We're gonna celebrate
that's
together. I'll
good.
be live. I want to bring it
And
in with the community. So
did you say 21? I believe.
yeah, it feels good to be
That's
21.
fantastic. That's very good. Well, listen, you're a brilliant person. You and your team, but I always admire your brilliance and your study and the acumen that you put into this, and your level of patience. And quite frankly, every once in a while, it does get a little bit entertaining when I see some Christians come up and they're just so. It's like I didn't realize how poorly Christians operate in terms of trying to I guess you could say, support, which is unsupportable. And, and it's like, oh my God, please God, I hope I would be, please God, I hope I was never that person, but some people like really awful representations. And I agree with your prompt, especially as it pertains to the black community. You've made it clear. You've made it very clear because it's like scriptures I've read all my life and seen all my life. It's just glossed over and never thought about. You know what I'm saying? It was just like a backdrop because it was never something pointed out, especially the issues in terms of chattel slavery. We never really hung there. It was just something you read when you finished reading the Bible all the way through, and that was about it. But but thank you for that. And that's it. That's all. So I just wanted to just say hello, but as soon as I heard you say your birthday, I didn't hear it until just now. But anyway, I will call you on your birthday if you don't mind now, and wish you another.
I appreciate that, Haynes. I look forward to it, and I hope you have a
All
great
right
rest
then.
of the day.
Okay, you as well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Goodbye.
Yeesh. I just want to say it's kind of crazy because my half birthday was 12 days ago and it wasn't the same kind of energy out there for me.
Your half birthday was 12 days ago?
11 days
Oh,
ago.
happy belated half birthday, also.
Thank you. Finally.
I didn't know.
It's the fact that I even had to say something. That's crazy.
I thought I heard you say something on Christina's live on Friday, though. Maybe I was dreaming, though. I was half asleep. But I think I heard you say something like that on Christina's live Friday.
Yeah, that
Did
sounds
you?
about
Did you
right.
mention it?
That sounds about right. That sounds like me.
Yeah, I think you did. Happy belated half birthday, also.
Yes.
What are you, 17?
Uh,
18?
15.
Well, you got to get the fuck down, friend. The fuck? Mm. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Troy, stop requesting because I'm not about to bring you on stage. Like, stop at this point. I've removed you from the guest box 3 times. I'm not bringing you back up here.
I get it, man. You thought you was spitting. Turns out the guy that you got your information from was a kitty diddler. The way that you fix that is by no longer perpetuating the propaganda of a kitty diddler because you think it feels good. Because in
And
reality, but
I don't think he understands that the reason he's not being allowed on stage is because he tried to overlook it. He tried to
hmm
like treat it as if it was not a big deal, as if it was some conspiracy against the black man. That's why you're not being allowed back on stage.
yeah. And equating it to Bill Cosby like that motherfucker ain't do it. It's like
I bet you he's a free Diddy. The same type that saying that they're lying on Diddy or framing Diddy. Or what's that dude's name? He was like a Kevin Samuels is it Aaron Tate? Is
Oh,
that his
Andrew
name?
Tate.
Andrew Tate, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and R. Kelly. Did y'all hear what happened to R. Kelly?
Uh-uh.
Somebody tried to kill him in jail. They drugged him. He overdosed
Oh,
in
damn. No,
jail.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, last week. Like I think it was on Friday morning.
Damn. I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, somebody tried to kill his ass. Hold on. Yeah. Prison officials. They say prison officials tried to kill him. R. Kelly said, well, he claims that it was prison officials who plotted to kill him. He tried to get out, and the judge denied his release, but it was an overdose. You think he did that to try to get out?
Absolutely. That's the problem when you give people like that, like a bunch of money, they'll do anything.
Yeah, they think the laws should not apply to them, and honestly, they get away with so much shit for so long,
Hmm.
and people are willing to overlook it and forgive them because of who they are. Just like the God and David overlooked what David did. You know, David was David. He was chosen, and he had something to do, right? Like that's the same thing that Troy got up here and did. Like Troy
Hmm.
feels that York was used by whatever spirits to tell black people that to talk to spirits with their afros. He was willing to overlook all that other stuff or consider that that other stuff might be conspiracy. That's the same shit with David in this Bible.
Hmm. Anytime there's a great man in history, of course there gonna be some haters. Can we agree on that?
We're just quoting what you said, Troy. Oh my gosh. Who did this? Who is this? Who is it? Who speak
Oh,
your name. Say your piece. I know you did that because what Troy said. Who are you? What nerd is this? Who is this? You not gonna say nothing? Oh, so is this one of your backups?
I'm trying to figure out who it is. They username is a username. They got
Yeah,
a
because
hundred
they
something
just create.
followers.
No,
No,
they
they got a.
following 123 people.
Oh, well, I mean, they wouldn't be anything that you could do in the last like I don't know. 123 is a big number,
Yeah.
and they're not.
Well,
I don't think they follow that many.
how did they request with no followers?
You don't need followers.
Yeah, you do. Most people do.
It's region dependent, but you don't need them.
When people be coming over here from YouTube and they try to get on stage, they can't because they don't have no
Bro,
followers.
did you really
It's
just say
region
Jesus
dependent.
Christ is the worst?
Take your ass to bed. Fuck.
I was
Go to
playing
bed.
Roblox.
That's just proof, right? That the indoctrination starts that damn young. Jesus, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine. I'm gonna let it shine.
Oh yeah.
What was that on? What? Ah, what
That
movie
song?
was that?
Tina Turner.
Tina Turner. Okay. Do not use caps in the comments, y'all. Remember that, please.
I was gonna say Mighty Ducks too.
Go to bed, you yo boy. The, grown folks are in here talking. I'm about to block you. Can y'all block the fetus? I can't do it.
Yeah, I got you
Thank you.
for sure, Steve. Bye, little one. Or as our ancestors used to say, sayonara.
Say what?
Sayonara.
Oh, Sauranana. Oh my
Sayonara.
God, Troy, the motherfucker. The answer is no. Stop requesting.
Uh-oh. You starting to act like that leader that you was talking about.
I'm thinking the same thing.
Mm-mm. Maybe try again another day. I don't
How
know.
fucking dare you ever disrespect Jesus, bro? Nah. Fucking bitch. Why the fuck would you block me too? Why'd you block me too?
Yeah, hey,
I
did y'all
got
get? Hey,
backups. I'll be back. I
hey,
got
did y'all
backups.
get his?
I'll
Did
be
y'all get his
back.
backups? Y'all got his following too. Let's send this to his mom and them. Y'all got his following.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. We got y'all got his IP address.
Yep.
Nah. Babe,
IP
I don't
address
care.
pulled up.
I'll be
All
back.
right, cool.
I'll be back next time, bro.
We sending this
Don't
to your
we'll
mama and
all
your
be
daddy.
back. Bro,
We
I
sending
don't
this
give
to
a
your
damn.
mama
I
and
got
daddy.
so many extra accounts. You won't even know.
Your
Do
mama
it.
and daddy.
They'll say
Your
the
mama need to
same thing
take your
to y'all.
phone. Your mama need to take your phone, and Jesus will be disappointed in
Amen, bro.
you.
Hey,
Jesus,
ain't you
Jesus will
the
be
one?
disappointed in you.
Ain't you the one who put Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen
Yep.
to
You know why? You
humanity?
know why?
Because your phone
Because
had
little bitty boys like you, listen, look what you're doing. You are doing
look
that
at your
because of
forehead.
Jesus.
Look at
Hey,
look
you
at
are
your
literally up here
forehead.
calling grown women bitches in the name of Jesus. That's
Who
why
the fuck
Jesus is the
said that?
worst thing
Sound
that
like
ever happened to
Santa.
humanity.
Santa
You
gave
need
me
to take your
coal
little
last year.
ass
I
to
don't give a fuck.
bed. Take your little
Man,
ass
you
to
need to
bed.
grow
You
a
little
new
badass.
hairline.
Take
You
your
need
little
to grow a
delinquent
new.
ass to bed.
Nah, you need to
The
change that.
fuck?
Change
Go
that
to
right
bed,
now.
little guy.
Don't make no goddamn sense. Little motherfucker on TikTok at 4 o'clock in the morning calling people bitches in the name of Jesus. The
That's
fuck?
insane. That's fucking insane.
Don't make no goddamn sense. Jesus created delinquents and shit at fucking 5.
I feel like as a parent, you shouldn't hit kids, but that's why I don't have none. You feel me? I'm not a parent, so I can hit the motherfucker.
Like goodness, that is crazy. I bet you his mama don't even know his ass is doing it. She probably in there asleep like a motherfucker, getting ready to go, trying to get up and go to work, and his ass is on the fucking phone. She probably don't know. I'm gonna send the clip to her.
A good slap never hurt a child. What the fuck are you talking about?
Take your little ass to bed. Get the fuck out of my box.
Top, you know I'm joking, right? Like you shouldn't hit a child regardless, right?
Also, can you take care of the fetus? Thank you, Lala. I swear, y'all, I will cuss a child out in a minute. He bring his little ass back over, cuss his little ass out. I'm not playing because that means he fucking want it. I'm gonna cuss his little ass out. Jinxie. Oh, Jinxie is a nerd. That was probably an accident. TikTok needs to make it to where I can see who's a subscriber when they're in the box.
You don't see it?
I can't tell. I can't click on their profile when they're in the request. I
Okay.
can't block. I can't do anything when they're in the request. That's why y'all got
Oh,
to do it.
what? I
Yeah.
did not know that. That's hella lame.
Then why the fuck are you here, Temporal Sky? If you think that me and the panelists are ignorant, you are even more ignorant for sitting here listening to us at 4 o'clock in the fucking morning. The Great Librarian.
Hey, Thinker, how you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. So Jesus is the worst. Jesus is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. Um, I'm gonna play Christian for 5 minutes.
I don't want you to play Christian. What are you? Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you any of these?
Deconstructing,
Okay. And what's your age for TikTok purposes?
42.
Okay. I would rather that you speak from your experience, right? I don't want to do. I don't like devil's advocates. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead.
What do you want to know? Why am I deconstructing?
No, you can share your thoughts on the topic.
Oh, as a woman, I don't think I should worship a God that takes my consent away.
I agree. I
So,
agree.
and it
You
takes a
want to
lot.
expand on that?
In the Bible, women are pretty much only three things: maybe a wife, a daughter, and a whore. Nothing more, nothing less. Um, what else? Oh, yeah. I've never understood how free will and slavery get in the same sentence. Um, yeah, and free will comes with what you call interference. So, yeah.
I agree. Slavery and free will definitely should not be in the same sentence. But a lot of believers say that it was the free will of the people who were enslaved to do what they did to be enslaved. Um, a lot of black people who are believers believe that a God put them in slavery as punishment for leaving the God, and that there was their free will. And I think that is asinine. I agree with you that as a woman, it is very crazy to follow this God because of the subjugation of women in the book. But you want to know something really cool
Yeah.
that I found when I was studying Hebrew this weekend. So the story that they tell us about women about this book, saying that the God created women for to be a counterpart for the man.
Hmm.
This word right here, negado. This word right here, I'm circling it. Let me see. This one,
Yeah.
that word means it only means opposite, in front of, or before. It doesn't mean companion. It doesn't mean counterpart. It doesn't mean partner. It means opposite, in front of, or before. So, what this is actually saying, and then also this word azer here is the same word used. It means helper or support, right, or strength. And so it's the same word that is used to describe the God as a helper to the Israelites, as the chosen. There is no other word like there's no other uh, entity or gender that I'm gonna put you on mute. There's some wind blowing back in the microphone. This word isn't used to describe men being helpers or any other entity being helper. It's only described when it's talking about the creation of the woman and the God, right? So what this is really saying here in the Hebrew is that when the God looked it down and he said it's not good for Adam or Adama to be alone, I'm going to make him a strength, right? Either before him, either opposite him, or either in front of him. It doesn't, there is no subjugation here and no companionship, no intimacy in the text to where she's supposed to be like intimate with him, married to him. None of that. That was a forced translation of the the translators of the text to push that agenda of male domination.
Well, I'm not very familiar on Hebrew. I read a lot of. I still read the English Bible, but I do study the etymology of stuff, right? And I was studying the etymology of Bereshit, and that's the
Bereshit.
Bereshit. Okay, and that's the word for Hebrew for Genesis, right?
It
And
means beginning. It means
okay,
beginning or first.
right. But if you break the words down in syllables, right, and you look them up, "ber" in Latin means to drink, which can derive from Greek, and shit just means shit.
Hold on. That's funny. um, there is a word for shit. I mean, they say shit in Hebrew, but that I don't think so. They don't have anything to do with each other.
Yeah, I know they don't. They probably don't. But
Yeah,
if you start breaking
that
down
is
the words
hilarious
like in
though.
syllables and actually just start looking up the words, see, the English language really is a bastard language. Let me see, can I show it to you? I don't know if I ever been on your thing and showed it to you. 'Cause I think it's the second or third time we talk.
Oh, we've spoken before.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't bother you much. That's a dictionary.
Okay.
You see how thick it is compared
Mm-hmm.
to that book.
Yeah.
That's a dictionary.
Mm-hmm. What were you showing? Yeah, I'm sorry.
I was showing
Yeah.
you that the English language is actually a bastard language. It has so many words and so many things that we don't know about, right? It even has like, it tells you the meaning of pimp, free will. It has so many things that we don't know, you know, cause,
Yeah.
and it's like, how we just in the world and a lot of people don't know how to even speak to each other anymore. And
Yeah.
it's because we really don't know it. I think most of the people that's Christians are um, probably don't even know how to read or understand context, if that makes
They
sense.
don't, honestly. Like they're so because of the whole hermeneutics where scripture interprets scripture, right? They have they're being taught to look at the text and not accept what they see the text or understand the text to say. They're being taught that there is a coded message there, right? That needs to be interpreted, and it could only be interpreted through the spirit. So, because of that, they reject what the text is actually saying for their own interpretations. And so that stops them from actually understanding context or achieving basic reading comprehension. And a lot of times when we're talking to them, it's so frustrating because we know what words mean. Even when we go back to the Hebrew or go back to the Greek, they reject what those words mean. So they end up rejecting a lot of times the English definition of a word, the Hebrew definition of a word, or a Greek definition of a word for their own interpretations.
But what if they really just reject it because they are one of the biggest sinners in their closet and don't want to just come out the closet?
Sometimes that can be it. Sometimes that is the case. But a lot of times when we're talking to them, it's because they want to hold on to the the teachings that they've been handed down about this God, or what they have convinced themselves, about the God. Like for example, when we are talking about purity culture, right? Going back to why would women worship this God?
Right.
So one of the teachings is that sex before marriage is a sin,
Right.
right? Um, and that causes a lot of women to be shamed if they are not virgins on their wedding night, if they get pregnant before marriage. You see women being called out in churches and stuff, right? Being made to apologize because they got pregnant out of wedlock. And the reality is that there's nothing in the book that says that sex before marriage is a sin. In ancient Israel, young girls were the property of their fathers. And so their fathers sold them either into slavery for to be a concubine, or they sold them to a man of status who had enough money to pay a bride price. But if that were not the case, and a woman had sex outside of marriage and she didn't belong to a man, that wasn't considered a sin. But Christianity teaches it as if it were, and so that creates that uh, culture of shame on women for having sex before marriage. And this way you get the body count conversations, right? Calling women hoes and sluts and prostitutes and Jezebels. And so when we show a believer that when they're on stage, we'll take them through the text, we'll take them through the law, right? The Mosaic law. We'll take them through the Greek uh, definition of sexual immorality, which is pornea, and we'll show them the evolution of the word, and they will reject it all. Even to the point to where there was a guy who tried to say that he latched onto the word incest in the definition of sexual immorality, because it didn't say sex before marriage or fornication. He latched onto the word incest and said, well, there you go right there. He said, we're all committing incest because we're all brothers and sisters in Christ. So there you go. There's fornication. That's why you're not supposed to have sex before marriage. So when I asked myself, so your mommy and daddy are committing incest then? He said, no, because they're married.
They say the stupidest thing.
They reject knowledge. Like they will reject facts to hang on to whatever belief. That's what, in my experience, that's what I've experienced in conversations with a lot of them. Now, I don't want to say that all believers do this because I haven't talked to every believer in the world, but the majority of the ones that I've talked to, it's only been a handful who have been honest and been able to accept information and adjust their beliefs. But and when I say adjust their beliefs, I'm not saying get rid of their belief in a God. Adjust what they believe about the God. You know what I'm saying? What they believe the God said or did. Like they can adjust, but not a lot. There isn't a lot.
It's not a lot of room for adjustment. I just don't. I don't know. I do have faith and hope that they will come out of this trance of a spell that they're in. I mean, because like me, I tell them simple things like God don't like wizards and witches, but He sit here and cast spells on you. I mean, a curse is a spell. It's just a bad one.
Yeah.
So
The going back to the thing with the women, there is a curse that the God gives to the priest to make a concoction that would make a woman have a miscarriage if she had committed adultery uh on her husband, right?
oh yeah, I seen that one. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it was barley, wasn't it, or some kind of concoction, barley water.
Bitter waters
Mm.
with dust on the ground and water and um some gold flakes, like literally was about to kill her.
Yeah, I mean, I be telling folks that God is a gorilla pimp, but somebody they gonna get it one day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even Jesus had women paying for his financially supporting him as he went from city to city.
Yeah, but yeah, and I tell but I just say that he's a cupcake pimp. So
What's a cupcake pimp?
oh, he's nice to his women, buy him a little something, don't beat him and stuff. The gorilla
Oh,
pimp
okay.
beat him and
Oh.
curse him with deadly pain with labor pains.
Yeah, I feel you.
So I mean, and then I looked it up. I looked up the word pimp in my dictionary. It's in there, and it says a pimp is an enticer, procurer, and deceiver. I can't remember the last one, but I do. I was looking at procure, and I was like, dang, God procured a lot of things for the Hebrew Israelites: women, gold, slaves. So yeah, he puts me in the mind of a gorilla pimp.
Yeah, that's what. Think about it. Like, okay, you know the story of Abraham, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh yeah,
he,
that one is an allegory, and it's in the Bible. And you show them that, they be like, it's still real. Okay, whatever.
yeah, but okay, so think about what he did with Sarah.
Oh yeah, I told people that too, and he did it twice because he did it with
Twice.
Abimelech and he did it with another pharaoh. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
the
what
first
did he
pharaoh
get
didn't
in
even have a
return
name.
for her?
Oh yeah, he got a lot of stuff for her. But
He
then
pimped her
I was
ass out. He pimped her ass out twice.
he pimped her ass out twice.
Then taught his son Isaac to do it.
Oh, but hey, I always said because when Pharaoh they say Pharaoh got a curse or something by God. I always say that Pharaoh got STD.
I think so. I think he did. And then in Numbers 31, where the Israelites slept with the women of Peor, and
No,
they caught a plague.
it was a STD.
I think it was a STD.
Yeah, because they was UK. They was out. It was a. I think it's in the Levitical laws or the Deuteronomy laws. It was not the BLOOD. It was like a discharge. If a woman has a discharge or a man has a discharge, that ain't. So what man what the man discharging? They had syphilis back in the ancient times.
Yep, they had. I'm sure they had all kind of diseases back then.
Well, I mean, I just think it's the God of the caveman, because it seems like everywhere they went, it was like, okay, they started from a cave when Noah hit on top of the mountain. Then it seems like every time one of the prophets had to run for their life, they had to go to the cave, or they was always on top of a mountain talking to God. And have you ever just thought about it that if these people was in today's time, like Moses talking to a burning bush, we'll put him in an insane asylum today.
Yep. Or somebody would just assume that the burning bush was some ganja.
Yeah, but I probably would have smoked it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I don't. Do you think they just have mental illness? This is just a mental illness.
Yeah. We actually ran a topic one time that said that, I think that the prophets in the Bible was suffering from undiagnosed mental illness. And there is a psychology paper where the psychologist did a psychological analysis on the biblical prophets, and they kind of did like a pseudo diagnosis on them, because of course they can't like diagnose them, but they did a analytical diagnosis, and said that Abraham was suffering from like auditory hallucinations. Jesus was narcissistic and suffering from auditory and delusions of grandeur. Elijah and Paul were manic depressed. Like they like literally diagnosed, pointed out the symptoms based off of the text of what each of, they felt like each of the prophets had. And they said what made them do this was they had a patient who was claiming to have, auditory and vision hallucinations, visionary hallucinations. And when they diagnosed him with schizophrenia, the patient got upset and said, "Why is it that the people in the Bible can have these visions and they're not schizophrenic, but you want to call me schizophrenic because I do the same thing?" And he said, "These stories are preached to us every Sunday, right?" Like, and that made the psychiatrist look further into it and research um, to see like what the connection there is. And but the patient is right, like if we are preaching these stories to people, why wouldn't we expect people to think that they are supposed to have these visions too, right? That they're supposed to hear these voices too.
I mean, when I would think they would, I mean, especially some of these ones that's doing thinkable crimes and saying that Jesus or God was talking to them. And then, yeah, I would believe that the people got mental illnesses, undiagnosed Stockholm syndrome at that.
Definitely Stockholm syndrome, but like also depression, right? Like Christianity does not make it easy for a person to admit that they are depressed because you're supposed to have Jesus. And how can you be depressed with, Jesus by your side? Or how can you be depressed if your mind is stayed on him because his promise is to keep you in perfect peace? And so, or like if you say that you are depressed, then that means that you either are sinning or the devil got you or you ain't doing something right. You don't have enough faith. So a lot of believers just suffer in silence and they just pretend, right? Or they see their suffering as their Job moment. Like they're taught that you're not depressed. You're just going through a Job moment and God's going to give you double for your trouble. He's doing this to make you stronger, right? So they just suck it up and they suffer in silence with a smile on their face. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. That's something that happened to me somewhat. I'm not a suffering silence type person. So, my family wrote me off, kind of.
For deconstructing or for being
Oh, no, no,
depressed?
not deconstructing, being crazy.
Oh,
Yeah, because, I'm from the South, like Alabama, and it's Bible Belt City here, and they don't, it's like a rite of passage down here for like women being touched on. So, and it seemed like the women allow it to happen. Like you keep it quiet, don't say nothing. And I mean, and that's my biggest thing with Christianity and the Abrahamic religions. It literally does wrong to the weaker of the civilization. The
yeah.
children, the women, and we got men running around here talking about I'm a man, but you'll beat a woman, you'll touch a child, and I'm not seeing that as being a man. I'm seeing that as being predators that we need to put down.
Yeah. And a lot of people, one, like, I know in the black community, right? I hear a lot of people say that perception is everything, right? And so they rather keep it quiet and um and pray about it. They do the same thing in the church. Like they're afraid to call it out if somebody in the church is touching a child. And in fact, there was Abel and Harlow did a survey of child essayers, essayers period. And out of the survey, they surveyed like 2,300 offenders, 97% of them said that they identify as religious because it's easy for them to get their victims in the church. And one uh, offender told the interviewer that the reason he identifies as a Christian is because if a Christian finds out about the abuse, they pray for the abuser and hope for the best. And so they know that the church is a place for them to hide and not get caught. Like it's less likely that the abuse will be reported to the authorities. And so them identifying as a Christian is like it's easy for them, right? For them to get their victims. And literally this is what, a couple of offenders said out of their own mouths during the interviews.
I mean, it's set up for them like that, though. I mean, you got churches that got dental insurance. I mean, it's basically allowed. You're not, you're not prosecuting or doing anything about it. What you're doing is you just pay off the victim. It'll go away, and then this person is just still out here, could go diddle any other children.
Yeah.
So it's like,
And you have people that will question the child's motives, right? They'll call the child a liar or question the woman, right? And say that the woman is lying. And then on top of that, like nobody really talks about two things. They don't talk about the men that get essayed, right? The young boys that get essayed by women, and they don't talk about the women essayers that essay young girls and young boys. So a lot of essay happens in these two areas too, because again, because of the male domination, um, this Bible only talking about the virginity of girls and never really mentions the virginity of young boys. When a young boy is essayed by somebody older than him, they're told, "Suck it up. You lost your V card early. You the man, right? You a boy. That's what you're supposed to do." And so they don't see a 14-year-old having sex with a 19-year-old or a 22-year-old as SA, right? I have
right.
a friend who became a father at 11 from a grown ass woman. At 11 he became a father, and he did not know or see it as SA until we had a conversation on this stage a year ago.
You know what? My ex was like that, but and it was like, and he was so abusive too, because I think that whoever did it to him, I think he was like 7 at the time, and it was his auntie, and he was just he's a loving person. He just drinks, and I don't know if he could just handle it. And at first, he didn't think it was SAN. He thought he was getting his V card ticket. And you're right, it's a lot of them that do get SA, but the ones that is bad is the ones that get SA by the men. And
Well, all of it's bad.
yep,
Anytime you sexually violate another human's body without consent, right? It's bad, especially when it happens to a child, whether a woman does it to a child or a man does it to a child. It's bad.
it is bad. Some victims actually just want to not let other victims try to help other victims. But some victims make more victims. And it's an on and on cycle. And the church is the course of this problem. Period. Like I don't know if we going is it ever just gonna stop? Like, I mean, cause I don't know, especially in the black community. I really want it to stop.
I mean, I think more people have to speak up about it and stop being willing to keep family secrets, right? Stop being willing to keep the church secrets. Stop being afraid that a God is going to strike you down for telling that a pastor is essaying children in the church. And like the fact that, people are afraid of a God striking them down for speaking against a pastor doing something as egregious as that, but not wondering why the God hasn't struck the pastor down for even doing the shit in the first place. Like, it's only going to stop if more people speak up about it, more people fight against it, more people report it. But the longer we are willing to keep the secrets, it's going to continue because they have a place to hide. The longer we call victims liars or demonize victims or think that somebody's out to get the black man, but because somebody speaks up and says my uncle touched me or my daddy touched me or pastor touched me, it's just gonna keep happening.
Yeah.
I mean, the sad thing about it is there's a lot of people who don't give a damn, right? Like, they're sitting here listening to this conversation. There's 796 people listening to this conversation right now, and there is a Christian in the comments right now telling me to turn back to Jesus. I'll see you in hell. Good luck in hell. Right? Not one thing about the astronomical amount of essay that runs rapid in the church or that runs rapid in the homes of believers and going unreported. Not one thing about that. But all they care about is the fact that I don't believe in their God. They don't care.
That's why I say, well, I think that's why the point that people just don't want to say nothing because don't nobody care. Like the God that they serve has got them to the point where they don't have any empathy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Makes them indifferent.
right now, this Bible, right, this Abrahamic religion, it's got bombs dropping right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I don't know. Do you think it's gonna be like this in 200 years? Still?
There is some data that's been collected that shows that Christianity is on the decline and that a lot of people are starting to kind of walk away from Christianity. Islam, unfortunately, though, is on the rise. And so I don't know. Like, I don't want Islam to take over, definitely.
Is it worse?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I haven't read the Quran yet. I'm still studying the Bible.
Yeah. They're all bad. But I think out of all three, Islam is, yeah. Islam in the Bible, Allah wants you to sin. And if you don't sin, Allah gets mad because he has nobody to come and worship him and ask for forgiveness. So he will create sinners.
But that's the same thing that God did, though. He created sinners.
But
Because, I
he
mean,
doesn't admit it. Allah admits it. Allah openly admits he wants sinners, that he wants you to sin so that you would have to ask for forgiveness. So think about when you ask, is it worse, right? Jesus is covert. Allah is overtly saying, go sin. So you would have to ask me for forgiveness.
so you downright telling me people this stupid?
Yeah.
All right. So they know this and they still want to serve a God that just tells them to go sin. So if you beat your wife, it's okay. Just ask for forgiveness.
It's because like they're scared of hell. There was a guy who was a Muslim. He came on stage one day. He said that he literally suffers from spiritual OCD or religious OCD. He was diagnosed with it. Um, he can't think about anything but going to hell. Like he has that much anxiety.
But it's not real. It's not even a real place. It's
Yeah.
it's literally just a place over there in the east that they burn trash at.
Yep. Yeah.
Or it could be Hades, with the Zeus, them three, Poseidon and all them folks. It's it's so many different names for hell. Tartarus. That's another name for hell.
Yeah.
So if everybody else got the same, got a hell, why is this one so real? Is it because it's just the last God given to us?
It's because it was what was beaten to us, to our ancestors, right? And then our parents, their parents taught it to them, and then their parents taught it to them, and then our parents taught it to us. And really, what's changing right now, though, is a lot of us, right, are starting to say, "Wait, that don't make sense."
They got some little small, like ones in
Right?
the store.
I mean,
I'm gonna put you on mute. I can hear your background. Um, like our generation of parents, uh, a lot of us are choosing to not indoctrinate our children so that we can break that cycle. But I think it's because of how it was given to us, right? And literally beat into us and fear mongered into us.
yeah,
We can't hear you.
I said I indoctrinated my kid early, and now it's kind of a little hard to get it out of him. Like he wants to go to church, and I don't want to. I don't allow him to go to church, but I know he wants to go with his friends or whatever. And I'm like, well, you can meet your friends anywhere. You don't have to necessarily go to church to meet your friends. And I tell him like all the time, he can go to church when he reads the Bible.
Do you need to come back when you? Uh,
Yeah, I'm still here, and he hasn't read the Bible yet, so he's not going to church. And his friends like, well, why your mom doesn't like God? And he really can't. I mean, he tried to explain it to him that my mom just she read the Bible and she just don't like it.
does he understand why you don't agree with the text or the God?
A little bit, cause he doesn't read. He's 15, so he should understand. But
Do y'all have conversations about it?
no,
That he probably don't understand, like without y'all being able to communicate about it and you be able to like articulate why you don't. He probably has a lot of questions, especially since he wants to go to church. I have a 16-year-old son who's about to be 17 next week, who is a Christian. He does believe in God, and he talks to me about the questions that he have, and when he does, he knows that I'm an atheist, but he also knows that I study the text. So I tell him the facts. If I see him, wanting to reject information or, uh, not use logic, we talk through that, and I try my best to make sure that he use critical thinking, right? That he doesn't lose the ability to question, and I let him know that it's okay to question, and it doesn't make him any less of a believer if he does question, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it was
But
nice talking.
I do let him choose because I don't think that I have the right to decide that for him. I can only, guide him as best as I can.
I mean, I'm
I'm
big
just saying
on
that
not.
for me, not you. Like I'm
Yeah,
not
I'm
saying
big
that
on
that's
not
what you
letting
should do.
anybody else in my son's head right now until um, because other adults are not always good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
so and I'm just watchful because I know that. Heck, I had preachers look at me when I was little, and I ain't saying somebody do something to him at church or whatever, but they don't. Some of the churches that he want to go to, the children are separated, and I'm just not with it.
No, yeah, I completely understand, and I'm not saying I didn't say that to say that that's what you should do. Like honestly, I think that the reason why my youngest son is a believer, 'cause I have 4 kids, and the first 3 are not believers. They see the nonsense in it, but he went to church a lot with my brother when he would spend the night with his cousins, uh, or when he would go to my mom's house whenever she would have like a sleepover with all the grandkids. He went to
Hmm.
church with them, and that's how he got indoctrinated. But I I I think because of the fact that I'm so open with him and I teach him the facts. The older he gets, I think he will end up deconstructing. He's already saying some things. So, but I have to let it be his decision, you know.
I mean, if he want to go to God, he can. I don't care. I mean, he just got to be grown when he does it.
Yeah.
You can make all the decisions you want when you get grown. He got 3 years. He can go to church. Well, heck, he'll be able to go next year when he start driving. I can't stop him if he want to go. So, but hey, thank you. It was nice talking to you. I know you probably got some more Christians down there want to talk to you.
Thank you. It was a good conversation, and I hope you have a good day.
You too.
Thank you for coming up.
I will. I'll come back up sooner or later.
All right.
All
Have a
right,
good
bye.
day. Bye
You
bye.
too.
One wheeze. One wheeze. Okay. I guess that was accident,
Killing the prophecy.
not asthma. Samantha. Samantha, are you here on accident? All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. If you are someone who is deconstructing from the God of Christianity, the God of the Bible, Hebrew Israelitism, whatever, if you are a atheist or maybe you identify as a non-believer but not atheist yet, um, and you have you have deconstructed from the God of the Bible, or if you are a current believer in the God of the Bible and you are comfortable having uncomfortable conversations about the God, about the Bible, about the history, the guest box is open. It's okay, Samantha. I figured it threw you up there on accident. Zach, if you want to come up, you have to send a request. Sweet love, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? That's what I feel like. I feel like it's a ism, a tism. Hebrew Israelitism. Come on, y'all. It is 700 people watching this live. Almost 800, 765. Out of 765 people, there is not one person that want to come up and have a conversation.
Shouldn't have to go through this every night.
Whew. It's almost 800 people in here, y'all. You have to come to TikTok to join the conversation. Luke,
Hey sis, I'll come up.
I'm not your sis. Not your sis.
Oh well, hello, doll. I'll come up.
I'm not your doll. Why do y'all
Uh,
do that? Nope.
darling. My mother called me darling, so it was just a term of endearment.
I understand that's I'm not your mom. I'm not that. Okay. How old are
Yeah,
you?
52.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I I believe in a creator. I believe in whether you call it God, the word God. I don't know if the word God is okay or anymore.
Okay.
I believe.
Okay. So we are. I don't know if you heard me, but I'm looking to have conversations with people who believe in the God of the Bible. People who are deconstructing away from that God or that belief, or atheists who have deconstructed.
Yeah, I don't align with the God of the Bible. I am definitely deconstructed from that many years ago of the general teachings of what we're being trying to be sold about the Bible and what the meanings are. I'm not with that program.
Okay, and so you're an atheist now, or
Uh, no, I just don't believe in this picture of this God or this the storyline. I think there's metaphorical meanings in what they're trying to do within the way that the religions have fractured, and there's many metaphorical meanings within it all. But yeah, as an atheist, I believe there's a creator. I don't know if that. Yeah, I believe there's a creator. I wouldn't have to say it. Me has to. There's no man. It's not a man. It's an energy. It's our force. It's just the eternal light. I know. Yeah,
okay,
but
okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
that Jesus Christ is the worst thing that has ever happened to humanity. It is. It is. I believe this realm is the realm of what. So it could be the worst on someone's perspective that's ever happened. Jesus Christ in this realm for themselves, but it could be the best that someone else has experienced, the most beautifulest
Oh, so
perspective
it doesn't. It says the worst that ever happened to humanity, not to an individual person.
to humanity. To
Yes.
humanity, Jesus Christ has been used as a terrible weapon against humanity. Jesus Christ is so corrupted by the way this world is today on this life. How we've been taught to perceive what Jesus is about. It's yeah.
What do you mean Jesus Christ was corrupted?
The story and the narrative and what everybody believes and follows and is happy to accept that what Jesus Christ means. It it's it's I'm dumbfounded that humanity has no. It's an amazing story of how humanity's been deceived and given this storyline of the Western world. I'm talking about. Yeah, of how they believe this storyline of Jesus and how we celebrate it and do our have these different ceremonies and rituals of eggs and gifts, and it just as a person that's grew up amongst it and got to enjoy the love and joy of it all. I grew up and just loved Jesus with my heart and the gifts and Santa Claus and just thought it was just so special and divine and then as I got older I've just gone, wow, it's such the opposite. I do understand why people get confused to not understand how how, how deceiving and wrong this is, the story
Yeah.
of Jesus.
What is it that you have found to be deceiving though? I'm still. Can you be specific?
To
Yeah. What
take
What did you find that was deceiving?
not nothing is mentioned in general storyline of Jesus Christ that he rebelled against the government and the church, that he was
What do you mean
crucified.
nothing is mentioned? Like, are you saying that he did those things and that it's not mentioned in the text? Like, I'm trying to understand what you mean by, um, you got older and you saw the deception.
The narrative that he's this holy loving man that just wants to cuddle everybody and touch people on the forehead and heal them, and that he was just, and then they all that business, you know. But to me, and that he was a white man, and then to me, I think he was a dark man, and he was there making a ruckus, and he was yelling out to the people to say, "Hey, this system is wrong and corrupt, and they're teaching the wrong business about the energy of Christ or of our Creator of God or whatever name." He yelled out, this is controlling," and they didn't like that's the story that I'm sad that doesn't get really yelled out about how much he was yelling out against the systems that have got us today.
What systems did he yell out against in this Bible?
About corporations and business and money making.
What scripture are you talking about? He
I
did. What
don't.
scripture are you referring to that he yelled out against, you
I,
know,
I,
corporations and
I'm not well versed with Bible scriptures, and I know that
like just give me a scenario.
I know he flipped tables in the churches to say how dare you do business, in the holy
And the
buildings.
holy, right, because the holies of holies is supposed to be holy, right? And he was saying that they were exchanging money in the church, right? Um, Exchanging the Jewish coins for Roman coins in the church.
Yeah.
The people were had the prayer boxes on their head, right, and collecting money for in exchange for prayers, right. So they were doing all this in the holies of holies, and it's supposed to be um, a place of holiness. Like he wasn't mad about capitalism, if that's what you're saying.
He wasn't happy about taxes and control and the
He
way that
what did he
the
literally the tax collectors were deemed as traitors by the Israelites, and Jesus befriended them. Jesus chose them as his disciples, right? He forgave them for you know, collecting taxes and oppressing the Jewish people on behalf of the Roman government. And he sat down and ate with them. And then he told them, give to Caesar what is Caesar. Like, what did he speak out against the taxes on?
He showed forgiveness through saying that everybody is of what they're born of and who they are and a part of the position of life of everyone's doing their job but his message was that the kingdom of God is within yourself. Do not worship and follow the false idols of this government and religion that he was proclaiming that he wasn't God himself. He was proclaiming that Christ, the energy of God is within us all, and no man has dominion over another, and for systems and all that
He
to come
didn't
in.
say any of that.
But that's what his principles were. When you hear him speak in all the readings, if you want to say it by verses or by the Bible and everything, that's what it was meaning of saying that
What verse are you referring to, though? What
there's
verse are
no.
you referring to? Because like he didn't preach any of that or teach any of that. Like he literally taught to to go strictly by the Torah, right? Uh, by the word of God. I own my own company, motherfucker. He literally taught to go by the word of God. You can download my apps. Go to the app store and download my apps. Um, he taught them to obey the Roman government because they have rule over you, right?
Jesus taught to obey the Roman government.
Yeah. He said if they ask you to go 1 mile, go further, right? Turn the other cheek. Don't resist evil. Love your enemy. He befriended the traitors, right? That were collecting taxes and oppressing the Israelites on behalf of Rome. What kind of example do you think that
That's
set?
really, no, that's really beautiful. I love that you just say that because I'm not about right and resistance. I pay my taxes and I play along with it. So that statement is just really that's the first time I've ever heard. Yeah, for you to say that Jesus went along to as much as he was that I see him as a freedom fighter and a rebellion, but for at the same time, what nice words to say is don't be a troublemaker and that is which I wanna just do so much. But I pay. Would you just help me? There was good words to confirm that. He says yes. Pay along, do it, play the game, be respectful, uh, have his word where he did go in and flip tables and was boisterous enough to be crucified and really, yeah, give a
I guess I don't understand because
solid
even
message.
like Jesus says uh to Pontius Pilate, right? He tells him like you wouldn't even have any rule over me unless if God had never given you power. Like he tells Pontius Pilate that he's in authority because God put him there, right? He tells his disciples uh when the Pharisees came and tested him about asking him the question about the taxes. He's like, whose face is on the coin? Like, why are you testing me? He's like, give to the Caesar what is his, and give to God what is God's. Like, right? I don't see this Jesus that fought against the government that you all keep talking about in this book. Like that's why I'm asking you for the scriptures. Like I keep asking for people to show me like where did he fight against Roman authority? That's what the Messiah was supposed to do. right? The Jewish people were waiting on a militant Messiah, but Jesus came in and basically said, "Obey Rome. God put them over you. Um, don't fight back. Like, turn the other cheek. Love your enemies, right? Don't if they come with evil, don't resist it."
For whatever he was saying, and for whatever the people were listening, the church and the government didn't like it. So he,
If they didn't like it, why would Rome? Like, think about this. If they didn't like what he was saying, why would Rome dismantle their entire pantheon of Roman gods and replace it with Jesus, and demand everybody within their provinces to convert to Christianity if they didn't like it? Why would Rome make that decision?
I don't really understand the process, how that happened, and what, why, and how that. If you could talk a little bit more about that, would be interesting. I really don't know what you mean by that.
So Rome had their own pantheon of gods, correct?
Yeah,
And they required the nations that they conquered to pay tribute to their pantheon of gods, correct?
yeah,
But in 380, uh, with the Edict of Thessalonica, Rome made Christianity their state religion and dismantled their entire pantheon and replaced it with Jesus. Like, if they didn't like what Jesus was teaching, why would they dismantle their own pantheon? Why would they make the decision to dismantle their own pantheon and make everybody convert to Christianity?
from what I'm witnessing, what Rome's doing now in these modern times, they
I'm talking about when they dismantled their own religious system and replaced it with Christianity. Not today. I'm not talking about what they're doing today. I'm talking about what they did in 380.
yeah, but this is relevant to what I was going to say, sis. Uh, um,
Don't call me
no,
sis.
sorry, sis. Sorry, ma'am. Um,
My name is
uh,
Thinker.
thinker,
Thinker, yes.
thinker. Sorry, thinker. Um, uh,
He
oh,
said, sorry, sis.
um, yeah. What I was saying is that Rome, from what we were saying. What I was trying to say is that Rome reconstructs, Rome re-identifies, Rome reconforms. It 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 keeps metamorphosizing, and I forget exactly what we were talking upon. There was more of a specific point that we were on when we were saying about that, and yeah.
Jordan, I don't need you to define sis for me. I know what the fuck it means. And if I said I don't want to be called that, that's what the fuck I mean. I'm not talking to you, Luke. I'm talking to somebody in the comments.
No, yeah, no worries.
But the thing is that, you're saying that Jesus fought against the Roman government and Rome didn't like what Jesus was saying. So, like, in the story, right? Um, the the Jewish leadership was worried that Rome would see Jesus as a threat, because people were starting to follow Jesus, and Jesus was doing miracles. And so the Sanhedrin, the Jewish elders or Jewish leaders of the Sanhedrin, created the plan to have Jesus killed before it caused trouble with Rome. That's what the story says. right? Because Jesus was raising people from the dead. He raised Lazarus, right, from the dead, the little girl from the dead. He was healing people, and he was um, growing a reputation. And the story says that the Jewish people were worried that Rome would come and destroy their nation because of all of the things that Jesus was doing. Um, because Rome, right, in Rome, you can't call yourself a god because Rome had their own gods, right? That was against the law and it would get you executed, right? So, like, I'm not seeing this social justice Jesus that fought against the government. I do see in Luke a version of Jesus where he's like, take care of the poor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't
You,
see this
you,
Jesus that was fighting against systems.
you're saying that he was a man that was in the time of when the self personification of being a god was a natural way of being. So he was just another one to just stand up and say, "What
I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean?
would,
I'm not following. I'm sorry.
uh yeah. I'm a bit lost in what you were saying with
I was
with
saying that Jesus doesn't, in this book, right? Your claim is that Jesus fought against capitalistic societies, against capitalistic systems, oppressive systems.
Yep.
What Jesus speaks up against is the um, religious system in Judea, right, in Jerusalem. He's upset because the Pharisees are not strictly following the Torah, right? And so he, if anything, he was radical in that sense, um, to where, he was very, he didn't want the Pharisees changing the law or changing the scriptures and creating new traditions. Um, he was he was very Torah driven. So he
I
was
believe
fighting against this Hellenization of the Jewish religion, right? Because at this time, you got to think about the the time period is first century Rome, right? The Jewish people are divided. Some of them are Hellenized, right? Um, Believing in Greek. They've adopted like Greek customs, Greek religious um, uh, ideas, right? Then you have some that have adopted Roman customs, right? Some were following the Pharisees. Some were following the Sadducees. So they were not a united people, and so he was trying to reunite them back under the law of Moses. Does that make sense? Oh, so you there? I gotta go to the bathroom.
I believe that he was
Yeah.
upset that they externalized God and instead of internalizing God. Jesus was calling out to the church and the government at the time to say we're not externalizing and worshiping and being servants of you, what yous are proclaiming to be the figurehead. They were proclaiming to be the figurehead when he was saying all of us
Are you
people
saying bigot head?
figurehead.
Oh,
They
Figure,
figure.
figure.
the figurehead.
Yeah,
They
I'll be
were
right back.
Godhead. And Jesus was saying God is within us. Don't externalize it. God's within us. And we have all got the power and the energy, and there is knowledge and truths being withheld from general learnings that could have been shared that were forbidden across populations, that were held from the people in power, were withholding the knowledge that give us true power of God within us, instead of having an external worship.
What's that true knowledge? Hmm? What's the
Pardon?
true knowledge?
What's the true knowledge?
Mm-hmm.
The true knowledge is that we are God being.
Okay, so with that knowledge, can you do something miraculous with it?
Be here right now talking to you
That's not miraculous. Even I can do that.
is miraculous. Yeah, I'm
It's
not
not.
claiming. We're still in a three-dimensional existence, bound by laws of nature, as we're sitting here talking. But
That's
we
fine. I'm
are
not going to ask you to do anything that's outside of the laws of nature. All I want you to do is change my profile picture.
change your profile picture.
Hmm.
I oh I can't do that, brother. I
I
don't
mean,
know
you
how.
have access to the power, or you can't change my profile picture.
I don't know how to do that. I haven't got access to the knowledge of this telephone that I hold that allows me to do what you're asking.
Don't you have like a greater source?
We've all got a greater source within us that
Okay, then use it.
that is doing many things, but it's limited within this 3D construct. I can't do things just. Yeah, I'm limited. I'm limited here.
So this power doesn't do
We're
as
all,
much as you said it would, right?
we're all limited here. I can't. You change mine, brother. If I don't
No, you said we
understand.
could. You said if we had access to that power, we could do things. I'm just trying to see if you use a little bit of that power, but this is too much for that power. I don't know.
If I could access the power of within us, no, I don't. I don't remember saying that. If what did I claim? If I could access the power of within us?
What did you claim?
I don't know, brother. I just got a bit confused of when you asked me to change your screen and that. I was thinking, no, I didn't try to claim any having any abilities above anyone else.
You said
I'm
they took the. They said you said that they tried to obscure us from the knowledge that gives us power. I wanted you to demonstrate the power that you've gotten since you said that you have that truth, that knowledge. I wanted you to demonstrate it by doing something very small, very simple, like changing my profile picture.
no, I haven't got any extra powers than you, and the the powers of that are in control of this world and this government that we have. They have disempowered us in many ways, and we do have
Who is they?
just the general construct of what's become this governing force of who's making everything happen is all involved of why I've got a television going in front of me. We're all of us, I suppose, all of us.
So all of us are the they that you're referring to.
We're in a fashion making all this happen. Like we're the instigator of ourselves in a really deep manner.
Oh, well,
Like,
if you can rewrite reality, then rewrite it with a different profile picture for me. Go ahead.
Uh,
You go ahead.
oh, go ahead. I was just gonna ask if you were done or
Oh
um.
yeah, I don't think this guy.
Luke, are you done? Did you have anything else?
is this a time to say goodbye?
All right. Well, I hope you have a good rest of the morning. Okay. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
Thicker, did you happen to be in my live yesterday morning when we saw the fox?
When you what?
When we saw the fox,
Uh-uh.
big
You talking
ass
about
fox
Sunday
right
morning
there.
or Saturday morning?
It would have been. Oh damn! I meant to say Saturday morning. Yesterday was Sunday.
Uh, I don't remember seeing a fox. It might have been the time I stepped away.
Possibly.
Miss Kitty is not there. What about the fox?
I thought it was big.
Oh,
I don't think he got under the chickens though.
oh my gosh. Were you scared?
No. Only, I mean, if it had rabies, I probably would have treated more consciously. But I mean, if I really felt like threatened, I don't
Now
know.
somebody asking, what did the fox say? Chop and screw letter. This is this diabolical? Did
Yeah.
you diabolical? You changed your name?
No, that's uh
That's not diabolical's picture.
no, that's I see it in my head, but I don't see it.
They are nerd though, right?
Hmm.
That's what's their name? I don't know why I always thought that was diabolical's picture.
They have a similar picture, but his is different. That's yeah, bro, I can see the man profile picture. Can't say the name though. That's tough.
If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Why are you asking me that question? That UPS name is a trip. Oh my
UPS.
God, never mind. I read it wrong. Shit. I'm glad that motherfucker didn't come on stage because I sure would have said something else.
That's
I read that
crazy.
shit wrong. I read it wrong. I thought they were. Never mind. Never
I
mind.
was sitting there reading it, and I was like, isn't it true? I ain't probably yet. I'm trying
I
to figure
thought
it
that
out.
was US. It says USP, not UPS. It says USP sex. It says USP sex express shipping. But I think
Hmm.
it's supposed to be UPS. Oh, that's USPS. Hold on. Never mind. Yep. I read it wrong. That's you.
USPS Express hippie, right?
I read it as USP sex express. That's what it looked like. I'm like, I thought surely that's not the real US. Yeah, like, see, I'm not by myself. Thank you, Kia. Thank you.
Thinker thinking different is funny.
That's what the hell it looked like.
Tell you what, if you think you got a born name, come in here. Let Thinker read it. Should give you the more interesting interpretation.
I feel like believers read the Bible the way I read TikTok names. TikTok usernames.
Exactly. You, Pintus, stripper.
Tell me that you can't look at that name. Like it literally says, because I'm looking at UPS with his logo. I mean, with his PFP, right?
That's
It
fair.
says UPS, right? So
Hmm.
I'm expecting the username to be UPS, and so I'm thinking that they did the USP on purpose,
Hmm.
and then sex express shippy
Hmm.
because that doesn't say shipping, right? So I'm thinking
Hmm.
that it was like a play on UPS. I thought they was trying to be, creative.
Unfortunately, I think you might have more creativity than they do, at least in that regard.
Y'all, okay, now look at his name, Gargar. Tell me that C Sexpress shipping, Sexpress. See, I'm not. Yeah,
Come on up, man. Tell us what your name is.
that's what it look like. Come on, y'all. It's almost 6 o'clock. I need y'all to help me stay awake because I did not get a lot of sleep yesterday. So we need conversations to help me stay awake. Restaurant, restaurant, one fishing. Did you come up on accident? Oh,
Reci.
okay. I think it's Resi Roll. See, it's usernames like that. Like I'm sure in her head, like the username makes sense because it's special to her, but it's hard, right, for me to make sense out of it.
Mm. All right. If it makes you feel any better, you can have a completely sound outable name. Um, the words in the name can contain no more than three letters, and people will still find a way to fuck it up.
Man, when Fee called that man concubine on your live the other night, and she just said it so concubine.
Casual.
I get what you're saying, concubine. Boy, I was no more good.
I really don't even remember what his actual name was.
Huh?
So I honestly don't remember what his name was. I know he called him concubine.
Loris was calling them something else.
Called
Okay.
him something else too. I can't remember what that man name is.
Yeah. Bible baby, how are you?
I'm good. Can I have just 60 seconds to say
No,
something?
Nah.
no, no. I
Okay.
don't know you like that. Why would I do that?
Okay. Yeah, can I use
No,
can I speak to
no,
your 1,000 plus
no,
audience? That's
no,
yeah. I realize how
no.
crazy that sounds. Huh?
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 36. That
Okay.
makes
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible?
no. I
Are
don't
you
want to do this. I was
okay?
gonna.
So
I want to
have a
say
good
something.
have a
Yeah,
good
how's it
one.
going?
Okay. The fuck?
He's
Uh,
obstinate.
Huh?
He has never engaged in a conversation ever. All he does is weird shit
Oh,
immediately.
you know that person?
Hmm.
Like, what the hell possessed him to come up and do that?
He's just an idiot, to be honest.
Like, yeah, go ahead. Here's the stage. What?
Crazy to think people will show up and listen to you. My name is Bible Baby.
Like, type it in the comments. Let a Christian debate you when there's literally nobody on stage and a guest box that's empty is crazy. There's no one in the guest request.
Let a Christian work up the nerve to have a conversation.
Troy, also, can you do the thing? Because that's fucking
Absolutely.
ridiculous. Thank you. That's ridiculous.
Troy really want a cape for his child toucher friend. That's kind of crazy.
Pamela, I'm gonna take you down low because I think you did not know that you were on stage. TikTok be doing the most.
Dude, why they catch her in there
Goodness,
frying chicken?
right? Goodness gracious, TikTok. God damn. Jay, shut. You know what, Jay? Why don't you come on stage? And if you don't want to see me, all you have to do is block yourself.
Now she came in the room to comment about being here. That's crazy.
Well, unfortunately, Jesus's kids are not that bright for some damn reason. They talk about fruit of a spirit, which one of them is self-control, but they don't obviously tend to have enough self-control not to go into a space that they don't fucking want to be in.
Spreading misinformation. What misinformation?
Then come up here and fucking prove that it's misinformation. Debunk it. God damn. Like, y'all, you act scary. Like, it does not. It's fucking ridiculous that there's almost 800 people that came to watch the devil or a demon or Jezebel. Like, that's ridiculous. If I'm spreading misinformation, come correct it.
Misinformation. Misinformation.
Then why are you here, Petro? I don't even think y'all know what facts are. Like, you reject your own damn book for the shit in your head.
Now that's a fact.
I ought to change my backup account to misinformation.
Ooh, miss period information.
Yeah, the heretic just put it in the comments. He said misinformation. Who is that? Like, I ought to change it
Hell
from
yeah.
El Joso Rey to misinformation.
I like that. Change your main page to El Oso's Acolyte too. I think that'd be pretty funny.
I'm good. I'm good. That's not gonna stop it. My God is a black woman. There's a lot of people who done changed their usernames to thinker. Like I'm talking about what is this? If this isn't the username, what is this? You have the
Oh, this is
username
like
and
the
then you have
screen
the what?
name.
The screen name. Yeah, change my screen name.
Oh my goodness. Hmm. Are you disturbed?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Hmm. It's okay.
All right, y'all. Let's see, what time is it? We'll give it another 15 minutes and see what it do.
Somebody change their name to
Naya.
Sexpress Shipping.
Naya,
Yeah,
how old are you?
I'm a grown ass woman.
God. Fuck. Cannot. What the hell is wrong with people? That's what you should have said when you were on stage. That your response let me know what type of conversation that was about to be.
Not they changed the profile pictures to match it. That's crazy. That was
Who?
Deja dumbass. That's Deja dumbass.
Who?
She changed
Naya?
her profile pic. No, she changed her profile picture and her username to Sex Press Chicken.
Oh. What's the profile picture?
It's just like a black with like orange letters
Oh.
and a truck on it. It's really funny.
I like the new gifts. The hamster frowning. Uh the how are you? They got some cool little gifts.
Oh, shoot. The hamster frowning. What's the name of that one? Oh, yeah.
It's called hamster
That is
frowning.
cute.
Chop and screw. Are you requesting on purpose or accident? Antonio Satch.
Hey,
Antonio, are you there?
yeah. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
33.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
No, I'm just a believer.
Why you say just a believer?
Because I'm not an atheist or deconstructing. I'm a believer.
Uh,
But I know some believers are also trying to deconstruct. I'm a believer. I'm not trying to
okay.
deconstruct.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the prompt? You got a lot of noise in the background.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it interruption? Too much noise?
Like, I mean, it's
You just like to speak
noticeable.
up.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I don't know about the chat. Is it really loud for y'all in the chat? Like, is it bearable or is it too loud?
Can you hear me?
Bring, bring,
Okay,
go
or
away.
is the noise too
I
loud?
can hear you. I just want to make sure the chat can.
I'm
Good morning,
sorry.
Dr. B.
I'm in a truck. I'm just driving a truck, and it's kind of
Well,
the engine is
you're
kind
in
of
an Uber
loud.
right now. You're in an Uber right now.
Yeah, you're in a Uber. You're in a Uber.
Cool.
Yeah.
You are.
Yeah. What are
I'm in
your
an
thoughts?
18 wheeler.
Sir,
Hey, you cannot say that on TikTok.
go along to get
Oh, I'm
along.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
You thought we were
Gaslight you.
yeah.
Oh no. Well, yeah.
Tag team. What are your thoughts on the prompt?
Is Jesus the worst thing that ever happened to humanity? I say, in my perspective, no. But I can see how people twist it, like the Catholic Church used it to force it on people and things like that. And how some people could think is the worst thing that ever happened to them. But I say if you decided to come to it on your own and you decide to have your own relationship with Jesus, then it wouldn't be worse for you. But
Good
for it to be
morning,
forced
Fee.
on people,
Good morning.
I don't think I
How
don't think
like I'm sorry, go ahead.
no. I'm sorry. I don't think it's as far as being forced on people by the Catholic Church or these crusades. I would think he was used in that way.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you while I respond, okay? Y'all don't
Okay.
use caps in the comments, please. Please do not use caps in the comments, okay? Fee has an emoji. If you want to say good morning to Fee, please use her emote. Caps are for mods only and for people with a vision impairment. Antonio, how do you say that it was misused by the Catholic Church, right, to force people to believe in it. But the early Catholics were the first, outside of the followers of Jesus in this book, right? The early followers of Jesus. The Catholics were the first to get it, even before the Protestants, even before your ancestors got it, right? So, like, how are you saying that the Catholics are the ones that misused it? Because if that's the case, if the Catholics hadn't misused it, then your ancestors would have never got it, right? Right?
Yeah. What I'm well, I wouldn't say we got it because of we got it through them. That's why it's in the West through the Catholic Church. But what I mean by misusing, like, Christ never was preached in the Old Testament to spread the gospel through wars and things. Catholics had a lot of wars, like the Crusades and things. How they push the gospel on people. That wasn't a command from God to do anything like that. That's why it's misused. And also how the Ku Klux Klan would burn crosses. A lot of people say they use the Bible to, wow, it's kind of like a contradiction. People say they use the Bible, or they use scriptures, but at the same time, the Ku Klux Klan burning crosses. I don't think that's kind of contradictory. So them to say they're using the Bible and like to do what they was doing, but at the same time, they burning crosses. That's what I'm saying. Like, people misused it.
So when in the Old Testament, when Jesus as the God of the Old Testament would have the Israelites go into other nations and take over those nations, and those nations would then become forced labor or vassal states to the state of Israel, or the nation of Israel. Are you not aware that that meant them taking on religious customs of Israel and abiding by the law of Israel?
Yeah, I'm aware of when his people came out of Egypt, they went and took the land he promised them, but that was only for that period. After they took the land, they never.
No, it wasn't. No. I'm not talking about the promised land. I'm talking about when he had them go into other nations, right? Um, outside of the promised land, he told them to go to other nations that were far away from the land that he promised them. And when they would do that, the people of that land would become their forced labor, right? Like, are you not understanding that when they created vassal states, right, or vassal labor, that the people in these nations that they conquered would take on their religious customs, their religious structure, because in ancient Israel, the law was the religious system. So the political system or the government and the God were one and the same.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I want you to hear my point. After they took over the promised land, they didn't keep spreading like most empires do. They just stayed in the promised land.
That's not true. Like, listen to what I'm saying. That isn't true. Like Deuteronomy chapter 20, right? This is what I'm talking about, right? In Deuteronomy 20, he says to them, when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you at forced labor. But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, livestock, and everything else in the town, all is spoil. You may enjoy the spoil of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you. Thus you shall treat all the towns that are very far from you, which are not towns of these nations here. But as for the towns of these people that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, you must not let anything that breathes remain alive. Indeed, you shall annihilate them. the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, just as the Lord your God commanded, so that they may not teach you to do all the abhorrent things that they do for their gods, and thus sin against the Lord your God. So, like for the promised land, which would have been the land of Canaan, these are all the people, right, that would have been in that promised land. He says to annihilate them, not enslave them, not make vassal states out of them, right? So after they conquered the promised land, they were to go into nations far away from their promised land, right? And make vassal states out of them, turn them into forced labor. And often that would require them taking on the religious customs of Israel. So that would be spreading the God. Like literally the Israelites were to be a light unto the nations. And they in the Old Testament they did this, right, through military force, not preaching.
Yeah, I understand. I wasn't aware that they continued to spread like empires. All I know is they just took the promised land. I don't think what you just read is an eternal law. It's just telling God, telling these people to continue taking the promised. The promised land was bigger than we actually think, and so they took the promised land and then they kept spreading to take more of the promised land. I don't think they took all of the promised land at that exact moment. But I do know they spread it.
I don't understand what you're saying. It's like you're saying that the promised land was bigger than the land of Canaan.
Yeah, it was.
Hold on. It's like you're saying that it included towns that were very far away from them, because he literally tells them to go to towns that are far away, right?
Yeah.
Right. He says, thus you shall treat all the towns that are very far from you. So far away from the land of inheritance. How are you now saying that the land that's far away from the inheritance is also a part of the inheritance?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. I didn't understand that I really didn't know that they kept spreading like that. But, so what are you saying? They ruling over other nations too?
Yes, that was the God's goal. Like that was supposed to be what the Israelites were, and that was the mission of the Messiah. Like when the Messiah came back, he was supposed to restore the kingdom of Israel, right? Reunite the two kingdoms, the north and the south, back under one Godhead. And then the Israelites were to be rulers on the new earth, right? With the Gentiles bowing down to them and their God. Like that was the God's plan from the time of.
Well, yeah, you're right. You're right about that. That is God's plan for he's going to come back and take over the whole earth, really, like you're saying. And the Gentiles will, be bowing down to Israel. That's the truth.
And so if you know that that's the truth, what I'm confused. Like, how did you think? Like in this book, that's what the
I mean,
God
like,
had the Israelites do: go into lands and conquer. Right? Like they pillaged, they
so what
plundered, right? They conquered in order to get land,
I'm,
wealth, and power.
yeah, I understand. I'm saying right now, as far as when Jesus came, he didn't. That's why he didn't do it like when he came. He didn't tell us to do that at the moment. Now he's gonna do that when he come back. But as far as what we supposed to be preaching the gospel to spread the kingdom of heaven. That's what Jesus preached. He didn't preach that they were supposed to physically take over. He preached the kingdom of heaven is coming to take over. So when Jesus
Like I
came,
guess I'm confused. Did he say don't use war? When you go
yeah, that's
out?
what I'm saying.
No,
That's what I'm
did he
saying.
say that? Because he said he told them to follow the law and
Well,
the he told them to follow the law and the prophets. The law is
but
hold on. He told them to follow the law and the prophets. The law is Deuteronomy, right? And
uh-huh.
Deuteronomy, it literally says to go into the nations with military force, right? First go with peace. If they don't accept your peace, then take it by force. Right? So where is Jesus saying not to spread the gospel this way?
Oh, okay, okay. Because when they asked him, "Are you going to restore the kingdom?" His mission was not to restore the kingdom when he came. They weren't supposed to go out and fight and try to win nations through war. That's what they wanted him to do. The people wanted to make him that type of king, but he wasn't trying to do that when he came the first time. That's how
That's
he saw
not
when he,
true.
when he
That's not what
it is true.
restoring that's not what restoring the kingdom of Israel was.
Okay,
The
when you read the book of Job,
hold on. Restoring the kingdom of Israel was making Jerusalem, right? The promised land, uh putting the Davidic monarchy, right, back into Jerusalem with Jesus on the throne, with both the north and the south under one Godhead, right? It had nothing to do with going around the world and conquering. But when he resurrected and he went to his disciples and he said, "Go and make disciples of all nations," he didn't say don't use military force. He didn't say only go and love, only go and talk and preach. He didn't say do
yes,
that.
he
Now,
did.
where did he say that? Where?
Okay. First off, he encouraged believers not to force the gospel on people. He said if they don't receive you, shake the dust off your feet and keep going. It'll be. He said he would handle those people in the day of judgment. So
He
he
was
encouraged
talking
people to
to
believe.
the Israelites. He was talking to the Israelites about the lost sheep, not the Gentiles when he said that. That wasn't
Well,
to that. No, he was talking to the Israelites when he sent them out two by two to the lost sheep, because he said, "Don't go to the Gentiles, don't go to the Samaritans, only go to the lost sheep of Israel." Right? He said,
I
he said,
understand.
hold on. He said, if they don't accept you, he said, take the dust off your feet and keep going, because he had a mission. He wasn't
Right.
talking to
So
the
what?
Gentiles. He wasn't talking about the Gentiles when he said that.
Correct. Well, so okay, so you corrected me on that. Now, when Paul, you read it, Paul was sent to the Gentiles. Paul never put. So we can look at Paul's writing. Gentile, that was his mission by God. He never. If you look at Paul's writings, Paul never said when he preached to any successor that he passed his message down to, like Timothy or what's his name, Clement of Alexandria. He never told these people to spread the gospel through voice.
Where did he tell
Matter of fact,
them not to, is my question. You're talking about what Paul did. Where did your Jesus say don't use war, don't use violence to spread the gospel? Where
well, I'm
did he
saying
say
Paul is
don't
a
do that?
Paul. Well, Paul is a. Well, Jesus said, love. He came with the message of love. Like love was like, he loved the world. He wanted people to be saved. And he was like,
Where did he say this? Where did Jesus say he loves the world?
when it said John 3:16, for God so loved
That's
the
not
world that he gave his only begotten.
that's not Jesus talking. Where did Jesus say this is what I'm asking.
No, but we believe the whole Bible. We don't just believe what Jesus said. We
No,
believe
no.
what they
If
wrote
you can
about Jesus.
believe the whole Bible, but everybody in the Bible that's talking isn't Jesus or God. There's different voices in the Bible. There's different characters speaking in the Bible. And John 3:16 isn't Jesus talking. I'm asking you, where did Jesus say what you're saying?
What did Jesus say? What did he say? Love the whole world or spread the gospel through love?
Yes.
Well, when you read the Beatitudes, it said love your enemies. Love your
Okay,
enemies,
that
and
don't mean that doesn't mean love the whole world.
but that's his enemies though. Most of the whole
No,
world was
it's
his enemies
not.
at the time.
No, it's not. And then when he was talking about that, like literally he was telling them, like he was pacifying them for Rome. And if anything, that's why the Israelites didn't believe that he was their Messiah, because he was supposed to be uh restoring their kingdom. He was supposed to be
Yeah.
making it to where they lived in safety. He was telling them to be okay with being oppressed.
No, not because he said he came to set the captives free. So he wasn't necessarily okay with them being the prey. It just wasn't his time to do these things to set the captives free. Because that's what they say. What the spirit, what he came, that was his mission to to bring liberty to the captives, to
And he
the people who were
claimed that he
bound.
did that, right? He claimed he did that when he read the scroll of Isaiah after he got baptized. He claimed he
That was the
fulfilled
start.
that prophecy, but he didn't set nobody free.
Well, that was first they had to be set spiritually free. That's his first goal.
Where does
He
it
wanted to
say
set them free
that?
from sin.
Where are you getting spiritually free from?
Okay. Let me show you. He said, "Whom the Son sets free is free indeed." And then the Jews said, "We have never been anybody's slaves. How? What do you mean we'll be free?" And he said, "You are slave to sin." He said, "Whoever the Son sets free will be free." So first he wanted to take care of the sin problem, set them free from sin, and then he's gonna come back to set them free, set like the captives free from bondage over the worldly kingdoms and stuff. When he set his kingdom, the kingdom of heaven, but he wanted to set people free from sin first.
Hold on. So when Jesus went into the synagogue or the temple and he read from the scroll of Isaiah, right? Hold on, let's pull it up. Give me just a second. Yeah, I think it's Luke 4.
Can I say something while you pulling it up?
Mm-hmm.
Well, notice when you read it, he's quoting from Isaiah 61, so he's not going to quote all of the verses. He's only going to quote some of it. So that means all of it had to be fulfilled. Only some of it was fulfilled, and he
You
did
can't
set
only
some.
fulfill some of a prophecy though.
No, what I'm saying, he's going to fulfill it later. And then he left some for the church to fulfill. That's what I'm saying.
Where does it say the church is supposed to fulfill a prophecy?
Well, when you read Isaiah 66, Isaiah 61, where it's coming from, he started saying, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me to do these things." Then he switched over and started saying, "They shall do this, they shall do that, they shall do
He
this."
says, "The
Talking
Spirit of
about
the
his
Lord is
people should do it.
upon me. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, and to set those who are oppressed to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." That's what he quoted here. But in Isaiah, it literally says something different, right?
No, it's the same thing.
It
It
says, "The Spirit of the
continues.
Lord is
I'm
upon me
gonna read
because
it,
the
bro.
Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives and release to the prisoners." Right? Hold on. Let me pull it up over here.
And then notice how it's gonna switch to start talking about what they gonna do.
Hold on. Jesus literally changed the prophecy, right? When he quoted it. Isaiah
Well, I just
it
paraphrase.
says, hold
Sometimes you have
on,
to
hold on, no. You're either quoting the prophecy and you're fulfilling the
hold on.
prophecy
Let me
that was
explain. Hold
given.
on.
Hold on, please stop
Sometimes you have to.
interrupting me. Stop interrupting me, please, okay? You're either fulfilling the prophecy, right, that was given, or you change it, and he changed it. The what's given in Isaiah says, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion, to give them a garland instead of ashes, the oil of gladness instead of mourning, the mantle of praise instead of a faint spirit," right? "They will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord to display his glory. They shall build up the ancient ruins. They shall raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities, the devastations of many generations," right? But even before you get to "they will be called this" or "they shall do this," the entire prophecy that Jesus started quoting ends at the end of verse 3. Jesus didn't quote all that. He says, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives." He took out the brokenhearted part. He took out the oppressed part and changed that to poor. And recovery to the sight of the blind, to set those free who are oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor, right? He took out in the day of the vengeance of God, to comfort all who mourn, right? To provide for those who mourn in Zion, right? He took all that out. So either he fulfilled this prophecy in Isaiah, or he just made that up, because you can't halfway fill a prophecy.
You come off mute now, Antonio.
Okay, I was saying the way that it's written, so it looked like it's changed, but sometimes you have to go to the Septuagint. That's the I don't know if you're reading the King James or something, but it may be the Masoretic text. But sometimes when you look at the Septuagint version, that's what the writer. Because like you say, Jesus didn't write any of this. The people wrote it. So sometimes they will switch it up. When you look in the Septuagint of the Bible, which is the actual Greek translation of the Hebrew, sometimes it'll be worded exactly how Jesus quoted it. But
No. The what the writers did, right? They used 3 different texts as they were writing the text, right? And so they would take sometimes they would take part of the Septuagint translation and part of the Hebrew translation and create a new quote. Like sometimes they would take some of the Aramaic, some of the Septuagint, and make a new quote. But it's the issue is that it's not exactly as it is in Isaiah in the Hebrew, right? That's the
yeah,
issue.
it's not exactly. Yeah, it's not exactly. But I still wouldn't say he didn't fulfill it. I would say he didn't fulfill it at the time, but some of this stuff he's gonna fulfill in return, like comfort and Zion and things like that. When you read the
Then that
Old
means it's not
Testament,
fulfilled.
I understand it's not fulfilled. I'm saying he started fulfilling it. Just
You
like on
can't start to fulfill a
but
prophecy.
yes, you can. Let me explain. Just like Joel 2, when he prophesies about the Spirit of the Lord to be poured out on all flesh and the day of the Lord and stuff like that. And in Acts chapter 2, when the Holy Spirit was poured out, Peter stood up and said, "This was prophesied in Joel." But that was only the beginning part. It wasn't everything. Like,
Except that's not what Joel prophesied. Peter stood up and Peter thought that that was a prophecy, that the day of the Lord was near. The day of the Lord hasn't happened.
what Peter did, he quoted what Joel prophesied. So from his perspective,
Except
that
he
was,
was wrong.
how
He
can
was
you say he was
absolutely
wrong?
wrong, because that's not what Joel prophesied. What it says is that the pour that he will pour out his spirit upon all flesh, right? Your sons and your daughters will prophesy, even your slaves, right?
That was
There,
the beginning, but
there was nobody there but the Israelites. For Peter to call that pouring out the spirit upon all flesh, like hold on,
I'm saying
let's
it's not
see.
finished. It's not finished.
No, you can't
It's
halfway fulfill a
oh,
prophecy. Either the prophecy was fulfilled or it wasn't. Especially since Jesus isn't here anymore. Like you can't say that he was the Messiah because he halfway filled prophecies.
he's gonna return and finish what he built.
Then he ain't the Messiah, friend.
What I'm saying,
You got a lot of noise. You got a lot of noise, and I feel like I'm having
gonna,
to like it's really loud.
he's gonna return and finish fulfilling it. That was a part of the prophecy also. That he would return, he would be cut off. When you read Isaiah 63, I mean Isaiah 53,
I can
it says,
barely hear
Sound
you.
like the
I can't hear
rapture is
you.
happening.
Yeah, like I can barely hear you.
I'm so,
Hey,
can you hear me now?
if I tell you that I plan on running for president one day, would it be safe for you to just say I'm president?
No, but if you say it's the beginning of when you, can you hear me?
I'm gonna
Can you
get
hear
on the
me?
ballot eventually and let people vote for me and stuff, but I've
So if
already
I said
started
it,
campaigning.
right. Well, if you're serious, I hope you get in. But
I mean, but you could
if
just call me president at this point, though, right?
I mean, if you're certain that you're gonna get in, and all you if you knew that you was gonna get in, you have to call you president.
I'm very confident that one day I'll get on the ballot and people will vote me in.
But if you could know the future, you knew this for a fact that you were gonna get in. Yeah, I would call you president. So
You
that's what
don't
I'm
know the
saying.
future. You don't know the
I said
future.
I said if though, but Jesus knew the future.
No,
That's
but
what I'm
you're
saying.
literally doing that. You're calling Jesus the Messiah, right? When he hasn't fulfilled a prophecy. And I think it's crazy for I saw a comment that says how she thinks that she can tell a God what he can and can't do. If I'm supposed to be the one to accept or reject whether I accept him being a Messiah, then yes, I get to set the standard for that. And if the requirement of him being identified as the Jewish Messiah is that he fulfilled the prophecy of the Jewish Messiah, then if he didn't do that shit, then yes, I can reject that. That's fucking common sense. A God does not reserve the right to make me be to make me accept a fucking lie as truth.
Okay. Okay.
What do you think the word fulfill means?
He did fulfill it. He, like I'm saying,
No,
during his life,
hang on a second. I'm asking, what does the word fulfill mean?
it means to accomplish.
It means to satisfy, right?
Yes. And we,
So if hold on a second. So just like we have a requirement, it's the law in my state to wear my seatbelt. So every time I get in my car and I put my seatbelt on, I fulfilled that law, correct?
yes.
If I'm pulled over and I have my hand on my seatbelt and I'm pulling it towards the buckle, but it's not there yet, have I fulfilled the law of wearing that seatbelt?
No, you haven't.
In the same way, if Jesus was starting to fulfill a prophecy, but that prophecy was not completed, it has not been fulfilled. And that's Thinker's point.
I agree. It's not. I didn't say. I said that was the beginning of it. I didn't say it was completely fulfilled.
Then you can't use the word fulfilled, which means he's not the Messiah.
No, but my thing that I'm pointing out is when you read through the Old Testament prophecy, it says it's going to be a time period when he returns to, like, he said he's going to die and he's going to go up into heaven and then he's going to return to finish. That's what the prophecy says. Like when you read Isaiah 53, it says he's going to be cut off from his people through death. He's going to die
You
for
are.
their sins.
It does not say anything about dying for anybody's sins and coming back in Isaiah 53.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. It says
No, it
it says he will
doesn't.
make. Yes, it
It
does.
no,
It
it
says,
does not.
okay,
It
we can go
literally
read.
does
I can
not.
show you. It do. I'm
Yeah,
telling
sure.
you.
Yeah, we're gonna pull it up.
When you read towards the end, that's what it says.
Yeah. Who can believe what we have heard? Upon whom has the arm of God been revealed? For he has grown by God's favor like a tree crown, like a tree trunk out of a arid ground. He had no form of beauty that we should look at him, no charm that we should find him pleasing. He was despised, shunned by others, a man of suffering, familiar with disease. Jesus was not familiar with disease. As one who hid his face from us, he was despised. We held him of no account. Yet it was our sickness that he was bearing, our suffering that he endured. We accounted him plagued. Jesus was not plagued, smitten and afflicted by God. Jesus was not smitten and afflicted by God, but he was wounded because of our sins, crushed because of our iniquities. He bore the chastisement that made us whole, and by his bruises we are healed. We all went astray like sheep, each of us going our own way, and God visited upon him the guilt of all of us. He was maltreated, yet he was submissive. He did not open his mouth, like a sheep being led to slaughter, like a ewe dumb before those who shear her. He did not open his mouth. By oppressive judgment he was taken away. Who could describe his abode? For he was cut off from the land of the living through the sin of my people who deserved the punishment. And his grave was set among the wicked, and with the rich in his death, though he had done no injustice and had spoken no falsehood. But God chose to crush him by disease. He was not crushed by disease. that if he made himself an offering for guilt, he might see offspring and have long life, and that through him God purpose might prosper. Jesus had no offspring, didn't have a long life. Out of his anguish he shall see it. He shall enjoy it to the full through his devotion. My righteous servant makes the many righteous. It is their punishment that he bears. Assuredly, I will give him the many as his portion. He shall receive the multitude as his spoil, for he exposed himself to death and was numbered among the sinners, whereas he bore the guilt of the many and made intercession for sinners. Where does it say that he's going to die and be risen again?
Okay, it just says, did you see where it says his grave, he was cut off from the land of the living, and his grave was among the wicked? That's death. And then after
Where
that,
does
it
it
says he's
say
going
he's
to,
going to rise again and come back?
you just read it. Oh, no, I don't want to call you sister, I'm sorry. But you
Where
just
does it
read
say
it.
he's going to rise and come back?
Okay,
Which
if
verse?
he's back to the end, if he's dead, how's God going to give him anything? Set him up if he's
Oh my
dead.
gosh.
But hold on. Read the last two verses that you just read.
It literally says, assuredly I will give him the many as his portion. He shall
Right.
receive the multitude as his spoil, for he exposed himself to death and was numbered among the sinners, whereas he bore the guilt of the many and made intercession for sinners.
Right. See, he's talking in past tense. God is going to give him something. He's going to receive something because he exposed himself to death. How is he going to receive something if he's dead?
Israel is the suffering servant. It's not talking, this is a metaphor for Israel. It's not talking about one individual.
But
Israel is his suffering, is his servant, and he literally says it multiple times, starting with Isaiah 41,
I understand he's talking about
leading up
Israel.
to Isaiah 53. He's talking about Israel.
I understand he's talking about Israel, but it says Israel, but when you get to the New Testament, Jesus fulfilled it. That's what it's saying. Because when you read Isaiah 42, sorry. If you read Isaiah 42, his servant is Israel. It calls him Israel. But that's when you get to Matthew, it said Jesus fulfilled what God spoke in Isaiah 42 about my
That's
servant whom
because
I.
the writers of the Gospels was reading Jesus or writing Jesus into the Old Testament. Isaiah 53 is not about Jesus, but they made it about Jesus, just like they did with Zechariah. With Zechariah 13 and 7, that wasn't about your Jesus, but because they just went and picked a scripture to make about your Jesus, um Zechariah 11 fucks that up. It makes Jesus the bad shepherd. They just went and picked scriptures and said, oh, he fulfilled this scripture.
You got a delay going on.
I don't have a delay. I think you have the delay.
No, I was on mute. It's still there.
And you don't mean delay. I think you mean echo.
Something like an echo. Yeah.
Yeah, there's an echo from TikTok. I can't do anything about the echo. That's a TikTok issue.
Okay. So what I'm getting here, basically, you don't believe that Jesus. You don't believe that Jesus fulfilled. So you don't believe that Jesus is Messiah's head. He didn't fulfill the prophecy.
No, what prophecy did he fulfill?
So that's what me and you did first. I didn't know you didn't believe. I just thought you like you. I thought just did you. I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your belief. I thought that you was a Christian, you believed it, and then you deconstructed. I didn't know you didn't believe that Jesus was Messiah.
What prophecy? Like literally, you came up here to respond to a post that says Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, especially to the black community, and you thought I was a Christian?
No, I thought you deconstructed. I thought you was. I thought. I'm saying I thought that you believed it at one point that Jesus was the
I
Messiah. I didn't
did
know.
believe it at one point, but I don't now after studying.
Okay, see,
What prophecy did he fulfill? Like what does that have to do with anything? With whether like if I believed at one point or not?
no,
If I'm
because you
telling you
saying Jesus
now,
not.
if I'm asking you now or saying now that I don't see where he fulfilled a prophecy, I'm confused.
Okay, I don't. You're right. I don't know what it has to do about it. But, well, as far as I see it when I'm reading the scriptures, and I haven't read through every scripture, but when I can see that Jesus had fulfilled it because I believe that because you know how the New Testament writers they quote and say Jesus fulfilled this, he fulfilled that, and they say he was smitten because he said smite the shepherd in Zechariah 13. He said they will smite the shepherd and the sheep will scatter. Like he was the shepherd that was smitten by God. According to
Yeah,
Zechariah.
let's look at Zechariah. And I guarantee you're gonna change it. Y'all always do.
Well, I just go with the New Testament and say it's totally Zechariah.
I
When Jesus
know,
was
I know, I know. We about to look at it. Hold on. We're gonna start with the beginning of that prophecy. We're gonna read what Jesus said. We're gonna go through the whole history. This is the problem with the prophecies that Jesus claims to fulfill because there's a history behind the prophecies. Let's see, Mark 14. Let me see. Is it 14? 26, 29? Yeah. Okay, and then let me put this in order. We're gonna do Zechariah 13.
and I
Uh,
apologize having you go to all these scriptures. I know I should be going to it, but I'm on my phone. I don't know how to switch off and go to the scripture and all that stuff.
it's okay. All right. So in Mark 14, starting with verse 26, when they had sung the hymn, they went out to the Mount Olives, and Jesus said to them, "You will all fall away, for it is written." Who is the you he's talking to here?
He's talking to his disciples,
Okay.
the people who was
You
following
will
him.
all fall away. What does that mean? You will all fall away. What does that mean?
Well, they're gonna basically some of them might deny Jesus, some of them might run away or be scared, and just go by their own
Okay.
business.
Remember that explanation. Then he says, "For it is written." When he says "for it is written," this is him quoting a Old Testament text to say that he's fulfilling a prophecy. Agreed?
Yes.
I will strike the shepherd and the sheep will be scattered. But after I am raised up, I will go before you to Galilee. And Peter said to him, "Even though all will fall away, I will not." So he says, I will strike the shepherd and the sheep will be scattered. What shepherd is being, who is the shepherd that's being struck?
He is.
Is he a good shepherd or a bad shepherd?
He's a good shepherd. He
Who's the
claims to
bad
be.
shepherd? Who's the bad shepherd getting struck? I mean, who's the bad shepherd? There's two shepherds. Who's the bad shepherd?
It's not two shepherds. Only one shepherd. A good shepherd. I don't understand what you're saying. Two shepherds.
Okay, that tells me that you haven't studied this prophecy. There's two shepherds in this prophecy. Um, and then the sheep will be scattered as the Israelites. All right, let's start where the prophecy came from. It starts with Zechariah 11. Open your doors, O Lebanon, so that actually it starts with Zechariah 11:4. Thus says the Lord my God, be a shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. Those who buy them kill them and go unpunished, and those who sell them say, "Blessed be the Lord, for I have become rich." And their own shepherds have no pity on them, for I will no longer have pity on the inhabitants of the earth, says the Lord. I will cause them, every one, to fall, each into the hand of a neighbor, and each into the hand of the king, and they shall devastate the earth, and I will deliver no one from their hand. So, on behalf of the sheep merchants, I became the shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. Who is the I that's speaking here? After God said, the God is talking here. You see the quotation marks, right? Thus says the Lord God, be a shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. And then in verse 7, It says, so on behalf of the sheep merchants, I became the shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. Who is this speaking here?
Is it God speaking? No, it sounds like it could be the prophet speaking.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this again. Verse 4 starts off with, thus says the Lord my God, right?
Mm-hmm.
Be a shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. Who's speaking in verse 4?
Yahweh.
Okay, so quotations end at verse 6. Who starts speaking in verse 7? With the word, when it's saying, I became the shepherd. Yahweh tells somebody to become a shepherd, and then this person says, so I became the shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. Who is this person that became the shepherd here?
Well, if it's a prophecy, it could be. I would think
Who's speaking in this text?
Yahweh is speaking. That's what I'm saying. I
Oh
told you
my
that.
God. Ooh, okay. Let's try this again, okay? Yahweh is speaking in verse 4. Do you see the quotation marks here?
The speaker didn't change. That's what I'm saying. Either the
Oh my
prophet speaking
gosh.
or
Oh,
Yahweh
will
is
you
speaking.
stop? Will you stop? When it says, thus says the Lord my God, that means those are messenger quotes. The writer is saying, this is what God said. They're proclaiming something, right? God said, be a shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? God is telling somebody to be a shepherd. Okay? Do you see that? The word be, he's telling somebody to be a shepherd.
I understand that.
Okay. So then the quotation marks end here. The God is no longer speaking. Okay? Verse 7, no quotation marks. So on behalf of the sheep merchants, I became the shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. Who is the I here that became the shepherd that God told to become a shepherd?
That's what I'm saying. It's either the prophet or a prophecy about the Messiah. It's either the
Who is
prophet
the prophet that's
Zechariah.
speaking? Who is the prophet that's speaking?
Zechariah.
Zechariah.
That's what I know. But I'm
Zechariah.
saying the prophet.
I'm sorry. Can you come back to the phone? Cause like you walking away, we
Oh,
can
I'm
barely
sorry.
hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, like you got to
Yeah, I'm
stay close
saying.
to the phone. You already have a lot of noise in your background, and there's a crazy
Okay.
echo with TikTok. Okay,
Okay. So
hold on,
I think
hold
I
on.
answer you.
Wait, no. Goodness gracious. So Zechariah says, I became the shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. I took two staffs. One I named Favor, the other I named Unity, and I tended the sheep. In 1 month I disposed of the three shepherds, for I had become impatient with them, and they also detested me. So I said, I will not be your shepherd. What is to die, let it die. What is to be destroyed, let it be destroyed. And let those that are left devour the flesh of one another. I took my staff Favor and broke it, annulling the covenant that I made with all the people. So it was annulled on that day, and the sheep merchants who were watching me knew that it was the word of the Lord. That's how you know it's not the Lord, because they were watching him and they was like, oh, this is the word of the Lord. I then said to them, if it seems right to you, give me my wages. This is still Zechariah talking. But if not, keep them. So they weighed out as my wages 30 shekels of silver. Then the Lord said to me, Zechariah is still talking. God is talking to Zechariah, throw it in the treasury, this lordly price at which I was valued by them. So I took the 30 shekels of silver and threw them into the treasury in the house of the Lord. Then I broke my second staff Unity, annulling the family ties between Judah and Israel. So Zechariah, right, is saying God told him to be a shepherd of the flock that's doomed, right? Doomed to be slaughtered. Zechariah becomes the shepherd. They don't do right, right? Zechariah decides to no longer be the shepherd. He asked for his wages. They pay him 30 shekels of silver. They valued him at that. And Yahweh tells him, throw it back into the treasury. right? And that's what Zechariah does. Verse 15. Then the Lord said to me, take once more the implements of a worthless shepherd. So here's the second shepherd. First, you got the good shepherd. Then you have the worthless shepherd, right? For I am now raising up in the land a shepherd who does not care for the perishing, or seek the wandering, or heal the maimed, or nourish the healthy, but devours the flesh of the fat ones, tearing off even their hooves. O my worthless shepherd who deserts the flock, may the sword strike his arm and his right eye. Let his arm be completely withered, his right eye utterly blinded. So this is the prophecy of the second shepherd, right? So now let's go to Zechariah 13. Zechariah 13 is about idolatry being cut off. On that day, says the Lord of hosts, I will cut off the names of the idols from the land, so that they shall be remembered no more. And also I will remove from the land the prophets and the unclean spirit. And if any prophet appears again, their fathers and mothers who bore them will say to them, you shall not live, for you speak lies in the name of the Lord. And their fathers and their mothers who bore them shall pierce them through when they prophesy. On that day, the prophets will be ashamed. Every one of their visions when they prophesy, they will not put on a hairy mantle in order to deceive. But each of them will say, I am no prophet. I am a tiller of the soil, for the land has been my possession since my youth. And if anyone asks them, what are these words on your chest? The answer will be, the wounds I received in the house of my friends. Awake, the shepherd struck. This is where the shepherd gets struck from this prophecy here. Okay, here's the second prophecy. Okay, Zechariah 7 is where the sword awakes. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, against the man who is my associate. If you remember, he says, I am now raising up in the land a shepherd who does not care. This is the shepherd that Yahweh chose, the second shepherd who he chose, right? He says, awake, O sword, against my shepherd, against the man who is my associate, says the Lord of hosts. Strike the shepherd, that the sheep may be scattered. I will turn my hand against the little ones, right? And the whole land, says the Lord, 2/3 shall be cut off and perish, and 1/3 shall be left alive. And I will put this third into the fire, refine them as one refines silver, and test them as gold is tested. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say they are my people, and they will say the Lord is your God. So this part of the scripture, of the prophecy, is where the fulfillment comes. This is the prophecy that a worthless shepherd, an idol, worthless here means idol, an idol shepherd will be raised up. He will not care for the people. He will do bad things, and God will strike the shepherd with a sword. And then in Zechariah 13, when he's cutting off idol worship, he then fulfills that prophecy and tells them to strike the shepherd. This is a command. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, against the man who is my associate. Strike the shepherd, that the sheep may be scattered. I will turn my hand against the little ones. But what the writer of Mark does, they, instead of it being a command, right, they move this I up here, right, and say, I will strike the shepherd, instead of making it a command to strike the shepherd, right? And I will turn my hands against the little one. So they have God, instead of the people striking the shepherd, the writer of Mark has God being the one striking Jesus on the cross. And they have Jesus being the idol shepherd, the worthless shepherd, being struck. But in order to understand the prophecy, you got to know the history of the prophecy, and you have to be able to follow it to say whether or not Jesus fulfilled that prophecy. But if Jesus is quoting Zechariah 13 as a prophecy he's fulfilling, Jesus is the worthless shepherd, the idol shepherd.
So he's quoting it, but the shepherd is his fellow. The Hebrew word is fellow. That way it says associate. So he says fellow is the idol shepherd.
The worthless shepherd is idol. That's an idol shepherd. He literally says here, take one more the implements of a worthless shepherd. So the first shepherd was the good shepherd. Zechariah became the good shepherd. They mistreated him. They didn't value him. He annulled that covenant. And then Yahweh says, okay, take one more, right? We're going to instill one more shepherd. I'm going to choose him. I'm going to raise him up, right? He will not care for the people. He will not seek the wandering. He will not heal the maimed. He will not nourish the healthy, but he will devour the flesh of the fat ones, tearing off even their hooves. And then he says, oh, my worthless shepherd. This is Yahweh's worthless shepherd. He chose him on purpose, who deserts the flock. May the sword strike his arm and his right eye. This is the prophecy, that the sword will strike his arm in his right eye. Let his arm be completely withered, his right eye utterly blinded. And then Zechariah 13 is where he commands for the sword to strike the shepherd so that the sheep will be scattered. And scattered here is them being exiled, not running away, scared, hiding.
Okay, so basically, you're saying the New Testament writer got Jesus being a good shepherd when the prophecy was about a bad shepherd.
No, if Jesus quoted the B portion of Zechariah 7, and honestly, he retrofitted it because it was originally a command to strike the shepherd, not God saying that he would strike the shepherd. But when Jesus quoted it as God saying he would strike the shepherd, right? If Jesus is this shepherd in Zechariah 13:7, the shepherd in Zechariah 13:7 is an idol shepherd. Hold on. It's an idol shepherd.
Yeah,
This
I
is
see.
where the
I
God
see
is
what you're
cutting
saying.
off idolatry. So
Yeah,
if
I see.
Jesus is fulfilling this prophecy, then he's the idol shepherd. He's the worthless shepherd. There's, literally, this is what happens when the writers of the New Testament just went and pulled things that they think Jesus could fit and said, "Oh, he fulfilled this prophecy."
Yeah, I see. I see what you're saying. So you say he they applied it to him as fulfilling the role of the worthless shepherd.
Yes, and said Jesus said it. This is what he said. This is they said Jesus said that. That Jesus quoted this himself.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see the connection between Zechariah 11 and 13. I never looked into that.
Well, like this is what I'm saying. So like when y'all say that Jesus fulfilled prophecies, how do you know he fulfilled a prophecy if you don't understand the prophecy? Like if you don't research the prophecy, if
Well,
you
I
don't
generally,
understand the historical context of the prophecy.
I generally try to, like, when I see like quotes in the New Testament, I try to go look back in the context the quote was taken from and read through the context. But I never started at Zechariah 11. I looked at Zechariah 12 and connected it with 13, but I didn't look at Zechariah 11. And sometimes, like what we believe is well, I was taught that it was when like there's a dual prophecy. Like you got one for that time, then one for like way in the future for the Messiah. Like for an example would be Hosea 11:1 when it says, "Out of Egypt I called my son." And then when you continue reading, it's talking about the nation of Israel. But the New Testament applies that to Christ who was born and said, "Out of Egypt I called my son," which he fulfilled it. So we would call that a dual prophecy, or at least that was what I was taught, that it was a dual prophecy. I clearly see
And
that.
but think about it. Think about this, right? That's a real popular one, right? If Jesus is Israel in that prophecy, then Jesus was a sinner because Israel and Hosea 11 is being called out for sinning.
Yeah, that's why I say it
So
was a dual prophecy.
it can't.
Like,
How is it dual? Like, help me understand how it's dual, because the only thing that y'all are saying Jesus fulfilled there is just being called the Son of God. If Hosea 11 is a prophecy about Jesus and Jesus is Israel, then Jesus was a sinner, right? Like saying that Hosea 11 is about Jesus, you literally make Jesus a sinner.
yeah, I understand, because it's a lot of prophecy. It's a lot of prophecy throughout the Psalms, where when you read it, that David's writing, when it like when it said the man who shared my food turned against me, and then he starts saying I'm a sinner and all this stuff. They take some of the words of David and apply it to Jesus. Like, um, I'm sorry to be jumping all over the place, like, but in Psalm 16 we got David writing about how his flesh didn't see corruption, but then Acts 2 says Jesus fulfilled that too, because Jesus was the one that didn't see corruption and David was still dead. And but when you read through the context, obviously it's about David. So if I don't know if you're familiar with the term dual prophecy, but we say a lot of the stuff is dual prophecy. We know this pertaining to Israel being the sinner, but then it's talking about the Messiah that came from Israel, who identified. The New Testament say he came in the likeness of sinful flesh, so he wasn't a sinner, but he came in sinful flesh.
This is just literally what they did, right? To just make to to help it look like Jesus fulfilled prophecy. Because like are you familiar with the day of the Lord? Are you familiar with what that is?
Oh yes.
Can you tell me, just summarize quickly what that is?
Well, the day of the Lord throughout Scripture is about, it's supposed to be the coming of God when He judged, and the stars going dark, stars falling out the sky, the sun not shining, the moon going dark, and then God is judging the earth with some army. But then it switched to, it's just God's judgment when He bring another nation upon His people, and I believe that's a dual prophecy too.
So right, because you would have to believe it's a dual prophecy because it talks about Babylon and the Medes
Yeah.
in the prophecy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so in that prophecy, Yahweh is saying that his chosen, right, are going to execute his anger, correct?
Correct.
And Jesus refers to that prophecy in Matthew 24, right? When he quotes that as signs of his coming,
Yes.
right? He quotes Isaiah 10 in Matthew 24:29. He says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven and the powers of heaven will be shaken. In Isaiah 13, hold on, I gotta
And I
verify. I gotta
apologize if
verify the line.
I apologize if I got off topic. Like I know we're supposed to be talking about the Trump, but
This is talking about the prompt.
okay, I just thought we got a little bit off the Trump.
This is part of why Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. These dual prophecies. The here is the prophecy, right, of the day of the Lord. Here is where he quotes Isaiah 10, for the stars of heavens and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark at its rising, and the moon will not shed its light. Um, Here's what he says: I myself have commanded my consecrated ones, have summoned my warriors, my proudly exalted ones, to execute my anger. Right? And here's what he says his chosen will do when he comes back. Like a gazelle on the run, or like sheep with no one to gather them, all will turn back to their people, and all will flee to their own lands. Whoever is found will be thrust through, and whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes, their houses will be plundered, and their wives raped. See, I am stirring up the Medes against them, who have no regard for silver and who do not delight in gold. Their bows will slaughter the young men. They will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes will not pity children. And Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, the splendor and the pride of Chaldeans, will be like Sodom and Gomorrah when God overthrew them. So Jesus in Matthew 24 is saying on the day that he comes back, this will happen. And his chosen, his followers will stab men, dash babies' heads against a stone, grape women, cut babies out of women's wombs. Do you take that? Do you accept that as a dual prophecy, or is that not relevant to the Christians?
No, I think that was to do with prophecy about, it was talking about Babylon.
That's about Babylon. That's not about Christians. That's not, y'all not going to be the ones doing that.
Well, that's about Babylon, because when we read Revelations, at the actual second coming of Christ, they don't say he's going to do that. He's going to make war with people who's fighting him, but he's not going to.
No, he comes back to start a war. He comes back to start a war in a blood-soaked robe with a tattoo on his thigh.
Yeah, but there's going to be people fighting, attacking him when he's coming out of the sky, according to
No,
Revelation.
that's not what it says. That's not what it says. It says he comes back to start the war. Right?
But it also says an army gathers against him in Revelation to make
because
war against
he comes back to start the war. Like who wouldn't fight if some people come in and try to kill you because you didn't accept Jesus? What are we supposed to do? Roll over and just let motherfuckers fuck us up? Who wouldn't fight back?
This is not regular people fighting. This is an army fighting.
Isaiah. No, this is why I say, like, these prophecies, these dual prophecies, like, y'all will pull something out of the Old Testament, but like, this is about Jesus, but this part is not. Like, he literally says, I myself have commanded my consecrated ones, have summoned my warriors, my proudly exalted ones, to execute my anger. Who are his consecrated ones?
Yeah, this Babylon, like it said. Babylon.
No, Babylon is not your God's consecrated ones. Who are his consecrated ones?
Babylon. He chose Babylon.
Oh my fucking gosh.
No, I'm telling you.
How is Babylon considered the consecrated ones of your God?
Okay, when you look at Jeremiah, when his people went into captivity, it says he chose King Nebuchadnezzar to rule over his people.
No, he didn't. He chose Cyrus as a Messiah, and that was only to set the people free.
No. What I'm saying is, when in Jeremiah, when his people went off into captivity, he told Nebuchadnezzar to reign over his own people. Before Cyrus took over, they was in Babylon. They was in captivity under Babylon. They say God put it in Nebuchadnezzar's heart to rule over his own people.
Oh my fucking gosh!
I'm telling you what it says in Jeremiah. I'm not trying to get on your nerves. I'm just telling you what it say. God ordains the enemy to rule over his people when they sin. That's what the scriptures say. I mean, if you can show me otherwise, I'm open to look at it.
Literally, the only Meshiach that your God chose was King Cyrus as an anointed one. King Cyrus is the only one that was not an Israelite that your God called a Meshiach.
Now I'm not saying a Messiah. What I'm saying is he appointed King Nebuchadnezzar to rule over his people during the time of captivity. When they went into exile during the time of or whatever that king name was, in the book of Jeremiah, Babylon came down and took over. That was before the Persian Empire came.
As a punishment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He used King Nebuchadnezzar. He literally said, "I'm gonna use you to rule over my people."
In Babylon.
And King Cyrus freed them from the captivity at the time.
So on the day of the Lord, when your God comes back, is he coming back with Babylon by his side? Or is he coming back to execute his anger against the nations that oppressed his people?
No, I agree. He's coming. I'm saying it's a dual prophecy. At the time, it was about Babylon,
Oh my
but
gosh.
he's coming back.
Listen, at the time it was about Babylon. Was Babylon the one that was getting the shit handed to them? Was Babylon one of the nations that oppressed the Israelites?
Yes, at that
Okay,
time they had.
so on the day of the Lord, when he says, I am coming to take the sinners off the earth, he says, see, the day of the Lord is coming, cruel with wrath and fierce anger, to make the earth a desolation and to destroy the sinners from it. Is Babylon a part of the sinners that are being destroyed from the earth?
Yeah, I agree. This is about the second coming of God when He comes.
Can you answer the question? Is Babylon a part of the sinners that are being destroyed from the earth in this prophecy? Or is Babylon part of the consecrated ones?
No, Babylon is they're gonna be destroyed too. Now I'm agreeing with you.
No,
That's
you're
why I
not.
said
You're saying no, you're not. You're saying that Babylon here are the consecrated ones, are his
no. I mean,
warriors, his proudly exalted ones. But and this Babylon is being destroyed as one of those that oppressed the Israelites, the nations that oppressed them.
no. What I'm saying is that's why I said dual. I said at that time it was Babylon, but in the second coming is Jesus. I believe that it's Christ coming back to do all this. That's why I said
No,
it's a
no,
dual
no, 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 no,
prophecy.
no. This does not say this is Babylon doing all of this. Babylon is Babylon is one of the nations that oppressed the Israelites, and on the day of the Lord, Babylon was one of the nations that was going to be destroyed.
Doesn't the header at the top say proclamation against Babylon?
Yes, that's why I don't understand how he's saying that the consecrated ones is Babylon.
I mean, how are
What
we?
scripture are
Wait,
you?
my
Which book are
question
you
is, what
reading
do
right
you?
now? You in
Isaiah 13. Go ahead, Fee.
okay, yeah.
I guess I'm confused because what do you think consecrated means?
Consecrated means set apart. Do a mission.
No, it means more than set apart. It does mean set apart or dedicated, but it's also made holy or sacred. So you're saying ultimately that the entity Babylon, who is going in this particular verse, being removed from the earth, is set apart, made holy and sacred by the God to do the removing. That does not make any sense whatsoever.
No. I said it was a dual prophecy. I didn't say dual prophecy
Even
mean
with the dual,
at the
though,
time.
you said Babylon was the consecrated one.
I mean, God chose them to come oppress His people. That's what I'm saying. But I know it's a prophecy. Where I believe it's a prophecy about the Messiah when God come back to do. I know God is going to do this. That's what it's saying. The Lord is going to do that when He comes.
Your Lord is going to rape women.
No.
Who's raping women here in this prophecy and the day of the Lord?
Okay. When you read Zechariah 14, which is
No,
the
no, no,
same
no.
event.
I'm talking
Hold
about
on.
Isaiah 13. No, no, no. In Isaiah 13,
No, I'm
right?
saying it's the
Who?
same.
Hold on. In Isaiah 13, who's doing this part?
It's the same event.
Who's doing it?
The people from the other nations, the ones that doing the ones that are suppressing Israel, they the ones doing it.
Who's it being done to then?
The Israelites, God's people.
So you're saying the day of
Hold
the
on.
Lord?
Whoever is
Oh
found
my
will be
goodness.
thrust through, and whoever is caught will fall by the sword. So your God is prophesying that whoever of the Israelites is found on the day that he comes back to bring justice for Israel, that Israelites will be thrust through. Israelites will fall by the sword. The Israelite babies will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered, and their wives will be raped on the day that Jesus comes back. On the day that your God comes back to execute His anger, the Israelites are gonna get fucked up. Is that what you're asking us who believe that this is saying? You're on mute.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm gonna explain. This is connected with Zechariah 14, which is also a prophecy about the day of the Lord.
Can you
It
please,
said,
can you please answer my question? On the day that your God comes back, what I'm understanding you're saying is that your God is prophesying that the Israelites are going to get fucked up on the day that he
yes,
comes back.
yes.
Oh my
Yes, and let
fucking
me show
God.
you. Okay, let me show you. I'm saying I answer your question now. Let me show you. All right, Zechariah 14 is the exact same prophecy about the day of the Lord. When you read the beginning of Zechariah 14, it said he's going to bring the nations against his people to ravage the women and to kill people, and then it's going to come down and fight against those nations. When you read the opening of Zechariah 14, it's about the same day of the Lord. He's going to bring those nations down to do all this towards his people, and then he's going to come destroy those nations. That's what it said.
Future warfare. See, a day is coming for the Lord when the plunder taken from you will be divided in your midst. For I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses plundered, and the women raped. Half the city shall go into exile, but the rest of the people shall not be cut off from the city. Then the Lord will go forth and fight against those nations as when he fights on a day of battle. On that day his feet shall stand on the Mount of Olives, which lies before Jerusalem on the east, and on the Mount of Olives shall be split in two from east to west by a very wide valley, so that one half of the mount shall withdraw northward and the other half southward. And you shall flee by the valley of the Lord's mountain, for the valley between the mountains shall reach to Azal, and you shall flee as you fled from the earthquake in the days of King Uzziah of Judah. And then the Lord my God will come, and all the holy ones with him. On that day there shall not be either cold or frost, and there shall be continuous day. It is known to the Lord, not day and not night, for at evening time there shall be light. On that day living water shall flow from Jerusalem, half of it to the eastern sea, and half of it to the western sea. It shall continue in summer as in winter. And the Lord will become king over all the earth. On that day the Lord will be one in his name. The whole land shall be turned into a plain from Geba to Rimmon, south of Jerusalem, but Jerusalem shall remain aloft on its site from the gate of Benjamin to the place of the former gate to the corner gate, and from the tower of Hanal to the king's winepress. And it shall be inhabited, for never again shall it be doomed to destruction. Jerusalem shall abide in security. This shall be the plague with which the Lord will strike all the people who wage war against Jerusalem. Their flesh shall rot while they are still on their feet. Their eyes shall rot in their sockets, and their tongue shall rot in their mouths. On that day, a great panic from the Lord shall fall on them, so that each will seize the hand of a neighbor, and the hand of the one will be raised against the other hand of the other. Even Judah will fight at Jerusalem, and the wealth of all surrounding nations shall be collected, gold, silver, and garments in great abundance. And a plague like this plague shall fall on the horses, the mules, the camels, the donkeys, and whatever animals may be in those camps. Then all who survive of the nations that have come against Jerusalem shall go up year year after year to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, and to keep the festival of booths. If any of the families of the earth do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, there will be no rain upon them. And if the family of Egypt do not go up and present themselves, there will be no rain for them. There will be no the plague that the Lord inflicts on the nations that do not go up to keep the festival of booths. Such shall be the punishment of Egypt and the punishment of all the nations that do not go up to keep the festival of booths. On that day there shall be inscribed on the bells of the horses, holy to the Lord, and the cooking pots in the house of the Lord shall be as holy as the bowls in front of the altar, and every cooking pot in Jerusalem and Judah shall be holy to the Lord of hosts, so that all who sacrifice may come and use them to boil the flesh of the sacrifice, and there shall no longer be traitors in the house of the Lord of hosts on that day. So when he says, I will strike the shepherd, I will turn my hands against the little one, right? I will strike the shepherd so that the sheep may be scattered, and I will turn my hands against the little one. And then he strikes the shepherd in Zechariah 13. And then in Zechariah 14, they go into exile. They are scattered.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
I'm confused. You said that Zechariah 14 is about the apocalyptic day of the Lord.
Yeah, you read it. You read it in the beginning
No, I
when he
didn't.
came.
Where does
You
it
did.
say that this is the day of the Lord?
Zechariah 14:1. It says, "See, a day is coming." Well, it depends on what translation you're using, but my Bible say, the King James say the day of the Lord. This is when he comes and his feet stands on the Mount of Olives. That's the day of the Lord. This is God coming to the earth, standing on Mount Olives. That's what Jesus was explaining.
Isaiah 13 is about Babylon's fall, right?
Yeah, Babylon gonna
Bab-
fall too. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Isaiah 13 is about Babylon falling, right? Zechariah 14 is about them going into exile, right? And then after they go into exile, then the God comes and fights for them.
Yes. But do you see the connection where the people, the women is getting raped and all that stuff? That's his people. These nations are coming to do that.
It's whose people?
Well, God's people.
Why would God start his day of vengeance by doing that to his own people? Have you ever stopped and just thought about that? What would be the purpose of me coming to your house to help you and beating your ass before I delivered help? That makes literally no sense whatsoever.
Well, that's what it say he's doing. He's gathering the nations there. I don't think he's telling them to
Literally,
do this. I'm just saying.
Babylon is the one getting their ass handed to them in Isaiah 13. That's like literally later on it says, I will stir up the Medes against you. Like first he says, I'm calling my consecrated ones, my proudly exalted ones to execute my anger. And then he says, and I will stir up, see, I'm stirring up the Medes against them, against Babylon.
Yeah, that was when the Medes came and took over Babylon.
I'm I'm talking about Isaiah 13. The day of the Lord prophecy is against Babylon. Babylon cannot be the exalting ones in verse 3.
No, that's
Babylon
why.
is the ones getting their asses handed to them in Isaiah 13. But Jesus makes this prophecy about his coming.
So you're saying Zechariah 13 and Zechariah? I mean, not Isaiah 13 and Zechariah 14. You saying it's not connected?
Oh, goodness gracious. And as Zechariah 14 is talking about Jerusalem gets plundered at first, right? And then the God comes and returns to save Jerusalem after exile, right? Isaiah 13 is about the Babylonians getting their asses handed to them as the oppressors of the Israelites. Babylon are not the consecrated ones in Isaiah 13. Can somebody take over? I smell something burning.
Yeah. I think what you're missing is that in order for this dual prophecy to work based on the way that you understand it, you have to change the characters. And when you change the characters or the players in this prophecy, it literally makes no sense. You have to admit that it would make no sense for God's day of judgment to start, and it starts with him doing all of those things to his own people. That literally makes no sense. So what Thinker is saying to you is that when you understand the original prophecy, when you read it and you see what it was talking about in that time, it simply does not show that Jesus fulfilled it.
Yeah, I agree. He haven't fulfilled any of it yet. I'm saying when he doing his second coming, that's when he's going to fulfill it. Like, I believe Zechariah, from what I see, Zechariah 14 and Isaiah 13 are connected. I could be wrong, but that's from what I've been studying.
So
From what I've been studying.
So what have you studied to make you think that those two things are connected? Because do you at least see how we are reading through it, and it appears that you're retrofitting these prophecies in order to stick Jesus in there?
I see what you're saying. I've studied. It's a lot of accounts in the Old Testament that about the day of the Lord. Like Joel 2, that's one. It mentions the day of the Lord too. Joel 2 and 3, how he said he's going to gather the nations against Jerusalem, and he's going to fight those nations in Joel 3. And Joel 2 starts off about the day of the Lord, and that's connected with Isaiah 14. Well, Zechariah 14 and Isaiah 13. To me, it's all the same day. It's not like different events. Like when he comes
It's not the same day. It's different time. Like first he talks about them going into exile. That was striking the shepherd so the sheep would be scattered. Right? That's why I said remember the definition that you gave for scattered here, right? And Mark 14, right? When Jesus says, you all will fall away. And I said, what does scattered mean here? Do you remember that?
Yes. When I said the same day, I mean the day of the Lord in Zechariah 13, in Isaiah 13. That's when God comes to the earth, just like in Zechariah 14. But these events happen before.
At first, in Zechariah 14. It starts out with with them being scattered because of the failed shepherd.
I agree.
Okay, they go into exile, and then the God comes back, right? And he fights for them, and he destroys their oppressor, and their oppressor is Babylon. That is Isaiah 13.
I agree.
Not that them being the graping and stuff is happening to Babylon, not to the Israelites. He said, what you did was good for the goose is good for the gander. What you did to us, we're going to do to you. And then he says, I'm stirring up the Medes against them who have no regard for silver, do not delight in gold. Their bows will slaughter the young men. They will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb. So what he allowed Babylon to do when he scattered the sheep and he turned his hands against the little ones, that's what he means when he says, I will turn my hands, strike the shepherd, and the sheep will be scattered, and I will turn my hands against the little one. This is what he's saying. They're going to go into captivity. Nebuchadnezzar is going to come in. He's going to plunder Jerusalem. He's going to do all of this. But when I come back, I'm going to fuck them up with my consecrated ones. And this is what we're going to do. And Jesus quotes this as a sign of his coming.
Okay. Okay. So you agree that Zechariah 14 and Isaiah 13, they are connected. Hello?
You're asking the same questions because I think you're
Yeah,
missing the
I'm
broader.
trying to get it. I'm just trying to get a clarity. Do you Zechariah 14 and Isaiah 13 are these?
I don't appreciate you putting P off. She trying to throw you a bone.
Yeah, I mean it's like I'm not sure how many different ways thinker can say the same thing, and I'm not sure where your like the disconnect is happening. Even if they were connected, right? Even if they were connected, the players that you have laid out and the way that you're interpreting this is completely nonsensical. Like she's walked it through like step by step multiple times, and I'm not sure where the disconnect is.
My daughter-in-law is cooking eggs. They're not burning. They just kind of smelt like they were, but they're not. But she's cooking eggs. That's what it was. Well, I call her my daughter-in-law because she probably will be one day.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I agree with what she's saying. I'm just trying to get clarity because she said it's not the people in Jerusalem that's getting raped. So that's what I'm saying. Zechariah 14 it said he's going to bring the people to Jerusalem, and I'm assuming the people in Jerusalem is the ones that's getting raped. Are you? That's what I'm trying to say. Do you believe that these are the same event?
Zechariah 14. It starts out Zechariah 13. What happened in Zechariah 13? What happened in Zechariah 13?
In Zechariah 13, his people are scattered after he
Nope.
smite.
The shepherd gets struck. Right.
Yeah.
He gives the command to strike the shepherd. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And in Zechariah 11, he says that he's gonna raise up a worthless shepherd who's gonna do bad shit, and the sword will strike that shepherd. Zechariah 13, he commands the striking of the shepherd so that the sheep will be scattered, and he will turn his hand against the little ones. So Nebuchadnezzar comes in, right, in Zechariah 14 and plunders Jerusalem and scatters the children, takes them off, right, to exile. And then Zechariah 14 talks about the God coming back, right, with the final reckoning, right, and plundering Babylon and Israel's enemies. That is Isaiah 13. Isaiah 13 is Babylon getting their ass handed to them for what they did.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is Zechariah 14, you got God coming back too. It's only one coming. He's not coming back two times. What I'm saying is if this is the same event, it says he's going to gather the nation to do battle against
Oh
Jerusalem.
my fucking gosh. At the
It's like you
beginning of
got
Zechariah 14, it is talking about them being scattered after the worthless shepherd is struck. And everything that happens to them at the beginning of Zechariah 14 is as a result of that. The second half of Zechariah 14 is the God talking about what he will do after that happens, okay? Isaiah 13 is the God saying, what you did to them, I'm going to do to you and worse.
I understand. What? Okay, I don't think you understand. In Zechariah 14, he's gathering. Okay, all right. So he gathered the nations against Jerusalem. That already happened, and he took people off into exile. Now he's coming back to fight against them. So what I'm saying, the people that got raped, it's still his people, but Babylon the one came and did it.
That's after your God turned his hand against them. But in Isaiah 13, the God is doing what, oh my fucking God, I don't know any other way to say it. I feel you are the whisperer. Can you? Like I
I
don't know
don't.
any other way to say it.
I mean, you've said it multiple ways. Like you've said it multiple times, and it's been very clear to me. I think what's happening is, and Antonio, you're not listening to what she's saying through an unbiased lens. Like you're listening to it and trying to reconcile it with what you believe these prophecies to be saying,
So
and or what
wait a
you've been
minute.
taught.
What do you think I'm saying?
It sounds like you're saying that that the dual nature of this prophecy, or the way what you believe is that this is a dual prophecy, which I don't know why you think that to begin with, because there's
No,
nothing
no,
in
no,
this
no, no,
book that
no, no.
insinuates that.
That's not what. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. I agree with her, and I know that it's talking about. I know that it is talking about Babylon. I know that
No,
already. She
you are
explained it
trying to
already.
say that Babylon in Isaiah 13, the raping of the women, the stabbing and the dashing of the babies is Babylon doing it to Jerusalem. That's what you're trying to say. And what you are understanding is that in Zechariah 14, when it mentions that happening to Jerusalem, that is the God turning his hand against the little one after the worthless shepherd is struck. And Isaiah 13 is your God saying, I'm going to do to you, Babylon, what you did to Jerusalem.
I agree. I'm not. I don't understand why you think I disagree. That's why
Because you
I
you
let.
said you're saying that those in Isaiah 13 that's doing the graping, that's stabbing people and dashing babies' heads against the stone are the Babylonians.
Okay,
And you're
okay,
saying that they're doing it to Jerusalem, not in Isaiah 13.
okay. Now you saying that, so that's not an. Let's go back and read Isaiah 13 if you don't mind. So let's if we can get a clear picture. You saying Babylon is not the one doing it in Isaiah 13, but they seem to be doing it in Isaiah 14. So let's see if it.
See
Let's
what
go
I
back. If
see
you
see
don't,
how I know he don't understand it? I don't know any other way to say it.
No, it's
I
not
no,
see.
you.
I,
It's not true. Yeah.
let's go back and see in Isaiah 13 who is it? If it's not Babylon, let's see who doing it then. If you don't, I mean, if you don't, if somebody don't mind, maybe we have to look at it again because maybe I didn't catch it the first time.
But isn't it on the screen? And
I'm not
the
looking at my phone though. That's what I'm saying.
so if okay, so I am, and what Thinker has on the screen is Isaiah 13, right, Thinker?
Yeah.
And it says proclamation against Babylon. Against. How are they the perpetrators and the victims simultaneously?
Because when they do this, then God is giving the word against them to destroy them after they do what they did. That's why I say against Babylon. First they come in and do what they're doing. Then God punishes them for doing it. That's how I look at it.
That literally makes no sense to me.
Okay, read it. Let's read it again and see what's happening there.
I already read it once. I'm not reading it again. I
Can
read that
somebody
whole
read it
damn
again?
chapter.
She read the whole chapter, the whole thing.
That's the point. You read the whole chapter instead of focusing on one thing. It's easy to
She
get.
did read the whole chapter.
I
No,
know
he
that. I didn't
not.
say she didn't. I said that's the
No,
whole
he
point.
said that's the point. You read the whole chapter instead of focusing on one thing. Like, don't get an understanding.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay, I don't just when you just read the whole chapter like it's easy to get mixed up in different stuff. 'Cause like I said, he's talking about
What?
multiple stuff. When you read the whole chapter like that,
You're the one getting
it,
mixed up because you're trying to add Zechariah 14 to Isaiah 13. Like, I cannot believe that you are literally trying to admonish me for reading Isaiah
no, I'm
13
not
in its
admonishing you.
entirety for understanding
Oh,
when you're the one who went and grabbed Zechariah 14 to add it to Isaiah 13.
because it's connected. I believe it's connected. That's why I added it in there like that. What I'm trying to do is tie it together and see if it fits. Then if it don't fit, then I throw it out. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just because from my understanding, these two passages are connected. So what I'm trying to
You
do
don't
is
what you are not understanding, okay, is that Isaiah 13 is prophesying the coming of the Lord, which is the second part of Isaiah 14. I don't
Zechariah
know
14.
any
I
other
got
way to
you.
say that.
Now I understand that. You know, I understand
So
that.
the second part of Isaiah 14 when your God is saying that he's going to fight the oppressors of Jerusalem that fucked Jerusalem up. And Isaiah 13, he's saying he's going to do the same thing to Babylon that Babylon did to Jerusalem.
Okay, if you would like me to read it, I'll read Isaiah 13 so I can understand myself, because apparently I'm the one who got lost trying to add it in there. So let me go back and fix my own mess then. So I will read it. Is it possible for you to make the screen wider so I can see? Because I can't pull. I don't have my Bible right. I can't pull it
How
up.
am I going to make your screen wider?
No, I mean yours, not mine. I'm not reading of.
No, that's as wide as that go. It's your screen that's small, not mine.
Well, if you mind scrolling so I can read it, because I don't.
Antonio, we are not going to sit here while you read that chapter again when I've already
I'm
read
not.
it.
I'm not going to read
I
the whole
read that
chapter.
one and I read Zechariah 14. We're not
I'm
about to
not going
sit
to
here
read.
and do that.
I'm not reading the whole chapter. I'm just going to read those verses. Well, about the women getting raped and stuff like that. That's all I'm going to read. I'm trying. I want to see who you saying somebody's doing the rape, and I want to clarify myself to see so I
It
can
literally
understand.
says, on a bare hill, raise a signal, cry aloud to them, wave the hand for them to enter the gates of the nobles. I myself have commanded my consecrated ones, have summoned my warriors, my proudly exalted ones, to execute my anger. You are saying that the consecrated ones, his warriors, his proudly exalting ones, are Babylonians.
Hold on. That's what I got from reading the first time. The first time I read it, that's what I got. Because when you keep reading it, it starts talking about Babylon, or maybe it's just me just putting a bunch of scriptures in, adding a bunch of scriptures to it.
Literally, in this text, it says that he is destroying the sinners from the earth. Babylon would be included in that.
Yeah, I agree. They would.
They would be in anguish like a woman in labor.
Okay. I don't just believe it's only talking about Babylon though. That's what I'm saying. It's a Babylon and including his own people. Because when you read other passages in Isaiah, he talks about uh let me see. Because sinners are not just Babylon, sinners are everybody. His own people can be sinners too. But as far as who
Is he taking the chosen off the earth? His proudly exalting ones, his consecrated ones. Is he taking them off the earth? His chosen?
no, he's not.
No, he's
They the
not.
ones coming to do it.
So why in the heck are you talking about they could be sinners too? He's
No, I'm
taking the
talking.
sinners off the earth. His chosen will stay on the earth and build New Jerusalem. Like this shouldn't be that hard. It shouldn't be that hard.
It's not hard. I don't
You
see it
are
as hard.
making it hard. Like I have
Honestly,
no
I don't.
idea. I have no idea why you're trying to read Babylon into the proudly exalting ones, into his consecrated ones.
Okay, the scriptures, does it tell us who the consecrated ones are?
They are the cast of Mickey Mouse Playhouse.
I mean,
It's on, it's on, it's on.
Yeah, I don't think.
but like, why would you even ask that question when you know what consecrated means and you know how it's used in the biblical setting? Like, we know
I
that
didn't,
God's consecrated ones are ones that are set apart or dedicated.
I didn't ask I didn't ask who they were. I didn't ask what they were. I said who they are. Are they people coming from heaven that with God, or are they Israelites that's already on the earth who God chose? That's what I'm asking for. What the scriptures say.
Well, you've already shared things here that the scriptures didn't say. Like, you've assigned roles that the scriptures don't expressly say. You've determined that a prophecy is dual, which the scripture does not say. Like, you granted yourself creative license in every other regard, but now you're not clear on who the consecrated ones were.
I never assigned a role. What I'm doing is I use Jeremiah. That God basically made Nebuchadnezzar rule over his people. That's what I did at that time. And the reason I said Babylon was the consecrated one, because when his people went off into captivity to Babylon, he literally said he chose Nebuchadnezzar to put his people in captivity. But then he said he was gonna turn around and punish them. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at everything. I'm not just looking at Zechariah. I'm not just looking at Isaiah 13. That's what I'm looking at. That's why I said Babylon. God chose Babylon to do this to his people, and then he punished them.
It's not Babylon. It's not Babylon doing. He literally says, "See, I have stirred up the Medes against them." The Babylon is the victim here.
Okay, so the Medes, I have stirred up the Medes against them. Okay, the Medes and the Persians, that's what he stirred up against them. See, that's what. So basically, this is a prophecy about the Medo-Persian Empire taking over the Babylonian Empire.
This is a prophecy about the day of the Lord, where your God destroys the sinners and makes the earth desolate.
Yes, but it's also a prophecy about the Medes. That's history. The Medes
He
took over
says
Babylon.
oh my, all of this, right? None of this had to do with your Jesus. None of it. When this
Okay,
was written, your Jesus was not thought of. The New Testament authors literally had to write your Jesus into this. This is about Babylon and the Medes. But because y'all have to overlook that, and Jesus made this about himself, right? The God is using the Medes to punish Babylon, to destroy Babylon.
right. So that's the ones he talking about then who did all this. It was the Medes who came and did.
Oh my
I
fucking
I agree
God.
with you. I agree with it's the Medes, but
No,
what we
you said
disagree.
it was Babylon.
No, I'm saying Babylon is the one who brought the people into captivity. You're not
No, you
listening.
said Babylon were the consecrated ones.
Okay, I was wrong. What I'm saying is Babylon is the one who brought them into captivity. The first time when
I
they went into
already
captivity.
said that in Zechariah 14. We already said all of
Okay,
that.
that's what I'm saying.
But
That's why I got confused.
Your Jesus quoted this scripture as his second coming to say that this is what's going to happen when he returns. There are no means.
Yes, you're right. That's why I believe it's a dual prophecy. That's why I said that in the beginning. There ain't no
That's
means
why
if he
I brought
returned.
this up. That's why I brought this up. When you get to this dual prophecy crap, right? Because there are no means, there are no Babylon, right? The earth today would be Babylon here, right? Your Jesus would be the God. Who are the consecrated ones in your Jesus's prophecy, Antonio?
Well,
Who would be the Medes? Yes, I'm crashing out
ain't no
because this
me.
is
There are no
fucking
me's.
ridiculous. I'm done. I'm fucking
That's what I'm
done.
telling you.
I'm
Ain't
done. I
that's what
am
I'm telling you. There are no
done.
me's. But
I'm done. So then this prophecy ain't gonna happen. Your Jesus lied because there's no
look,
consecrated ones that's gonna carry this out. Your Jesus lied then, right?
unless it's about the descendants of the me's, I don't know.
Oh my
Wow.
fucking gosh, I can't.
It's
I'm
the
not gonna
retro.
say I'm not
You're
gonna say he lied.
retrofitting
I'm gonna
though.
say it's how am I retrofitting? I mean, you if you see that I'm retrofitting, please correct me. How am I retrofitting?
I mean, the question that Thinker just asked you shows how you're adding things to it, and again, you granted yourself creative license with this prophecy in order to make it about Jesus. It had nothing to do with him. You're having to add all these caveats, all these extra things, all these, oh, it could be this person in order for you to then point to Jesus. It doesn't do that.
But I'm just saying I'm just explaining what the New Testament, how the New Testament explains it. So you saying the New Testament is getting it wrong? That's from what I know. That's basically what you're saying. The New Testament is getting it wrong.
Antonio, I'm gonna try this one more time. Your Jesus at Matthew 24 quotes Isaiah 13:10 as
I
a
understand
sign
that,
of his coming. Stop. Because this was originally written about Babylon and your God using the Medes to destroy Babylon, but your Jesus and the writers of the Gospels have reinterpreted this scripture to be a sign of your Jesus coming and the war that he will have when he comes back. The characters change, okay? Babylon is earth today, okay? Your God and his anger, that's Jesus coming back, okay? The Medes are y'all, the consecrated ones, his followers, his warriors. Those of you that go to church and saying, I'm a soldier in the army of the Lord, that's y'all. Because you have to retrofit, you have to reinterpret, because this prophecy had nothing to do with your Jesus. So you have to read it, right, and ignore Babylon. You have to read it and ignore the Medes.
I don't ignore it. That's why I say dual prophecy.
Oh my fucking gosh.
I'm just telling you what we say. I'm not making stuff up. I'm telling you what the church say. You're like I'm making this up. I understand it's a dual prophecy. That's what we believe. It's a dual prophecy. I know it's clearly about the Medes. I can see that, and I know it's about the army that comes back with Christ.
I actually
That's what I'm
think
So
it's
then
saying.
it
I
is
think it's a triple
y'all
prophecy.
that are raping women, dashing ladies' heads into the stones, and stabbing people. You would be the Medes in this prophecy.
It's not the believers. It's the angels that come in with God.
I'm fucking done.
I'm telling you what the scriptures say. Now you don't
I'm
want to believe what the
fucking
scriptures say.
done in the
It's
army
the
of the
angels.
Lord. I'm
We ain't
fucking
okay.
done in the army. I'm done. I
Does the
cannot
Bible
no
say
more.
God
I
coming back with
can't no more.
angels or with people doing it? He's doing this. The angels. He's coming
I don't
back
know.
with.
Feet also, y'all got something. I cannot. I
Well,
can't.
I think
Cause
it's a
what?
quadruple prophecy. So like Babylon and the Medes, vice versa, and then non-believers and believers, vice versa. So it's actually a quadruple prophecy.
But I don't think we the one doing it because when you read Revelation, it say he coming back with his angels doing it. I
Yeah,
mean,
say everybody
I'm
doing
not
it to
gonna be doing
everybody.
that. But it clearly say he's doing it with his angels is going to be the one doing the battling. It said we're gonna
Nah,
be
it say
watching and stuff
everybody
like
gonna be
that.
doing everybody.
But I don't see what it said. I see what it said. He coming back with his angels to make war. We ain't angels.
How many letters is in the name Jesus?
5, but it's not. His name is Yeshua.
How many words? How many letters in the name Yeshua?
Did y'all
About
know
6.
angels gonna be graping women? Angels. Do angels have dicks, Antonio?
I mean, in the book of Enoch, but you don't believe none of this. But in the book of Enoch, it say the angels came out of the sky and start. Well, I can ask, can angels eat food? They can take the form of humans.
Eating food is a
And
little different than being able to rape women, don't you think?
okay, what about those people in Sodom and Gomorrah? They want to rape these angels, though. You think if they would, you think they couldn't have had sex with these angels?
Were
And
those
Solomon,
human beings or angels?
those were angels that you remember Lot offered his daughters
Right. The
instead of
human beings
those.
had penises though, right?
But we don't know what these. That's all. They had the
We don't know if
form
the
of.
human beings have penises.
No, we don't know if those angels. They could have had the form of that. I mean, if they can eat food, they had a body.
They have
And
penises.
then I don't know. Maybe when we read the book of Enoch, it say the angels of God came down and started doing it. I don't believe in the book of Enoch, but the book of Enoch was supposedly a part of the canon, the Dead Sea Scroll. It say the angels was coming down, having sex with women. So that part I don't really know about, but it could be possible though. I don't hold to the book of Enoch. It's canon
So
enough.
God created angels to be able to have children with humans.
He didn't. They chose to do that. He gave them the ability to switch forms. But it was good talking with you
So
guys.
God
I
created
got
them with the ability to have children with humans.
that's according to the Enoch. That's how the giants got on the earth. The whatever. That's why God had to flood the earth because the fallen angels had it came down and started. At least that was the book of Enoch. So I really don't was hold
So
to it, but
from
that's in
your
that's
worldview,
in the
God
apocrypha.
created angels to come back in the end days to grape women.
Um,
I expected the Zechariah prophecy. Like, usually believers reject the Mark, Zechariah 13, Zechariah 11. Like, I expected that one to be harder than this one. Literally. This I didn't expect from you.
No, but that's because I look at the overall scriptures from what I see. Maybe I think it's my fault for combining everything together, and I confuse myself sometimes. But I try to put all the puzzles together. Like it's a lot of prophecies. Like a lot of prophets talk about the same thing, the day of the Lord. And sometimes I get confused when I'm reading it. But I try to see how they all connected.
They literally aren't. But when you say dual prophecy, all you're doing is taking modern day prophecy and laying it on top of archaic prophecy and replacing characters. That's all you're doing. Right? You're reinterpreting the same thing the freaking Pharisees was doing that your Jesus was calling them out for.
But I'm not doing it. That's what the apostles did. I mean, they applied it to Jesus. Everything that the New Testament is talking about, like you said, they applying it. They using the Old Testament scriptures. It's not talking about Jesus. I'm just saying what the apostles
You
are
are
saying.
talking about, you are the one that's talking about a dual prophecy. They wrote it as if your Jesus fulfilled the prophecy or as if it was talking about your Jesus. You are calling it a dual prophecy as if it was fulfilled then and will be fulfilled again in your Jesus.
Yeah, what we mean when we say it. I didn't come up with the term
What
dual
you
prophecy.
mean when you say it?
Yeah, that's what we mean. I say we meaning the people who taught me about it. I didn't come up with the term dual prophecy. I mean, I heard Pastor talk about it. So when he say dual prophecy,
Well, I
yeah,
mean, you're just a dual prophecy is nothing more than changing the rules after the fact to protect the story. That's literally what it is. We know what a prophecy is. It's like a contract. It's this will happen, and if all the terms of that contract are not satisfied, then that contract has not been satisfied. It's the same thing with a prophecy. Either a
yeah.
prophecy is fulfilled or it's not. It fails. But to just slap a label of dual on it because you want to preserve a story does not make it true, and it does not make the prophecy fulfilled.
Yeah, I would say it's dual because it was fulfilled then and it's fulfilled in the Messiah. At least what the New Testament writers say. But it sounds like you're asking me to not believe what the New Testament authors are doing when they're making things about Jesus when it's not.
I'm not asking you to believe anything. I'm just saying, think about it. Like,
I mean,
how?
if oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
Brittany, go
No, you
ahead.
go ahead. Thank you.
No, I just wanted to ask, like, if Jesus, you accepted Jesus being the idol shepherd, an idol, a worthless shepherd, is idolatry. I'm confused.
I mean, I
I'm
didn't like I said.
fucking confused because how can you accept that Jesus identified as the idolatrous shepherd, right? That your God struck, but yet you still believe that he's a Messiah. How do those two things exist together? How is he the idolatrous shepherd, but also the Messiah? I'm confused.
Well, I didn't know he was a dominant shepherd. The way the book of Mark puts it, he's the good shepherd. That's what the Gospels say. He's the good shepherd, and they quote him from like you said, they quote from Zechariah 13. I didn't read Zechariah 11 about that. About like I say, I'm not gonna say I read every single chapter in the Bible. I read things to make points to people when I debate people. So I never paid attention to that point in Zechariah 11. I've read, but I didn't pay attention to it. Certain details to it to know that much. But if that seems to be the prophecy in that time, there was an idol shepherd.
If he's the idol shepherd that's being struck in the prophecy in Zechariah, that would mean he is the worthless shepherd that did not do good things, not the
Yeah,
good
but the
shepherd.
gospels. That's what I'm saying. The gospels turn him into the good. He is the good shepherd. According
So
to the
that
gospel,
means that there is a lie somewhere, right?
You mean a contradiction?
A lie. Either he
Well,
was the idolatrous shepherd or he was the good shepherd. That's not a contradiction. There's a lie somewhere.
yeah.
Either he fulfilled that prophecy or he fulfilled the prophecy of the good shepherd.
Right. So yeah, it's been good talking with you guys. I gotta go. I have to study that some more, but I have to go. I don't want to waste too much of y'all time on this topic, but I'm gonna get back on. I'll probably get back on later on. If y'all still here?
I got 2 more hours and then I'm done.
No, I don't. I'm just getting that word, so I don't want to
No, I'm saying
make it.
I'm only on until 10 a.m.
Okay.
Central. But Christina Carroll goes live at 11:30 Eastern. If you're on a lunch break, her username is She's Worth It for Real for Real. She also has these type of conversations. If you're on a lunch break, you can stop by her live,
She
but I'll be
changed it.
live again. Oh,
Yeah,
her username is different.
I
I
think she
appreciate
changed
you.
it to it's Christina Carroll.
Oh, it's
I
Christina
appreciate.
Carroll.
I got. I appreciate you taking the time to actually read through the scripture with me instead of most people who they try to bash the scripture and talk about it. But at least you helped me to understand, point out stuff that I didn't quite look into. So I appreciate that from you.
You're welcome. I would just implore you to allow yourself to think about the things that you were saying, right? There are several times where you were saying things and it's like you didn't quite think about what you were saying. And like one of the reasons why we have these conversations is to help people critically think, right, about what it is that they believe and what they've been taught, so that they can ask themselves, does this make sense? Right? What is the right way that I should be studying this text?
And I also think that the biggest takeaway that I've noticed in this conversation is that just recognizing the fact that if a prophecy doesn't happen as predicted, just claiming it's dual or it will happen later, it doesn't prove foresight. It just redefines failure and calls that failure delay. And I think those are the types of questions that we have to ask when we're engaging with this text. We, all of us on this panel, were believers at one point. And the reason most of us are not is because we actually read this book and stopped listening to what people told us to believe about it.
Yeah, sometimes I think people, just deconstruct because because they don't like following the actual laws of God. But if you
What
actually,
laws? What
I
laws is it that we don't
let me
like
let
following,
me
Antonio?
no, I just want to
No,
finish
be
my thought.
specific. I want you to be specific because we hear people say that shit all the time. Like, do you think
I'm
we
not
just
trying
out
to.
here Hold on, because I want to know. Like, do you think that we're just out here murdering people? You think what are we out here just stealing people's shit? Like, what laws of your God are so fucking bad and hard that we don't want to follow? I really want to know.
I don't know. I don't know you guys,
No,
but
the
what I'm
people
saying.
who deconstruct, the people that you're talking about, you say sometimes you think, which means you've pondered this, that people deconstruct because they don't want to follow the laws of your God. What laws are people just not wanting to follow that they just have to deconstruct from your God?
I mean, the Ten Commandments. I mean, a lot
Which
of
is
people don't
what?
talk.
Murdering people, uh, committing adultery, um,
Yeah,
uh, uh, lusting after other people's shit. Like
yeah,
y'all do that anyway, while even following this God. There are all kind of adulterers in the church.
of course,
There
but
are all kind of people in
people
the
try.
church that envy other people's shit.
That don't
Like we
mean
don't
they
have to
don't. They don't
deconstruct from your God to not do that.
understand. Okay, all right, but everybody don't feel the same. You know what I'm saying? Some people actually want. I'm not gonna get into too much stuff because I ain't gonna say too much because I don't want to flag the lie. But I'm just saying, some people you'll be surprised what I've heard. I talked to a lot of atheists. I've been talking to one atheist for about 10 or 12 years. He the one showed me Christina Carroll, and you'd be surprised. He said he don't want to. He would say he don't want to follow God's laws and stuff like that.
For
But
what?
everybody's
What
different.
is Chris? First off, Christina's only been deconstructing for a year, and he don't want to follow the God's laws because what? What does Christina have to do with that?
No, I know what I said. He's the one that I've been talking to him for like 10 years. He's the one that I was just saying he's the one.
But what
He's the
what
reason
does Christina have to do with that? Like Christina has only been deconstructing for 1 year.
I'm trying to say the reason that I'm here. He introduced me to her TikTok. That's what I'm saying. So he's the reason that I'm here. That's how I found you guys through him.
And what does that have to do with the question that I asked you?
I didn't. What did you ask me?
She asked you what was it that you thought we wanted to do as non-believers that led to our deconstruction? What laws in the Ten Commandments are we not following?
Well, I see from what I've been listening, y'all got a gripe against God commanding people to own slaves. I mean, I'm just
Got a
thinking y'all.
gripe against God commanding people to own slaves?
Well, hold on, let me finish my thought. I'm just
How
saying
dare
it seems
you?
like
How dare you not like that God told people to own slaves? What the
I'm
fuck?
saying I was I'm not. I won't say that's what I'm saying. That seemed to be the only reason some people deconstruct, just because that one commandment. That's what I'm saying.
But the thing is, Antonio, it's not. It's literally
For
not. I
some
used
people
to.
it is.
It may
No,
be
it's
for
not.
some people, but I don't think that it is. Like I don't think people will hear or read, "Oh, God said to have slaves." Fuck this God. That doesn't even make
Some
any
people,
sense.
I know people who do it. That's what I'm saying. But I'm not saying you guys. That's why I don't know you guys. So some people
Antonio,
take it.
Antonio, your God commanded slavery. Your God commanded supremacy. Your God commanded genocide. Your God commanded uh
Rape.
child rape. Your God commanded subjugation of women. Your God created capitalism. Like there's so many things. Your God commanded human sacrifice. There are so many things that your God does, right? That is deplorable. But y'all are willing to overlook it and look at this God through Jesus's blood-stained goggles. Like even the fact of Jesus telling y'all to eat his flesh and drink his blood symbolically
I don't see what
is
that
a
man is doing
death cult.
sacrifice.
And y'all are willing to overlook all of that. There are numerous. reasons. Like your God literally will kill an innocent man, right? Someone acting in full integrity to protect his deceiving ass chosen. Your God shows favoritism. The same characteristics that we see in a supremacist society, in a capitalistic society, in an oppressive society, your God has those same characteristics. So if I, right, would fight against that type of society, there is no way in hell I would align myself with a God who created that, who commanded that.
the other day the other day I was talking to somebody about the same topic, and I used an analogy for what deconstruction is, and what I said was that it's like, imagine your faith like a backpack that you've been carrying around your entire life. And in that backpack is items that other people packed for you, such as your beliefs, your doctrines, your rules, the way you see this book, the way you add dual prophecy and spiritual death to things that are not in this book. Deconstruction is actually the process of taking everything out and looking at it and asking yourself, does this serve me? Do I believe this? Was this ever even mine? And the reality is that we say this all the time. Deconstruction does not mean you end up with no God for everyone. Some people walk away. Some people reconstruct in a way that's more germane and aligns with who and what they are as a person. And some of us don't need any of it. But to say that deconstruction is about not wanting to follow God's rules is just really dismissive of a very complex process and a very painful process for a lot of people as well.
Yeah, I understand. People deconstruct for various reasons.
I think it's weird, right? That you heard all of those characteristics that your God has, the things that your God has commanded, and it had no effect on you whatsoever. And I think another reason that you should add to your list as to why people deconstruct is because it literally takes the humanity out of its followers. It makes them indifferent. And quite frankly, to me, it makes you negotiate with your own freaking morality.
Because the interesting part about it, thinker, is that there is no space in my non-Christian, non-religious worldview that would justify any of the things that you just read. But in a Christian worldview, because a God is doing it, it has to be okay. You have to figure out some sort of way to mold this, or some lenses through which you have to see this in order to make God good. I'm not willing to do that. Because if an action can be good based on, depending on who's doing the action, how can you even call that more? How can you call anything good or bad? If it's
Well,
that flexible, you would immediately say that harming a child is bad. And a child can't do anything. A child can't be a threat to anyone, so you can't even claim like self-defense or anything like that. You know that dashing a baby's head against a rock for any reason would be wrong. What can a baby do to you? But you heard thinkers say that your God commanded that, and it just went in one ear and out the other.
well, to me, it's all subjective. What people morality has been what they taught. It's not. There's no absolute morality.
I don't
If
think
you're
there's
an atheist,
absolute morality either, but that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about the way that you guys apologize for your God. How you don't have any standard for your God to be moral. If your God can give directions to bash babies' heads against rocks, cut infants out of pregnant women's bellies, grape women as a form of punishment, how could that ever be okay?
okay, I don't. My standard is God's Ten Commandment. Like when He said, "Thou shalt not murder," I don't look at that and say, "Well, God is now murdering people. Let me hold Him to His own standards." Like, "Oh, you just murdered somebody." I look at it as judgment. God judging people, not God murdering people.
So
Babies?
a judgment of a baby, a judgment can be my judgment for not believing in God. I deserve to be raped. Is that what you're saying? As part of a judgment? Because my brain is wired in a way that shit has to make sense. And because of that,
Well,
which by the way, you also believe your God made, I deserve to be raped.
well, I would say being raped is only being raped is like a light
Great.
judge. Man.
Please use
Oh,
TikTok language.
I'm sorry. Being raped is only a light judgment. I mean, cause really, in
Wow.
God.
Oh
Well,
my goodness.
listen. No, let me finish. Let me
Wow.
finish.
Fucking
Compa-
gosh,
Oh
I
my,
let
cannot.
me finish. Let me
Hold
finish.
on,
Let me
Should
hold
have
on,
finish.
been
hold on.
fucked
Were
in.
black people being
Oh,
judged when they were sent into slavery? Was that
okay.
did they do that? No, just no. Okay, just yes or no. Did they do that? Was that their fault?
I don't know what the culture where those black folk was coming from. Like
Those black folk.
if we was coming if the black folk was coming from worshiping voodoo and all that stuff that goes against God, like he punished in the Bible he punishes those nations
Shut the
that
fuck up.
does
I
voodoo.
can't. This is
this
why.
is
You
ridiculous.
see,
Yep.
especially to the black community.
Yeah.
I mean,
This is
I
why.
don't worship blackness. I worship God, so I'm not gonna just if
Oh,
somebody
trust
sin
me, I
against.
know. Like I know. Like you are a part of the group, right? That turns a blind eye when these people who do believe that this God has chosen them oppress the black community. You go, that's just God. That's God
I don't
punishing the
turn a
black
blind eye to
community.
anything,
Yeah, yeah, you do. You just did.
but
You just said
oh
grace was
man,
a light punishment.
I'm saying compared to death though, because really everybody deserves to die. If he letting you live, that's not
You know
like.
what? Please, Antonio, please stop speaking. Honestly,
Oh my
like just
God,
please stop
y'all were. I'm
speaking.
gonna disconnect his ass.
I'm
Please
sorry. I'm
do. That is
sorry.
Uh,
absolutely
uh, uh.
deplorable.
Yeah,
What do you
yeah.
mean?
Nope. Bye.
And he doesn't even see why what he said was so disgusting.
For the reasons of TikTok, I'm just gonna say, Antonio, let me know what state you live in.
It's disgusting.
Just DM it to me. We'll meet up.
Can you imagine him telling somebody who is crying because their father raped them, and he's like, "At least you're not dead. You could have died. It could be worse." What the fuck?
And this is like, I just don't understand how they don't hear themselves.
Absolutely perfect. I'll let you know when I'm in Alabama.
And then they literally look at us like we're the fucked up ones
Like
because we are not okay with that.
we deconstruct because we don't want to follow the Ten Commandments. Yet wanting to follow the Ten Commandments can result in you saying that a person who's raped got a light judgment. Was the baby whose head bashed against the rock, was that judge, does that light as well? Like what is wrong with y'all?
That's like when Christina made her video. A black woman commented on her video and said, "You must have liked it."
Oh, I saw that. It pissed me off so bad.
Oh my god!
It really does. It you are required as a follower of this God specifically, like this Abrahamic God, you are required to remove any sort of empathy, compassion, and kindness from your mind. You have to for humanity. It requires that you do that. It requires that you completely disconnect from any sort of common decency. and and yet you sit there completely unplugged from common decency looking at us who say, hey, that's not okay, we shouldn't treat other human beings that way. Might doesn't make right. If somebody in authority is telling you to do something that's vile and heinous, you should say no, but they don't know how to do that.
And then they don't even have the wherewithal to say that the God's commandments is coming from the mouth of a human,
Hmm.
and they're willing to justify it, to accept it when it's coming from the mouth of a fucking human. You have never heard a God tell you to do any heinous shit.
Never. And you're just trusting that a person that you've never met, persons whose credentials you've never seen, An individual you know absolutely nothing about that lived thousands of years ago truly heard the voice of God and wrote some shit in a book, even though we know how this book was compiled. They ignore all of that.
That is crazy. Fee, you want to do the next one?
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay. Let's see if I can figure out how to get this thing open so I can. I wish TikTok hadn't have done this. This the only thing I don't like about the new update. How do
What
I?
did it do?
They moved the things where I can like see who's in the guest box
Oh,
and like to in order to like switch back and forth between the web screen with the Bible and the post, I have to close the thing so I can't see who's in the guest box. Then I gotta move like resize the screen. Like it's ridiculous.
wow.
They shouldn't have done that. Go ahead.
Hey, Joey.
How you doing?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
What's your age for TikTok purposes?
I'm 27.
Okay. And are you a believer or deconstructing or are you an atheist?
Um, I'm a what you say. I deconstruct. I just don't follow blindly into the book because I know that the book has been changed for a narrative to
So
can
do you
control
believe in
mass.
the God in the Bible?
Well, it's not as simple as saying I believe because when they refer to God, I refer to myself.
Okay, so
If that
we're
makes
talking
any
about
sense
the
to you.
yeah, so the topic is Jesus Christ is the worst thing that happened to ever happen to humanity. And it's framed around the actions that happen in the book, right? Jesus as God in the Old Testament and Jesus as himself, but
Right.
also not in the New Testament. So is that something that you accept as true?
Yeah, because Jesus is supposed to be a representation of how man is supposed to reach enlightenment on this earth, not as somebody that you see outside of yourself.
So I'm not, I guess that's great. Love that for you. But what we're talking about is Jesus Christ in this book. So
Yeah,
why,
and we talking about the same Jesus or
okay,
Yahshua,
so
if you will.
all right. So what are your thoughts on the prompt? Do you think that Jesus is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity?
Humanity is the worst thing that happened to humanity. Back in ancient times, wisdom was supposed to be sacred and not supposed to be shared with everybody because you can all agree that we have some good people and we have some bad people. Now it's them bad people that take that information and manipulate it and lead people astray.
Hey,
And that's where you
Joey,
have all this corruption in these
Joey,
texts and religions. I'm explaining,
Joey.
sir. I'm explaining, sir.
The
Um,
topic, listen, the
I'm on
topic
topic.
is
Yeah, I'm explaining.
Jesus Christ is the worst thing, not
I
people.
think he's saying he don't agree. He's saying that he thinks humanity is.
I'm giving you an answer to the prompt, sir. If you was listening to what I said about Jesus Christ, I said Jesus Christ or Yahshua, if you will, is supposed to be a representation of how to reach enlightenment within self. Now people take that and use that outside of self, and that's a one form of manipulation that they did in that Bible, and as they did with the skin tone and things of that nature, and they led people astray. It's brainwashing. It's psychological warfare. And so it led people to
So
go.
your hold on. So your answer is that humanity is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity because they
Humanity is the worst
misuse.
thing that
Hey,
happened to
hey,
humanity.
hey, hold on. Because they misused the text and changed the text is what you're saying. And changed the color of the God. I just want to make sure that's what you're saying.
They changed his name. They changed his color. They changed where he's
Okay.
from. They changed all of
Okay,
that.
okay, okay. You don't have to repeat yourself. Go ahead, Feed. I just wanted to make sure I understood that's what you were saying.
Okay, go ahead. And if you could um, tie this into what the actual topic is, that would be
I
appreciated.
think I get what he's saying, like with the topic. He's saying that
I'm not seeing
Jesus
the correlation.
he's saying that Jesus isn't the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. It's humanity because they took Jesus, the actual Jesus who is black, and his actual text and his teachings and changed it in the Bible, changed his color and then they did that to humanity, not Jesus. He's saying the
So
So
real Jesus is black.
can I
Hold
give
on,
y'all?
Joey. Hold on.
Oh my
He
God.
said the real Jesus is black. The text, this is really black people's text, and they just changed
I,
it. That's what he said.
if I could speak for myself, that'd be great.
No, that's okay. I'm just clarifying for her.
I mean, I can clarify so
No,
y'all
that's
don't have to.
okay. That's okay. I'm clarifying for her so she can
But that
respond to
means
you.
I'm not really.
Hey, Joey, I said no. You've already talked enough. It's Fee's turn to talk.
So basically, Jesus isn't the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. The application of what people thought Jesus was is the worst thing to happen to humanity because of humanity's, I guess, inherent tendency to be bad.
So I mean, I'm trying to explain it, but I mean, if the host is gonna keep trying to speak for me, it's gonna be even more confusing because that's not what I said. That's how you
You
attend it,
literally said,
and that's how people do
hold
the
on.
Bible.
You literally said
Yeah,
that they
people
took the
take the
word. Shut
Bible.
up. You literally said they changed the text. You said that Jesus is about your spiritual enlightenment. They changed the text. They changed his skin color. And humanity is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, not Jesus. That's what you said word for fucking word. And Jesus wasn't black.
So in the book it says that his skin was made of brass,
Huh?
his eyes was red like fire, and his hair of wool. That's not the same depiction as we
It
see on the
doesn't fucking
palm.
say his hair was
Yeah,
Despiction?
wool.
yes, it does,
No,
man.
Did you
the
say
fuck it
despiction?
doesn't.
The
All
fuck is a
right,
depiction?
all right.
What is a despiction?
Do you know what brass, the color of brass is? Do you
Do
know
you know
what the
what
color of a
burnished
penny
brass
is?
is?
My goodness gracious. So like,
Do you?
Whose name is about to be
when
depiction?
we take and I just answered you, sir. Like
What what
you
is
being
it?
obtuse for no
What's
reason.
the answer?
I just said a penny, and a penny is the same color as a bonnet, like ebony, brown.
What?
My goodness. All right, you done.
You look like a penny?
So like,
That's the
Read
color
it.
you look like? That's the color you look like?
yeah, if I was to put a penny on my skin, it'd be the same dang thing.
That's the color you look like right there, them feet? That's what you look like? That's the color of your skin?
Man, bro, y'all just being obtuse for no reason, dude. All right,
No,
Spell
that's
like,
obtuse.
That's
so like
literally Revelations 1. That's literally, shut up.
when I check,
That's literally Revelations 1, 14 through 15. His head and his hair were white as wool. Not his hair was woolly. Not his hair was wool. White as snow. Two things were white, like copy paper: his head and his hair. His feet were like burnished bronze. Burnished, not burnt bronze. Like they had been refined in a furnace, that is brass. This is what that is describing, not a black man.
so when we check out the area of where the Bible is in, it is nowhere to where his skin is Caucasian complexion.
What
Let's
the
be
fuck are
real.
you saying?
Everybody over there is of some ebony complexion.
Over where?
The Middle
Everybody
East,
over, yeah, everybody
Africa.
over where?
The Middle East
Majority
or
of the
Africa?
Bible is in
Or are you saying the
Africa,
Middle
sir.
East and Africa or what?
Majority of the book is in Africa, fam.
Majority of the book is in Africa?
How many African nations are mentioned in the book?
Ethiopia. Do you know most of
That's
Africa
it?
was called Ethiopia in those times? Like y'all not. So like when I go
Prove
into
that.
this Bible, right? I do my history too as well, and like it just doesn't trace back just to the Bible. You can check Coming Forth by Day or the Book of the Dead as well, because Moses went into
The
Egypt.
book of the dead says what
Jesus went into
about
Egypt, and
Jesus?
where do they get these texts from? Where do they get
The
these
book
texts
of the
from? They
dead
got
says
it from
what
the
about
pharaohs and the
Jesus,
people of
Joey?
that land. The
The
Ten
Book of the
Commandments
Dead.
was the 42
Joey,
laws of
calm
my
your little
eye.
ass down, bro.
The
What does the
42
Book of the
laws of my
Dead say
eye,
about
bro. And
Jesus?
y'all trying to be obtuse.
Just because you learned a new word don't mean you get to use it all the time. What does the Book of the Dead say about Jesus, Joey?
And motherfucker, the only 6 of the 42 negative confessions of my aunt are in the 10 commandments.
Did I not just say that? Y'all like y'all yelling
Oh,
at me
you
trying to
didn't.
argue with me for no reason, man. That's the inspiration to where the Ten Commandments came from.
Like
All right.
literally, Babylon had do not
Do
kill,
you even
do
know
not
where the
covet.
cross came from too?
Babylon also had do not kill, do not covet, do not commit adultery, do not steal, do not lie, do not perjure. Babylon had those too.
And that's the same foundation for Buddhism. But when people manipulate scripts and text, that's what you get. You get a whole bunch of words that go against what the foundation of how to live life and reach enlightenment. Y'all just feeding off what an oppressor give you, and then you
Oh,
over
you
here
are just
blabbing and
trying to
yelling
you're
at
trying
me.
to read yourself into a book that you're not fucking in.
Oh my goodness! All right,
Oh
fam.
my
Cause
goodness.
like when I try to explain, y'all try to be obtuse to make me seem like I don't
You
Bro,
know.
pick a
literally
different
said
word.
Revelations
Just
1:14
go
was
off, sis.
describing a black man,
You've been
and
yelling and cussing at me.
you
Like,
ignored, shut the fuck up. You ignored the word and, you ignored the word as, and got your ass up here and said that it said his hair was wool. You did that.
so if you look at the pictures of ancient Kemetic people and the people that live in the Middle East and in Africa, if y'all want to separate it, cause y'all be trying to, what do them people
Because
look
they're
like? Cause they
separate.
don't look
Duh.
like Jesus. They don't look like Jesus Christ that's portrayed today.
Who the
They
fuck
they don't
gives
look
a
like.
damn?
How do
Who
you live in
cares?
the Middle East and
He
your
wasn't
skin
West
is
African.
pale?
Who the fuck
How do
cares
you live in
if
the
he?
Middle
Who the
East
fuck
or
cares
live
if
anywhere
you
in those
ain't
hot
Middle
climates?
Eastern, motherfucker?
Right.
You ain't Middle Eastern. The Israelites were Aramaean from Mesopotamia. Abraham is from fucking modern day Iraq. You aren't Middle Eastern.
That still goes back to my point. Like, regardless if Jesus was real or not, it doesn't
Did this
make
nigga
sense
say E
that his
regardless?
skin.
He said
Oh my
that's
goodness,
about to be
bruh.
somebody's name.
You out
Where the
loud
hell
said
did you
E
get
regardless.
irregardless?
It's just regardless, by the way, Joy. You don't need any
Because I just
prefix
said
there.
in the beginning that Jesus is a representation, nor did I say that he was a real person or not. Like, I'm not gonna argue to nobody about
You're
that.
the one who
But
brought that up and
if
said
we
they
talking
changed their
about
skin
if he
color.
was to
Shut
be
up. You
real,
brought that up.
he
You brought
wouldn't.
that
His
shit up
skin
and
color
argued
wouldn't
it.
be that.
You wouldn't have argued that
You
shit
know
if
why?
that if
Because my
that's not
mind
what
is
you believe.
versatile.
Shut up.
Your mind is not
Y'all got tunnel
versatile.
vision. Y'all got tunnel vision. Y'all just lean on one source and y'all run with it. Y'all take y'all
What
precious
do
information and y'all run with
Joey?
it.
Joey,
That's
what
what's
is
Joey,
called
you
Joey?
think we
brainwashing.
Christians or something,
Y'all
bro? Do
brainwash.
you think
Joey,
we
When
what
you
am
Christians or something?
brainwash and you close your minds into looking at
Hey,
different
Motherfucker, you
Joey,
things.
haven't said
you have
shit
no idea where
worth
you are.
listening.
I'm trying to figure out what Joey thinks we're brainwashed in or brainwashed with. Like, what is it that you think we
Because y'all
believe
sitting
here?
here trying to argue about a book that we can clearly tell that's been manipulated and changed
Joey,
around.
Joey,
Of
what is our
course, of course, you can
Joey,
go to different
Joey,
sources
Joey, Joey?
and,
What do you think,
and
Joey? Hang on a second. I want to engage with you, but please just pump your brakes a minute. What
y'all
is
got
it
me
that you
fired up.
What is it that you think we're arguing for or against with this book? What can you tell us? Tell me what you think our position is.
Well, if you made it a little clear that your oppressor's Bible is preaching this, that, and the third, then okay, I can get with that. But then to attack the Bible and not
What?
necessarily blame the people who's teaching it wrong, you know what I'm saying? Because there's people that's out here saying a whole bunch of tomfoolery.
So,
Then
Joey, when
that's
you
another thing. Like people
so
Answer
go
her
out here
question, bro.
and they
Joey,
preach things that they don't
Joey,
fully
hey,
understand, and that's how
Joey,
you get manipulated.
Joey,
Shut the fuck up.
this is a conversation. So you say a thing, but you have to stop so I can respond. Like this, that's how conversations work.
So why y'all couldn't do the same for me? Because every time I
You
said
never
something,
Because you're
y'all
Your
not
get
ass
bro,
talking,
never
you're
did
bro.
that.
not
That's
talking
yeah,
about
why.
what we're
you
talking
never
about.
But
stop.
also over here, he want to be out
I'm gonna
Well,
be your daddy
and
today.
interrupt.
Joey, all I'm saying is that are you, when you talk about the Bible having been changed, you say that we're trying to discount the whole Bible and not recognize that it's been manipulated and changed by our oppressor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And
How
if
do
I
you
was,
hold on. How do you know which parts of the Bible have been changed?
because if it go against any way or form how to treat another human being the way they're supposed to be treated humanely, like it is against the ways of the Bible. Like if we can check out the book of Genesis, people can still unravel the book of Genesis. You can check out Dr. Yosef Ben Johansen, and he explains these texts very
Oh
well to
my
the best of his
God.
ability. Hey, look, and also talking about some, oh my God, do you even know who Dr. Yosef Ben is, sir? Do
Yep,
you know?
I absolutely do.
I do.
He's calling
Also, so
himself
what you talking
Yosef
about? Oh my
Ben, he
God
thinks that
for?
he's a
What you talking
Hebrew
about? Oh my
Israelite.
God for?
If he's calling himself Yosef Ben, he thinks that he's a Hebrew Israelite. I tell you that shit.
He
And if
didn't
he
say
thinks
he was a
if
Israel.
he thinks
He's
he's
not.
a
He's a Pan
Hebrew
African
Israelite, then
man.
his ass is
Nobody talking
teaching
about
you
no
wrong.
Hebrew Israelite. That you
If
jumping
he's
the gun
calling
right there.
himself
Nobody
Yosef
talking about
Ben,
no
he
Hebrew
thinks that
Israelite.
he's an Israelite.
You want me to bring Rastafarian into it too? Because Bob Marley speaks the same thing. All
Oh
if
wow.
Who
all these
gives
Oh
a
people say
Lord.
the
fuck?
same thing, and
You
that's
just
Did you
flopping
say
the
scientifically
who
wind.
proven.
gives a
If
fuck what
multiple
Bob
people
Marley
say the
thinks?
same
I don't
thing and it's
fucking know
proven to
Bob
be
Marley.
proven,
Bob
it's
Marley
a
don't pay
fact.
my fucking bills. I don't give a fuck what Bob Marley thinks.
For
I'm just
sure.
not sure. I'm just not sure if this conversation is going to be like fruitful because I'm not sure we're talking about the same things. We're talking about the impact that Jesus through Christianity has had on humanity. And it seems like your focus is the fact that we're not taking these esoteric explanations of what the Bible should have been, what should have said, what Jesus really looked like. None of that is important to this conversation. It's not even the topic of this conversation. Now, if you want to talk about the impact of following this religion that it's had on humanity, that's what we're talking about.
All religion
Another
is a
belief,
practice, is a spiritual.
another belief system or another interpretation of what it should have been used for or how it should have been utilized is just that. It's just another interpretation. I don't care about any of it. I'm not reading a manual from 3,000 years ago to guide my life today. I don't need a book to tell me not to mess with other people. I don't need a book to tell me to be kind. So I'm not sure why you came in 95 hot the way that you did because I don't even know that we're on opposite sides. But nobody's just going to take Dr. Obi-Wan Kenobi's word on something just because you believe it and it makes you feel special. That's not how this works.
I'm on opposite sides of him.
I just
I
don't
know what
take
the fuck he
information
trying to
and run
say.
with
He
it.
full of
I don't
shit.
know what you're
Like you,
talking
let
about.
me ask you.
I can
You
even
are
break
claiming
down.
that the text was changed, right? Have you read any other text that has to do with this Bible that claims to be the word of God that is different than what this Bible is saying?
So I didn't mention the other books. You didn't hear
I
me.
said that's claiming to be
So you
the
didn't
word of
hear me
God.
say,
That's claiming to be the word of God. God damn, do you
yeah,
listen?
the off
Do
tablets
I need to
coming
say
forth by
irregardless
day,
the word of
all that
God
stuff,
for you
the
to understand
Buddhism,
me?
all that stuff ties in together.
The what?
My goodness, coming forth by day, the emerald tablets by Thoth,
Oh my
Buddhism, all
fucking
that stuff
God.
ties in together.
No, the
Zionism,
fuck
all
it
that.
doesn't. No,
Yes,
it
it
doesn't.
does. Yes,
No,
it
it
does.
doesn't. No,
Yes,
it
it
does
does.
not.
Yes, it
Bro,
does.
you
And
are
I
a
got
No,
the
the
proof
spiritual
fuck it
with me
slut.
right
doesn't.
now.
You
Yes,
are
I.
a spiritual slut, bro. You fuck with anything that sound like anything, bro.
Spiritual slut is wild. Wild work.
I'm just saying, bro. This
You
nigga
a
bring every
dumbass.
religion into this motherfucker.
Also,
You out here having a fucking 17 way with all the world's religions, bro.
So
Goddamn
17.
orgy of beliefs.
and that's tunnel vision. I hope you never preach to a crowd ever.
I would never preach because I
Motherfucker,
don't have
your
a
God
reason to
didn't even
do
tell.
that,
Your
dumb
God
fuck.
told you to
Tunnel
say
vision ass nigga.
irregardless. Like your God haven't even taught you how to properly speak. You up here saying irre fucking godless.
I should say the same thing to you. Do you
He's
know
not
what?
the
Do
I
one
you
don't
do
give
saying
a
you know where
fuck
the
what you
term
say to
irregardless.
amen
me.
come from?
I could
Do
care
you know where the
less.
term amen
Like
come from
literally, you
after
need
you
to
say
learn
your
how to
prayer?
fucking talk.
Do you know where amen come from?
Dude, get off of YouTube. Oh my
I'm
goodness.
not on YouTube. I got a literal books right in front of me right now. Like
Literal books? You got literal
physical
books?
books. Physical books in front of
That's
me.
definitely not the
Something
word that you
that you
was
ain't
trying to
picked up
say.
in a long time, my boy. You need to stop picking up those fairy tale books and pick up some actual books with
You
actual
definitely
names
Literal
and
do not
actual
books?
articulate
sources
like
that
somebody
list
that
those
reads.
things. Dr.
No, you
Yosef
don't.
Ben lists sources have pictures,
Oh yeah, what
and
source?
all the
What
things that
source?
you need
What
for
source?
foundation. Oh my goodness. All right.
You brought him up. Let's talk about him. What source?
The source?
Yeah, what source?
He got actual archaeologists in
Yeah,
his
yeah,
books
what source?
listed. He
Show
got
me,
actual
show me.
archaeologists
I got a
listed in
computer
his
right in
books.
front of me. Go ahead.
He got
Tell me.
dates listed in his book.
Sure.
You
What's
can
the
check
source?
out the book, and I can give
Uh-huh.
you the name, The Black
Yeah,
Man
what's the
of the
source?
Nile and His Family by Dr.
Sure. What's the
Yosef
source
Ben
though?
Johan.
No, what's the sources that he using that you said I gotta check out? What's the sources?
All right, bro. Let me open up this book that you haven't even bothered to read because you talking about some, Dr.
Because
Yosef
He
Ben.
say
All right.
absolutely.
Muckers? Did he say
Yeah.
Muckers?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
Muckers.
I
You said
said open up this
Muckers.
book. Listen with your
You
Muckers.
think the word
ears.
of contention was book?
All right, bro. Y'all doing this. All right, y'all got it. Y'all being
Joey, I
obtuse.
know you came up here trying to.
Nah,
I
y'all
get it. I
being
get it. You
obtuse,
trying to sound
man.
smart and shit. I get it. But
Ain't
my nigga,
nobody trying to sound
I'm gonna
smart.
tell
It's
you what
called
happened.
food for
I'm
thought.
gonna tell you what
It's
help you
called
when
not
you
being
try to.
tunnel
I'm hold
vision.
on. I'm hold on
It's
because
called.
you need to hear this. I'm gonna tell you what help you sound smart. Being smart.
And I'm going to give you a couple of synonyms for obtuse because you said it like 14 times. Like you can use half-baked, soft-witted, slow, like lumpish. They're imperceptive. There are a couple of other words that you can use because you've been wearing obtuse out since you've been up here.
Yeah, and I want to keep using it. Problem?
Because it's the only one you know.
No, it's not. It's the one I want to use. You got a problem with it?
I'm just trying to help you. I mean, usually when people have a vast vocabulary, it's because they are well read. Like when you read, you
Okay,
tend to pick
but
up
I
words.
got
So
a
I'm
freedom
just,
of choice to use whatever word I want to use, and I
you
want to
do,
use that word.
You just
you
gonna
Thank you.
do.
completely miss the
Thank
point.
you, sister. I know that, but
You
thank
just
you.
gonna
But that's
completely
the
miss
word
the
I
point.
want to use. I also just need to pick up a book and use it.
Okay. You want me to pick up a book right now?
Go pick a one.
Right now?
Yeah, go get one.
Okay. This was
And you
literally
missed
just
that
sitting right
source. And you
beside
missed
me.
that source.
Is
What
this good
source was
enough?
that?
Is this good
Oh,
enough?
that's not anybody of my skin complexion. Who's that? What that has to do with me?
So you only
The
read
Asian
books
woman
written
on the
by
cover
you
of
only read books
Discovering
written by black
Psychology?
people?
Man, say, bro, y'all, you doing this on purpose,
Hold
also,
on.
and this ain't
Discovering
even.
Psychology is invalid because there's an Asian woman on the cover? I'm confused.
Man, say, what
Look,
Asian
Does
people?
that
I'm
does that
trying to
invalidate the
understand.
information in the
What
book?
person
Does
of
that invalidate the
Asian?
He
information in the
forgot
book
You
because
know
Asian
it's
that's
a
people
listed like
existed.
that
All
in the
he see is
Bible? Huh?
pink skin. He forgot Asian people existed.
I mean, even this religious mindset completely erases all other people groups. Everybody else, it's almost like the whole world vanishes and everything starts in the Levant region, which we know that didn't happen. And I mean, Joey, I'm a black person too. I live in America. I get that, there are some things that our people need to address. We want to find our roots, but reading ourselves into a story that has absolutely nothing to do with us is not the way to do it.
See, did you actually read these books that I'm listing? I'm giving food for thought, but if you want to, if y'all closed mind about it, say that. But
I'm not, but
I'm
Joey, the
not
thing
just
is,
using the Bible. Like, I'm not
Joey,
not
using the Bible. I'm not
closed-minded, but
just
if
using the
y'all
Bible.
closed-minded, not
Joey,
closed-minded.
I'm using different sources that lead to the same thing, the same information. If
Nigga, you
you want me
using
to came up and
proto-English. That's
show,
what you using.
my goodness. All right,
Joey,
so bro, you
Joey,
got it,
the
man.
problem
You
is not
know,
like I haven't read the books that you've read, and it's not that I feel like there's absolutely nothing in it that's true. I haven't read it, so I can't make that determination. But I do
Sophie,
know that
without frustration, without
Let her fucking finish.
no, because I'm having a conversation with
Let
y'all.
her. No, the fuck you're not, and you're going to let
I
her
have,
finish.
like you can't be
he's the
having a
only.
you can't be having a conversation with me when every time I start speaking, you interrupt me. Like that's not how conversations work, and I think you know that.
Admitted, you admitted you haven't read.
Hey, Joey, instead of calling me also, you're gonna have to start calling me daddy, okay? I'm gonna babysit you. While Fee's talking, you don't talk, okay? All right.
Also, gentle parenting is really sending me this Monday morning.
Sometimes you just gotta let a nigga know, hey, I'm there for you, but shut up.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm not telling you that I haven't read the books that you're quoting. And part of the reason is because I don't have a desire to read myself into an origin story I don't believe. I don't need to find black people in the Bible. I don't need to find black people in some other holy book. There's a way that I can run my DNA to find out where my people come from in Africa and find out what their spiritual traditions were if I want to know my actual roots. But you have so many people can print books like as much as they want to. But that doesn't mean that what they put in that book is true. And there are things that we know about the Bible specifically, and that's the only book we're talking about here. It's great that you've branched out and you found this other stuff that resonates with you. Cool, love that for you. But that's just not that's not going to be the same thing for everybody. And your truth may not be my truth. You may read in this book somebody's telling you, oh, well, Jesus was black and everybody in the Bible was black, and that makes sense to you. I can't tell you it shouldn't make sense to you, but it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't even comport with reality. That's all we're saying.
So here's my thing, and I want to just address you, Fee, because you're the only one that's giving me grace. And I apologize
But
if I'm coming off real rude to you. But if you haven't checked out these books, like at least get food for thought and try these books out. Just try them. Like it don't hurt to try and open up these books
try him for
and
what,
read them.
Joey? Try him for what?
Because like if one person
Motherfucker,
said it,
it's
all
He
like
because,
said
not
okay,
because.
muckers.
okay,
It's
host. All right.
because. Not muckers, because.
I bet
If
if you read a book
somebody's
one time,
name, if somebody's name is because in the next 5 minutes, I'm gonna have to drop. Cause like Joey, to read the books for what?
Because these texts, they actually have sources. They give food for thought. It's not good to be tunnel vision if it like it's scientific fact. If a bunch of sources that say the same thing and there's multiple people saying it, it's considered a fact. We've been taught
Joey,
that
that's
in
Joey.
science. We've been taught
Joey,
that in science. We've
Joey,
been
that's not
taught that in
true.
life. Okay.
Joey, that's
So
that's that's
how's
fund.
a fact determined?
It's not determined through consensus. It's not. It's absolutely not determined through all people agreeing that a fact is a fact can be
When it's been
demonstrated.
proven physically, when it's been proven.
Hey, Joey, remember what I said, bud?
Just because a lot of people agree with something, there was a point in time that most people agreed that the reason people had seizures was because it was demon possession. And then when we learned more about what actually causes a seizure in our brain, we realized, oh, that's not demon possession. It has nothing to do with an evil spirit. It has nothing to do with this person doing bad things. A fact is not determined just because everybody agrees with it. Does that make sense?
Y'all, we 20 people away from hitting 1,000 views. 2 days in a row.
Sweet.
Joey, you're on mute.
If he, do you know what I call my aunt's children?
What? My
Cuz.
cousin. I can't stand you. I can't stand also.
Oh my god.
Joey's gone.
Oh damn, my fault, Joey. Well, actually,
That child was not 27, y'all. I'm
I
sorry.
know it.
Man, his voice sound
It was not. Ain't no
familiar.
way.
Did his voice sound familiar?
Not to me.
The way
But
he
after a
kept
while,
saying
it's
my
like,
cuz. Oh my gosh. What? Who done twisted that baby's head up?
Ben Yahuda Wada.
and he said that if everybody agreed, that's a scientific fact.
That's just a fact of science.
We are doomed, y'all.
Just like how the Earth changed form because it used to be flat.
Mm.
Remember when that guy called us round earthers?
Yes, like it was an insult. You just some round earthers.
Oh my
You little
god.
globulist.
Uh, Hilda, you're on Teacup. Did you join on accident? All right, we're gonna move on.
He tight represent what Guy read correctly, but he is right. He is right.
What?
Uh, that's what evolved minds, the poets then said. He tight represent what Guy read correctly, but he is right.
I think he's saying that he's not representing what he read correctly, but he is right.
Is that Joey?
I don't know. I think he's
Somebody
referring to
change that shit
Joey.
to McCuz.
Whose name is
Who did
Who
that?
did that?
Who did it? Who
It
who
was
don't
Heretic.
became
Heretic.
heretic? Heretic. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
That's a cool little TikTok name though, just to be real. Because let's see.
I sound like you getting in trouble. Why you do that?
Because
Because.
seriously, that's like what a 3-year-old would say.
Absolutely.
Wizzy?
Hi, can you
How
hear
are
me?
you? I can. How are you?
I'm fine.
That's good. Can I get
Thanks
your
for having me on
age,
your
please?
platform.
Oh, you're welcome.
I'm
Thank you for coming
33.
up. All right. Are
33.
you okay? Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I used to be a believer, but I've taken my life from Christ.
You've taken it from Christ?
Yeah, I've taken it back.
Okay. Did you come up to talk about the topic?
Yeah, I just came to give a short contribution and yeah, can I go ahead?
Yes.
Yeah, so I agree with the fact that Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, and most especially the black community, because if you look at what religion has done to the minds, it has conditioned humanity. Rather than trying to save themselves, they rather wait for someone to save them. And that kind of mindset would actually make us unproductive and not live our life to the best of our abilities. And if religion was real, because I'm from Nigeria, if religion was real, Nigeria would be a world power nation because no country prays more than Nigeria on earth. But the reverse is the case. So I believe having these conversations and destructuring our minds is a good thing for humanity because it has served us no purpose. Nothing good can come out of religion. Sometimes they might use the excuse to say religion defines our morals, but that's not true because we all have conscience. So you don't need a book to know what is good and what is bad. We all know that. So I just feel we should like keep on having these conversations and like liberating our minds, and that's the only way we can achieve true freedom. So that's my 10 cents.
That was a great 10 cents. It's probably the most valuable conversation spent all freaking night. Thank you for saying that. And then I want to ask, being in Nigeria and being someone who is taking your life back from Christ, how is that for you? Are you still in Nigeria? Let me ask that first.
Yeah, I'm still in Nigeria.
How is that for you? Like, do you have to do it on the low and like keep it a
Um,
secret?
yeah, I had to do it on a low initially, but I had to like eventually let my loved one know that see, I don't subscribe to wasting my time spending time in church praying when I can actually do things for myself. So I actually use that time to learn programming. So now I've got a job. I I'm a software engineer. I just use my 24 hours in learning something important that can put food on my table. So no regrets in making such decisions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love that.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank you.
definitely. What kind of reception have you been getting? Like, do you feel like the things that you've shared with people in Nigeria has been impactful for them, or do you see more resistance?
Oh, it's more. Nigeria is a very tough place, especially as an atheist, right? You can literally get ostracized just by not believing in their God, right? And that's a huge problem. But for me, it has always been about true freedom, because true freedom is when you don't have to have conditions to be good. Like I keep on saying it, 99% of people who claim to love God, they don't really love God. They're just after the promise of heaven or hell. Take away the concept of heaven or hell, right? I'm telling you, nobody goes to church. So it's just that reward based kind of conditional goodness, but that's not true goodness, right? I just want to spend my time here on earth, do my best, and I mean, just do your best in life and use your talents to the best of your abilities and make the world a better place.
That's what it's all about. And it should
Yeah,
be as simple as that, right?
yeah,
I wish it was that simple. And like you said, the more we have conversations like this and hopefully get people to, to think about how their beliefs affect society,
yeah.
um, maybe we can move towards that. I thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you
I
for having
swear
me.
this has been the best conversation all night. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
You're welcome. Have a good
Have a
one.
good one, friend.
Yeah, this, that was a definitely welcomed reprieve from those last two conversations.
Yeah.
Hmm. You know why I love Jesus?
Oh Lord. Why?
Because he first loved me.
Oh, how I love Jesus.
Yes,
Oh,
Father.
how I love Jesus. Oh, how I love Jesus. Because he
Because
first loved me. That's how the mothers used to sing it. Jesus.
you better sing it, Ethel.
OG Nino, how are you?
I'm fine. How you doing?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please? And if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
I'm 36. I once was a believer.
So what are you now?
I'm just a spiritual person now. I just believe in the universe and that we are part of everything that we are. We the ones that have the power that within us. I would listen to the brother speak about Jesus, and what I got out of Jesus, Jesus was showing us that we never needed a church. He showed us that we didn't need religion. He was showing us once we raise our frequency, that we be able to heal, walk on water, and feed people. And I
Also,
was
go on
telling,
mute. I'm
I
sorry.
go,
I was just telling Osa to go back on mute. That's all. You're good.
Now my
Go ahead.
my dog had barked in my ear. You said we have to raise our what?
Oh, what?
well, you can say I can't pronounce it right, but your frequency, your energy,
Mm. Hmm.
yeah, that's what I got from Christ. And I'm like, Christ never went to church, but when he did go, he was exposing these people, and that's why they unalive him. So I had told my mama a couple of days ago, I said, Mom, I came to the decision that I'm not serving God out of fear no more. And I understand that a lot of people serve him out of fear of the unknown. I'm not fearful no more. And I understand when they put religion on my people, they kept us down. They kept us from really going into um, our true, uh, our true energy, our true power. So they did that to keep us bound, to keep us just down. Like when you look at the church, and that's another thing why I stopped dealing with the church. When you look at the church, some of the people in the church are the most low down people that you can ever meet on planet Earth. And then also they accept all the stuff that God claimed that he's against. So that's where I'm at right now, guys. I meditate. I just speak life. I speak positivity, and I know that the tongue is power and death. Christ told us that too. So that's where I'm standing there right now. I'm not doing nothing out of fear, because one thing about fear, fear can hold you back. And if I die today and I got fear, I might go to a bad place. But if my frequency high, I'm gonna elevate and go to these other dimensions that's out here, because it's a lot out here for us to experience. I'm that's where I'm at right now. Like I said, I'm not a bad person. I love people. I respect people. I do right by my wife and my children and other people. So I'm like, I'm not doing none out of fear no more. And another thing, I thought about this yesterday. I said, well, if he said he give us a free will to serve him, and we don't want to serve him, how you still gonna throw us in hell if it's a free will? You said go ahead and do what you want to do. I'm not mad at you. But when we do what we want to do, you say, oh yeah, you going to hell. It don't make no sense.
I agree. Like I feel like what you just said is absolutely true. The only thing that we can do is the best that we can with the circumstances that we're born into. And I think that the point that you made about not being a bad person, not wanting or doing bad things, I just don't understand how that's not sufficient. Why
Yes,
is it that
ma'am.
I now have to prostrate myself and subjugate myself to this entity that I've never met, I've never heard, I've never seen? There's conflicting stories about who and what it is, about what happens, and it's all just people trying to make sense of the world around us. And I think a
Right,
lot of these belief systems came about during that time when we didn't have the technology and the connectivity and the understanding and the language to understand the phenomenon that we see. Like people would see the sky light up and just assume it's some god doing something up there.
right.
And but now in 2025 we understand what these things are, and to hold on to these beliefs that clearly are outdated, that clearly are rooted and based in false understandings, is just asinine to me.
Yes, ma'am. And one more thing, what really tripped me out, when you go and read the apocalypse of Adam, Adam said that he was the devil in that apocalypse. And and when I was in church, I asked one of the brothers about it. I said, hey, have y'all ever read the Apocalypse of Adam? No, stay away from that. And I said, but I'm curious because I want to learn. I've been lied to my whole life. So what I did one night, I went on YouTube, typed in the Apocalypse of Adam. Adam said he's the devil. That's what Adam said. And I said, well, Adam was the first creation. He was the first man that he quote unquote created. I'm going to believe what Adam said. If Adam said that he's the devil, he's the devil. The whole time that the serpent was telling Adam and Eve, hey, yo, y'all got the same power we got. Don't listen to that man. That's the devil. So that's where I'm at right now. But I thank y'all so much for having me up. And I'm gonna tell you this: by letting your family know that you're not rocking with it, they've been calling me crazy. So I'm an outcast. I don't get no visitors. It hurt. I don't get phone calls. It's just me and my wife and my four children.
And
I'm an outcast.
oh, gee, that's the experience of a lot of people. Like in this platform, that's the community that we've started to build because of that reason. Like our curiosity is natural. Our curiosity is normal. Wanting things to make sense is normal. Not excusing terrible things in this book and being warned away from consuming information, that's problematic. We say all the time here, a thing is true after, if a thing is true, it's going to be true after I investigate it,
Yes,
after I
ma'am.
ask questions about it. And unfortunately, so many of our people, specifically Black people in America and on the continent too, are just so like completely wrapped up in this belief system that they don't allow themselves to question. So
Right.
it can definitely be very isolating for sure.
Yes, man. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, you can drop me.
All right. Thank you for coming up, OG. I hope you have a
Yeah,
good
thank you.
day.
I found your page yesterday, and I said I'm gonna hold because I like what your greetings say when you come into your live. I said I gotta rock. I like positivity, so I found you yesterday, and I came back today.
Well, I appreciate you. It gets pretty wild in here sometimes, so
Yes,
just
man.
just know it
All
gets
right,
kind of
thanks, y'all.
rowdy. All right. Have a good one.
You too.
All right.
Easy, Brody.
Bye.
Now, somebody claiming to be my backup.
Who? Y'all, why is this child sitting here with one of my earbuds in his ear, listening, looking at the screen like he understand what y'all saying?
What's up, little one?
Oh my gosh! Like I don't know what I'm gonna do with him. I promise I don't.
He gonna be up there pulling up scriptures like, what scripture, Grandma? Is it Isaiah?
Yeah. Turn your camera off, please. Eric.
What?
Oh no.
He like,
What?
hold
I
on,
got you, bro. I got you, bro. Here's a hell no.
was that an accident? Eric, are you up here on accident? Okay, I think he up here on accident. I'm gonna take him down. You can see he said, "What the fuck?"
Absolutely.
T Talk, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? You hear Oso 5. Say something, Oso.
What up, little man? Huh?
Say
You learning
hi.
from the best? Huh?
Say bye bye.
Huh?
5. Say bye bye. Tell Oso bye bye. Say bye bye. He just looking at it. Oh, 5. Say bye bye. Here, right here. Say bye bye. You're not gonna say nothing? Okay,
Bye
forget
bye.
you then. Uh, where'd the guests go?
He hopped up and then
They
hung
went bye
down.
bye.
T Talk, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? 5. I'm guessing this is an accident because I think is T Talk a nerd? Oh, on purpose?
Yeah.
Oh wow, you don't ever come up on purpose.
Hi, Tinker.
Hey, how are you?
I looked up the queue. I found out nobody was coming on, so I thought I'd come on and say
Well, it's a
hi.
pleasure. It's a pleasure to have you up here.
What's up, T?
I'm mostly a listener in the background, so every time I'm listening and then I hear a Nigerian person come online and talk the way the other guy spoke, I almost sat here and want to cry. It's very, very kind of loud here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good. You coming through fine.
Yeah, it's very, very, very relieving and heartwarming when I sit on these panels, I mean, in the chat, and then I see my fellow brother, Nigerian brother, come online and say the exact same thing I've been saying for several years. It just made my heart well up. And
Yeah, I was
I
smiling
wanted
from
to,
ear to ear.
yeah, I wanted to come on as soon as he left. I said, my God, that gives me a whole lot of hope because for so many years, I've been in the background, just unbelief. Even though I was still going to church, I loved the community. I didn't want to miss out on my friends. The Sunday tonic medicine, where you have to go to church on Sunday, was something you look forward to. Even though a whole lot of things they were doing there, you didn't believe in it, but you didn't want to lose that family. But at some point, I had to come out and say, this things does not make sense to me anymore. And here we are today. I have been deconstructing for the last 5 to 10 years, and every time I see a Nigerian come on this lives and speak the way that young man speak, it just gives me hope. It just gives me hope. That's all I wanted to
That
say.
gives me hope as well, because
Yes.
sometimes like it when I talk to young men like Joey,
Hmm.
um, and like some of the Israelites, the Hebrew Israelites that come on here, and sometimes it's easy to lose hope because it feels like hopeless when there's thoughts like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the young man that just came up, and then to hear you, right? Even to see how it's affecting the continent, how there are more people in America coming out and deconstructing, but especially to see how there are people on the continent that are willing to say, hey, this, no, you know, that gives me hope. So thank you
Yes.
for coming up and even sharing that, because
Not a
sometimes
problem.
it can
And
be, ooh.
yes, overwhelming. One thing we don't often talk about is how lonely of a place it is when you stop going. You don't have the
Yeah.
microphones. The pastor has the microphones. You are going to be the one in the background, and they're going to be as loud as they can be about how you backslided. You're going to lose friends. Your brothers, some of them are not going to talk to you. I have a brother who stopped talking to me as soon as I started voicing out my unbelief. He thinks I shouldn't voice him out, that we're going to lose friends, people we've known for 15, 20 years, we're going to lose them. I was just tired of not being able to be, out there just because I don't want to lose those guys. So it's a lonely place to be, but I'm getting better now. We have communities like this now. I have made some new sets of friends. See, when you leave church, you'll find a way to replace it with something else. If not, you're going to go back. It's a hard place to be when you start not hearing from your relatives and your friends and your family from church. It's a hard place to be. And I think we should also talk about that once in a while. It's a hard place to be, but right now I am in a better place. I will never go back. I'm an unbeliever. I do not intend going back. And I love when I hear from a Nigerian brother like that. Thank you so much for having me on your platform, Tinker.
You're so welcome, T. Thank you so much for coming up. I tried to have that conversation, and I'll try to have it again. When I asked the question, I don't know if you remember the post where I asked, why does it bother non-believers? I mean, believers, that people don't believe. Like, what does it have to do with them? And with Jesus causing division in the family because people don't believe. So I tried to have that conversation, because I agree with you. It is an important conversation to have because it shouldn't be breaking up families, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's a belief, right?
Yep.
No one has any evidence of anything, and it's a belief. But I'll definitely try to introduce that topic again.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're
Appreciate it, Tinker.
welcome. You're
Yeah, with
welcome.
that.
Have a good one.
Bye bye.
Easy, Frank.
See, people say, "What are you doing this for? What are you doing this for?" For that right there.
Because of viewers like you. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Greatness.
Thinker, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm trying to cope with the weather. 91 over here in the state of Pennsylvania.
Oh wow, yeah, it's supposed to be 100 and something today. You were banned at 4 million followers?
No, my
Oh,
name. No, my name is Cool Breeze. What happened was my account was changed around.
oh, okay. Your bio says wrongfully banned at 4 million.
Yeah,
Um, oh, okay, okay. Um, so are you? Can I get your age, please?
man, I'm old. I'm 48.
48. Okay. Wait, and I'm sorry. What was your name before?
Cool Breeze.
Cool Breeze. Why? I'm sorry. It sounds familiar.
It
Were
does sound
you?
familiar.
Yeah. I know that it's not from it's not the movie, but were you in the community prior to?
Yes, I my profile picture was a red car.
Damn. I'm sorry. I'm having difficulty remembering the profile, but the name sounds familiar. Did you come up to talk about the profile, the topic?
Yeah, I think I heard something about division. Am I right on that?
Well, we were T Talk was saying that we should talk more about how uh, this religion breaks up families for when people no longer believe in the God. It a lot of times family members ostracize you or you know stop talking to you, and you lose the community that you had when you were a believer. And I was just saying to him that what we've tried to introduce that conversation in the past, and I'll continue to try to introduce that conversation. But today's topic is Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity.
And why would you say that, knowing that he's a loving individual, according to my understanding?
Jesus is a loving individual. Well, he did love the Israelites in this book. He, was focused on his mission of restoring the kingdom of Israel as the promised Messiah. He taught the Israelites to follow the Torah, and the Torah isn't, always a loving book, right? He, um, uh, you know, uh, admonished the Pharisees for changing some of the law and making them a little bit more lenient versus executing children who were disobeying their parents or dishonoring their parents. The Pharisees would give them a lesser punishment versus execution, and Jesus did not agree with that. He saw the Israelites as superior to non-Israelites, and he often, verbalized that. He was not against slavery. He knew that slavery existed. He knew how, slave masters treated their enslaved, and he used that as parables to teach the Israelites how to be or what to expect when he returns. And so, not one time did he condemn it as the Messiah. And if he is in fact, God in the flesh, when he was God in the Old Testament, he outlined the strategy for slavery that was used to enslave all around the world. Like there's not what a lot of people consider to be love today is not necessarily what Jesus taught as God in the Bible. Love was loving God and loving God first and respecting or loving your Israelite companion or your Israelite friend, right? Um, so it introduces a lot of discrimination, supremacy culture that we see in the world. And while the modern church tries to reinterpret the words of Jesus to create this kumbaya type idea, right, of this savior, they still reserve a lot of the problematic teachings from the book that causes a lot of the harmful beliefs and ideologies that we see in the world today. So while some people have a belief in this Jesus and they create a different Jesus that might match who they are, right? How they see the world. There's the remnant, right, that use him the way that he spoke in the text, and that's what's causing the harm. And that doesn't outweigh the few that create their own idea doesn't outweigh the harm that Jesus has been used around the world.
I was talking to someone not too long ago on TikTok. I was trying to explain the statements of Jesus in Matthew 10:34, where Jesus states, where he says, "Do not think that I came to bring peace on earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword." So those who don't know scriptures, they're gonna understand this passage of the Bible as to say Jesus is bringing trouble, and that's not what this passage is trying to say. When I was explaining this to the person that was hearing me, what Jesus meant when he says, I bring a sword, he's trying to explain, I came to divide those who want to serve God from those who don't want to serve God. That's what that means.
Right.
And a lot of people,
And serving God though, and this was serving the Israelite God according to the Torah, right? And so he was coming to divide those that did not want to continue to be Torah followers towards the ones that were moving more towards modernization. So you're absolutely correct.
Um, I also know people that will say that Jesus Christ is trying to teach that we are supposed to hate people like our mother, our father, and all that. They take it out of the passage from the book of Luke, chapter I think it's 14, verse 26, where Jesus says, "If anyone comes to me and does not hate his own father and mother, his wife, his children, the brothers and sisters, yes, even his own life, he or she is not worthy of me." When I first read that, I said, wait a minute, how is it that in the Old Testament in the Torah, one of the commandments is to honor your parents, right? All of a sudden in the New Testament, we hear Jesus saying that if you don't hate your father and your mother, you're not worthy of me. Wait a minute, is God contradicting himself? The answer is no. I did a research on that, and it's only about Jesus is trying to say, who would you be more loyal to? If you're going to love God more, that means hate anything else that takes his place. Yeah.
Um, can I ask a quick question?
Mhm.
If that's what Jesus meant, why wasn't that what Jesus said? Because if I want you to be more loyal to me, I'm going to say I need you to be more loyal to me. It was very clear what he was giving those instructions on, and he said that you have to hate them and follow me. And I guess it just calls to mind the question that if his message was about love, why is his name used so frequently to justify so much cruelty? If anything, it represents a massive disconnect between what you interpret his teachings to be and what actually happens in reality. Um, and using that scripture in Luke, I mean, if I wanted my children, if I wanted to send a message and I wanted that message to be clear, I would use words that represent what I want to convey. And if the point that Jesus was trying to convey is, I want you to be more loyal to me than you are to your human family, there are words that could have represented that. But that's not what he chose to say. So how are we now then reinterpreting what we understand hate to mean in order to fit this narrative? That seems like a post hoc rationalization to me.
But also, like, to be more loyal, right, would mean that you would have to choose Jesus over your family. And to do that, you would literally have to uh, hate them, right? To choose Jesus, which means that if, you know, you are a believer who believes that Jesus is against homosexuality, then you would have to be willing, right, to ostracize your child and choose Jesus. And a lot of people have put their children out on the street, not looked back, didn't care if their child could eat, didn't care if their child was sick, right? If they had shelter. Like, you literally have to be willing to hate, to be more loyal to an idea, right? Or a God that you've never seen. So I don't, honestly, saying more loyal, I don't see the difference.
Have you ever heard about this group called the Jehovah Witness?
I was
No,
one for
Fee,
30
have I ever heard of that?
I
Never
think
heard of
so.
that.
Yeah, I was a Jehovah's Witness for 30 plus years. Yeah.
My wife, she has three daughters from another matrimony. There are three daughters, right? They were I guess they were taught by the elders of the Jehovah Witness congregation. My wife told me that they have been brainwashed, and let me explain why. My wife is trying to have a relationship with her daughters, her but they're saying, "Mom, we can't talk to you because Jehovah teaches us to hate you, to despise you." And I said to my wife, they're understanding the passage wrong. When the Bible says to hate mother and father, brothers and sisters, it's only in reference towards
Who will you dedicate your life more to? Will it be to your children or to God? In other words, it's something like this. Let's say that I had an addiction with watching TV so much, right? Who will I hate? Will I hate my TV or love God more? Will I hate my children or love God more? That's what Jesus is trying to say. Jesus is not saying despise them and go unalive them.
Hey, you
Don't
know we're
treat
looking
them
at the
bad.
definition on the screen, right? Of that word.
Which word, sir?
The definition of that word hate.
The
The
Greek
Wait,
definition
have
is
it?
to
definition.
You have it on the screen? You said?
yeah, Maseo. That's what the word is used in the Greek. We see in the definition it says to hate, pursue with hatred, detest, passive to be hated, detested.
I believe that words have many meanings.
Right? All of these mean something negative, though.
See, but that would be a contradiction, though, because Jesus Christ, he cannot contradict the Torah if he's for it. For example, one of the commandments says, "Honor your father and your mother." Right? Love them. In other words, how is it that all of a sudden the same God who made these commandments is switching on his own ideas?
What was
For me
the
to
Well,
hate
here's the
what
somebody?
was
thing,
the
right?
punishment for that?
Exactly, because like in order to follow that commandment, you have to be willing to execute your child for being disobedient, right?
Did you say execute?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's the punishment. The punishment is stoning. If a child dishonors their mother or father, they are stoned to death. So, in order to be loyal to this God and follow their commandment, you would have to hate your child enough to execute them. Also, in the same book, Deuteronomy 13, you would have to be loyal to this God, which, Jesus was Torah. If anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son or daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, "Let us go serve other gods, whom neither you nor your ancestors have known, any of the gods of the peoples who are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end of the earth to the other, you must not yield to or heed any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them, but you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be the first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. Stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Then all Israel shall hear and be afraid, and never again do any such wickedness. So, in order to follow this command, to be loyal to this God, according to the law, you would have to kill your own brother, your own mother, your own son or daughter, who, if they try to convince you to worship another God. And then if you read down further, if you hear that someone in the city that the Lord has given you, according to the law, if they're worshiping another God, even if they're not trying to get you to, you have to kill everybody in the city and burn the city up. This was your God's way of purging the evil from amongst the Israelites by killing anyone who believed in another God. And in order to do that, you had to be loyal enough to the God and be willing to hate other people enough to carry out that command.
Hey, Thinker, something came up. I'm gonna leave, but if you give me permission, I'll be right back to talk about this topic. And just let me say to one of your commenters,
No,
somebody
I
type
don't allow people to talk to the comments
crickets.
when they're on stage. I would rather that you not speak to the comments on stage, but you can respond to them in the comments, and
Oh,
you're more than welcome to come back when you can.
yeah. They said crickets when
No, no, no,
meaning.
no. Greatness. I don't allow people to respond to comments while they're on stage. If you want to respond to a comment, you can do that from the comments, okay? And then when you're ready to come back on stage, you can. Okay. I just rather that you keep the comment conversation in the comments. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm getting better, getting better. Just once again, I'm in Israel at the moment, so you know, a little bit rough, but okay, we'll be better.
Okay. I'm glad that you're safe. Um, sorry that you guys are going through all of that stuff over there.
Yeah.
So did you come up to talk about the topic?
First of all, I think what you're doing is really interesting, so I commend that.
Thank you.
And yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, you brought up a lot of nice points that people usually don't argue about. They just believe in things they don't go through, and I think it's amazing. I think it's like more Jewish thing to do, so it's brilliant. So I like it. You know what I mean. So if I can say a few points, if it's okay by you, if
Well,
about
first I
what you
need to
said
know.
before. Yeah, sorry.
Well, I don't allow people to respond to conversations that I had with previous guests.
No, no
When
comments. No, of course.
okay, when you come on stage, I ask that you start a brand new conversation. Okay, the topic is Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. Now, I do want to let you know that that also includes Yahweh to me, or the God of the Torah, or
Yeah.
the
Yes.
prophets. Um, and so, if you could begin by responding to the topic and let me know what your thoughts are on that, and then we can go from there.
Yes, according to our laws, God cannot have a shape of a man, and there is certain things that need to happen when the Messiah is coming, like is gonna come, like when all the people of Israel gonna come back. We have a temple and so on and so on. So it just doesn't fit with that, with what's said before, and also like the removal of all the covenants. It's a little bit weird. Christianity is more, for me, I see it as more as the seven law of Noah, if you like, and and then erasing all in between and going to the Messiah. So this is how I see it.
When you say the seven laws of Noah, are you talking about the Noahide laws?
Yeah, which is a collection of what happened before. They try to
Mm-hmm.
find restrictions and things that you cannot do or do before. So the rabbis collected seven type of things before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you saying Christianity is that? I feel Christianity is based off of the Ten Commandments in Exodus 20.
I'm not
I
saying
think
it's bad, you know. For me, it's
no,
just something that is, yeah. Sorry.
no. I'm not saying like whether it's bad. I'm wondering why the Noahide laws, because I don't really hear Christians recite the Noahide laws. Like they typically point to Exodus 20, like the Ten Commandments.
Hmm.
So I'm just wondering what you're
They don't
saying.
keep the Sabbath, so it's
Right?
not
No, they
that.
don't. Well, they've changed the Sabbath to Sunday,
Yes.
so they do think they're keeping the Sabbath by changing it to Sunday. But
Yes.
the
And like you said
Noahide.
about the mother and father, they also changed that. It doesn't say that. It's actually, if you respect your father and mother, your life gonna be extended on earth, not so.
Oh yeah, like you're saying like with Paul, what Paul said. That's the first commandment with promise.
Yeah. It's the fifth commandment. So it says that if you hit your mother and father, you can be unalive, but it's such a long process in Judaism or in the Torah laws in order to unalive somebody, and you need to find like historical facts about that. and I don't think I found any. Also about being a man with a man, I didn't find any. So it's really hard to analyze somebody in the law, in the Jewish law. Like it says that it's like one person in 70 years. That's what our rabbis like saying, that it's really vicious. You have to be like a really vicious court to analyze somebody. 23 judges and so on and so on and so on, and like a process, it's really long. And
So, like you're saying that the law that says that children should be stoned for disobeying their parents, you're saying that's not part of the Hebrew law? Is that what I'm understanding you're saying?
yeah, it's as I understand. One second, I can find it if you want. As I understand, it's in Exodus number 21:19, and the one that hits is mother and father shall be unalived. But even though that's saying that, it's more complicated than that. It depends. What does it mean? Like, if your life gonna be extended, maybe you cannot extend your life anymore. So it's depends like how you approach this punishment. And
Like, weren't so like in Deuteronomy, it says to stone a child if a parent, if the child is disobedient or dishonest, and they were to drag the child in front of the elders, right, and say, "My child is a drunkard, he's lazy," right, and then they shall be stoned, right?
really, let me open Sparia. I'm sorry, Sparia. Let's see. Deuteronomy is Dvarim. No, it's not Dvarim. But what book is Deuteronomy in English? Let me see. Yeah, go ahead. I'm
Deuteronomy
sorry.
28. I'm sorry, Deuteronomy 21:18.
Deuteronomy 21. 1 second. It's in English. You have different words for that, you know.
I could pull it up in the Hebrew.
No. I meant
Oh, okay.
the book, like the name of the book. It's confusing sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's because of that. So Deuteronomy 21, number, which number, please?
18 through 21.
All right, let's see. And by the way, I'm not here to defend all the laws, right? We argue with the laws,
Well,
which
yeah,
is
Rabbi
good.
Hannah taught me that one thing about like the difference between what you all, how you all approach the text is different than how Christians approach the text, and that you don't
Yeah.
have an issue saying that the things that the God does is whether immoral or not. I think that the God is still the worst thing that happened to humanity because of the things that it did command the Israelites to do in the text and what it taught, right? Like, so if it's the God of all of the universe and all of creation, the I see that it put the taste of power, greed, genocide in the mouths or hands of humanity. And if the God wanted to get rid of evil, right, he could have like literally just allowed those that were committing the evil to, pass away in their sleep if he needed that type of result instead of having the humans do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have my own interpretation for that, if you like. Maybe it's going to be interesting for you.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's right. So, as in my understanding, okay, maybe first question, if it's okay, before I answer.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
What do you think the role of the 12 tribes?
Well, before we do
Why?
that, one second.
Yeah,
Before
I'm
we do
sorry.
that, let's resolve Deuteronomy 21:18 through
Yep.
21.
Yep.
It says, if someone has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey his father or mother, who does not heed them when they discipline him, then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out of the elders of his town at the gate of that place. They shall say to the elders of his town, this son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of the town shall stone him to death. So you shall purge the evil from your midst, and all Israel will hear and be afraid.
Yeah, that's
Right?
crazy.
Yeah. And so like this was the way, as I was saying earlier, like with the Deuteronomy 13, right? And the God is saying for idolatry, right? If someone worships another God, you kill your brother, your sister, your mother, right? Like your own hands have to do it. And so to me, this God put the taste of the responsibility, the power, right? The taste of murder, genocide, greed, power into the hands of humans.
Yeah, yeah. Some of the things that they written, again, it's not just humans. You have to have judges, and you have to process, and you have to try not to do that, not to analyze somebody. But there is a few words that I don't understand here, like soer and more. I learned it like in the past, so I don't know what it means because each and every word have a meaning, and it's not just so soer and more. I need to understand what the deeds that you need to do in order to become soer and more. And then it added even another thing after that. It added that it needs to be zolel vesaveh, which is glutton and drunk, which I need to understand also what it means. So there are
Like
a lot of
greedy, right? Excessively eating all the time, right? And a
yeah.
drunkard,
What does it
uh,
mean?
eat like just eating for the hell of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
But
There's a
if
scripture
it's
in
like
this Bible that says if you are invited to like a feast with the wealthy, and you feel yourself wanting to be a glutton, to take a knife and stab yourself, kill yourself,
Mhm.
right? So that you don't become gluttonous, um, which means
also
just greedy,
that's why it's
eating. Like,
Sava. Yeah. Okay, understand. So what
yeah.
is the question?
No, you were saying that it's really difficult for someone to be executed according to the law, but
Yeah.
like literally, children, according to the law, could be executed if their parents felt that their children were, eating too much or lazy or disobedient. Right? They could
Yeah.
take them to the
Yeah.
elders and execute. Like people were executed for um, adultery, right? Prostitution if you were a priest's daughter, right? Um,
Hmm.
um, like false witnessing, things like that, right? Divination. Like there's several execution judgments in the law. So I guess I'm not sure, like understanding like why you're saying it's very difficult, right, for someone to be executed.
Yeah. So if you want, I can find it. There is a process. There's a long, long process in order to analyze somebody, even if he's done the things that claimed here. By the way, I don't know who is Rabbi Hannah. I heard a lot of things that she said. I would like to meet her sometimes, maybe to talk to her.
She
I
might
think
be
she's
in
not
here.
a little bit
She might be
accurate.
listening. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
She might be listening.
maybe she can come
She's on
up
the
if she
West
wants.
Coast. She might be asleep. I don't know.
So there is a long process. I think it takes like a few days, and you also need to have like they really try not to do that. So it started from the young judges, and then it go to the higher judges in order not to influence the small judges. In order they really try not to do that. They waiting for somebody come to talk to speak like good things about that person, and so on and so on and so on. So it's a good thing. Again,
But you're
it's a
talking Talmudic, right? Like these are processes in the Talmud, right? This is rabbinic teaching.
this is how it used to be in the time of even Moses. It says that he
What
brought
you're saying, what you
judges,
were,
right? Yeah.
where
So
is this process at in Judges? Is what you're are you saying that this process is laid out in Judges?
I'm
Lagra,
not
you don't
sure.
have to raise your hand. You can come off mute and just say what you need to say.
Come.
Are
I'm
you
not sure.
saying
I'm not sure it's in the Torah. I think that it was established in the
in the
later on.
Talmud? Right.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I have read some of these later Talmudic what you would call like court Sanhedrin procedures,
I'm not
right?
sure it was the Sanhedrin,
Um,
but I think it was the higher judges. It was there is two kind of courts: 7 judges and 23. So the 23 is when somebody had like all these things that about unaliving. Person.
yeah. So I think like what you're referring to, like you said, like it's Talmudic, right? But
Mhm.
in this text, like most believers don't refer to the Talmud, especially like in Christianity, they don't refer to the Talmud. And
Yeah.
when we look at Christians today, for example, with what's going on in the Middle East, they will turn a blind eye, right, to the genocide, um, because the text, the God commands people, the Israelites, to go into other lands and annihilate, right, the people of those lands.
Which genocide in Syria? In which genocide are you
Any
referring to?
genocide in the name of this God.
You're not allowed to
Any
have a genocide by the name of God.
there are several genocides in this book,
Yeah,
right, and
in the
in
past.
the name of the God, right. What I'm
Yeah,
saying is like so.
in certain
What
positions, but not now. We're not allowed to do that. Of course not.
Well, there's the
Here it
active
start.
one right now, right?
No.
There
Here it
is.
goes.
Can you
There's
prove
an
it?
active
Go
genocide
ahead.
right now. Well, yes,
Um,
like when Palestine, right? There's over 40,000 people dead, right?
55.
Uh, well, that's I said over 40,000,
Yeah.
right? And then when you have people who can't fight back, um, you know, uh, militarily, like a superpower like Israel, right? Then it is a genocide, right? And
No,
especially like
sorry.
when
It's not.
especially when they are under occupation, right? Of someone who has more authority. So think about when the Israelites were under
Once
I'm sorry,
again, they're also not under
one second,
occupation
one
in
second.
Gaza.
They were
No,
under
they weren't.
occupation. They were in the open air prison for over 70 years.
No, they weren't.
Yes,
Of
they
course not.
were. Yes.
Excuse
But
me.
they were under Jordan. They were under Egypt until 67.
Why are you
Of
talking
course
while
not.
she's talking? You can wait.
They were. And like I know that like talking about this might be uh, you know, uh hard for some people. Um but conversations like this do need to be had. But this is when we talk about Jesus or the God being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, it's because of things like this, right? Because we cannot ignore what is happening right now in the Middle East. We can't ignore that there are believers who look at this text and they see that the Israelites in this Bible were the chosen of this God, and that the God says that Canaan is the promised land of the Israelites. And so, because of that, they support, right, the mass killings of innocent people, and wars are being fought over that. And then people are like yourself are denying, right, that this is a genocide where an entire group of people are being ethically cleansed from their land, right?
To answer, I can answer that.
Mhm.
So the number that we got from age group is actually a number that include also natural unaliving, which is about 700 people each, about maybe more even. It's about 13,000 until now, and you have a report showing that about 72% of each and every one of these
Wait,
people that got unalived,
are you saying
actually in
Israel
the
has
age of
only killed?
fighting,
Wait,
they're men. So
hold
yeah,
on. Are
go
you
ahead.
saying Israel has only killed 13,000 Palestinians?
No, 55 are being unalived in the Gaza Strip, but we
Uh huh.
have also inside of these numbers, you have natural death. You have the one that they unalive
I'm not
themselves.
talking about natural death.
Natural. So
I'm talking about the deaths as a result. of what's happening right now in Palestine. That's what
Yeah,
I'm talking about,
in Gaza, not
right?
Palestine. Yeah,
Well,
so that's what I'm trying to tell
it's
you. There is no
Palestine.
genocide.
It's Palestine, right? I'm
Yeah,
talking about
It is.
that. Yeah, I'm talking
There are
about
10 stages of, well, 10
if
stages
you
of
want, I can explain,
genocide.
but you don't want to let me. So it's okay. We can say we
Oh,
can move
don't
on
do
if you
that.
want.
you keep denying that this is happening, and that's a problem, right? And that's again why I say that this God is one of the worst things that ever happened to humanity. Like, you can't close your eyes to what's happening and the amount of lives that are lost, and on top of that, over land,
I
right?
think you're right, but we're not doing that.
You are.
Look,
You
if
quite
you claim
literally
something,
are.
let's talk about that. I have no issue, but let's give facts. How many people, how many been unalive from their side, by their side, how many natural death, and so on. What is the statistics of the report? 72% are actually in battling ages, and men, and so on and so on. I can, if you want, but if you decide that it is G-side because you decided, so that's okay.
At
I'm not gonna argue.
55,000 people, right? Um, Killed
20
as a
months.
result. No, 55, not
Yeah, in 20
25.
months, about 20 months. No.
55,000 people killed as a result of bombings, as a result of military regimes going in and killing people, right? That is a genocide.
But it's not all from bombings. That's what I'm trying to
It
tell
is,
you.
yes, it
The
has
numbers
been
that you
bombings.
see,
We see the
n-
bombings every day. Like, don't try to uh convince us that what we see is not happening. There, it is bombings. We see it.
of
We
course you
see it
see
every
that because
day.
it's, yeah, but these numbers that you see, it's not from bombings. You need to see the spread of all that. Because now
Like,
you're
you
claiming
trying to
that all
convince
of
me
them
that
are
13,000,
militias,
hold on.
citizens.
You trying to convince me that 13,000 died of natural causes does not
No,
negate the fact that 40,000 died at the hands of Israel.
no, that's also not true. There is
That
another
is
split.
true.
No, there is another split. We know about so many splits. Exactly what I'm talking
No,
about. If you think you're right, that's
this
it's
is a
okay.
way
You're
for
right.
you all to try to justify what you're doing or try to turn a blind
No, not
eye,
at
and
all.
that's an issue. It is. And so, like, you can't come in here, right, and say that you argue with the God or you wrestle with the God so that you can understand morality, so that you can have
Exactly.
compassion to humanity, and then ignore the humanity of Palestinian children, ignore
I'm
the
not.
humanity of Palestinian women, of Palestinian men.
But I'm not. I'm
You
arguing
are,
about the
because
numbers
you're trying to downplay it as if it's not a genocide.
because it's not.
That's why you're doing all the splits. It literally is.
So why no court until now show us facts about genocide? 2 years. Why they can't show any
There
evidence
have
of
been
that?
several attempts to bring y'all up on war crimes.
But they
Several.
don't have any evidence.
Because
Yes,
you,
there has
like,
been.
literally, like,
Yeah.
again, the
Gaza was
Christians,
supposed to go to court just in a few days, but because of what's happening, that's not happening anymore.
A genocide need to have intent, right?
Oh my fucking goodness.
We don't have an intent. We tell them to go away to the safe zones. We have
Hey,
leaflets.
Thinker,
We drop.
Yeah,
Thinker,
did you
No.
see the
you
Discord
remember?
thinker?
So if we really try to
Oh yeah,
analyze them, that
check
will
the
be
live chat. But
easy.
also,
One day
hold
it will
on.
be
I guess you don't
take it.
understand that I'm talking, and when I'm talking, you don't. Yeah, you remember when Rio was telling us about how the
oh
Moors
my
act?
gosh, I did not see that. And yeah, he got to go for that one.
Yeah, yeah. He's
I
acting just like
know.
how Rio was telling us how the Moors are, right? Like they'll sit there
Yeah.
and gaslight the fuck out of you the whole entire time and
Like,
pretend
no
like they don't know what's going
humanity.
on. He actively has pictures on his page celebrating the destruction of Gaza, and he's going to sit up here and be like, "No, we're not
Is
doing
that a
that."
puzzle? Is that a Gaza
Yes,
puzzle
yes.
that he's selling on his page?
It's not.
A
It's like a
Gaza
AI
Lego. That's
art drop.
Lego.
Yeah, it's like an AR art drop.
Did
we
you
dropped you because
active?
you're a disgusting human being.
Yeah, a piece
Like
of shit.
you sit here and you talk about humans. These are people. These are children. These are babies. And you talk about their lives with such carelessness. Like why do they not see that?
That's why I said the only reason why I allowed the conversation is so that we can show the extent, right? When I say that this God is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, like it's not just Christians that will deny the humanity of people. It is also, right, followers of Yahweh, of Adonai, of whatever you call the God of the Jewish scriptures, of the Hebrew scriptures, right? It's Islam. It's the three Abrahamic uh, gods who are imperialists. And the crazy thing about it is, if we look right now, we have the Tehran Triangle, right? We have Tehran, we have Washington, D.C., and Jerusalem, right? These three. What's happening right now? Like literally. Like
They're
I'm
trying to
not
jumpstart an
joking.
apocalypse.
Right. Like I'm not joking when I say that this God is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. And there will be people who will try to reinterpret the God, right? And try to say, well, our laws are this, or uh, you know, we don't actually execute. And the Zionists in Israel, they don't, believe um and like homosexuality and things like that, but they will excuse genocide. That doesn't make it better. That doesn't make it okay. And then you have some believers of the Christian God that will say that they don't agree with what's happening over in Palestine right now, but they will be okay with a child uh, self unaliving because they are trans. That doesn't make it okay. That's the issue. And that's why these conversations are important to have. And then, like, I know we I saw the many comments of people telling me to, be careful with the conversations. The conversations need to be had. They need to be had.
Yeah. I think I agree because those are the people that will sit here and try to have the most lovely, pleasant conversation with you. Um, talk you all the way down, and you'll get to the end of the conversation to be like, "Oh, well, thank you so much. Like you're such a pleasant person," and at the same time, will justify the murder of children. Motherfucker probably don't even really believe in the God, but he believe in that mission though.
Okay, I had sent you something in the chat.
In our chat or in Discord yet? Oh,
Ours.
the 10 stages of genocide. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is like we can't be okay calling something a genocide for one group of people and not okay calling it a genocide for others just because there is a belief that you are the chosen. That and identifying as the chosen, to me, is still an issue because that tells me that you still think that you deserve a better existence than me, that you deserve uh you know a better existence than somebody else. That's an issue for me.
I'm not sure they don't see. I'm not sure why they don't see that. And I think somebody in the comments said it's because they don't see Palestinian people as human. In the same way, white folks didn't see black folks as human. In the same way, Europeans didn't see Native Americans as human. Like the inhumane treatment that this book has led to across this globe is astounding. And yet they don't understand why people are not supporting them. They're telling us to educate ourselves on the story. Like, we see what's happening. You can tell us what's going on, or like in previous conflicts and previous things that have happened in the Middle East. I think what we're realizing now is that a narrative had been spun, and there's no longer a way for that to happen with the connectivity that happens with this app and Facebook and different things. We see what's going on. We see how they're behaving towards the people in Gaza, and it's disgusting. You can't tell us we're not seeing what we're seeing. So no, nobody's listening to your story. Nobody's listening to that. Learn how to treat people decently.
And the thing is like there's so much fucking land on this planet that is undeveloped that we shouldn't be fighting wars over fucking land.
Yeah, there's
Well,
literally no
it's land
reason.
that is developed that just people don't live on. Like there's literally no need. Like we don't even have to develop any more land.
Mm-mm.
Motherfuckers can have what they need.
It's greed.
Yeah.
It's greed and the sense of entitlement that comes from this fucking book. Now you've got this whole the I saw something the other day. It was I want to say it was Ted Cruz. It was somebody. It was an interview, and he literally said, "Well, I believe the Bible says that Israel's God's people, so we have to support them." Like, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to beg your
You
finest
know,
pardon because
did you
in
see what
20
he was quoting?
who?
Did you Ted Cruz? Did you see what he was
Yeah,
quoting?
yeah,
He was he was fucking quoting Balaam. And like here's the thing. Balaam was not a prophet of Yahweh. Balaam was sent by the king of Moab to curse the Israelites. And so Yahweh, the story says that Yahweh took over Balaam's mouth and made Balaam speak those words. But Balaam ended up cursing the Israelites anyway and participating in the downfall of the Israelites. Like what he's literally quoting to say that those who bless Israel will be blessed and those who curse Israel will be cursed. That didn't even come from an Israelite. They just be saying shit.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this. Sometimes we talk about men and how horrible they are, and I don't consider myself to be a horrible man. So when those topics come up, I'm not like up here saying not all men. You feel me? Because if it don't apply, let it fly, right? But you know what I'm saying? It makes you look weird when you have to say, well, not all people are, because yeah, we're not talking in absolutes.
that part.
And it ain't lost on me how many people like we went from 700 to 500 and some people just for that conversation. Like I don't know if they were all 200 supporters of what's happening over there or if they got scared of the conversation. But also listening to the conversation should it make you that damn scared? Like the fear is astronomical to the point to where you can't even talk. Like how do you plan on right getting to this piece if you can't talk about the uncomfortable shit?
Yeah, and I mean, think about the mindset of people who react that way. There's somebody in here now whose screen name is California Zion. It's like, why you wear that shit boldly? I don't know. And to Oso's point, I know it's not every person from Israel that supports this atrocity, this genocide, and I'm gonna call it what it is because I'm just so y'all know I ain't afraid of y'all motherfuckers. You can come here if you want to, but you're gonna be surprised. Don't let the mildness fool you because I cannot stand when people behave this way. It is unconscionable that you can sit here and justify what's going on. Y'all starving people. You're not letting aid in. You're ultimately just not giving water. Like, what are you doing? And you serve a God who supports that? What is wrong with y'all?
Like literally saying that even the rainwater belonged to Israel and wouldn't allow them
Mm-hmm.
to collect rainwater. How is
Mm-hmm.
that humane? That's not humane. And then to turn a blind eye to that and say, well, they're God's chosen. You haven't, like, who told you that? A book told you that. Humans told you that.
I don't think they care because they feel like they're on the right side in the book. They
You're
feel like
right.
they are the chosen. But in the same way that you don't have any choice over where you were born or who your parents were, those the Palestinian people didn't either. They didn't either. But they don't care about that. And the selfishness that the Abrahamic religions allow to perpetuate is astounding. You're very the only reason you preach to other people is to save your own ass because you
Faith.
they go ahead, thinker.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, because I was gonna say like my salvation doesn't have anything to do with you. Like your convincing me is not going to save you. It's the fact that you have to do it in order to save yourself. That's the epitome of selfishness.
And favors the poor to do what? To be poor? Like saying that your God favors the poor is motivation to be poor so that you can say, I'm blessed and highly favored. You might as
What
well
does that
change
have
that
to
to
do with what we
I'm
were
blessed
talking
and
about?
highly poor.
Exactly.
What the heck?
Like
What does
it's
that
like
have to do with the meat of the topic?
And who benefits from you thinking that God favors the poor? The
it's
person who doesn't want to stop you from being poor is the only
exactly.
one that benefits from you thinking, oh, if I stay in this position of depravity and this position of loss and this position of lack, then that means God is blessing me. How stupid is that? Like you think you have a connection with a God who can Thanos snap anything into existence and he favors you by ensuring that you're poor? You talk about brainwashing.
Because they fear this leader like the undereducated. So they decided to turn their brains off.
And there's a resistance, a complete and utter resistance to critical thinking. They don't ask questions. They appeal to authority over reason every single time. Well, God says that He favors the poor, so I'm just gonna accept my lot in life.
And when has America ever forced or tried to force its citizens to support another country, another nation?
Hmm.
I think the veil is being lifted,
Like at some
and
point, it's got to stop. And then
and if
so many of us, right? So many, like just think about the fact of what's happening right now, right? So many of us are about to be involved in some shit that we ain't benefiting from it.
at all.
Hmm.
And I think thinkers, it's really the collective stupidity of the masses because Judah Buddha is saying science is far worse. I don't believe in confirmed science, history, or whatever, as he types on a phone or a computer to people across the world, you don't believe in science that you're using. How fucking stupid are people?
Stupid.
Y'all done made feet saying the S
Yeah,
word.
God.
it is
Exactly.
amazing.
It's
And
an
then like
epidemic
the
at this point.
yeah. But it has to be for them to be allowed to do the shit. Like even trying to introduce the splits. What the fuck you mean they're splits?
What splits?
Like
Oh, the
trying to
death toll.
say that, yeah, on the death toll,
Ain't
there's
no way.
splits.
It doesn't matter.
Like, and then trying to say, like, after you have leveled a place, you went in there and uh, did an autopsy on all of the bodies, and some of them died of natural causes in the middle of a bomb.
Exactly.
That's what you want us to believe? That's what I'm talking about. Shit like that. Like you have to be willing, right, to reject critical thinking, to reject logic, to reject knowledge, to reject data
Human decency.
They were
in
literally
order.
taking kids on field trips over there to see the record, to see starving
What?
children. Yes. Remind you of something?
Absolutely.
That just made me sick to my stomach. Because how cold do you have to be? And then you're raising children to think that that's normal. That's their that's normality. And then the rest of us and the world, we got to live with that.
They're raising the next generation of people who don't think critically. They're rearing the next generation of people who will be loyal without question, and that's how the sad state of the world continues. Because the moment we stop treating other human beings as though they're disposable and as though they are beneath us because of some words that were written in a book, y'all's God ain't did shit. Not in your lifetime or your parents' lifetime or your grandparents' lifetime. Your God has not done a thing beyond what you read in this book. And I can almost guarantee you he didn't do anything then either.
I read an article where the far right of Israel said that they no longer have to identify as Jews because the identity it no longer serves them. Because the goal is for Israeli to become the supreme race. And when I read that, I made a video and I told black people, I think it was like in 2020, I was like, pay attention because you don't have one, right? You have two because they don't get along. They don't get along because they don't, uh, true Aryans, true white supremacists do not see Europeans as white. They are not the same.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have Europeans who want to be white supremacists who don't like your black skin. And then you have Aryans who are white supremacists who don't like Europeans and they don't like you. And right now, they are allies. Right now. They do plan to fight, but they're allies right now. You don't have one. They are not the same.
And despite all the things we're saying right now, all the facts that we're pointing to, you still have people in here talking about we need Jesus so bad right now. Like what?
Like you're not exacerbating the problem.
He is the
Exactly.
problem. He's the
That's like,
solution to the problem
yeah,
believing in him creates. That's all it
Right.
is. So
it's
if you
exactly
remove
why people are pro what's going on right now, right this very second. It's because of Christianity, your Jesus and your God.
Everybody trying to be the chosen. And
everybody trying to
the
write themselves into this book, that's probably
yep,
why. Got
yep.
stupid ass people. I don't believe in science. Then stop using your phone. Antibiotics, GPS, glasses, cars. All of that came from science. It damn sure didn't come out of your book.
Stop using
And the
H2O.
crazy thing, like I keep they're like you got them with nukes and bombs, and then we sit over here with angels.
Exactly. And
The
Miss
war we're
Miss
fighting is baby mamas and fucking for fun.
right? And Mr. here saying that it's not the religion, it's how people use it that's the problem. That's not true. You can't utilize something that according to you is perfect in the way it was created for bad things. You can't. Like that just doesn't logically follow. If this religion was so good, if this belief system was so right, why is it used consistently to justify the most atrocious things that happen in our society and has been for eons? You're not going to convince me of that.
I don't think I don't know what it would take for people to actually this like after talking with T Talk and the other young man and having hope.
I know
It's
it.
shit like this is like goddamn,
Hmm.
because this seems so fucking big, and you have people who are ready to drop nukes on each other and take out whole entire cities for sovereignty, while at the same time y'all are yelling your God is sovereign, and there are human beings literally ready to drop bombs to defend their sovereignty. and take you out and your family and your children.
And
How does this make sense?
it doesn't, and it wouldn't be successful in a world of educated people. None of this would work in a space where people are informed. Look at the countries with better education, countries that teach critical thinking skills, countries that rely on facts and data as opposed to doctrine and dogma. There are completely different experiences there. Yet those of us who live in this world, he like somebody in the comments was talking about, you suffer because of your non-belief. No, I don't. I suffer because of stupid ass believers, because of the stuff that y'all do and the risk that y'all put on us because of what you believe to be true and you have absolutely no evidence in it. None whatsoever.
Saying that white people have done the same, like that tells me you missed the whole damn conversation. Zach. Oh, so you can ready to say something?
Oh
Okay.
no.
Sorry, I didn't even know I pressed the button to come up. I'm outside walking,
Oh, okay. No
and
worries.
I
I'll
said,
take you
but
down.
I heard you said something a while ago. Where you said something like baby mama and fuck something. So is that what I heard you said?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I just told somebody that yesterday in my barber shop.
Did
That's,
you?
I swear. And so I have to ask if is that what you said. I just said that yesterday in my barber shop. I was cutting someone head, and I said, "Yo, all these girls do is baby mama and fuck."
No, that's not what all girls do. I said
Not
that's
all girls.
what.
I think,
Oh
yeah,
no,
not
that's
all girls.
what.
No, no, not all. I don't refer like to people like you. So no, I don't mean like yeah.
No,
Let me refer that. Yeah,
well,
most of these girls. Yeah,
it ain't
yeah.
just, but it ain't like you saying it the way you're saying it, right? Is as if you're putting the onus on women, like women are the only ones that fuck, like they're fucking themselves, right? Or like they're getting themselves pregnant and making themselves baby mamas, right? It's you're leaving out the fact that men are fucking and men are making baby mamas because
Right.
they're not there, right? What I was saying was that the there was a black man who was a claiming to be an Israelite, a black Hebrew Israelite, in my comments, and he was saying that I'm stupid because I don't know that I'm the chosen, and that black people are the Israelites. And I asked him, "What the fuck do you plan on doing with this identity?" Like, if you look at the Israelites in the book, they were militarized. They were militant. They had to be militant in order to get the blessings of this God, which was land, power, and wealth, right? And
Right.
influence. The Israelites, when they became the chosen of Jesus, what did they do? They went into lands and they conquered, they plundered, they killed, they stole in order to get land, power, and wealth, right? And so his response to me was, all I care about is my own objective, and the Most High is more concerned with righteousness and about getting our women and our children in order and respect. And I said, you're pretty fucked. If your and he said something about peace of mind or something. I said, if your peace of mind depends on whether I'm a baby mama or whether I fuck for fun, then you are pretty fucked. One, because I don't give a fuck about what you want. I'm already divorced with 4 kids, so I'm already my ex husband's baby mama. How the fuck is the Most High gonna change that shit?
Right.
And the thing is that they're fighting for respect, right? Trying to they want this identity so that they can feel good about themselves, so that they can have make women bow down to them. Where the other people who had this identity went out and they fucking got militaries behind them, backing them. And when I asked them, I was like, how the fuck you plan on getting control? Like, they believe that they're gonna make everybody bow down to them because they the true chosen. How do you plan on getting control? This motherfucker said angels.
Wow.
One guy on stage said UFOs, that Jesus is gonna come back with UFOs and change the whole trajectory. Like that's literally how we fight against oppressive regimes.
Exactly. And you said it so perfect. And that's what our conversation was leading up. Because we were talking togetherness. We were talking about come together and build. Instead of going around and these guys, I'm talking about men too, going around looking for these girls and girls just open up to them and you know what I mean? And they just, I don't know.
I
But
think if
anyhow,
men stop worrying about a woman's hoo ha, right, and what really matters, like the whole thing about whether a woman sleeps around, right? That's a personal choice, right? That making that about a god or about the success of the black community, like that's not gonna change any damn thing. Every fucking community fucks. Every
exactly.
community has sex outside of marriage, and it ain't stopped their asses from gaining wealth. Blaming the lack of wealth that the black community have on the black woman's vagina is fucking tired. That's a tired ass excuse. Our vaginas is not the reason that black people don't have land, power, and wealth.
That's true. I think is that a lot of black men are very scared because of the police, because of the system is doing to them. I saw a lot of black men, and when you hear them speak, you can hear the voice that they're just scared because they know the system against them. Like I've been in Canada for 25 years, and I have cops come in my shop and they tell me like, how can I not find nothing on your name, not even a domestic violence? They not come in my barber shop and say, yo, thank you, and keep up the good work you're doing. They're looking for something to happen. They're looking for something to happen so that they can come and put my name in a book. You know what I mean? So the system play a big role in black community. And I seen it. And I use myself as an example. Lots of undercover cops come in my business and they try to intimidate me, they try to make me feel scared, but I never feel scared. Yes, at some point, yes, because they hold the law and they can do things to you. But the problem with us, I think we need to unite. If black men start to unite and take care of black women and their children, and that is why they said a lot of us is in prison. Like in Canada, you go look at the prison system, 95% of the prisoners is black, and we are the minority. And I ask myself, how can that be? You know? But when you look, the system is against us, big time. I remember the first time when I went to get a loan, I have a friend, a customer who worked in TD Bank, and he said, Zach, they don't give black people loan to do business. They only give you loan to buy cars. And I said, I don't care, man, put in the application. I never get the loan. They never give me the loan. And I have other friends who work with government, make over $100,000, and they went to bank to get loan to buy condos. They never give them the loan. They have to go to Teachers Credit Union to get the loan. Black guys.
But let me say this, right? So like I'm in the entrepreneurial space too, and getting bank loans is pretty difficult. It's even difficult for white people to get bank loans, and not impossible for them to get it. Difficult. So if it's difficult for white people to get it, it's even more difficult for black people to get it because they do discriminate, right?
Mhm.
But I say this to say that one thing that white people have done, right, to get around the lack of credit to get a bank loan or revenue is that they uh, crowdsource money from family and friends. One thing we don't do well as a black community is take our money
Oh,
and invest in black businesses, black opportunities. We spend our money on things that make us look like we are successful, that make us look like we have proximity to whiteness. And then that money, because we have over $1 trillion worth of buying power, and we brag on the fact that the black community has that much buying power, but we don't pay attention to who the fuck's pockets we're putting that money in. And if we have that much power as a community to buy luxury shit, right, to start trends, to make products trendy, why the fuck haven't we yet did that for our own community? Is one thing in this book where the Hebrew Israelites always talk about we are the chosen, we are the chosen, but I don't never hear them talk about the part where it says to shop with an Israelite, not to uh charge interest on another Israelite, not to make a profit on another Israelite. Like it literally, right? The outline for how to circulate the dollar in a community is in this book. But I don't hear us talking about that. We talk about the black woman fucking, right? The
but
black woman respecting the man, so the man got dominion over the black woman. She's supposed to respect me. She's supposed to fix my plate. But we
no,
can't have the conversation about investing in black businesses, right?
from what I know, Tinker, the way how I was grew up, behind every great man, it have to be a greater woman. It have to be a woman. Me, for me, my father taught me that in order to be successful, I have to find that woman because I cannot be successful without that woman. And for what I see with my mom and my dad, when my dad go to,
I, but Zach, I think that you're not hearing me.
no, I know
Black
what you say,
black women are not looking to be y'all's mamas. Like we're like, if anything, as a black woman, right, that has done some shit, right. I'm not
mm,
looking for a partner that I have to fucking teach and build up um at the same damn time, right? That can't add to me either, right? Like somebody that I can learn from, that can learn from me, that I can build with. I'm not trying to build you up while I'm being depleted. And black women have been doing that for fucking ever. And then we get no credit for it. Then the black man goes off and live with somebody else after we done taught them everything we know. We're not looking to continue doing that, and we can't be your motivation or your excuse for success, or your excuse for failure.
And I
You
also
have the
think that,
same capabilities that we have.
I'm sorry, I think I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead, Feet.
Yeah, I also think that that mindset is problematic. There's nothing hindering your success but you. And your success should not be contingent upon another human being. And to Thinker's point, like maybe that worked when in your parents' day and age. Maybe that was the case in the time that they were raised in, but that does not have to be your reality. The way things were done does not have to be the way they're always done. So just think
right, I
about
agree to fee.
yeah, so think about how what you were told by your father has created and curated the way you see women.
But
And
fee, you don't,
there's
sorry, fee, but you don't think both partners should work together in order for build?
You
if
don't have to
that's
be
what both
sorry. Be
people,
careful.
if that's what they want, sure. But to say that that's the way it's supposed to be is problematic. I can't begin to tell you the number of decades inside my own head was trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with me. Like, why is it that you don't want this fairy tale thing, this lifestyle, this white picket fence, being somebody's wife, blah blah. I don't want that shit. But because of society, because of tradition, I was convinced and I was brainwashed to believe that that's what all women want. This is the way families and structures survive. This is the way communities thrive. And it's not your fault, Zach. It's ultimately is there's an evolutionary reason why our brains do that. Like there's a survival rates increase with group cohesion. And because of that, we think, oh, everybody has to use the same template in order to see success. And that's just bullshit. So you've got people who naturally don't want to be part of a specific paradigm, forcing themselves to be part of a specific paradigm, i.e., getting married, either period or to just one person or whatever, because society wants cohesion. Society wants control. And if what you want is a partner to work with you, okay, cool. I can't tell you that you shouldn't want that. But to say that the problems of the Black community rest squarely on Black women because of who they choose to sleep with or who they don't choose to sleep with is just categorically incorrect.
Especially when Black women have exceeded Black men in almost every category. We're not slowing down for you. There's no reason that y'all should be slowing down for us.
Because the reality is, if success necessitated a woman being behind a man, you would not see any successful women. You wouldn't. If success and happiness and contentment was only achieved through the template or the formula that you were given, you would not see successful single people. You wouldn't see successful divorced people. The data just doesn't support your perspective here.
Literally, when I was married, I you know chose a house, white picket fence, everything. At the closing, my husband was so mad that I was moving him out of the hood into the suburban area with a white picket fence. Everything that I tried to do to build him up, he fought me every which way because he wanted to stay a hustler. I could either stay in that and continue to be abused and mistreated, trying to give or build this, you know, uh, home white picket fence with, husband, wife, and kids, and going to church and working a job, we had a barbershop and a tire shop, right? I could continue to do that and be depleted emotionally, physically, all for the sake of proximity and perception for somebody that didn't want it.
Exactly. And I think that's it, that the proximity and the perception. Like the layers to this is so many layers, but it's almost as though the lack of critical thinking skills, the fact that people are so used to just following what customs are, they don't, that those two things combined, it results in people not asking questions. It results in people not looking at things for what they are and not attempting to kind of circle it to ensure that they're looking at it from all vantage points. But it is that perception, is how people perceive you. And I said this the other day, how I realized that I had lived so much of my life vicariously. The only thing that I used to assess whether or not I was happy was how other people viewed me. And that to me is tied to this religion as well. And it permeates so many areas of our lives. We just don't even see it. And I think it's definitely the case in this one.
Like, I guess what I need to understand from religious Black men is, like, are you telling me that you don't know how to be a good human, a good husband, a good father without this God, without identifying as the chosen? That's what I need to understand. Because every time I talk to a religious Black man, it's about that.
So think I'm not religious, eh? I don't deal with no. I don't deal with this fucking God and this Bible, Jesus and these things. I don't deal with
But
those
you,
things.
this is your second time on my stage, Zach, and
Yeah,
you
but I don't.
spew the same. Hold on, you spew the same rhetoric that religious black men spew.
Seriously?
Yes, the last time you were up here, you were talking about women uh, requiring child support. That was you, right?
No, that's not me. No. The last time
That
when I was spoke, I was telling you about we were talking about something with slavery, and I told you I think it was Christina Live I was on. You was on. Was Christina? I think no, you.
were
And
you
I
not
told
the
you.
one? Were you
I
not the
told
man that was saying women
no,
were wrong
no. I
for going put for putting the court in their co-parenting relationships?
no, not me. I think it's another Zach. I think you heard you say that to me the first time too when I came up. It's not me. I'm from the Caribbean. I told you that. I think I came up and tell you that we are still paying for slavery in the Caribbean for the British for our ancestors when they were freeing them from slavery. That's the only time I come up on your life.
Okay, I
Yeah.
thought it was you,
No, it's
but
not me. I yeah.
even with, like with what you just said about women just want to fucking be baby mamas, right? And that was a barbershop conversation that you had,
No,
right?
but that
The
was right. Sorry.
the the concept, the idea that the only way the black community is going to um get out of the wealth gap or the education gap or the housing gap is if black families stick together, right? If there's a husband and a mother in the house with their children. That's no.
But when we talk about that, we were talking about the music industry, like the music that they're promoting. So we were talking about all this music that they're promoting and all these females in the music video.
All
These
these
these guys,
women, you see how
these yeah.
you call women females. Women are women. Females could be dogs. Females could be elephants, plants, fruit.
It sounds like, Zach, you've maybe deconstructed religion, but you haven't deconstructed patriarchy. You haven't deconstructed because there are so many things that, and this happens for many of us, where we start with religion like, hey, let me unpack this. It's kind of like that backpack analogy that I use. Someone else packed the backpack that you carry around to understand male female dynamics. Someone else packed that for you. And the reality is, even that the statement that you made about the woman needing to be behind or being required for a man to be successful, I would ask you, what are you defining as success?
I'm
And why
talking
would you
about
need a woman to validate it?
no, I'm talking about partner wise. I'm talking about working together. Like like we need the woman. What I'm referring to is like you need the woman because both of us were meant to be with each other. That's how we produce. That's how we
So
make
gay
offspring.
men can't be successful?
No, I don't know. I am not discriminate about what people want to do with their life. Also, I'm just talking about like my life. I'm
Well,
talking about my partner growing up with me. It's like it's a
But
balance. Like
but you're also leaving out non-binary people, right? You're leaving out uh, the people who can't have children. Right? Every human is not made the same.
that.
We are a diverse group of people, right? That are from West Africa, right? Who are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade,
Mhm.
right? That live in North America. And as that, knowing that, right? Coming together as a community of people, supporting one another so that we can, uh, you know, begin to build wealth within the community. So we're not always begging other communities, right, for equality or equity. Nobody's going to give us anything, and the fact that we have not uh, caught on to that, we can continue to march and say we deserve equity, we deserve equality. Them motherfuckers don't give a damn.
At all.
That fucks.
But the jobs that we go to, the money that we spend, it's up to us to decide if we put that money back into the community so we can build. Because the only thing that fucking talks on this earth is money. The God don't talk.
I
And
mean,
somebody in these comments gonna say, "See, the love of money is the root of all evil." No,
Well, they're gonna misquote it, but
they really are.
money, right? Unfortunately, makes the world go round. You have to have money in order to have shelter, right? To take your people off the street, to educate, to heal, to feed, to clothe. And if we don't begin circulating our own dollar in our community, amongst our community, we're gonna always be at the beckoning of other communities who have outpaced us.
But you don't think
We've
the
been
other,
here the longest. We've been here the longest, but we are bottom in everything. Even the Latino community has surpassed us. And the only thing I hear is black woman this, black woman that. It's the black woman's fault. Black women don't do this. Black women don't do that. And it's literally our mindset. It's literally what we think about, right? Because we are religious as hell in our community. We think about Jesus. We think about uh the what the black woman is doing. We rarely, right? Education. We're starting to come up. We're starting to see more of our young black boys take education seriously, graduating from high school, going to college, graduating from college, right? We're starting to see that, but like changing our mindset, changing the things that we think about, the things that we ponder on, where we spend our money, that needs to change.
I agree with you. Thank you for having me up.
And Zach, before you drop, I'll say this: like, instead of the mindset of a man needs a woman in order to be successful, maybe it's not that men need women to succeed, but that healthy relationships, regardless of gender, can enhance growth for both people when they support each other as equals. Because when you say the and it may not be anything that you intended, but even the idea of a woman behind him, that carries a specific connotation. So I would encourage you to kind of sit with that and unpack it. Because if what you're looking for is a partner, there's nothing wrong with wanting a partner. But what role do you think she needs to play? And if there is a role in your mind, you're not viewing her as an equal. You're viewing her as an employee.
And I agree with you, Fee. And I accept you for who you are. You have to willing to learn. I mean, we are gonna have different ideas, different way of thinking. And it's not a bad thing, it's a good thing, because I don't see bad and good in relationship. I just see learning process. As we grow, we're gonna learn about each other. But what I'm saying is like, when come to build, like what Tinker is saying, how are we going to build together? We have to have a plan that me and you have to decide, okay, this is what we're going to do, this is where we want. Because we can't just go and just work every day and come home and think paying the rent and put food on the table. We have to want more, especially when we have kids and we have to leave something for them when we pass away. You know what I mean? Give them a good education, teach them about life. So that's what I'm saying. When I'm talking about like support, I'm talking about support each other, not just go with my ideas. But if I have an idea that can take us somewhere, if you have an idea that can take you somewhere, I give you my idea to add a new so that you can build and support you. That's what I
But you
meant.
can do that even if, right, like you're not with your children's mom.
100%. Yes, true. Yeah, I agree with you with that. It's not because exactly. It's like me and my son, mom, we were just having a conversation yesterday. We're not together, but we have a strong relationship. You know, if I need anything right now and I call her, she will tell me, "Oh, that's wrong." If I'm wrong, she will say, "Exactly, you're wrong." If I'm right, she will say, she know my in and out. You know, so I'm not saying that just because you all don't work out, that don't mean you are not supposed to have a relationship, you know, because of your son. You all have to, because you all have a connection there. You know,
I'm
you
not even
can
talking
dis
about just a relationship. I'm talking about building for their future,
yeah,
right?
that's what I meant. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm agree with you 100%. I learn a lot from you. You have a good inspiration for of a lot of black people. Like that is why I joined your platform, because you speak so much intelligence that you can take someone out of a gutter and make them somebody. You know what I mean? And free as well to all of you on the platform are very intelligent. And I mean, we're all gonna have our difference. And I listen to you all. You all also have your difference, and I see you all just pull away sometime. But at the end of the day, you all know you all have each other back. That's what I'm saying. Everything is there's nothing in life is perfect. There's no such thing as perfect. You know what I mean? We are gonna make that day, and it's not a mistake, it's a learning process to me. But when the person keep doing it over and over, you can't call it now a learning process. You can call it out, you're hurting me. You can't have your foot on my neck every day and I'm telling you you're hurting me and you're not taking off your foot. That means you're willfully doing it. You know what I mean? Anyhow, but thank you, Fee. Thank you, Think, and also on all of you. I'll thank you up on the panel. It was nice speaking, and I drop down now and listen to you all again. Thank you.
You're welcome, Zach. Thank you for coming up. Have a good day.
See you, Jack.
Is Christina live, y'all?
Sure enough.
All righty, y'all. It is the end of Monday night. Well, Sunday night. It was a good night. We did reach 1,000 views tonight. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all for the likes, the shares, and the comments. Um, man, that talk about uh, the black community and um, supporting each other, supporting our businesses. Like literally, that's where it needs to go.
Hmm.
If anything, if we see anything that's happening in the world right now, that's one thing that black people need to be focused on, because we are
Absolutely.
way behind in that. And I remember in 2020, I held a panel, and it was about the mindset of the black community. And there was a guy who is, an entrepreneur, well known in my city, who I had, speaking on the panel. And I was with him the day before the panel. He's telling me he's gonna come, and he's excited about it. And then I find out the day of the panel that he had been posted on Facebook to other people, telling other people not to come, that he wasn't gonna show up because ain't nothing wrong with the mindset of the black community.
What?
Yep.
Like
Wow.
that action alone tells you that there's something wrong with the mindset of that person in the black community.
Yeah,
Yep.
it was
Wow.
because a woman was heading it.
Yeah, because after
Wow.
after that he ended up starting a business. I won't say what type, but his business was focused on black people getting in tech, and he had the hardest time getting black people. And then he started, the black community need to do this, the black community need to do that. So then he started hosting panels about the mindset of the black community, but not until he started a business that was centered on black
Mhm.
people.
Mhm.
But yeah, so It's a serious thing. We can do it. We just gotta we we just gotta give a damn enough. Read if you go and read this book, there are ways that they gain their wealth in here, and I'm not talking about war and genocide. I'm talking about how they circulated their dollar. It's in the
Mm-hmm.
fucking book. It's in the book. But Christina is live. It's Christina Carroll. If y'all want to continue more deconstruction conversation, we will be back at 11 o'clock tonight. I hope y'all have a beautiful rest of the Monday. Thank y'all so much. Thank you to the YouTube. We held our own over there tonight, y'all. We got up to 140 over there with
Nice.
YouTube for the majority of the night, from the beginning to damn near the end. So I appreciate y'all. Love y'all so much. I'll see y'all tonight.
Love y'all. Bye.
Love you.
Love
Bye,
you.
Bye.
y'all. Bye. How do I turn this off now? Where is the end button? Is this it? That's record. That's highlight. Oh, okay. Bye.